Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Caught up. Lu Sheng asked calmly as he arrived, eyeing the half-filled form still glued to the table. But his attention quickly shifted to Malav, whose face showed hesitation and conflict. Lu Sheng understood immediately. Had he been a moment later, Malav might have handed over the position of guild master to Laxus. "You're here, Yanagi," Malav said with a sigh of relief. Seeing Lu Sheng arrive just in time brought visible comfort to him. Even Malav, the heart of fairy tale, clearly regarded Lu Sheng as a pillar of strength. Lu Sheng nodded firmly. "Yeah, I'm here. And you must remain in your position. Besides you, I don't see anyone qualified to lead fairy tale." Malav smiled, gratified by his words. But Lu Sheng's attention had already shifted to the group ahead, the Thunder God tribe, including Laxus. There wasn't a single weak link among them. Lu Sheng knew what came next would be even tougher than his fight against Jalal. "So, you're the new guy?" Laxus said coldly, his eyes sharp as lightning. He already knew plenty about Lu Sheng. Facing Laxus' open hostility, Lu Sheng replied flatly, "Now that I'm here, your arrogance ends. Thinking you're worthy of Malav's seat is laughable. You're still too green, Laxus." Laxus smirked mockingly. "You've barely been in the guild for a few days, and you're already this arrogant? You think beating Joseph makes you hot stuff?" Lu Sheng shrugged. "It doesn't, but it's still more than enough to handle you." Bang! Without warning, Biguthro attacked. His puppets moved in sync, forming a straight-line formation that slashed toward Lu Sheng. A cutting arc of force surged from the formation. But to Lu Sheng, who wielded the power of observation hockey, it was nothing more than a mild annoyance. With a subtle wave of his hand, he released a crescent-shaped slash that instantly tore through the puppet's attack, dismantling it with ease. "If this is how you plan to fight, then be ready to die," Lu Sheng warned, his tone deadly calm. Before the Thunder God tribe could respond, he turned to the fairy tale members behind him. "Don't worry. Leave this to me. The title of Guild Master isn't changing hands today." His words gave everyone a much-needed breath of relief. Everyone except Mira Jane, who stood silently, her gaze full of worry. She knew Lu Sheng had just finished a brutal fight with Jalal and had secretly sparred with Natsu too. She couldn't help but fear for his condition. "Lu Sheng," she whispered his name under her breath. Even though it was quiet, Lu Sheng heard her clearly. He turned to her, eyes softening as he flashed beside her in an instant. "Don't worry," he said gently. "I'm here. You'll all be safe." Mira Jane looked up into his calm, steady eyes and felt her heart fill with warmth. She nodded firmly. Lu Sheng turned back without another word, now standing directly in front of Laxus and his squad. "Continue your little game," Lu Sheng said. "But let's cut the time. 3 hours is too long. Half an hour will do." Laxus sneered, but accepted the challenge. "Fine. Let's see what makes you so bold, rookie." But before Laxus could act, Felid stepped in front of him. "I'll handle this guy," Felid said, raising his sword. "It's arrogant to challenge all three of us alone. He's nothing but a cocky cub." Laxus nodded. He trusted Felid's strength completely. But that confidence would soon be shattered. Lu Sheng didn't respond, his eyes said enough. Though these men were part of fairy tale, and Laxus was Malav's grandson, someone needed to put them in their place. And Malav couldn't. Lu Sheng would do it. Suddenly, Felid made his move. Drawing his western sword, he gathered his magic, a dark aura building around him like a rising storm. "Dark aura!" he roared, releasing a violent whirlwind of black magic that surged toward Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng had already unsheathed his demon blade. With a sharp flick of his wrist, Yen Hui was drawn in a blink, unleashing a streamlined slash that cleaved through the dark magic. Boom! The two forces collided mid-air. Felid's aura shattered like glass, while Lu Sheng's crescent slash faded gently into the sky. The clash ended in an instant. Two powerful forces had cancelled each other out, but for Lu Sheng, it was merely a casual wave of his blade. "So this is the power of the source of magic," Felid muttered, his expression tightening. He could feel it, an overwhelming, ancient force emanating from Lu Sheng's blade. It was sharp, strange, and powerful. "You really do have the right to be arrogant." But Lu Sheng didn't respond. He didn't need to. He had no intention of explaining anything. Instead, he let his actions speak. It was his turn to strike. For people like Felid, who didn't understand the true scale of power, Lu Sheng felt it was time they learned an important truth. There's always someone stronger. Buzz. The metal blade of Lu Sheng's demon sword began to vibrate violently, charged with the power of the source of magic. Boom. With a roar of energy, Guei Kendo's five-fold slash erupted from his blade like a cascade of waterfalls. Waves of dark red sword energy surged through the air like a collapsing mountain. The sky above seemed to pale. Felid's eyes widened in horror as the massive surging slash came barreling toward him. For a brief moment, he couldn't move. A wave of conqueror's haki had washed over him, unintentional, yet paralyzing. Damn it! Why can't I move? Felid gritted his teeth, trying to resist. But panic clouded his mind. His body froze. And the slashes were coming fast. ZZT. A bolt of lightning cracked through the tension. At the last possible moment, Laxus entered the fray. In a flash of golden light, he raised his hand. Thunderbolt. An explosive surge of lightning burst forth from his fingertips, intercepting Lu Sheng's devastating attack mid-air. Boom. The clash between Laxus' thunder magic and Lu Sheng's five-fold slash created a shockwave that shook the very foundations of the guild hall, nearly tearing through the magical barrier that held Fairy Tail together. Dust and smoke filled the space. No one could see who had the upper hand. Then, Lu Sheng's voice cut through the smoke. Impressive. To block a full-powered five-fold slash head-on. You're no ordinary S-class mage. Laxus smirked through the haze. Humph. I should be the one saying that. I underestimated you, newbie. You've got bite. As the smoke cleared, Laxus glanced at Felid, who was still visibly shaken. Don't interfere, he said flatly to Biguthro and Aileen. He's beyond your level. This fight is mine. The Thunder God tribe didn't argue. They had witnessed the strength Lu Sheng displayed firsthand. Challenging him would only slow Laxus down. Silently, the three of them stepped back. Now, only two remained in the circle, Laxus and Lu Sheng. Laxus narrowed his eyes. No matter what it takes, I will become the guild master of Fairy Tail. His words rang with conviction, not madness, but obsession. Lu Sheng could see it clearly, Laxus wouldn't back down. His desire to take over Fairy Tail was rooted in something deeper. Watching from the sidelines, Malav sighed, his heart heavy. Laxus, your edge needs to be tempered. Thank you, Lu Sheng, for taking this burden. Laxus shrugged off his coat, revealing his well-toned frame. He wasn't someone who slacked off, his body was built for battle. Then, for the first time, he pulled down his headphones. A silent acknowledgement. He was taking Lu Sheng seriously. The real fight begins now, Laxus said, stepping into position. Don't get cocky. Lu Sheng smirked. Oh, I'm counting on you going all out, Thunder Dragon. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Laxus froze. Thunder Dragon? How did he know? It didn't matter. Laxus was already prepared to fight with everything he had. From the sidelines, the guild members gasped. Wait. Laxus is a dragon slayer too. Elfman cried in disbelief. Malav stepped forward with a solemn nod. Yes. But unlike Natsu and Gajeel, Laxus didn't learn from a dragon. He had a dragon slayer lacrima implanted in his body. The magic is artificial, but no less powerful. The guild members were stunned and confused. How did Lu Sheng know something even they didn't? Even Malav was baffled. And that wasn't all. Malav looked at Laxus and spoke softly. Laxus, stop this. Ivan was expelled for a reason. I had no choice. But this path you're on, it's not right. Don't throw away what Fairy Tail truly stands for. But Laxus didn't respond. The only sound left was the rising hum of magic as two titans prepared to clash.
Don't say it, now I just want to take the position of guild president away from you. Laxus replied with his eyes closed. Laxus, who has an irritable personality, has fallen into the brink of irritability after hearing Ivan's name, and if it were replaced by someone else, Laxus would have already made a move. It can be seen that although Laxus hates his grandfather on the surface, he still has a lot of concerns in his heart. Seeing this, Malov stopped talking, because the current situation was no longer something he could handle, and everything was handed over to Lu Sheng. Don't talk nonsense, come on, Lu Sheng. Laxus has always hated the weak, but correspondingly, I also respect the strong, and your strength has reached my recognition, so, fight. As Laxus spoke, the magic in his body suddenly exploded. Laxus, who placed the magic crystal for his physical weakness because of May 40 when he was a child, played a huge role at this moment. Destructive electricity began to rise from Yanagi's body. Yanagi, can he end this civil war? Looking at Lu Sheng, who was playing against Laxus, Elfman said, "Trust him." Mirage on the side suddenly appeared next to him and replied, "That's right, trust Lu Sheng. So far, this kid has never let us down." Gray looked firmly in the direction of Lu Sheng in another place. At this moment, the fairy tale is united in one, and the power of the heart continues to condense. Returning to the battle between the two, looking at Lax, who had been fully powered on, Lu Sheng was unmoved. He had just fought against the Iron Dragon Fire Dragon, and Lu Sheng already had a certain understanding of dragon-killing magic. Moreover, with Lu Sheng's strength, he was adding this information. Laxus, this pseudo-dragon-slaying demon mentor, is really not enough in front of his Lu Sheng. The only thing that can make Lu Sheng raise his attitude is probably Laxus's skilled fighting skills and the goblin law of the same vein as Malov. And at this moment, Lu Sheng had already held the demon knife in his hand. It just so happens that I also want to test how strong a dragon-slaying magician with S-level magic guide strength is. Lu Sheng looked at Laxus and said. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Laxus snorted coldly and said, "You'll know later." Boom. With a bang, the thunder exploded, and Laxus's body was instantly wrapped in layers of yellow plasma. You don't need to think about it, this must be a magic that can bring an improvement to Laxus's physical attributes. Thunder Dragon Mode. Laxus gulped. Bang. With a sound, the whole person instantly disappeared in place, and the magical power condensed on the right fist even faintly appeared a Thunder Dragon. This punch is quite powerful, and if you bear it head-on, I am afraid that there will be a lot of trouble. Lei Guang Fist. With a bang, a trace of thunder had already blasted out. At this last moment of saber rattling, Lu Sheng finally moved. The sword that was as fast as thunder did not know when it had been. Lu Sheng, who has a domineering appearance, no matter how tricky the enemy's attack position is and how terrifying the attack speed is, Lu Sheng can predict it in advance. In other words, Lu Sheng, who has been able to see a little bit of the future, will not help Laxus's attack speed, no matter how fast. At this moment, the spatial slash formed by the compression of mana has been swung out by Lu Sheng. Boom. With a sound, the huge grey-black slash in the shape of lines swept towards Laxus's thunder fist at once. Two unusually violent forces finally clashed at this moment. The plasma on Lei Guang Fist was instantly detonated the moment it touched Lu Sheng's slash. The violent explosion of magical energy enveloped Lu Sheng's spatial slash in an instant. And the spatial slash that Lu Sheng struck out was finally revealed at the moment when it was wrapped in the plasma of the Laxus Thunder Light Fist. The destructive power that swept through space suddenly evaporated from the inside of the Thunder Light Pulp. The slash that exploded enough to penetrate the alien space continuously impacted the direction of the Thunder Light Fist. The two forces are constantly glued. But soon, this scale was broken with Lu Sheng's loud drink, burst. At the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell, he only saw that the spatial slash that was originally equal to the Thunder Light Fist once again erupted with huge power, forming two bursts. Bang. With a sound, the Thunder Light plasma of the Thunder Light Fist was instantly torn apart by the space slash, and in an instant, all the magic power of Laxus's technique was absorbed into the alien space that suddenly appeared. Then, I only listened to the sudden appearance of the pitch-black strange space, and an endless muffled sound began to come from inside. That's right, Lu Sheng's spatial slash smashed all the magic power of the latter after pulling all the magic power of the Thunder Light Fist into it. What? This time it was Laxus' turn to exclaim, the current scene, he really did not expect. The punch Laxus just now exerted a full amount of magic, it can be said that he did not leave a hand at all, but even so, he was completely accepted by Lu Sheng's slash. At this moment, Laxus suddenly woke up, it turned out that he still underestimated Lu Sheng after all. The strength of the other party is definitely an S-rank demon master who can completely match him. How can it be? Laxus's Thunder Light Fist was really blocked by him, is this Lu Sheng really strong to such a point? One of the Thunder Gods, Guthro, said in shock. Not only him, but everyone present except Malov showed shocked eyes. After all, in their opinion, Laxus has always been the strongest candidate for Fairy Tail. Although they all knew that Lu Sheng's strength was very strong, they never expected that Lu Sheng would defuse Laxus's attack so easily. You surprised me, I didn't expect that the newcomer joined by Fairy Tail this time has reached such a point. Although I don't know what kind of experience you have had before, but Battle 4.1 seems to be getting more and more interesting. Laxus rubbed his somewhat swollen fists and said with a warlike look. That's right, after this brief confrontation just now, Laxus has completely identified with Lu Sheng's identity, or Lu Sheng's strength. Lu Sheng looked at Laxus with a warlike look and did not say a word. In Laxus's opinion, this may be a man's battle, but somehow, Lu Sheng, who has touched the threshold of space slashing, just can't raise the fighting intent. In other words, in Lu Sheng's opinion, he has been patiently playing a game with Laxus. If he goes all out, Lu Sheng has a great confidence that he can solve Laxus in an instant. Although Lu Sheng does not know whether Laxus regards him as a companion. However, I am afraid that there is only a madman under the sky, and he hopes that Laxus's goblin law can succeed in causing him harm. But no matter what, Lu Sheng forced Laxus to go that far. And at the same time as the two were fighting, or everyone present did not notice, a mysterious man with blue hair and a veiled face was watching the battle between the two from a distance. After half a ring, only a void-like welcome was seen, and the masked man disappeared in an instant, as if he had not come, and even Malov did not notice it. And unknowingly, Lu Sheng and Laxus in the battle did not know when they had arrived at the Cathedral of Karsha. Looking at Lu Sheng, who did not respond to himself, Laxus also lowered his head and sneered, and immediately said, "In that case, I have to use that." Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyebrows trembled, and after Laxus said the words 23, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered that Laxus seemed to have a powerful weapon, a terrorist weapon capable of threatening an entire town. The magic crystal of the Shinmi Iden? That's right, this device is a destruction device that Laxus has arranged since a long time ago, and the magic power released by the magic crystal that condenses a large amount of magic power in an instant can completely drown the city in an instant. Laxus didn't have any delay at all after saying this, and the thunder dragon slaying magic on his left hand was immediately dragged out by him. Swoosh. With a sound, a chain of thunder and lightning as wide as several feet swept into the sky at once, and then the thunder turned over, a loud noise, and a thicker thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the sky for unknown reasons. All of a sudden, it smashed into a place not far from Laxus. The magic crystal of the Divine Peak has been activated by me, you. Halfway through, Laxus didn't say any more. Lu Sheng can see the struggle in Laxus's eyes, which shows that this choice is also painful for Laxus. Bang. A bang? At the moment when Laxus had just activated the demon crystal of the Temple of the Gods, Lu Sheng came up and slashed into the void. The demon knife in his hand burst out with a power that was even more enchanting than word magic, and the invisible slash actually shattered the trap that blocked Grey and Mirage in an instant. The most surprised was Felid. He did not expect that Lu Sheng's slash was so advanced that he could break through the rules of his word magic and directly break it. Immediately afterwards, his face turned even whiter, because the word magic was suddenly broken, and Felid was greatly affected. And not only that, Elissa, Lucy and the others, who had been petrified by Abba Green, instantly lifted the petrification and resumed their actions in an instant. What happened to me just now? Petrified by Bagelin? Elissa, who had just regained her freedom, looked at her still somewhat stiff hands and said, not only her, but Lucy as well, they had thought that Abba Green would suddenly attack them. And when they looked over, they happened to see Abba Green, who was already in a state of shock. Abba Green, what's going on? Suzumi asked. Immediately afterwards, everyone's eyes pointed to Lu Sheng. That's right, Abba Green was shocked by the overlord-colored domineering aura that Lu Sheng instantly released, and suddenly lost consciousness. It is precisely because of this that the petrification of Elissa, Lucy and others has been lifted. The most shocking thing is that Lu Sheng's series of processes from breaking the word magic to deterring Abba Green to remove Elissa's petrified magic is less than 2/4 of an hour. The speed of electric flint once again refreshed everyone's opinion of Lu Sheng. However, before everyone could react from the process just now, they only heard Lu Sheng suddenly say, "Everyone, hurry to the Temple of the Gods and destroy the magic crystal there." As soon as these words came out, the other people's reactions were fine, but Malov's face suddenly changed. Obviously, he also knew the inside story about the magic crystal in the Temple of the Gods. However, Lu Sheng looked at everyone who was still puzzled, so he had to say again, "You will know when you arrive, just leave it to me here. Once the magic crystal of the Temple of the Gods breaks out, the entire city will be destroyed." Lu Sheng is right, all the staff, immediately follow me to the Temple of the Gods. At the moment when the words fell, Malov suddenly stood up and said. After speaking, he had already turned into a first-class thunder light and disappeared from everyone's sight, rushing towards the Hall of Gods. Seeing this, all the fairy tales present nodded to each other, did not delay, and rushed directly in the direction where Malov disappeared. And when I arrived at Lu Sheng and Laxus, I only saw Laxus at this moment with a stunned face, because he didn't understand how Lu Sheng knew what he didn't say. "You're really surprising me more and more, okay," Laxus said. Bang. Lu Sheng answered the other party with a sweeping slash that penetrated heaven and earth. Looking at the demon sword chi that was coming towards him, Laxus instantly puffed out his chest. The huge magic power was compressed on Laxus's throat at once, and he kept accumulating. Then, at the moment when Lu Sheng's attack was about to arrive 540, the magic power of Laxus had also condensed. Boom, of a sound. The thunder light exploded, and the raging yellow thunder spewed out from Laxus's mouth like a torrent. Thunder Dragon's roar. Faintly accompanied by a thunderclap, Laxus's thunder dragon roar had bombarded the sword chi released by Lu Sheng. Boom. A series of crackling sounds continued to sound, and the two forces did not give in to each other, tearing each other. This state lasted for half a quarter of an hour, and finally, Laxus's magic power was finally exhausted, and the slash that Lu Sheng swung finally consumed all his strength. The two forces quietly disappeared, and all that remained was the continuous and violent gasping of Laxus in the thick smoke. Laxus has not felt this sense of powerlessness for a long time. His current direct Lu Sheng is like a high wall, no matter how huge his strength has improved, Lu Sheng can always press them steadily. A deep sense of frustration kept pounding on Laxus's nerves. In the end, Laxus seems to have finally made some difficult decision. The eyes are full of determination. Is it finally coming? Lu Sheng looked at Laxus's eyes and couldn't help but say, The leprechaun law. The reason why this magic Lu Shang has always been looking forward to it is because he remembers how terrifying the scene Malof unleashed on Joseph in the original book was. The extreme magic power suddenly destroyed the enemy's inner defense, and the spiritual world was instantly defeated by that power, making people directly fall into a deep state of shock. It is really because of this that Lu Shang really wants to try his overlord color domineering and this force compared to Hurab's who is weak. After all, Lu Shang has his certainty, even if he really can't match the terrifying spiritual attack of the fairy law in the end, he will not be killed in an instant with the overlord color domineering. As we all know, the improvement of domineering, in addition to weekday training, the most important thing is to fight with powerful opponents, stimulate people's potential, and the use of domineering can be more refined. For the sake of strength, this enlightenment Lu Shang still has. If here Lu Shang regressed, then he would not have come to this step. However, leprechaun law is that only if the caster sees the enemy as a real enemy, and if the caster is not hostile to the person in his heart, he cannot do any harm to him. This is also the most troublesome point for Lu Shang. I can only use this to solve you first, Lu Shang. I didn't expect that you would be the biggest hindrance to this action, Laxus said. Immediately afterwards, an invisible fluctuation was quietly released. The golden brilliance had already filled the world where the two of them lived. The surrounding air had been rendered by a golden halo, and what was even more shocking was the magic of continuous condensation and compression in Laxus's hand. The magic power in Laxus's hand is like a ball of light, constantly leaping forward and constantly condensing. At the same time, due to the excessive use of magic, Laxus's eyes were filled with white halos. Fairy law, the forbidden magic that the old man handed over to me, is a magic attack that can instantly shock the enemy's nerves. It is a rare spiritual attack. Tell you this, not to make you guard against anything. After all, once this magic is launched, you can't dodge it at all. The reason I told me is because, all the reasons that cause it now are all for a reason. Laxus's still conscious mind said to Lu Shang not far away. Hearing this, Lu Shang slowly replied, Laxus, did your old man teach you this? Shot at your companions? As soon as these words came out, I only saw that Laxus's face changed instantly, and Lu Shang's words were like sharp knives, inserted into his gentle heart. It's just that even so, it's too late to stop, because once the goblin law is launched, there is no way to stop it with the magic of Laxus. Buzz. The bizarre halo swept instantly. The magic halo in Laxus's hand dissipated all of a sudden, and then the surrounding world was shrouded in layers of white light. Seeing this, Lu Shang was even more on guard, because he knew that the terrifying magic, the fairy law, was coming. There are always things that are not satisfactory, for Yanagi. The white light dissipated, and the power of the goblin law lasted for a full few minutes. And the scene after that, there was only a heavy Laxus and a helpless Lu Shang. That's right, the power of the goblin law Lu Shang did not see it. Laxus did not see Lu Shang as an enemy at all. Immediately afterwards, the expression on Laxus's face, who had originally looked heavy, suddenly changed, because he found that Lu Shang was intact. The spiritual shock of the leprechaun law did no harm to it. Seeing this, Laxus didn't even notice it, looking at Lu Shang safe and sound, and his expression was relaxed for a moment. And Lu Shang still has an unlovable expression, although Laxus does not regard him as an enemy in his heart, which makes Lu Shang a little surprised, but Lu Shang still wants to feel the power of this move firsthand. I'm afraid my overlord colored domineering can only be exercised with other places, and this goblin law has nothing to do with me, and I can't count on it anymore, Lu Shang said. Lu Shang had just clearly felt the terrifying spiritual coercion around him, but helplessly, these magic powers were like headless flies, just not falling on Lu Shang's body. I'm even. Laxus looked at his hands and looked at Yanagi who didn't look any different. Laxus knew that this time the president of the battle had failed. At the same time, Malov and the others, who had already worked together to destroy the demon crystal of the Temple of the Gods, had also returned to the battlefield of the two, the Cathedral of Karsha. Marlov, who felt the powerful power of the goblin law from a distance and arrived in time, said directly to Laxus after seeing the intact willow, Laxus, you have seen that you still care about your companions in your heart, and your heart is still deeply in love with Fairy Tail, and you love Fairy Tail's companions deeply. Hearing Malov's words, Laxus did not speak. Immediately afterwards, Malov said again, however, this civil war was provoked by you, and you have already committed the biggest taboo of this guild, to attack your companions. As the guild leader, I have to make the right judgment no matter what. Looking at Malov's righteous words, the other members of Fairy Tail did not speak. Laxus, as well as Felid, Bigothro, and Ibagran, you have committed an iron rule against your companions, and now I will expel you from the guild in the name of guild leader. Malov said with a serious expression, the door of Fairy Tail will no longer be open for you. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was pale, only Laxus and the three of Thor did not change. President? Laxus he didn't really want to do that, you just. Before these people finished speaking, they were instantly stopped by Malov's sharp eyes. Malov was rarely angry. As soon as these words came out, everyone present closed their mouths and did not dare to say anything more. At the same time, Laxus didn't say anything more, turned to the three thunder god behind him and said, let's go. Hearing this, the four disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the lonely backs of Laxus and the other three, all the members of Fairy Tail were full of reluctance in their hearts. Even if Laxus did this kind of thing to them, in the hearts of these people, Laxus they are still companions. And the same is true of Laxus, the leprechaun law did not cause harm to Yanagi, which is the best explanation. The civil war is over, guys. As Laxus moved away, Malof said to the group of members of Fairy Tail. This battle was almost completely taken over by Lu Shang. And just as Malof's words fell, 3 hurried figures also rushed over from afar. It was Nazgajiro and Harpy and their group of 3. I only saw Natsu running in front of the 2 with an angry face, and his mouth was constantly roaring something. Hey, what about the Laxus guy? It's really abominable to dare to do something to the companions of your guild. Wait, everyone, Ilusha, everyone, I will come to save you now, Natsu said while galloping. Wait for 540 and wait for me, Natsu. Harpy, who was following Natsu on the other side, was struggling to flap his wings, constantly chasing Natsu who was running in front. And Geijiro also followed the 2 with a puzzled look. Within a few minutes, Natsu and the others had already arrived in front of everyone. Looking at Ilusha and the others who were safe and sound in front of him, Natsu was stunned, and not only that, but the Laxus and Thor that hubby said were nowhere to be seen. What about the Laxus guy? Natsu, who had just arrived, asked Ilusha. Hearing this, Ilusha first glanced at Lu Shang, and then replied, Laxus he lost to Lu Shang, and now he has been expelled from the guild by the guild leader. What? Not only Natsu, but also Harpy, who had already arrived, couldn't help but exclaim. Especially Harpy, he didn't expect that so many things had already happened in just a few moments. Laxus he has already been expelled from the union? Hearing this, Natsu was obviously surprised. He did not expect that before he could see Laxus, he had been expelled from the guild by the guild leader. Indeed, Laxus, who fought against Yanagi, even made CDEB out of the leprechaun law at the last moment, but because Laxus had in his heart. However, in the end, he and the Thor were expelled by the guild leader. Kana on the side said. Hearing the explanation of the 2, Najli looked at Malov and said, Hey, old man, why drive away Laxus? Everyone is very reluctant to let him off. He made a mistake against his companions, and I definitely can't take it for granted. Malov replied. Looking at Malov's attitude, Natsu was about to say something, but when he was about to say it, he was stopped by Yanagi and stopped him. Natsu only looked at Yanagi and shook his head at him, he didn't say any more. Let's put an end to this matter, Naz, Laxus will. Looking at Natsu's slightly puzzled eyes, Lu Shang said to him. Hearing this, Natsu was stunned at first, but looking at Lu Shang's serious expression, he had to restrain the thoughts in his heart. Space slashing proficiency is enhanced. The current unlock of Sasaki Heritage Edition is 63%, and when experience points are unlocked to 70%, the system will randomly give a sword guide. Just when Lu Shang just thought that the incident was over, the system's prompt suddenly came to mind. Sword art guide. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Lu Shang couldn't help but say, What guidance? Lu Shang, what did you just say? Natsu, who was standing beside Lu Shang, suddenly asked. Hearing this, Lu Shang casually said perfunctorily, and said, it's nothing, some magical things. Natsu didn't care too much about this. Seeing this, Lu Shang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Not only that, but also began to look forward to the reward that the system said. In this way, Fairy Tail and his group returned to the guild in this way. At the same time, the blue-haired masked man who had appeared before once again appeared near the Fairy Tail guild. I don't know if he is good or bad, and what is in his mind. In the blink of an eye, a few days have passed. Although there is no sudden situation these days, Lu Shang has never relaxed at all. The demon knife in his hand never stopped swinging, and he would study swordsmanship and the use of magic every day. Not only that, but in the process, Lu Shang also completed several B-level tasks with the strongest team composed of him, Nazalessa and others. In this process, Lu Shang not only strengthened his relationship with several people, but also deepened his contact with Mirage. These days, every time he returned to the guild after completing a mission, Yanagi would have a few words with Mirage, who stayed in the guild. And the experience points of the Sasaki Heritage Edition have also increased by 3%, and the distance is 70%, which is close at hand. Calm days are always short. A figure that suddenly appeared shattered all the calm. At this moment, it was the masked man who had appeared a few times not long ago, and surprisingly, this masked man seemed to have a good relationship with Malov, the leader of the Fairy Tail Guild. What the two were talking about now? Are you saying that the guild leader of the Demon Cat Lodge is going to bring her here? Malov exclaimed. That's right, Wendy. She has always wanted to see Natsu after she heard that he is the Dragon Exterminator mentor. Moreover, Robin Ryu has paid enough. He who turned into an undead 400 years ago, he can no longer support the magic power to maintain the Demon Cat's stay. The mysterious masked man replied to Malov. Sky Dragon Destroyer mentor, hehe. In this way, our guild can have 3 Dragon Destroyer mentors. Malov laughed after listening to what the man said. That's right, Wendy. In the mouth of the two is the same dragon-slaying mentor as Nazgajiro, Wendy, a magic master with healing magical powers. And the Demon Cat's lodging that the two just mentioned is the guild created by its guild leader Robin Ryu in order to keep Wendy not alone, and all its guild members are created by Robin Ryu's magic. And now, Robin Ryu's magic is running out, and Wendy has to get out of there. Mr. Erland, I'll leave this matter to you. I have a bad hunch, and I'm afraid that those guys will act. Malov said with a change of tone. So, That's really difficult, I'll do it when necessary. After that, the masked man disappeared with a whoosh. That's right, this masked man just now is the other strongest candidate of the Fairy Tale Guild, Mr. Erland? Underscore about his identity, even Malov is not particularly clear, but this man with great strength has already made several moves at the critical moment of Fairy Tale. At the same time, Malov's premonition was tested. Once again, the Dark Guild was ready to move. As soon as the news came out, the regular meeting of presidents also began. That's right, the strongest guild of the Dark Guild, the 6 demon generals, may have some big moves in Japan. To this end, at the meeting, 4 guilds, including Fairy Tale, made a major decision, that is, to strike first, gather the power of the 4 major guilds to take action against the 6 demon generals first, and fight against them. What? President? You said we were going to ally with the Snake Scale G Blue Pegasus? Gray couldn't help but exclaim after listening to Malov's words. Ah, that's right, judging from the intelligence, the 6 demon generals may have made big moves in the near future, and, in recent years, the Dark Guild has become more and more arrogant in doing things. There are always some places that will be destroyed. It's time to do something to them, otherwise this evil fire will be difficult to suppress. Nodded, Malov replied. That's right, Marlev, who had just finished the meeting, rushed back to the guild as soon as possible to inform the members of the follow-up crusade. Ah, okay, are you going to fight again? After listening to Malov's words, Natsu suddenly twisted his arm and jumped on the table and said, Stop, Natsu, the Dark Guild is no joke. Looking at Naza's reaction, Ilusha couldn't help but say, and Lu Sheng on the side had a wonderful expression after hearing Malov's words. He said, Are you finally going to face those guys? If you look at it this way, Wendy is finally going to appear. Yanagi, what do you think about the crusade against the 6 demon generals? Asked Mirage towards Yanagi beside him. It doesn't matter, if the guild wants to fight, then fight. Yanagi replied. It was as if the strongest guild of the Dark Guild was like an ant in Lu Sheng's eyes, and there was nothing worth discussing at all. At this moment, the other 3 major guilds had already set out in unison. Shuriya, Uchiha, Akatsuki, Rin and other strong people are listed, and the strength of this team cannot be underestimated. Lu Sheng saw this familiar and unfamiliar face, and Lu Sheng felt that the magical world he was in was really good. All kinds of interesting people want to be much more interesting here than the heaviness of other worlds. Yo, Fairy Tale guys, are you ready? The first knight suddenly said. The huge and masculine man suddenly flashed in front of Lu Sheng. He sniffed up and down Lu Sheng's whole body, like a pervert. Just when Lu Sheng was just about to take action to stop the overnight behavior, the latter retreated sensibly and kept a distance from Lu Sheng. Then said, Sure enough, Fairy Tale's combat power has improved a lot this time, no wonder Malov is so confident just now. Humph, this is a member of our strongest squad, BA, the strongest guild, it is not surprising that Lu Sheng can reach this level. Hearing the words of the knight, Natsu suddenly jumped out and said. On the other hand, the senior brother who went out with Master Gray, Rin. The 2 brothers who have not seen each other for many years have the same quirk, that is, exhibitionism. Among the dozens of people present, only these 2 people were undressed, but fortunately, these 2 people were not to the point of madness. Long time no see, Gray, you kid hasn't changed much in so many years. Rin asked, coming up. Ah, you haven't made much progress, how about joining? Do you want to join my guild? This place is much more interesting and much stronger than your Serpent Scale G. Gray replied. What do you say? Stinky boy, do you want to fight? When Ryan heard Gray's words, he immediately became angry, raised his arms and prepared to move. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Sheng and Shirley made a timely move and pulled themselves Gray and Rin. Hey, the merger of our 4 guilds is not here to quarrel. At this moment, Ichi said. At the same time, a little girl with a double ponytail and a refreshing appearance suddenly appeared next to Natsu. Are you Natsu? The little girl came to Natsu and asked abruptly. And Lu Sheng on the side noticed this girl at once. Wendy? Are you finally here? Seeing Wendy, Lu Sheng suddenly said. You know me? Wendy, who was called out by the other party, was obviously surprised, and looked at Lu Sheng with a puzzled look and said. Ah, member of the Demon Cat Lodge, I know that you are looking for Natsu to find out about the Sky Dragon, right? Yanagi replied. And when Natsu heard the dragon sentence in Lu Sheng's mouth, his nerves instantly became sharp, and he suddenly came to Wendy's body and asked, What's going on? Do you know that dragon? Not only Natsu, but also Geijiro, who was also the dragon-slaying mentor, came over at some point. Wendy said, I am the Sky Dragon Slayer mentor, and I have always been by my side since I was a child, but 7 years ago he suddenly disappeared, so. However, before Wendy could finish speaking, Geijiro and Natsu couldn't help but exclaim, 7 years ago? Did your dragon disappear 7 years ago? 0. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Natsu and Geijiro were stunned again, because the 2 of them did not know that the other party's dragon also disappeared 7 years ago. As soon as the 3 people confirmed it, it was discovered that the dragons that raised them all disappeared at the same time on July 7, X777. This puzzled the 3. Looking at the continuous speculation of the 3, Lu Sheng watched quietly and did not say much, although he knew that those dragons were actually sleeping in their respective bodies, but Lu Sheng did not think that it was the time to announce the news. After all, the enemy General 6 Devils in front of him has not yet been solved. Moreover, Lu Sheng knew that the sixth demon general he dealt with this time was most likely the no-guild president, and this person was actually another personality of Brian, the real leader of the sixth demon general. It was deliberately sealed by Brian because of the tyranny of killing in the past. Nirvana battle, let's see how far those 6 keys can improve my sword skills, Lu Sheng said. At the same time, because she is also a dragon-slaying mentor, Wendy quickly becomes a fan with the people of Fairy Tail. Seeing such a scene, Malov smiled gratifyingly and said to an old man next to him, "It seems that we don't need to do it, they have already fought together, and after this battle, Wendy, who knows the truth, will probably be invited over." Hearing this, the old man beside Malov did not speak, but looked at Wendy Mountain with a kind face. And just when everyone was about to leave, Lu Shengo suddenly stood up. The other guilds looked at this strange figure that suddenly appeared, and said in surprise, "Who is this person? Could it be the newcomer from Fairy Tail?" "I'm afraid it is, the silver-haired bloody eye, exactly as described, should be Joseph he defeated." Hiss. To have that terrifying strength at such a young age. I heard that the terrifying slashing power has reached the pinnacle. The other guild members present looked at Lu Sheng, who suddenly stood up, and they all put on surprised faces. Looking at everyone's reaction, Lu Sheng did not have a surprised 540 expression at all, and at this moment, his expression was extremely solemn. Immediately afterwards, a re-report message was released. "I am Lu Sheng of Fairy Tail. The next thing I want to tell you is the message about the 6 demon generals. I hope you are prepared. This time we will face the enemy, although there are only 6 people, but these 6 guys do not have a weak person. Each of them is a powerful demon master who can fight 1 against 10. Lu Sheng said slowly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng did not have time for everyone present to reminisce, and said, "Among them, the Cobra and Brian are extremely tricky, so what I want to say is that this battle must not be careless. That Cobra, as far as I know, should be the same dragon-slaying demon mentor as Nizgajiro. No, more precisely, it should be the same demon mentor with dragon-slaying magic crystals as Laxus." Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, because since today, including the Cobra in Lu Sheng's mouth, there have been enough 5 dragon extermination demon mentors. They didn't know why there were so many Dragon Slayer demon mentors suddenly appearing in this world. Could it be that the dragon still exists? Ichi couldn't help but say, "Now we should not be talking about this. I am here to remind you that Cobra not only has a terrifying nervous reaction, but also uses poison gas magic." Lu Sheng said to everyone, "As for that Brian, it is even more terrifying. His predecessor was from the Magic Development Bureau, and there are countless magic on his body, and Jelal, who attacked us Fairy Tail before, is precisely because of this man. It can be said that he is the source of evil." Hearing Lu Sheng's words, although the reaction of others was shocked, but Alusha was an accident, and after listening to Lu Sheng's words at this moment, I saw Alusha's eyes full of hatred. The tips of the fingers squeezed into the palm fiercely, and there was a burst of pain, but Alusha's face was still gloomy. Anyone can imagine changing their kind friend into that, and no one can treat him calmly. And Lu Sheng also noticed Alusha's reaction, and immediately said, "But the 6 demon generals we will face next, their leader is probably not Brian's body, but his other personality, a personality full of destruction in his heart, called Wude. The 6 demon generals are the keys that seal the Lord Wu, as long as they can lift the seal." After listening to Lu Sheng's words, Leon suddenly frowned and said, "You are a little suspicious. How do you know these things? Why do you know so clearly about the affairs of the Dark Guild?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng first glanced at the other party solemnly, and then said, "How to know that these news is my secret? I have no obligation to tell you. You." When Leon heard Lu Sheng's words, he was speechless all of a sudden. In this way, Lu Sheng retreated after telling everyone the general news, and just like that, the elite team formed by the 4 major guilds advanced towards the territory of the Dark Guild, the 6 demon generals. On the other hand, in a deep dark hole, a conversation came out. "Are those guys coming? Humph, a bunch of little ghosts is just what to be afraid of. In the end, it's just to send them to death. It's no longer possible to stop it. The Magic City is already starting." That's right, the Forbidden Magic City is about to break through the seal, and when the moment Nirvana appears, ahahaha, it's really looking forward to it. Truly. Several gloomy voices continued to echo in the deep cave, and no one knew what they were plotting, and what Nirvana and Magic City they were talking about. At the same time, in less than half a day, this group of people and horses had already arrived at a huge mountain range that was not small. "Is this it? Are those guys hiding here?" Looking at the huge mountain in front of him, Lu Sheng said. "That's right. I don't know if there are enough people this time. If the Nirvana in your mouth is true, then it is really a big deal." Yi Yi on the side didn't know when he sneaked up to Lu Sheng's side and said. Lu Sheng, who had already experienced it once, gradually got used to this. "That's right, this time there are exactly 12 of the personnel composed of the 4 major guilds, and this strange combination, no one can imagine what kind of power will be exerted in the next battle." And at this moment, a pitch-black figure that suddenly appeared broke Ning 4.1 Jing first. Aaaaaaa. When everyone reacted, only a weak exclamation was heard. In the blink of an eye, they were surprised to find that Wendy, who had been walking with them, had been brought to the sky by a huge mysterious man with a cloak. Wendy. As soon as Natsu saw Wendy being taken away, he jumped into the air and prepared to capture Wendy back. But in the end, it was a step down. bang, of a sound. Lu Sheng's crescent moon slash has also been swept out. Damn, it was exploited. Lu Sheng looked at Wendy, who had disappeared, and said with an ugly face. For some reason, the other party actually avoided Lu Sheng's sight and took Wendy away under his nose. Don't be careless, General Six Devils. Lu Sheng said. It was Natsu who spoke. Wendy? No, I'm going to get him out. At the same time, Natsu rushed out, and Harpy followed, and the two disappeared in the eyes of everyone at once. Seeing this, Lu Sheng shook his head helplessly, and without waiting for Lu Sheng to speak, Natsu had already rushed out with his own care. Now at this time, the most fearful thing is to act alone and exploit the enemy's loopholes, and Natsu has already rushed out without giving him a chance to explain. Not only him, but the remaining 11 squads of Blue Pegasus and the Fairy Cat Lodge and Fairy Tail began to split up. 23 At this moment, Blue Tianmei suggested, there is no way, now I have to split up to find Wendy first, and this time, I am afraid that the 6 demon generals have made a ghost, and we elites can't let that kind of guy overwhelm us. Hearing this, everyone nodded with serious eyes, and the other party gave them a dismount as soon as they came up. This group of hot-blooded crazy guys is not so good to talk to. Seeing this, Lu Sheng had to follow the intentions of these people and divide the team to carry out the search mission. In this way, Lu Sheng, Elisha, and Gray were divided into a group. The rest of the people are nothing surprising, that is, the grouping of 3, 3, 4, 4, and 4, the rescue operation has been launched, and everyone has only 2 tasks. One is to rescue Wendy, and the other is to destroy the plan of the 6 demon generals. Willow, what you said before, is everything about that Brian true? Is Jalil the reason why he became like that because of his hands and feet? Elisha, who was walking on the road, suddenly said to Lu Sheng on the side. Ah, yes, as far as I know, this is the case, and that man has this even more terrifying plan. Once the Magic City Nirvana is successfully activated by him, the entire world may be destroyed. Yanagi nodded and replied. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gray almost stumbled, especially when he heard the Nirvana in Lu Sheng's mouth. He couldn't help but exclaim, what did you say? Nirvana? Is it the magical city that can turn everything upside down? Lu Sheng glanced at Gray in surprise and replied, that's right, you know a lot, it's that Nirvana, but to unlock the seal of Nirvana, it hasn't been completely opened, so our current task is not only to rescue Wendy and defeat the 6 demon generals, but also this heavy task of destroying Nirvana. But where is that Nirvana hiding? Moreover, if you want to destroy that thing, it seems that you must know the location of the device. Gray said, that's right, that's why I got him out. Yanagi replied. The moment the words fell, a figure that had passed not long ago appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only to see Alessa's eyes instantly lit up, and she couldn't help shouting, Jalil, why did you appear in this place? You were not taken away by someone from the Senate. I was rescued by Yanagi. Lusha, who suddenly appeared, replied gently. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Jalil, who had just fought with Yanagi not long ago and was taken away by the House of Representatives. Rescued? What's going on? Elisha heard Jalal's words and turned her head sideways to Lu Sheng next to her and said. At this moment, Elisha's mind suddenly remembered what Lu Sheng had said before, and Lu Sheng told her that he would definitely see Jalal again in a short time. However, Elisha did not expect that Jalal would appear in front of her eyes so quickly. Ah, Jalal was brought out by me, because the location of Nirvana, except for Brian of the 6 demon generals, only Jalal knows, and in order to find Nirvana, I must bring him out. Yanagi explained. After listening to Lu Sheng's words, Elisha nodded, and Elisha was not surprised that Lu Sheng was able to bring Jalal out of the well-defended magic prison, because she knew that Lu Sheng had some special ability. That's right, Lu Sheng was just in time for the meeting of the previous guild to set off for the big prison, and brought Jalal out by seeing and hearing the domineering. I haven't had time to thank you yet, Lu Sheng, I really thank you this time. Jalal said to Willow. It's just a small thing, but after experiencing so much, you have to live well in the next days. Lu Sheng said. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, I saw a trace of helplessness, despair, pain, and so on suddenly flashed in Jalal's eyes. Jalal, who has recovered his past memories and has woken up, every time he remembers the past, his heart can't help but feel a colic, and he is kind in nature. If he were not strong in his heart, I am afraid that he would have died to apologize. And now Jalal has only one task for the rest of his life, that is, to atone for his sins, and Jalal will pay the price in the future to pay for the sins he committed in the past. Looking at Jalal's eyes, Elisha somehow clenched her hand again unconsciously, because she had seen Jalal's inner thoughts, and it was precisely because of this that Elisha hated the guy named Brian even more. Lu Sheng also noticed that something was wrong with Elisha, suddenly touched the other party's shoulder, and said, Don't be blinded by hatred, those 540 Brian, I will definitely make him pay. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Elisha's mood eased a little. Elisha's behavior obviously touched Jalal, to which Jalal laughed at himself and said, This is life, Elisha, don't blame others. At this moment, Elisha has taken a step ahead and no longer responds to everyone. Seeing this situation, Gray shrugged helplessly, but the pain suffered by her companions has also been engraved in Gray's heart. On the other hand, while everyone was searching for Wendy, the latter had also been taken to a dark cave by the previous mysterious man. You are a healing magician, the power of the Dragon Slayer demon mentor will definitely be able to help me suppress this thing. Just listen to the mysterious man who took Wendy away after putting Wendy down. Immediately afterwards, Wendy finally saw the true face of this mysterious man. This person was a man with a blood-red totem printed on his face, dark skin, and a strong body. Compared with Lu Shang, the whole breath can be said to be diametrically opposed to two kinds of people. Who are you? Suppress something? Wendy looked at the man who had suddenly led herself to the small cave and asked in a weak voice. After listening to Brian's words, Wendy remembered what Lu Shang had said before. That's right, the man standing in front of Wendy's eyes turned out to be the leader of the 6 demon generals, Brian. Looking at the tall-looking and even somewhat vicious man in front of her, Wendy did not dare to act rashly. The other personality in my body is getting stronger and stronger, even the 6 demons can no longer suppress him. Your healing power can definitely help me temporarily suppress him. Help me hold on until the moment Nirvana opens, everything can be over, Brian said to Wendy. After listening to Brian's words, Wendy also had a certain understanding of the leader of the 6 demons, and what surprised him even more was that the other party's situation and purpose were really said by the man named Lu Shang. Thinking of this, Wendy's eyes flashed with firmness. Yes, she definitely can't help Brian restrain the personality in her body. Wendy replied with a firm look, I won't promise you. Hearing Wendy's words, Brian's originally calm appearance suddenly changed, and the magical aura in his body suddenly swelled, looking at Wendy with a gloomy face. Then he asked again, what did you just say? Feeling the surging magic in the other party's body, but even so, Wendy was still fearless, and her serious expression was even a little cute, and then said categorically, I said, I will never help you restrain that personality. I didn't expect that you are the leader of the 6 demon generals, Nizgo, and Lu Shang will definitely come back to save me, and your 6 demon generals are waiting to be defeated by the combined forces of the 4 major guilds. Hearing Wendy's words, Brian's eyes changed suddenly, and he snorted coldly, okay, good, since you don't make a move, then I have to do it to you. Just with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals, if they are really as powerful as you say, how can they let me take you away under their noses? Hearing Brian's words, Wendy suddenly became speechless, and it was indeed an indisputable fact that she was arrested. Since you don't plan to make a move, then there is no use in leaving you, so, die. Brian looked at Wendy, who had an ugly face but still didn't help herself, and finally didn't plan to endure it and was ready to attack it. Hearing Brian's words, Wendy certainly had no intention of sitting still, although the Sky Dragon Exterminator mentor's attack methods were minimal, but now there was no other way. Wendy is on her own? Rondo of constant darkness. Streams of dark and invisible magic suddenly gushed out from behind Brian, quickly invading Wendy's body with vicious magic. Seeing this, Wendy looked guarded, and a strange healing wind suddenly blew out of her hand, touching the dark smoke. Constant removal of poof, poof. But in less than a second, the power of the Rondo had already invaded Wendy's magic. Seeing that her attack had no effect on the other party, Wendy did not hesitate, and her small body suddenly bulged. With her chest constantly expanding, she was able to understand the power of the wind that continued in Wendy's body. Shen Shen held his breath, and a silvery white heavenly dragon tornado suddenly erupted from his mouth. Sky Dragon's roar. The huge wind aura mercilessly bombarded Brian's dark aura. With a boom, the entire mountain was shaking, and the collision caused a great explosion, but Wendy's magic was still too much worse than Brian. Even dragon-killing magic had no effect, and Brian's power and Wendy were no longer in the same dimension at all. The power of the roar was torn apart in an instant, while the power of the retrospective was far from dissipating. Already close at hand, Brian's magic immediately touched Wendy's body, and it could definitely tear Wendy's body to pieces in an instant. Boom, of a sound. A torrent of blazing flames suddenly blocked in front of Wendy, and the power of the retrospective song instantly weakened a lot. But immediately afterwards, an angry red figure suddenly appeared in front of Wendy and Brian, and the originally dark cave was instantly lit up a lot. Moreover, the anger that lingered in that figure was not diminished in the slightest. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. A flame fist composed of flames suddenly slammed into the last power of the retrospective song. The flames exploded, and this magical attack that threatened Wendy's life was finally defused. Natsu, how did you find here? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her, Wendy said in amazement. Ah, it's good that the battle here just now was discovered by me and caught up, otherwise, Wendy, I'm afraid you were really killed by this guy just now. Even though Natsu, who arrived, looked at Brian with an angry look and replied to Wendy. Fairy Tale's Fire Dragon? In such a hurry to send to death? Brian looked at Natsu, who suddenly blocked in front of Wendy, and said with a relaxed expression. That's right, the appearance of Natsu did not make the man feel the slightest panic. Natsu's strength. Brian really did not put it in his eyes. Huh? What did you say? I can't beat a guy like you? Hearing Brian's words, Natsu raised an eyebrow and said. Looking at Natsu's reaction, Brian looked relaxed and replied, then let's try it. And at the moment when the words fell, Natsu's body had already rushed out. Bang! The confrontation between Natsu and Brian begins. On the other end, while Natsu and Brian were fighting, the 3-person team composed of Willow Ilessa was still looking for Wendy and the 6 demon generals in this mountain. Just a few of you. Just as the 3 were searching, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. At the moment when that voice just sounded, Lu Shang's slash had already swung out. The compression slash that contained huge magic power danced mercilessly towards it. However, what was confusing was that Lu Sheng's slash was not as powerful as expected, and the originally extremely fast attack suddenly became slow. And that figure suddenly, Li Mo's, summoned a motorcycle, and had already dodged it early, out of the range of Lu Sheng's slash. With a boom, Lu Sheng's slash landed on the rock behind the man, causing an explosion. Faster than anyone. Dodging Lu Sheng's slashing figure, he said again. Lisa, don't be careless, I'm afraid these guys are not so easy to solve. Suddenly, a strange-looking man suddenly appeared next to the man on a motorcycle. Cut, head AI, why are you so instigated? What is there to be afraid of this group of guys? The man named Lisa said to him. Two men, one large and one small. Heto is huge and has a strange face full of strange taste, while Lisa is a golden lightning head, short in stature, wearing sunglasses, and does not see his lineup. It seems that some of you know our 6 demon generals very well, and you can see through the identities of the two of us at a glance. The man named Lisa heard Yanagi's words and replied. Be careful, the magic power of these two people is a little annoying. One is the ability to reduce the speed of the body, and the other is the ability to change the quality of the earth, which is very troublesome. Yanagi explained to Elisha and Gray beside him. That's right. The reason why the slash that Yanagi swung out just now slowed down was precisely because of the magic power called Lisa. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Gray nodded, but at this moment, Elisha looked at the man named Lisa with a puzzled expression. Because she always felt that she and this man named Lisa seemed to have seen somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember. But at this moment, Lu Sheng and Gray had already made a move, and the whistling magic slash and the ice magic cannon created by the ice shape magic had swept towards Lisa and Het AI's bodies. Immediately afterwards, I saw that before the two could attack, Heta's ability had been activated, and the solace of Lu Sheng and Gray's feet began to shake violently. And the ice cannon that Gray shot out of the 540 also hit the wrong direction because it lost its balance. At this time, the gap in strength was reflected. Lu Sheng reflected it at once, flew up, the whole person tumbled in the air, and with the help of strength, the power in his hand increased by a few points. The slash, which was even greater than before, swept towards the two of the 6 demon generals with the power of space. It's useless. Looking at the huge slash that swept towards him, Liza skillfully activated his descending magic. Poof. Lu Sheng's slash had penetrated deeply into Lisa's chest at this moment. Lisa. Looking at Lisa, who was instantly killed beside him, Heta exclaimed with a look of horror. Everything happened at the moment of the electric flint just now, and Lu Sheng's slash this time was not slowed down by Lisa's descending magic at all, and the surging slash took a sharp turn, and it was already killed before Lisa could react. Looking at Lu Sheng, who solved the enemy with one move, even Gray and Elissa, who were also teammates, couldn't help but cover their mouths and exclaim. All of them did not expect that Lu Sheng's strength was so strong. That's right, in the front days, Yanagi has been stagnant, and during the few days when they were doing tasks with Elisha Naz, Yanagi delved into spatial magic and the use of slashes every day. The slash that Lu Sheng swung out just now was exactly the result of the previous days. Achieved a spatial leap. No matter how perverted your sense magic is, if you can't descend, it will become the most chicken magic. Lu Sheng looked at Lisa who had fallen and said slowly. That's right, now Lu Sheng has been able to leap forward in space. As long as Lu Sheng is willing, his slash can now be completely hidden in space the moment he swings out, and the moment before he comes out, he is jumping out of space, revealing his terrifying glory. The power of space slashing, Lu Sheng he has become more and more proficient. Wendy, was she taken away by that Brian guy? Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng looked at Het AI and asked calmly. He just killed a person, making it impossible to see through what kind of man Lu Sheng was. It's just that all this is really a common thing in Lu Sheng's opinion. You guy, it seems that it is impossible not to kill you, but the money I saved, Kteb, has not been spent. Hitia did not sit still, let alone answer Lu Sheng's question. The powerful earth magic was immediately cast by him. Seeing this, Lu Sheng said in a deep voice, Het AI, none of your 6 demon generals can escape. After speaking, the demon knife in his hand slashed out again. Het AI gave up his only chance to survive just now. The soil on the ground suddenly softened, and then the layers of earth barrier suddenly wrapped Lu Sheng. And Lu Sheng's spatial slash was also merciless, smashing solidly on the originally soft and then solid earthen wall. Bang, of a sound. The powerful earth magic was instantly destroyed, and Lu Sheng's slash swept towards Het AI's body like a decay. The terrifying spatial slash did not give Het AI the slightest way to live at all, and he was instantly killed under the shocked expression on the other party's face. The huge and generous sword chi suddenly penetrated his body, and he was simply dead and could not die again. With a bang, the latter fell to the ground in response and fell heavily on the ground. Yanagi. Is it necessary to do this to this extent? Looking at the scene where Lu Sheng killed these two people in an instant, Elisha was a little uncomfortable and said with a frown. I never left my hand on the enemy, the opportunity was given to them, and besides, they were not good people. Yanagi replied. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Elisha was not good at saying anything. After all, the growth environment of these people and Lu Sheng was different, and the road that Lu Sheng had come all the way was far more cruel than them. In this regard, Elisha can also feel that it is not good to say more. As for Gray on the side, although he does not agree with Lu Sheng's approach, but he is never soft on the enemy, Gray still quite agrees. In this way, after Lu Shang killed the 2 members of the 6 demon generals, the 3 of them once again walked towards the depths of the mountain range. At the same time, the moment when Zhe Lu Shang had just solved Lisa and Het Ai, he only saw a figure in the distance suddenly shake violently. Then it calmed down, then it calmed down. On the other hand, Mr. One Knight and Leon also encountered Dark Knight among the 6 demon generals, and although it took several twists and turns, they still defeated it in the end. Back to Lu Shang's 4-person team. At this moment the 4 of them have come to the deepest part of the mountain range. Lu Shang looked at the rough road in front of him and pointed to the highest peak of the firmament. Lu Shang looked at the huge peak in front of him and said, "It seems that Brian Guy should be in here." Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang said to Jalal on the side, "Jalal, you should know the location of Nirvana. Quickly determine it, and when we dispose of Brian, we will immediately go to disarm the Nirvana device." Hearing this, Jalal nodded with a serious expression and replied, "Well, I know the approximate location, but according to my memory, that Nirvana may not be easily destroyed, and it takes an extremely large amount of magic to break it. Just leave this to me. Now the most important thing is to find Wendy and kill Brian." Lu Shang disagreed and replied. At the moment when Lu Shang's words fell, a gloomy figure suddenly sounded above the heads of several people. "Kill me." That waste just said the same, but his current situation is not very good. Lu Shang and the others looked up and found that the man who spoke turned out to be the person they were looking for, Brian. "Jalal, how did you come out? I was originally thinking about how to dispose of you, but now I just got rid of you by the way," Brian said to him, who suddenly appeared. Hearing this, Jalal looked at the other party with hatred. The various events of that year, the man in front of him can be said to be the culprit of everything. And Elisha next to Lu Shang didn't say a word of nonsense. The armor of heaven had already changed, and the whole person rushed towards Brian who was standing on the peak above his head with the strongest posture. "Wait, Elisha." Looking at Elisha, who suddenly rushed out, it was too late for Lu Shang to stop it. "The Goblin Queen of the Fairy Tale Guild, since you are in such a hurry to send it to death, there is no way." Looking at Elisha, who was ready to do it to herself without saying a word, Brian did not panic in the slightest. Moreover, wasn't this man supposed to fight against Natsu in the first place? How could they appear here in Yanagi? At this moment, Brian saw the heavenly chi that was coming towards him, and the magic scepter in his hand was suddenly shaken by Brian. A mysterious aura suddenly formed an invisible barrier, protecting Brian, and Elisha's attack had arrived, and the huge metal sword slashed at this invisible barrier at once. Bang! With a sound, Elisha was left and right, and the hardness of Brian's shield was far beyond her imagination, and the huge rebound force made Elisha's whole person fly upside down. Seeing this, Jalal didn't say a word, and the celestial magic was suddenly released by it, and a golden flash was immediately caught by Elisha who flew upside down. After holding up Elisha's body, Jalal said to him, "Calm down, Elisha." On the other hand, Lu Shang has already made a move. The demon knife in his hand has been drawn, and this time, Lu Shang intends to fight at a distance from the other party. In a flash, Lu Shang had already passed through the barrier in front of Brian, and suddenly came to the other party. Lu Shang's face was not good. It should be unknown until now. Lu Shang clearly remembered what Brian just said. "What do you mean by waste just now? Wendy, she was taken by you?" I just listened to Lu Shang say. "Hehe, that's right. I didn't want to do anything to that little girl, but her head is not bright a little, and there is no way to do it, and that pink-haired guy was also killed by me. You guild people are really annoying, always want to interfere with our actions." Brian didn't put willow in his eyes at all, and replied with a 5110. Hearing Brian's words, not only Lu Shang, Elisha's eyes contracted violently when she heard the pink hair in the other party's mouth. Because all of us know that what Brian is referring to is Natsu. "What did you do to him?" Lu Shang's eyes gradually became cold. Brian's eyes twisted, and he said with an evil smile, "Kill." Hearing Brian's words, the breath of Lu Shang's body changed instantly, and all along, the relationship between Natsu and Lu Shang was good. Ask for flowers. Since joining the big family of Fairy Tale, although Lu Shang is different from others, every moment, Lu Shang can also feel that these people care and love for him from the bottom of their hearts. Even if Lu Shang's hands were stained with more blood and killed many people, Lu Shang would be a person after all, a person of flesh and blood. Now that he learned that his partner who was with him day and night was actually killed by this man, how could he not be angry? How can you not kill? A strong murderous aura instantly erupted, and the substantial dark red chi wave emanated from Lu Shang's body, and the silver-white hair danced with the murderous aura, as if Hellshura. Lu Shang's eyes were full of coldness. 0. Since coming to this magical world, Lu Shang has never been so gaff and so angry today. There was nothing left between Elisha and Jalal, and the murderous aura that could corrode everything had already surged towards the two. "Elisha, Jalal, stay away from here. Natsu, they. Go and look for it, even if it's a corpse," Lu Shang said to the two behind him without turning his head. Although Elisha also wanted to do it, she knew from the moment just now that Lu Shang's current level was far from what her S-rank demon master could compare. The current Lu Shang at least has the same strength as Malov, and the upper limit, Elisha she can't see through. But Yanagi, he, looked at Willow, and Jalal said to Elisha beside him, "It's good to leave it to him here, it's not something we can meddle in." Elisha replied. After speaking, the two of them instantly flashed away from the battle circle of the two. Let's take you to the sacrificial knife today. Drinking the blood of those two wastes is far from enough. Lu Sheng looked down at the demon knife village in his hand and said to him. From beginning to end, except for the fierce murderous aura and extreme anger in his eyes, there was nothing else, and now Lu Sheng had only one purpose, that is, to slaughter this Brian. Boom. With a sound, Lu Sheng's body had rushed out, and in this process, Lu Sheng did not spare the slightest hand. The overlord color domineering energy was directly launched, and an invisible wave force was transmitted from its body at once. Buzz. Like a substantial wave of chi, the moment it invaded Brian's body, the latter's eyes could clearly see and be surprised. If it weren't for the powerful magic as a backing, just Lu Sheng's overlord color domineering would probably make Brian lose consciousness. But even so, Brian was still made to soften his feet by the sudden aura that emanated from Lu Sheng's body. And at this moment, Lu Sheng had already taken the sword in his hand and stabbed straight at Briara's chest. Once this attack hit, even if there was no magic power to support, it was enough to completely smash Brian's internal organs in an instant. However, formerly the director of the Magic Development Bureau, Brian's strength is indeed a big gap compared to ordinary magic mentors, and a large number of magic moves and actual combat experience have allowed him to make the most correct choice at this life-threatening moment. Ancient documents, ancient tree world. I don't know when there was an extra simple secret book in my hand, and with Brian's order, this ancient book turned into a huge ancient tree in an instant. Lu Sheng's demon knife slashed fiercely on this ancient tree. Bang! Lu Sheng's slash directly tore the ancient tree apart instantly, but although it broke Brian's move. But because of the appearance of this giant object, the direction of Lu Sheng's attack also changed, and Brian directly dodged Lu Sheng's slash that still had spare strength in one side. A beast dominated by anger? You really have to be careful, the breath on your body is completely different from everyone else's. Brian, who had dodged Lu Sheng's slash, said with a gloomy face. Bang! Another slash. Bang bang. A series of dances, the interlacing of metals, Lu Sheng's attacks continued endlessly, muffled, and resounded. Often secret memories. Looking at Lu Sheng, who was attacking him like a beast in front of him, Brian's relaxed indifference was finally no longer there. Instead, his face was full of shock, because he found that Lu Sheng's attack was like a vicious wolf, and even if he relaxed for a second, he would be instantly torn apart by the opponent's slash. He couldn't imagine that the young man in front of him actually had the ability to completely suppress his strength. The black energy cannon that Cheng secretly recalled Chu constantly created continued to slam into Lu Sheng's demon knife, constantly slowing down its speed. However, the end is only in vain. At this moment, Lu Sheng has even attached the comprehension of the power of space directly to the demon knife village, always containing the power of space slash. That power is not a joke. Everything Brian is doing now, no matter how fancy and complicated his attack methods are, Lu Sheng broke 10 favors with one force. Don't give Brian a chance to breathe at all. Bang! With an explosion, Brian's back defense line was finally completely cut off by Lu Sheng. Not good. Brian looked at Lu Sheng, who had come to him, with a look of horror, and said with a look of horror. Immediately afterwards, Brian saw that Lu Sheng's original pupil changed instantly, and suddenly turned into an ice blue that he had never seen before. That's right, at this last moment, Lu Sheng directly used his final killing move Straight Death Demon Eye. The endpoint clearly appeared on Brian's seal. Yanagi, already locked? These were Brian's last words. You. A sword full of murder and anger, the village in Yanagi's hand was now slashing at Brian's head. The tyrannical Lu Sheng did not give the other party any fancy opportunities at all. The fighting instinct was directly stimulated by the potential for anger, and Brian's head was directly separated from the body. However, such a bloody scene is not strange in Lu Sheng's opinion, and what is even more shocking is far from over. Do you think it's over when you're dead? Lu Sheng held the demon knife in his hand, and looked at Brian who was dead and could no longer die with cold eyes, and his tone was extremely stiff. At the same time, Muramusa's sharp blade had hovered over Brian's body. Lu Sheng actually planned to whip the corpse? He has never done so much, but you can imagine the extent of resentment towards Brian in his heart. I am afraid that no one expected that the leader of the famous 6 demon generals was solved by Lu Sheng 3 times and 5 by 2. Not only that, Brian's dead body looks like it won't end much better. However, just when Lu Sheng was about to insult the other party's body, a familiar voice interrupted Lu Sheng's action. A familiar voice came out not far from Lu Sheng. Hey, Lu Sheng. As soon as Lu Sheng heard it, he immediately recognized the owner of that voice, but he was just a little weak. Looking back, it was Natsu. That's right, not just Natsu, but Wendy. The two walked towards Lu Sheng's position with the help of Elisha and Jelal, and seeing this, Lu Sheng had already come to the 4 people in a flash. Looking at Natsu and Wendy, who were not harmed a lot, but their lives were not hindered, Lu Sheng quietly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lu Sheng found out what position these partners occupied in his heart, and it was at this moment that Lu Sheng recognized himself. Not only that, Lu Sheng's open killing intent had also converged. Looking at Lu Sheng, who suddenly appeared in front of her with her face covered in blood, Elisha asked, Lu Sheng, you. What about that guy Brian? That man's blood has already been killed by me. Lu Sheng casually touched the blood stains on his face and replied, You mean, in just those few minutes, did you get rid of Brian? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Jelal 4.1 looked incredulous. Hearing this, Lu Sheng casually agreed, changed his tone, and asked, "But, Natsu, what's going on between you and Wendy? Ilessa and Jalalal, how did they find you? Speaking of which, Brian's guy is really strong, my dragon-killing magic can't cause him any damage at all, but fortunately, with Wendy there is a thrilling escape from the deadly magic cast by the other party. I escaped with Wendy, but the mana consumption is a little big." While answering, Lu Sheng glanced at Wendy next to him, who had been weak enough to sleep. Hearing Naz's words, Lu Sheng nodded. And Ilessa has only just recalled what Lu Sheng just said. He actually killed Brian? They really couldn't imagine that Lu Sheng could defeat such a powerful enemy in such a short time. Especially Jalal, he knew the other party's terrifying magic array. As everyone knows, Lu Sheng gave the other party the opportunity to unleash, and a series of terrorist offensives had already disrupted the rhythm of the other party. Lu Sheng, are you sure that guy is dead? As far as I know, Brian has a different personality, Jalal said with slight concern. Boom. With a sound, a muffled snort suddenly sounded behind everyone. Not only that, just when Jelal mentioned Brian's other personality, Lu Sheng suddenly realized that the battle was far from over. Another personality, because of the death of Brian and the 2-6 demon generals, has broken through the seal. The powerful aura continued to condense behind several people, just where Lu Sheng killed Brian, and immediately after, an extremely violent aura had formed. As if 23 was the sea that had been silent for many years, the fierce beast behind everyone had awakened. Not only that, but the dark aura was also like an ancient torrent, constantly beating against everyone. Wahahaha, finally out, that idiot is finally dead. A hearty strange laughter sounded at the source of the breath and reached the ears of Lu Sheng and the others. Not only that, that tyrannical and cruel aura seemed to have locked Lu Sheng and the others. Bang! With a loud bang, a man with grey hair suddenly jumped in front of Lu Sheng and the others, cracking the silk of the big earthquake under his feet. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of several people, in addition to Lu Sheng, the eyes of Natsu, Ilessa, and others suddenly became guarded. "That's you, killed my master." The man with the shawl, with a sadistic aura, scanned the circle of people, and finally set his eyes on Lu Sheng's body and said to him, "You could have escaped." Lu Sheng raised his head slightly and said to the tall man, although there is no previous ruthlessness in his eyes, Lu Sheng, who is in a calm state, will be even more terrifying. As soon as Lu Sheng said this second personality of Brian, who unsealed and strangely resurrected, Wuda, did not say a word. The whistling dark power suddenly condensed on his right fist and went straight to Lu Sheng's face. Poof. There was a tearing sound, and then I saw only an arm stained red with blood, and suddenly fell to the ground. That's right, at the moment before the other party made a move, there was an action, and Muramasa directly cut off the arm of the other party's shot. Blood continues to spurt blood from the broken body of no adult like a pressure pump. The figure retreated, the attack was blocked, and Master Wu did not have the slightest hesitation, and directly withdrew hundreds of zhang away, looking at Lu Sheng with a gloomy face. And this picture just now stunned the present, especially Ilessa and Natsu. They didn't expect that in just a few days, Lu Sheng's strength would be able to improve to this point, and the bright and concise sword just now did not give them any chance to observe at all. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Sheng's swing has been completed, the whole action is like a cloud flowing water, and the root does not give the other party a chance to react, and Lu Sheng has already unloaded one of the opponent's arms. I do have the strength to kill my master's personality. Master Wu, who had kept a distance from Lu Sheng, said to Lu Sheng with a look of hatred. The gloomy voice has clearly expressed the other party's heart. Yes, at this moment, Master Wu can't wait to pick Lu Sheng's skin. But can he do it? Will Yanagi really give him a chance? The huge dark energy was even higher than the original Joseph. Even to this extent, Wu Dai still had no intention of stopping, and magic power continued to accumulate in his body. So, I have to kill you. Wuda, who had already condensed his strength, slowly raised his head, his eyes like a fierce head wolf, and looked at Lu Sheng and said, "Is it finally gathered?" Lu Sheng had been waiting for a long time, he just wanted to see how powerful this dark personality was. Otherwise, Lu Sheng would have already started it, which would have waited for this moment. And now, the dark power condensed by the other party did not disappoint Lu Sheng, it was indeed very powerful. So, you guys go to death, after you are the few people behind you, after solving you people who are in the way, I will start my plan. Lord Wu's face finally revealed his original glory. And what Lu Sheng likes the most is the enemy's expression of victory. Immediately afterwards, the dark energy controlled by Master Wu roared out from the body like a spring, and the huge dark power suddenly turned into a Dao ghost. The black-purple ghost was like a god of death that took away its soul, and as soon as it appeared, the surrounding weeds were already instantly barren, and they were all taken away from life. One can imagine how overbearing the demon 544's attribute has become. Seeing this, the demon knife in Lu Sheng's hand was already held tighter than him, although there was no panic, but a serious expression was already placed on Lu Sheng's face. The opponent's offensive, even Lu Sheng did not dare to be careless. The silver dragon appeared, and a long winding silver-white storm had been swung out by Lu Sheng. The power of chopping iron? At this moment, there is nothing that Lu Sheng chops constantly. Magic slash. With the power of the chopping iron, Lu Sheng, who had already felt the breath of all things, directly swung his most skilled slashing method. The white blade storm collided with the other party's purple ghost army at once, and the moment the two just came into contact, it caused a loud bang. The sky seemed to crack, and then Lu Sheng's magic slash truly revealed his power, and the storm of sword blades was like a silver dragon that suddenly tore away the army of demons summoned by Lord Wu. The dark aura in front of Lu Sheng's slash was like snow meeting fire, and it was extinguished when touched, and there was no room for struggle at all. Immediately afterwards, this slash that still did not dissipate was slammed into the body in the shocked face of Wuda. Boom! A series of magical vortexes continued to stir in the abdomen of Wuda, and Lu Sheng's slash had completely torn the opponents to pieces. Touch! There was another explosion, and the power of the magic slash finally burst out at the last moment, causing a huge explosion in the body of the adult Wu. The whole person suddenly turned into nothingness, and was swallowed up by Lu Sheng's terrifying slashing storm, and completely disappeared. Looking at this amazing scene in front of him, Jelal was already shocked and couldn't even speak. Because he found that since he fought with Lu Sheng once not long ago, Lu Sheng's strength has increased again, and he is not a star and a half. There is also Natsu and Ilessa. The strength shown by Lu Sheng once again refreshed their cognition, as if since Lu Sheng appeared, his strength has been growing, never stagnated, and now, even has an ear. Or rather, the strength to be able to confront President Malov. Thinking of this, Natsu, Ilessa and Gray, who did not admit defeat, were certainly not prepared to give up easily, and their enthusiasm surged up. Then he only saw Natsu dancing his fist at Lu Sheng and said, "One day, I will definitely catch up with you, Lu Sheng." In this regard, Lu Sheng was not surprised by Natsu's reaction, and replied, "Then you try to surpass me, Naz, but I am afraid that you will walk this road for a long time, and besides, you better heal the injuries on your body first." "I'll catch up with you right away," Natsu said with a look of excitement. "Ilessa, don't be blinded by hatred, at least, for this garbage I just chopped off, it's not worth it. That's Jalal's life, although Brian, no adult, is not a small element in this, but fate dictates, we can't change the past. Now, Jalal also has his new life, so don't fall into that emotion anymore," Lu Sheng suddenly said to Ilessa on the side. Hearing this, Ilessa was silent for a few minutes after hearing Lu Sheng's words, and then her resolute eyes once again appeared from the body of this fairy queen. Seeing this, not only Lu Sheng glanced at the other party with admiration, but Jalal was even more relieved, and then looked at Lu Sheng with a grateful face. "I owe Lu Sheng too much," Jalal thought bitterly in his heart. At the same time, with the Wuda, who had just been cut into nothingness by Lu Sheng, the battle with the leader of the 6 demon generals finally came to an end. However, a new crisis has once again invaded Lu Sheng and the others. It's Lucy. Lucy was assigned to the camp of the Blue Pegasus, and the people were in a bitter battle at this moment, and they could be defeated at any time. And it was Mr. One Knight of the Tianma Union who brought this news. Because of the fight between Lu Sheng and Master Mu, Mr. Ichi, who heard the sound of the rush, had already appeared and ran in front of everyone. "Mr. Knight, what's wrong with you?" Looking at the knight with frowns, Ilessa asked. Hoho stumbled and replied, "Hoho, it's not good, Ilessa, Lucy of your guild seems to be in a bitter battle." "What did you say?" As soon as they heard Lucy's news, the expressions of Natsu, Ilessa and the others immediately became excited, and they asked in a fierce tone. It seems to be a demon master who uses the power of the star spirit like Lucy," Ichia replied. "Where is Lucy now? Hurry up and take us," Natsu asked. "Oh, okay, I'll take you there." Ichigo nodded, turned around and prepared to lead the way. However, just as Natsu and the others were about to follow the knight to find Lucy, Lu Sheng, who had not spoken, stopped everyone. "Trust our partner, there should be only 2 of the 6 demon generals left now, and if nothing else, then the last person left should be Angier," Lu Sheng said to Ilessa Naz and the others who looked puzzled. "Angier? What do you mean by that?" Ilessa, who turned her head, asked Lu Sheng. Angier is also one of the 6 demon generals, a star spirit demon guide with 3 constellations in the zodiac, and as far as I know, that woman seems to have the ability to open 2 doors at the same time, Yanagi explained to Ilessa. Natsu on the side said anxiously, "Then what are you waiting for?" With 3 keys to the zodiac, and being able to open 2 doors at the same time, Lucy's current strength does not seem to reach that level. That's true, but that woman doesn't care about her star spirit, and the 3 keys are probably just tools for fighting in her opinion. How could Lucy lose to such a guy? Yanagi replied. As soon as these words came out, I only saw that Natsu and Ilessa's faces changed instantly, from the original anxiety to calm and faith. That's right, they all believe in this partner, they believe in Lucy, just as Natsu they believe in Willow. How can one's own partner lose to someone who is empty and weak in his heart? Lucy's heart is filled by her partners? Don't worry about Lucy, she won't lose, Lu Sheng said to several people. Not only that, Lu Sheng has seen this magical world, or the power of fairy tales mined today, and the original reason for this huge confidence that gave Lu Sheng was precisely because when he learned that Natsu and Wendy were defeated and killed, the steaming anger and the constantly burning power. Therefore, Lu Sheng believes that Lucy must also be able to feel the power of her partners, feel the belief of their group of partners in her, and her persistence as a member of the strongest squad. At the same time, Lucy herself is fighting with Angier, Although there is a big gap between the current strength of the two limos, it is just when Lucy is about to be unable to withstand the terrifying overwhelming strength of her opponent. Lucy only felt that in an instant, countless familiar smells and familiar breaths suddenly gushed out behind her, and then an inexplicable force continued to surge from Lucy's body. At the same time, Angier, who clearly felt Lucy's changes at the moment, looked at each other with a shocked face. How did you do it? How could the magic power rise to this level all of a sudden? Angier looked at Lucy in shock and asked. It's because of the power of your partner. At the same time as answering, the power of the double door was also opened by Lucy at the same time, and the balance and the star spirit of Leo were also released by Lucy at the same time. No concessions to her opponents, and when they arrived at Lusheng, a question had appeared in Lusheng's heart, and at this moment, Natsu, who was next to Lusheng, suddenly asked, by the way, Lusheng, I remember you said that there should be a dragon-slaying demon mentor like me and Wendy Gajaru among the 6 demon generals, right? Yes, that's right, but to be precise, it should be the same dragon-slaying mentor as Laxus, because he is also a dragon-slaying mentor with a dragon-slaying crystal embedded in his body like Laxus, and in general, they are all very different from those of you who were raised by dragons. Yanagi nodded and replied, it turns out that guy is inlaid with magic crystals like Laxus. After hearing Lusheng's words, Gray on the side nodded and said thoughtfully. Lusheng turned his head and said, but there is one thing I have always cared about, the 6 demon generals have almost not appeared. This guy, where is he hiding? Immediately afterwards, Lusheng said again, moreover, except for that no guild leader 540, this poisonous dragon can be said to be the most tricky existence among everyone. No, I'm afraid this guy is even trickier than Wu guild leader. Huh? Is that dragon slayer demon mentor very powerful? Wendy, who didn't know when she had woken up, rubbed her sparse eyes and looked at Lusheng and said, why did you wake up? Wendy? Natsu, who had been carrying Wendy on his back, looked at Wendy who had woken up and said, I don't know how I woke up, brother Nez, thank you so much before, by the way, what about that scary guy? Wendy, who had just woken up and didn't know the situation, asked Natsu. Later, Natsu and Elisha briefly recounted what happened after they met Yanagi. After listening to Natsu's words, she only saw Wendy's eyes getting brighter and brighter, because she didn't expect that the silver-haired Lusheng in front of her was so strong, that his strength was so strong. To be able to kill such an enemy in one blow is something Wendy could not have imagined. Then I only saw Wendy looking at Lusheng with adoration, and Kteb looked at Lusheng with golden eyes and said, so you are so strong, brother Lusheng. From the time Natsu and they talked about their affairs just now, Lusheng had a headache, and now even more so, looking at this Wendy who was like a little fangirl in front of him, Lusheng didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he had to reply, so be it, it's just accumulated over time, there is nothing to show off. Then, in order to stop the next meaningless conversation, Lusheng suddenly changed his tone and said, now is not the time to say this, not only Lucy, but the poisonous dragon just now has never appeared. It's not time to let your guard down. Said. Yes, if that guy is really like you say. After hearing Lusheng's words, Natsu nodded deeply and said, well, that guy called Cobra, not only can use all kinds of poisonous gas magic, but the abilities attached to his body are the same as his name, with all the characteristics of snakes. Not only that, but these things are infinitely more powerful. Lusheng replied with a serious expression. How many times? What's going on? Yanagi. After AI Liasheng's words, he asked curiously. That guy called Cobra can hear what's going on in people's hearts, your breathing, your steps, your heartbeat, all these things, that guy can hear them all. Lusheng replied with what he knew. Lusheng, who knows the original work, has this advantage, and the enemies who will appear at any time, in front of Lusheng, are like a transparent white paper, knowing everything clearly, even more than he himself. What do you say? Can even hear what is going on in people's hearts? Such a perverted ability? After hearing Lusheng's words, Natsu couldn't help but say, that's true, not only that, but his skin can also become finely scaled like Gaijiro to resist magic. Lusheng said again. Hearing Lusheng's words, everyone nodded thoughtfully, thinking in their hearts about the countermeasures to face this enemy. However, there is another question that also appears in the minds of all of them, that is, how did Lusheng know so clearly about the enemy's affairs? However, no matter how Yanagi knows these things, there is an indisputable fact that Yanagi is a member of Fairy Tail. They are part of their strongest squad and their most trusted companions. These relationships, no matter which one, are enough to make Elisha and them believe in Lusheng unconditionally, which is the centripetal force of Fairy Tail. So, Elisha asked, then Liu's hung, what should we do if this guy doesn't show up all the time? What else can we do? It's better if he doesn't appear, destroy Nirvana, and we're done. What else does he Cobra do? Yanagi replied. Then he heard Lusheng say to Jalil, how about Jalil, the location of the Nirvana device, do you remember? If the location has not changed, it should be on a mountain peak less than a kilometer away from us. Jalal nodded and replied, then let's go, if it is late, it will change, and that thing must be destroyed. Yanagi nodded and replied. Suddenly, at the moment when Lusheng's words fell, a voice full of arrogance sounded behind everyone. I didn't expect that such a tricky guy as you would appear, and that guy Brian really made a mistake. Everyone looked back and only heard Lusheng say, Cobra, finally appeared. Hearing this, everyone looked at the man in front of them with a long scar on his right eye, long fluffy reddish and purple hair, and a small snake coiled on his shoulder. Is he the poisonous dragon? Natsu looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him and said, "Ah, it's the guy we just mentioned. I didn't expect it to appear at this time." Lu Sheng looked at the cobra not far in front of him, nodded and replied, "But this guy will leave it to me. You guys hurry up to Nirvana, destroy that thing first, just because I have something I want to test well," Lu Sheng said to several people behind him. When everyone heard Lu Sheng's words, of course, they refused to give in easily. Even if Lu Sheng was strong, they couldn't easily leave Lu Sheng here alone. "No, Lu Sheng, if you are left alone here, it is too dangerous." At this moment, Elisha said anxiously to Lu Sheng. After several battles, not only Elisha, but also Gray felt that these battles were a bit of a great consumption for Lu Sheng. "Don't worry, don't you know my strength?" Yanagi replied sideways. Lu Sheng said again, "Besides, destroying Nirvana is not something that can be completed alone, and Natsu and Wendy have also lost their combat effectiveness, so you can safely hand over this enemy to me, and after destroying Nirvana, we will go to Lucy and them together." When everyone heard this, they looked at Lu Sheng's confident and resolute eyes. "Really, I always like to take some tricky things on myself. This is the last time, Yanagi, next time, we have to act together no matter what." In the end, Elisha and they still couldn't resist Lu Sheng, so they only agreed. Seeing this, Lu Sheng nodded and did not speak again, but turned his head to focus all his attention on the poisonous dragon. And Elisha had already taken Wendy Gray and they left. "Che, you guy, don't you put me in your eyes like that? Actually prepared to deal with me alone?" The cobra, who had been observing everyone, looked at Lu Sheng with a blank look and said after watching the others leave. "That's right, Cobra just let Elisha and them leave. First of all, in Cobra's opinion, he alone really does not have the ability to deal with so many people at the same time, and secondly, the Nirvana thing, he really does not catch a cold. This was originally a plan that Brian has been keen on, and he Cobra has little to do with it. One person, enough, Cobra." Hearing Cobra's words, Lu Sheng replied indifferently. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, the cobra finally did not intend to endure, and snorted coldly, "Humph, then I will see how many pounds and tails you have, and you dare to say wild words like this." Then he saw the winged snake on his shoulder and said, "Go, Kyubirios, go to a safe place first." Then he saw that this spiritual little snake actually obeyed the words of the cobra, instigated its wings and flew out, leaving the battle circle between the cobra and Lu Sheng. At the same time, at the moment when the little snake had just flown away, a violent sound of breaking the sky had already sounded in the cobra's ears. Then I only saw that the head of the cobra did not return, and the whole person's body instantly took 3 steps to the right. Touch. With a bang, a break slashed at the position where the cobra had stood before, and finally because no target hit the rock behind, it caused an explosion. "Humph, your attack, I listen." The cobra who had dodged the slash slashed and squinted his eyes not far in front of him, snorting coldly. That's right, the slash just now was swung out by Lu Sheng, and the cobra really dodged Lu Sheng's slash without even turning his head. Sure enough, the attack in my heart had been heard by him beforehand. What a nice ability. The attack was unsuccessful. Lu Sheng looked at the cobra and said, "Since you have already attacked, then next, it is up to me." Cobra said with a warlike look at Lu Sheng. Then, a huge magic array outlined by purple magic patterns suddenly appeared behind the cobra. Gas. A large amount of poisonous gas smoke, like thousands of ditches, poured out from all directions of Lu Sheng. Not only that, in the process of these poisonous gases, the air began to inexplicably sound a poof sound, and the poisonous gas of the cobra was able to corrode the air. Such a huge poisonous cloud can be imagined. What kind of power will be there? Ordinary people will be killed on the spot even if they smell extremely small poisonous gas. Gas. Lu Sheng looked at the cobra and muttered to the attack he unleashed, and then, the demon knife in his hand swept horizontally, and an invincible sword aura suddenly emanated from Lu Sheng's body. Ask for flowers. One sword Deo, 9 stacked waves. Cutting through the space, it was as if a wave of slashes that were higher than a wave were swung out by Lu Sheng at once. One after another silver-white crescent-like slashes swept over this purple poisonous gas. Bang bang. A series of sounds of breaking the sky sounded continuously in the entire sky, and then I only saw that the poisonous gas released by the cobra began to collapse in a large area, and the slash that Lu Sheng struck, because it contained the power of space, these poisonous gases did not have any chance to struggle at all. It was directly extinguished by the terrifying storm of sword chi. After half a ring, the sky in front of Lu Sheng suddenly returned to its original appearance. 0. But oral. Looking at the poison gas magic that was easily solved by himself, Lu Sheng said with a proud face. Indeed, although the cobra has the ability to dodge Lu Sheng's slash, it is undoubtedly foolish to kill Lu Sheng with this attack method he is showing now. It's so easy, Cobra said with a shocked look at how his gas magic was solved so easily. However, soon Cobra's expression returned to the original victory look. "Humph, I heard everything you just did, you can't escape." The cobra seemed to see through the rhythm of Yanagi's attack. Because of the cobra's ability, he could clearly hear the breathing in Lu Sheng's body and the sound of muscle breathing through Lu Sheng's just a few swings. In other words, all of Lu Sheng's attack methods have been penetrated by him in the eyes of Cobra? But is that really the case? Are you sure? Hearing Cobra's words, Lu Sheng looked at the other party with a playful look and said, "Bang." Another burst of slashes, which was swung out by Lu Shang, so fast that people did not dare to blink. However, the cobra did not even lift its eyes, and its whole body shifted directly to the left. Yanagi's slashing moment is approaching, and the sound of breaking the air is getting closer and closer to the cobra. Mountain, and just when Lu Shang's slash approached the cobra a little bit, he only saw that the cobra's originally calm expression changed instantly. What? I only listened to the cobra look at the slash that came at him and said with a shocked face. Because the slash that Lu Shang swung this time did not match the direction he heard. In other words, the ability of the cobra to hear the direction of the opponent's attack was invalid for the first time here in Lu Shang. Looking at the sonic boom slash that was only a stone's throw away from him, Cobra said with an ugly face, "Not good. Too late." Immediately afterwards, layers of purple armed scales crackled on the body of the cobra, constantly entangled, constantly wrapped the cobra layer by layer. At the moment when the armed scales were completed, a thick breath suddenly evaporated from the body of the cobra. The 540 defense power was raised to the limit by the cobra at this moment. At the same time, the silver-white air-breaking slash swung by the demon knife in Lu Shang's hand must have arrived, and with a compelling edge, it invaded the body of the cobra with a sweeping posture of 1,000 troops. Bang! Just listening to the moment the air slash touched the cobra's body, a loud noise had already formed. The energy storm formed by the slash that Lu Shang struck suddenly completely surrounded the cobra's body, and a silvery white vortex continuously stirred the purple body inside. Then, I only heard the purple figure in the silver-white storm suddenly roar, and faintly, Lu Shang actually heard the sound of a silk dragon groan in that roar. Boom! With a loud bang, an arrogant and vicious aura burst out at once, and in just an instant, the storm of sword blades wielded by Lu Shang was suddenly shattered by that breath. Haha. Breaking free from the storm of sword blades, it was obvious that a lot of energy had been consumed for that roaring figure, and at this moment, the latter was gasping violently. Broke free? Your guy's strength is really the trickiest. Lu Shang looked at the cobra that had successfully broken free from his slash and stood in place, and said with a surprised expression, "You guy, it's you who are tricky, right? What the hell did you use? The direction of the attack I heard can't be wrong. How the hell did you do it?" The slow cobra came up and pressed. "Would you like to know? It doesn't hurt to tell you. One of my abilities is called seeing and hearing, and to be honest, it is similar to your hearing." Lu Shang pondered for a moment, thought about it and explained to the cobra. "See what?" Hearing something he had never heard before, Cobra said with a confused look. Lu Shang nodded and replied, "That's right, it is an ability to see the opponent's attack trajectory, see the enemy's position, an ability to improve all-round combat, after training to the extreme, and this ability to see the future. It just so happens that my insight and hearing have been honed to the realm of being able to see a little bit of the future." That's right, the slash that Lu Shang just swung was domineering in his own sight, and he predicted the direction of the cobra in advance and swung it, and this result caused the cobra to be one step slower than Yu Liasheng's domineering. After listening to Lu Shang's words, the cobra was shocked. After Lu Shang's explanation, of course, the cobra was not stupid, and he immediately understood the reason for the slash just now. "So that's the case, it turns out that I grew up looking at you." Cobra looked at Lu Shang and said with a serious face. "This sentence should be what I said. Your ability, among the dragon extermination demon mentors in the past, is definitely the most difficult and tricky." Lu Shang shook his head and denied the other party's statement. Hearing Lu Shang's words, I saw that the cobra suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, I will take this as your praise for me." Immediately afterwards, Cobra looked at Lu Shang with a serious expression and said, "But even so, against our 6 demon generals, I definitely can't end the battle like this. Today, I bet on the dignity of the Dragon Demon Destroyer mentor to decide with you." Hearing Cobra's words, Lu Shang's eyes were shocked and he replied, I don't plan to end here." While speaking, Lu Shang rushed out in front of the people, and the whole person was like a striking dragon, sweeping towards the cobra's body like lightning. Boom! Hum! Cobra looked at Lu Shang, who was preemptively attacking him, and first prevaricated with disdain, and then a muffled snort sounded. A purple magic array suddenly popped up in front of the cobra. Immediately afterwards, the latter punched this magic array. The sound of boom is the sound of magic shattering. Subsequently, the magic power of the magic array was all instilled into the right fist of the cobra like a spring. An extremely fierce magic power had already condensed on Cobra's right fist at some point. Not only that, but a dark purple dragon shadow appeared behind the cobra at some point. Poisonous dragon's iron fist. With a boom, this fierce fist has been bombarded by the cobra with a thick purple smoke. This iron fist with highly toxic gas and dragon scales is absolutely powerful. Of course, Lu Shang is not a fuel-saving lamp. The demon knife has begun to emit a brilliant luster because of the infusion of magic power, and the entire blade body is constantly steaming out a dark red aura. 1-3000, compress the magic slash. Boom. Shocking confrontation, 2 completely different forces caused a loud noise that shook the sky in the moment after contact. Fierce poisonous fists and sharp blades. The energy storm instantly set off layers of waves, and the terrifying momentum directly buried the bodies of Lu Shang and Cobra. Both men were deeply immersed. Then, while the storm was still continuing, I saw only one of the 2 figures, suddenly like a cannonball, flew out. Not only that, this figure flying out upside down obviously suffered a lot of damage, blood sprayed wildly, and there were 2 huge wounds of different shades on his chest. The aftermath dissipated, and the figure of Lu 4.1 slowly appeared from the previous energy storm. Yes, in the confrontation between the two just now, it was the cobra that flew out upside down. The other party didn't last long at all, and his entire body was directly chopped out by Lu Sheng's slash. Then, I only saw that the cobra that flew out upside down and smashed into the ground crawled out with difficulty at this moment. In addition to the scars on the chest, the injuries on the right fist were even more amazing. The entire fist bone has been completely exposed, and the scales that were originally covered have been all cut off by Lu Sheng's slash, and as for the current situation of the cobra, it is simply worse. The magic slash that Lu Sheng just wielded has completely exceeded the maximum scope that the cobra can withstand, and the current cobra is afraid that his life is in danger at any time. In other words, the life of the cobra is all in Lu Sheng's thoughts. The cobra's injury was already so serious, and on the other hand, Lu Sheng really couldn't see that the big battle just now was caused by Lu Sheng. The breath on Lu Sheng's whole person did not float in the slightest, and he was completely like a nobody. And the cobra, which had just crawled out of the ruins, of course, also noticed this. I only saw that the cobra's eyes changed at this moment, from the first time I saw Lu Sheng and their abuse, and now I look at Lu Sheng's fear and shock. At this moment, Cobra knew what kind of exaggeration the gap between himself and this man was. I was really underestimated by you, but I didn't expect that there was a man like you in the fairy tale guild. The cobra crawled out, and his whole body suddenly leaned back, looking like he had given up resistance, and said with his eyes closed. Seeing this, Lu Sheng waved his hand and completely swept away the energy storm that was still flying in the air, and then, the whole person's body smacked and fell next to the cobra. 23 Looking at the cobra that had lost most of its strength under his eyes, Lu Sheng said slowly, "In the end, you still lost, cobra." Lost completely. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Cobra did not hesitate, but answered very bluntly. At the same time as the two were talking, an earth-shaking loud noise suddenly sounded in the ears of the two. Hearing the sound, Natsu and the heads of the cobra looked at the direction of the loud noise, and then only heard Lu Sheng say, "It's over, your plan of the 6 demon generals has failed." Yes, in that position, the Nirvana device seems to have been destroyed, but this kind of thing still doesn't matter to me. As I said before, this thing is just that Brian guy is very enthusiastic. Cobra replied lightly. Hearing Cobra's answer, Lu Sheng nodded and replied thoughtfully, "This way?" That's right, the loud noise just now was caused by Alusha and Grey, and through Jalil's memory, they suddenly found the device called Nirvana. In the end, it took everyone's magic to destroy it. Whew, it's finally over, this thing is really hard. Natsu touched the sweat on his head and said, "Just destroy it. Once this device is activated, the consequences are too great, the whole world will collapse, so it can be regarded as solving a crisis." Jalal said to the few people next to him. "That's right, it's too dangerous, it's better to solve it as soon as possible." Alusha stood up and said, Okay, the problem is already, don't talk about these things, Yanagi and Lucy are still fighting the enemy." Seeing that these people were not in a hurry, Grey, who couldn't bear it, said to the few people present, I forgot about them, ha ha ha, but, Grey, trust your partner." Natsu listened to Grey's words and snorted. Hearing Natsu's words, Grey nodded and did not speak, and the two who had no tacit understanding at all were quite unified in this matter. "Okay, don't waste time, hurry up and make peace first." At this moment, Alusha suddenly said. Hearing this, everyone nodded, and left the location where the Nirvana device was hidden, and rushed towards the direction of the previous battle between Lu Sheng and Cobra. Before half a ring had passed, Alusha and the others had already returned to the place where they had separated from Lu Sheng before. Natsu, who had just arrived, saw Lu Sheng's proud and straight figure at a glance, and then waved his hand and shouted, "Lu Sheng." At the same time, the latter also slowly turned his head to look at Natsu and the others. Through the perception of seeing and smelling, Lu Sheng had already known the arrival of several people in advance, so he was not surprised. "Here you are, the Nirvana device has been destroyed." Looking at the few people who had already come to the front, Lu Sheng looked at everyone and asked, "Well, it's already destroyed, it's all over." Alusha nodded and replied. Just as the two were talking, they only heard Wendy suddenly point to the person on the ground in amazement and say, This guy is not. / That's right, Wendy was referring to the Dragon Slayer mentor, Cobra. That's right, this guy lost, and I'm thinking about what to do with him. Lu Sheng explained to Wendy. When Wendy heard Lu Sheng's words, she looked at the cobra lying on the ground who had passed out, and said with a serious expression, Even so, let me first treat the wound on his body. This wound is too serious, and it may threaten his life at any time." That's right, for Wendy, who is a Sky Dragon Slayer mentor and a healing magician, she really can't bear to see death and watch the injured don't care. Hearing Wendy's words, Lu Sheng first frowned slightly, but soon relieved, since his companion said so. Then Lu Sheng didn't say much. Moreover, even if the wound on this cobra's body was really healed by Wendy and had any bad thoughts, Lu Sheng was fully capable of hitting him again. "If you are willing to treat him, I don't care. When he wakes up and makes a move on you, no one cares about you." Lu Sheng threw off the game and turned away. After Wendy heard Lu Sheng's words, she smiled sweetly and looked at Lu Sheng with adoration, but this emotion was suppressed by Wendy at once. Immediately afterwards, a serious expression suddenly appeared on the little girl's body, and then a green healing magic array appeared between Wendy and Cobra, and began to continuously help her stop bleeding and repair each other's wounds. Najgray surprised them for a while. At this moment, Elisha suddenly said, Jalal, you are here to watch Wendy and this Dragon Slayer mentor, as well as Gray, Naz, and I go to see Lucy and her, and bring her back by the way. Hearing Elisha's words, Jalal nodded without saying a word and agreed to the other party. In this way, Elisha followed Natsu towards the place Mr. One Night had said to see how the battle was going on Lucy's side. And surprisingly, just when the two rushed to Lucy's side, they suddenly saw Lu Sheng, who had just left alone. I said, Lu Sheng, you left alone first, it turned out that you also came to find Lucy, really, why don't you call us? Seeing Lu Sheng, Natsu immediately rushed out and put his arm around Lu Sheng's shoulder and said to him, I think it will be faster alone, but since you are here, let's go together. Lucy she should have defeated that Anju. Yanagi looked at Natsu next to him and replied. Just like that, Yanagi walked in the direction where Lucy was with Natsu and Elisha, who happened to meet him. Lucy. Before he could get closer, Natsu's shouts were already coming from a distance. Immediately afterwards, a girl with blonde hair appeared in everyone's field of vision. It's just that the latter's current body doesn't look very good, but the smile on his face is unusually bright. That's right, the girl in everyone's eyes is Lucy, and at a glance, it was clear that Lucy must have just experienced a big war, and it looks like she should have won. Naz? Yanagi? Why are you here? Hearing Naz's shout, Lucy turned around, found a few familiar people, and said in shock. Obviously, she didn't expect these partners to come here. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng and several people had already rushed to Lucy's side. Did you fix that guy? That engineer? Yanagi asked. When Lucy heard Lu Sheng's words, she nodded excitedly and said, well, I defeated it. While speaking, she did not forget to wave her arm a few times to reveal the badge of the fairy tale on her hand. Hearing Lucy's words, Natsu on the side jumped up directly, and Lucy said tightly, it's really yours, Lucy. Fairy Tale is such an interesting guild, the happiness of the companions is even more than their own affairs, everyone's cohesion is towards a point. Yanagi looked at the few people who were laughing in front of him, and even suddenly remembered the 12 small strong people of Konoha Ninja Village. And at this moment, Yanagi even felt that between the companions of the Fairy Tale Guild, their bond was even a little stronger than that of Konoha's 12. What's wrong? Lu Sheng, is there something going on? Suddenly, just as Lu Sheng recalled all the things in the past, Elisha suddenly said to Lu Sheng, whose eyes were slightly straightened. Ah, it's okay, just thought of something about the past. Lu Sheng shook his head and replied. Then he sorted out his thoughts and pulled his emotions back to reality, pulling back to the world of Fairy Tale. Hearing Lu Sheng say this, Elisha was not good at saying anything. By the way, Lucy, the key to the zodiac, how many do you have? Yanagi asked. Hearing Natsu's words, Lucy couldn't help but exhale. Whew. Yanagi, how do you know? I have indeed gained the approval of the star spirits, with the keys to the zodiac signs of Gemini, Scorpio, and Aries. She didn't know about this. How did Lu Sheng, who had just arrived, know? Lu Sheng smiled and did not answer Lucy's question, but you must use the power of these star spirits well, in the future they will become a kind of. Halfway through, Lu Sheng did not continue. Lucy, who was confused by Lu Sheng, was a little confused, and did not know what Lu Sheng was talking about. You will understand in the future that the power of the zodiac is far beyond your imagination. Lu Sheng looked at Lucy with a slightly puzzled expression and said to him, don't talk about that, and, Lucy, is that lying over there angel? Suddenly, Natsu interrupted the conversation between the two and pointed to the girl with short hair who was unconscious on the side. Ah, that's right, she is Angier, and she is really a tricky enemy. Hearing Natsu's words, Lucy nodded, stretched her arm and said, obviously the battle just now was a lot of consumption for Lucy. So what does this guy do? Elisa said as she set her eyes on Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng first pondered for a moment, and then said, take her with you first, with that poisonous dragon, I have an idea, but let me think again, in short, take her and Wendy Gerald to meet them first. Well, that's fine. Natsu Elisha and the others nodded when they heard Lu Sheng's words, and while speaking, Elisha volunteered to stand up first and carry Angier, who had been unconscious on the side. Let's go. After turning Angier, Elisha said to a few people, and just like that, the group of 5 returned the same way and walked towards Jalal's position. If you go, you can, but the person has to stay. Just as Lu Sheng and them turned around and were about to join Jalal, a voice full of pride sounded around everyone. Looking back, they found that this man was not well known to them, including Yanagi, and he did not remember when such a person appeared in the world of Fairy Tale. So Lu Sheng asked coldly, who are you? Let who stay? Who am I? I'm from the House of Representatives, and the person behind that guy should be Angier of the 6 demon generals. Leave her to us to deal with. The man who suddenly appeared replied. Looking at the tall, thin-looking man in front of him with a snarky face, Lu Sheng suddenly only felt a pang of disgust in his heart, so he replied, Please, back. No, I have other plans for this woman, you better go. As soon as the man heard Lu Sheng's answer, his face changed instantly, and he said with a look of displeasure, "What did you say? I said you can go back. This person, you can't take it." Hearing the other party's arrogant words, Lu Sheng did not mean to give face, and replied coldly. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, the man suddenly became angry and asked, "What a big breath, you dare to speak to the House of Representatives in this tone, you are the altar of that trade union. Fairy tale, don't get in the way, we're in a hurry." At this moment, Natsu on the side replied. After that, under the leadership of Natsu and Lu Sheng, he crossed the man of the House of Representatives and walked over. After that, under the leadership of Natsu and Lu Sheng, he crossed the man of the House of Representatives and walked over. "You all give me a stop." When the man saw that Lu Sheng had directly ignored him, he immediately said in annoyance. However, Lu Sheng and they didn't pay attention to each other's meaning at all. Seeing this, the people of this House of Representatives rushed forward at once, fighting in front of Lu Sheng and the others, blocking the road. The people of Fairy Tale are really like rumors, don't you guys understand the meaning of the house? I'm one of the high-ranking Atokes? The man from the House of Representatives said with disdain in the eyes of Lu Sheng and the others. Don't you understand, people? We are in a hurry. Lu Sheng looked at the man in front of him and said with displeasure in his eyes. Artok snorted coldly and said, "Hand over that woman, the people of the Dark Guild must be taken care of by the people of our Dark Guild." While speaking, he reached out and grabbed Angier who Alesha was carrying. Poof. At the moment when the man had just made a move, a swift streamer flickered between his arms. With a cracking sound, it was followed by a heart-rending roar. "AHH, what are you guys doing?" Yato 540X looked at his right hand, which had disappeared, looked at Lu Sheng angrily, and questioned. That's right, Lu Sheng cut off one of Atok's hands in the blink of an eye. I already warned you, since you don't know how to be evil, then I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Lu Sheng responded with a cold look in his eyes. Boom. A magic array full of green light suddenly appeared from under the feet of that Atox at the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell. Not only that, but at the same time as this magic array appeared, a vigorous magic power continued to rush out. Dare to destroy one of my arms, I, Atox, block the name of the House of Representatives, and absolutely want you to eat and go. While manipulating the magic array, Yadix said with a fierce look at Lu Sheng. Because of Lu Sheng's behavior, Yatok's original proud and invincible expression has completely changed. With this roar of Artox, a cracking green fog continued to spray out from the magic array just now. It is also poisonous gas, but it is much worse than the poisonous gas released by the poisonous dragon Cobra. Boom. When Lu Sheng saw Yatok's action, he didn't hesitate, and the demon knife on his waist was directly drawn out by him and swung forward fiercely. The extremely explosive dark red sword chi swung out again, and immediately after, Yadix's terrified gaze swept over. The sword chi of the chopping iron realm is directly on. Not only that, but more than half of the strength that remained was all poured into Yadix's body. It triggered a series of sharp cracking attacks, and then, Yadix was killed on the spot in the shocked eyes of Z Alesha and others. Directly killed by Lu Sheng in an instant? Lu Sheng, you may be too ruthless, this guy is also a member of the House of Representatives, kill him, I'm afraid the matter won't end so simply. Alesha looked at Atox, who was lying dead on the ground, and said to Lu Sheng with a little worry. Kill and kill, the House of Representatives is something, a bunch of sinister and calculating guys, there is nothing to fear. Yanagi replied, not taking the name of the highest institution in the wizarding world in his eyes in the slightest. Hearing Lu Sheng say this, Alesha shook her head and was not good at saying anything. Just like that, the group of five once again walked towards Wendy Gerald's direction. As for the man named Artox, he was left to the wilderness. I don't know when his body will be found, and when it will make waves. It wasn't long before Lu Sheng and the others had already returned to Gdeb Lal with Alessa Lucy and them, and Lu Sheng saw from a distance the man who had just been defeated by himself. The Cobra had been healed by Wendy and awakened. That Anjair on Alessa's back, and you, Cobra. As soon as he arrived, Lu Sheng glanced straight at the Cobra and said. Then, after calling the two people, Lu Sheng turned his gaze to Jalil and said to him, Jalil, what do you think of these two people? Form them with them, belong to your union, to make up for your previous mistakes. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Jalil muttered, make up for it? However, Lu Sheng, what do you mean by forming a guild? What does this have to do with atonement? In addition to the reason I need you to help me find the location of the Nirvana device, I brought you out of the House of Representatives, and there is another reason, which is this, instead of repenting in prison, it is better to go out of the world and help the weak to make up for the previous mistakes. Lu Sheng looked at Jalal's slightly confused gaze and said, hey, you guy, who promised you to make up for your previous mistakes? No kidding. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, the Cobra on the side couldn't help but say. Hearing Cobra's words, Lu Sheng glanced at the other party gently. Immediately afterwards, a very strong aura of shock emanated from Lu Sheng's body. Not only that, but this breath pointed straight at the Cobra. Then he saw that the Cobra's brain was instantly covered with cold sweat. Not only that, but the Cobra also felt that an extremely strong fear aura suddenly surged out of his body. That's right, Lu Sheng's glimpse just now was precisely to activate his overlord colored domineering, and the terrifying aura of shock suddenly made the Cobra tremble from the soul. He looked at Lu Sheng with a shocked face, and he couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Lu Sheng slowly turned his head to the side and looked at Jalal again. Jalal, who saw the scene clearly just now, couldn't help but swallow his throat, and at this moment he found that Lu Sheng had more secrets than he thought. This is your chance, and the only time you can give yourself a chance. Lu Sheng looked at Jalal and said seriously, without any joking meaning. Looking at Lu Sheng's serious attitude, Jalal slowly looked at Elisha on the side, and then lowered his head again. No one knew what Jalal was thinking now. Seeing this, Elisha was about to ask Jalal what he thought, only to see Jalal suddenly lift his head that he hadn't moved for a long time. Not only that, all this time, Jalal's confused eyes were swept away at this moment. My future will be spent in this endless journey of atonement. Jalal slowly swept his head towards everyone present. Hearing this, Lu Sheng nodded solemnly and did not speak. It's just that everyone else can see the trace of unbearability in Elisha's eyes. In that case, it is decided, the Guild of Atonement, in this way, it can indeed make my heavy heart feel better. Jalal said again. At the moment when Jalal's words fell, Lu Sheng's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears, the crime of the witch. That's right, Lu Sheng intends to let Jalal continue to be established in the name of the crime of the witch, and the members of this include not only Joel and Cobra, but also the woman named Uchiha, and Lu Sheng knows that this organization, this guild will grow stronger and stronger. Become the brightest being in the darkness, become the existence that all dark forces fear? The sin of the witch? Hehe, the name is good, thank you, Lu Sheng, you have helped me too much. I, a person with a sin, really don't know what to take to repay you. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Jalal looked at Lu Sheng with an apologetic expression. Hearing this, Lu Sheng quickly waved his hand, signaled Jalal, and immediately said, there is nothing to thank, just raise your hand. Besides, you are still Elisha's best friend. No matter who I am, there is no reason to stand idly by. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng said, also, the words of those people in the House of Representatives should have found that you are not there, and this kind of thing should be able to be solved with your strength. Ah, hehe, with the strength of those guys in the House of Representatives, I am afraid it will take a lot of effort to arrest me. Rest assured, I will be fine. Jalal replied with a smile. Hearing Jalal's words, Lu Sheng nodded and said, well, then it's no problem, the rest is left to you to think about yourself, you should have the general direction. Cobra, you understand what we just said, when that engineer wakes up, you will tell him what happened just now, remember, my eyes will always be on you. Then Lu Sheng said to the Cobra who was still in a state of shock on the side, and the latter did not dare to say anything more after hearing Lu Sheng's words. No one knows what level Lu Sheng's overlord-colored domineering is now at, but with the current situation, it definitely has the same level as Renly in the One Piece world, or even more. In that case, let's go, the 6 demon generals no longer exist, and the Battle of Nirvana is perfectly over. At this moment, Natsu suddenly said, ah, don't waste any more time here. Hearing this, hearing Naz's words, Lu Sheng nodded. In this way, the centaurs of Fairy Tail parted ways with Jalal and them. In the final moments, Elisha and Gara didn't say much, but anyone could see the emotion in their eyes. Then, they saw Lu Sheng disappear from Jalal's sight, and on the other hand, the other guild members also left early. However, just as Lu Sheng and the others went back, a small episode happened unexpectedly for everyone. Wendy, are you interested in joining our guild? Bar. On the way back, Lu Sheng suddenly turned his head and said to Wendy behind him. As soon as these words came out, they immediately shocked everyone present. They did not expect that a cold Lu Sheng would take the initiative to throw an olive branch to Wendy. And Wendy, the party, after hearing what his idol said to him, did not know what to do. And at this moment, Elisha next to Wendy suddenly spoke up, Wendy, what do you think? In fact, I originally wanted to invite you to join us, but I didn't expect that this time it was also preempted by Lu Sheng. Yes, Wendy, join us, it's fun. Natsu on the side couldn't help but smile at Wendy and said, ah, I don't know about this, but Grandpa's side, Wendy didn't know what to do. And the grandfather in her mouth is also the president of the Demon Cats Stay. Ask for flowers. Don't be, Fairy Tail is the best for you, the most interesting guild. The anxious Natsu couldn't help but say, but Xiao Lulu is still over at the Demon Cat sleepover, I have to go back and call her over. Wendy said. Hearing Wendy's words, Gray, Lucy, and the others couldn't help but ask, obviously not understanding who Charlotte was in Wendy's mouth. Xiao Lulu? Who is Lulu Xia? Ah, she's a good friend of mine, by the way, she's a lot like Harpy, both flying cats. Wendy replied, not forgetting to look at Harpy who was flying in the air as she spoke. That's right, Charlotte is also a creature from the same world as Harpy, and neither of them is from this world, but from another parallel world. 0. Same as Harpy. Hearing Wendy's words, Harpy pointed to himself and exclaimed. Wendy nodded heavily. That is, you promised to join Fairy Tail? Natsu asked after reflecting for a moment. Wendy nodded again. Everyone couldn't help but jump up excitedly. Of course, this did not include Lu Sheng, but everyone did not notice that the corners of Lu Sheng's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly at a certain moment just now. That's right, there was a reason why Yanagi first asked Wendy to join them, because in this way, with Wendy and Charlotte joining next, some things would be much easier. Not only that, Lu Sheng knew the real situation of the Fairy Cat Lodge early on, so Lu Sheng opened his mouth in advance, and when he returned to the Fairy Tail Guild, the truth of the Fairy Cat's accommodation was estimated to be revealed. and Charlulu's kitten will also appear in Fairy Tail, waiting for them, or Wendy's return. In this way, the crowd walked back and forth towards the guild with the joy of victory and the joy and laughter along the way. In less than half a day's work, this group came to their base camp, Fairy Tail. And the few people in front of him really did not expect Lu Sheng. It is the mountain of those people who live in the Demon Cat's stay? It's those who live in the Demon Cat's lodging? Robin Lu and Xiao Lulu and the others were impressively listed, and at this moment, they were standing in front of the gate of the Fairy Tail Guild, looking at Willow, Wendy and the others who were walking towards them. Looking at a few familiar partners, Wendy immediately rushed out first, and suddenly came to Robin Lu and Xiao Lulu's side. Looking at the kind grandfather of the president in front of her, Wendy suddenly had a bad premonition for some reason, and not only that, but Xiao Lulu on the side also seemed to have something to hide from herself. Xiao Lulu, is there something going on? Wendy looked at Charlotte and asked. At this moment, Lu Sheng's figure did not know when it appeared next to Wendy. Wendy, there is a fact that I have never told you. The Union 540 of the Fairy Cat Lodge is only created for you alone, except for Charlulu and Robin Ru. Everyone else is actually a fantasy created by Robin Ru relying on his powerful magical power, and the reason why I proposed to join Fairy Tail before is also because of this. Lu Sheng said to Wendy next to him. Is that really the case? After listening to Lu Sheng's words, Wendy slowly measured her head and looked at everyone present, all the members of the Demon Cat sleepover. This young man is right, those companions of the Demon Cat's residence are indeed all fantasies created by me with my magical power, and I am also the only survivor of the Nirvana tribe 400 years ago. 400 years. Robin Ru nodded and said slowly, is that so? Hearing Robin Ru's words, Wendy hung her head a little lonely and agreed. Don't be sad, Wendy, your life has just begun, but I didn't expect you to be able to play so well with the children of the Fairy Tail Guild. In that case, I am relieved that my mission has finally been completed. Robin Ru looked at Wendy, who looked frustrated, and couldn't help but rub Wendy's head. With a snap, Wendy's whole person threw herself directly on Robin Ru's body, crying and saying, but, Grandpa Robin Ru, I can't bear you. Hee, child, don't be sad, my undead body has been wandering for too long, and it's time to leave. Robin Ru heard Wendy's words and soothed. Wendy, don't be sad. Xiao Lulu on the side looked at Wendy, whose eyes were red, and couldn't help but fly to her side and comforted. At the same time, I only saw Robin Lu's body fade little by little, and gradually became illusory. Wendy, Grandpa is leaving. Everyone of Fairy Tail, you must help Wendy. These were Robin Ru's last words. Because, the Nirvana device was destroyed, and Robin Ru's magic finally couldn't support it. In the next moment, Robin Lu's body finally dissipated and returned to that piece of heaven and earth. Wendy. Looking at the slightly lonely members of the Wenjing Tail Guild, they couldn't help but lean over, not knowing what to say. However, just when Wendy lowered her head and fell silent for a while, she saw Xiao Lulu on the side suddenly said to her, okay, Wendy, don't think about it, Grandpa Robin Lu, he definitely doesn't want to see you like this. In this way, Xiao Lulu returned to her residence and went to rest. Probably, Wendy's state will take a few more days to get used to. Natsu, that Xiao Lulu seems to really be from that world like me, but I don't know the specific situation. Watching Wendy, Charlulu and the two leave, Harpy on the side said to Natsu. That's right, you both come from the same world, Harpy, and, soon, that world will probably unfold before us. Lu Sheng on the side suddenly said. In this way, with Wendy and their departure, Lu Sheng and his group also returned to the Fairy Tail Guild, and at the moment Lu Sheng and them returned, several familiar figures also appeared in Lu Sheng's line of sight at once, and it was Elfman Mirage and them. Yanagi, you're finally back. Mirage saw Lu Sheng and the others who had returned from the Battle of Nirvana at a glance. 6 demon generals, them. Seeing Lu Sheng, who was already skillfully sitting at the table, Mirage poured a glass of wine and put it in front of the other party and asked. Defeated. Lu Sheng casually took the wine in Mirage's hand and took a sip and replied. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Mirage couldn't help but praise, it's great. Not only that, Elfman, Rebby and the others, who had been paying attention to the two, couldn't help but jump after hearing Lu Sheng's words. Although they had long thought that the elite team composed of the 4 major guilds would definitely defeat that dark organization, they couldn't help but be happy when this news came out of Lu Sheng's mouth. At the same time, guild leader Malov didn't know when he came to the guild and came to everyone. Guys, this time, Fairy Tail has once again ushered in victory, and there is also good news for everyone. Malov's loud voice echoed through the hall. Good news? What good news? Daesu couldn't help but ask when he heard Malov's words. Following the addition of Natsu and Gaijira, the 2 Dragon Slayer mentors, our Fairy Tail has actually welcomed a 3rd member of the Dragon Slayer mentor, Sky Dragon Destroyer mentor, Wendy. Originally a member of the Demon Cat sleepover, but now, for various reasons, she has joined our big family, so I hope you can get along with her. Malov said word by word. Oh, that's for sure? That's what a man has to do? Hearing Malov's words, Elfman couldn't help but raise his arm and said. Hannah laughed on the side. In this way, all the members of Fairy Tail happily accepted the new member, while on the other side of 4.1, Natsu suddenly found a problem. That's when Gaijiro is gone. Strange? What about that idiot? Natsu, who suddenly remembered Gaijiro, scratched his head and said. Elusha on the side noticed Natsu's words and replied, "Didn't he go with us to participate in the operation to eliminate the 6 demon generals?" Natsu nodded and said, "Yes, but why didn't you see him all the way back? We may have left Geijiro behind." At this moment, Yanagi's voice came out by coincidence. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of others and asked, "Huh? What's wrong, Geijiro? What's wrong with him?" "Ah, nothing. It's just that the guy may have to come back on his own. Ha ha ha." Natsu replied with a smile. On the other hand, just as everyone was talking about Geijiro's own situation is not very good, because at this moment, Geijiro is locked up in a huge magical energy. Damn, what the hell is this? How to get out? It was Geijiro who spoke, and he was looking at the inexplicable environment around him with an anxious face. Previously, he obviously teamed up with Snake Scales Hiji and defeated the woman called Dark Knight, but just when Geijiro and the other party scattered, ready to find his guild, he strangely encountered a crazy woman. The woman told Geijiro that she had seen a dragon. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted Geijiro's attention, but just as he continued to ask about the dragon with the other party, Geijiro suddenly fell into the trap set by the woman long ago and was arrested. "It's useless, you've been locked up in the energy storage device of the artificial dragon by me now, and you can't get out." Just when Geijiro didn't understand the current situation, a snarky girl suddenly echoed in Geijiro's ears. "You guy, what are you talking about? What artificial dragon? What exactly are you going to do?" 23. Geijiro roared at the voice that echoed everywhere. However, the voice did not sound again, leaving only Geijiro's roar echoing around. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise came. Not only that, but Geijiro felt as if his power had been inexplicably stolen in the moment just now. Not only that, with this loud noise, the Fairy Tail Guild shook uncontrollably. Looking at the flickering light, everyone thought it was just a slight shaking of the Earth's crust, but soon they didn't think so. Because just at the beginning, the momentum of this vibration is getting bigger, and it is completely not towards natural factors, but more like something is trampling on and destroying something. "What's going on?" Natsu listened to this unusual sound and said with a frown. "Probably Geijiro." Yanagi replied. Lu Sheng said again, "Go quickly, go and see, this degree of shaking should not be far from here." Elusha and the others on the side nodded. Just like that, not only the members of the strongest squad, but all the members of the fairy tale who did not go out to participate in the mission all followed Yanagi Naz and they rushed to the source of the earthquake. And just as everyone was heading to the source of the shaking, suddenly a mushroom cloud that had slammed into the sky suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Big Bang? The bright firelight constantly echoed in the forest. No, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered an incident. It was about a scientist, she who was obsessed with the dragon, in order to be able to see the truth, and arrested Natsu as the energy source of artificial dragons. But Lu Sheng didn't know why. Why did the scientist Daphne live in Geijiro instead of Natsu? Is this also a chain reaction caused by my arrival at Fairy Tale? Lu Sheng, who suddenly remembered something, said. That's right, what Lu Sheng's mouth is referring to is exactly the thing of a mad scientist Daphne, who created the artificial dragon knight, because of all kinds of misfortunes when he was a child. There is only one now, destroy Magnolia? We have to hurry, if it is too late, I am afraid that Geijiro will be in danger. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng said to his companion beside him. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Lucy couldn't help but ask, huh? Geijiro? What does this mean, Yanagi? Is it all about Geijiruda? It's too late to explain, wait until you arrive. Lu Sheng slowly shook his head and said to him. Immediately afterwards, the speed under his feet was unconsciously a little faster, because Lu Sheng was afraid that Geijiro's magic power would be drained by that artificial dragon knight's device. If you get to that step, it's really dangerous. What's going on here? Why is the strength of the body disappearing little by little? Geijiro, who was locked up in the artificial dragon device, said suspiciously. He didn't know what kind of power was absorbing his magic all the time. To be precise, it should be his dragon-killing magic. Disappear. That's right, all the dragon-killing magic in your body will be stored in my artificial dragon device, and when all your dragon-killing magic power is absorbed, the real dragon will appear. The inexplicable female voice sounded in Geijiro's ears again. After listening to what the woman said, Geijiro asked with a deep face, artificial dragon device? Hey, what are you guys talking about? At this moment, Geijiro finally understood what situation he was into. It's not good, this thing is trapping me here, damn it, how can I get out of here? Geijiro said with an ugly face. Immediately after, there was another loud noise, and at this moment, Geijiro was finally able to see the picture outside, and he found that he now seemed to be in an extremely large mechanical device. And the loud noise just now was created by this huge device trampling on the place. Ha ha ha, what a perfect power, this is the power of the dragon. Mad Dr. Daphne said with a maniacal look while manipulating the artificial Dragon Rider 540 soldiers. For the level of obsession with dragons, this woman has reached an almost morbid level. Hey, what are you going to do? What the hell is going on here? Why is my strength getting weaker? Looking at the scene outside, Geijiro roared. At the same time, just when Geijiro did not know how to get out of his current predicament, a series of familiar figures suddenly appeared in Geijiro's sight. Exactly, Yanagi Nazthem? The members of the Fairy Tail Guild finally arrived before the artificial dragon reached Magnolia? What exactly is something so huge? Why does it look so much like the legendary dragon? Lucy looked at the huge metal creature in front of her and said with a shocked expression, "This is not a dragon? This is just a mechanical device made by a madman. How can a real dragon be like this?" Lu Sheng stepped forward and looked at the huge metal creature in front of him and said, "That's right, Igunir is much more windy than this kind of thing. How can a real dragon look like this? This can be regarded as an artificial dragon at most," Natsu said from the sidelines. Then, at the same time as everyone spoke, a familiar but slightly angry voice suddenly faintly entered everyone's ears. Exactly Geijiro? Hey, you guys, why did you leave me there alone? What is this thing? I'm stuck inside. Geijiro's voice came from the body of the huge artificial dragon. When everyone heard it, they found that it was Geijiro's voice, but they couldn't see anything other than the huge metal dragon. And just when everyone was puzzled, Lu Sheng said, "Geijiro should be in this artificial dragon. Now he can see me break the door, but we can't see him. We have to get him out of it. Otherwise, the magic in Geijiro's body will be fully absorbed." "You said Geijiro was in this thing?" Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Natsu pointed to the thing in front of him and said in disbelief, "That's right." Yanagi nodded and replied. At this moment, a familiar roar once again reached everyone's ears. "Hey, what are you guys saying there? Quickly find a way to let me out." As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately believed what Yanagi said, because Geijiro's voice really came from this huge dragon-shaped machine. This idiot, how did he get put in there? Hearing Geijiro's words, Natsu pouted and couldn't help but say. With a bang, the huge artificial dragon suddenly moved. Not only that, but there was even a shrill female voice from there, only to hear her say, "Are you guys here to stop me?" "No way." The female voice said again, "I must let the world see what a real dragon is, and I must make those who do not believe in me regret their words at that time." "Whose voice is this?" "Yanagi, do you know what's going on?" Elisha asked to Lu Sheng beside her. "Ah, it should be that mad scientist Daphne. This artificial dragon should be made by her. You must stop her." Yanagi nodded and replied. Lu Sheng said again, "Moreover, I am afraid that this woman has done an extremely terrible thing." "Something terrible? What's going on, Lu Sheng? What else do you know?" Elisha couldn't help but ask. "The disappearance of the residents of Silent City is related to this woman, and those residents should have been cursed by some kind of curse and could not appear in the world," Yanagi replied. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, everyone present exclaimed, "What did you say?" The disappearance of Soundless City turned out to be related to this woman. Obviously, they have all heard and known about Soundless City. "Huh? Who are you? How do you know about this?" Also hearing Lu Sheng's words, Daphne, who was hiding in the artificial dragon, said in shock. Obviously, she couldn't think of this thing that Lu Sheng knew. "Not only do I know this, I also know that today is your last," Yanagi said to Daphne, who was hiding inside the artificial dragon and controlling its movements. Not only that, but an invisible killing intent quietly emanated. In just a moment, Daphne only felt a cold bone, and an extremely cold and terrifying aura continued to gush out from her body. "What are you?" Only Daphne's terrified voice was heard, and the dragon's body came out. At this moment, Daphne had gradually realized how terrifying the young man in front of him was. On the other hand, Lu Sheng answered the other party with actions, and the flickering demon knife was slowly drawn out by Lu Sheng, and the pressing momentum instantly appeared. Not only that, Lu Sheng also directly activated his straight death demon eye. Open. The causal eyes of the ice blue line suddenly appeared on Lu Sheng's face. You can see it. Ugh, of a sound. A seemingly gentle but surprisingly fast slash was suddenly swung out by Lu Sheng. The reason why Lu Sheng opened the demon eye of straight death is nothing else. Gajiro is in the other party's body, so for the sake of Geijiro's safety, Yanagi Sheng used the safest skill when he came up. In order to be able to cut off this artificial dragon with one blow, the dark red point of light mixed with a trace of inexplicable power suddenly slammed into the huge artificial dragon in front of everyone's eyes. Boom. I only saw that Lu Sheng's slash was firmly glued to the dragon head of the giant artificial dragon, and then a huge head instantly fell to the ground. That's right, Lu Sheng's straight death demon eye directly saw the endpoint of this artificial dragon and destroyed it with one blow. I only saw that the body of this huge dragon knight was constantly shattering and collapsing with the slash just now. After only half a ring, the huge metal body of the artificial dragon disappeared directly, as if it had never appeared. At the same time, Geijiro, who was locked up in the artificial dragon, and Daphne, who was hiding in it to control the metal dragon's actions, appeared together, fell to the ground. Then, when he saw Geijiro, who had regained his mobility, he walked towards Daphne beside him angrily. You guy, it's really unforgivable, you dare to use me as an energy source. Geijiro said angrily. Iron Dragon Stick. A sound of breaking air came directly from between Geijiro's hands. Click. However, just as Geijiro was about to hit Daphne, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Just looking at Yanagi, I don't know when he appeared and had blocked Daphne's body, and the blade of the demon knife Muramasato directly blocked Geijiro's Iron Dragon Stick group. Calm down, Geijiro, her life, Lee's, is still useful. Yanagi, who blocked Geijiro's attack, said to him. What's the use? This woman dares to sneak me. Geijiro still refused to give up and said angrily. It's about the residents of Silent City, those people are still sealed by this guy's curse, at least, let her unlock the seal. Yanagi replied. That's right, you idiot. If it weren't for Lu Sheng's move, if this woman was really killed by you, the residents of Silent City would never be able to see the light of day again. Natsu on the side didn't know when he came to Geijiru's side, and said with a look of contempt. What did you say? When Geijiru heard Naz's words, his eyes immediately burst into flames. Immediately afterwards, I saw the two scuffling together. Elisha and Gray and the others on the side were obviously commonplace, looking helplessly at the two who loved and killed each other. At the same time, Yanagi's gaze had already been set on Daphne's body. The curse of Silent City, it's time to unravel. Lu Sheng said to the woman in front of him, who had completely lost the ability to resist. The murderous aura that Lu Sheng inadvertently emitted made this female scientist tremble. He nodded repeatedly, not daring to say anything more at all. Seeing this, Elisha on the side also came to Daphne, looked at the other party suspiciously, and said, Daphne, what happened in Soundless City? Why are you doing this? Daphne told the story of that year, including the shocking scene where she saw the real dragon. However, while Elisha and Daphne were talking, Lu Sheng suddenly had something strange here. For some reason, Lu Sheng felt a faint pain in his head from the beginning, but he didn't care. But just now, a sharp pain that drilled his heart suddenly spread from Lu Sheng's brain nerves to all parts of his body. The painful Lu Sheng sweated coldly, and at this moment, Natsu next to Lu Sheng finally noticed the other party's abnormality. Looking at Lu Sheng's slightly trembling body, Natsu asked, Lu Sheng, what happened to you? Hearing this, Lu Sheng did not respond to the other party, and the constant tearing feeling on his brain made Lu Sheng unable to separate his energy to speak. 540 What the hell is going on here? Lu Sheng asked, the current situation catching him off guard. Is it the straight death demon eye? Because of the severe pain in his brain, Lu Sheng constantly thought about the root of this pain, and in this process, Lu Sheng thought of the answer, and the only answer. The ability to directly die with the demon eye is certainly powerful, but there is also a disadvantage, that is, these eyes cannot be used often. The more abstract the death, the greater the load on the brain, and now, Lu Sheng's brain is precisely because of the backlog of load suddenly burst out will cause severe pain. Careless, it seems that the next incident cannot use the power of the demon eye, Lu Sheng said. Yanagi, what the hell is wrong with you? I see that your face seems to be very bad. Natsu looked at the voiceless and asked with slight concern. Am I alright? It's just some overuse of the ability, just rest for a while. This Daphne will be handed over to you, rest assured. She has been shocked by my breath, dare not make any changes. You and Elisa watch her liberate the residents of Silent City. Deb, I will go back to rest first. Yanagi replied. After speaking, he left alone, and immediately said, Lu Sheng, if you have anything uncomfortable, go to Wendy to see, maybe she has a way, here you can rest assured to hand them over. Before Natsu finished speaking, Lu Sheng's had already disappeared into Natsu's. Lu Sheng, who was constantly shuttling on the road, felt that his brain was constantly heavy, but at least it was much better than just now. However, just on the return journey of Yanagi, met an unexpected person. A masked man who can't see his true face, and his special magic wand is also very bright, and you can see the extraordinary features of this person at a glance. However, although the man did not show his true appearance, Lu Sheng still recognized the other party at a glance. Mr. What are you doing here looking for me? Lu Sheng looked at the other party, and was too lazy to buy a lawsuit with the other party, and directly poked the other party's identity and asked, You know me? The mysterious person who suddenly appeared was obviously surprised that Lu Sheng would recognize his identity at a glance. Looking at the other party's surprised expression, Lu Sheng nodded and said, of course, you appeared here, didn't you? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Mr. N's eyes suddenly darkened. Lu Sheng immediately said, Is this really the case? Is Magnolia about to disappear? Mr. Lin's eyes fell lonely and said, You know, I still underestimated you before, but everything was already nightly, I still couldn't stop it. Magnolia was about to disappear. At the same time, Lu Sheng could see through the expression of the other party how much he was suffering, only to see that Mr. Lin's hands were squeezed together fiercely, and his nails had even sunk deep into the flesh, and he was unaware, which showed how Mr. Lin's heart was. How long do we have left? Yanagi asked. In less than half a day, it is impossible to stop it, and the world that will happen here is already doomed. Mr. An said with a lonely expression, and at the same time, his face mask, which had been hiding his true appearance, had also been removed by him. Hearing Mr. N's words, Lu Sheng couldn't help but frown. The matter was far more tricky than he thought. The defects brought by the Death Demon Eye, Lu Sheng had just eased down, but he didn't expect this situation to appear again. This is really not much different from the plot in the original work. If it is developed like this, the time is really too late, and Magnolia may not have time to be sucked away, Lu Sheng said. At this moment, Mr. Lin, who looked worried next to Lu Sheng, said, The reason why I appeared is also to see what you can do, and the recent observation has found that you are indeed extraordinary, so the current situation can still crack the code. Hearing Mr. A's words, Yanagi replied, I've also been observing you for a long time, Mr. A. I know that you have been protecting the members of Fairy Tail in the dark, and also observing new members like me and Lucy, but, to be honest, at this time, it's too late. If you come to me at the beginning, I have a way. Now, I can only let Magnolia disappear first, but there is always a way. People who want to move me Yanagi, their people in Idolas are still a little whimsical. That's right, Magnolia is about to be sucked away by Idolas. Magnolia is the world in which Liu's Hung exists, and Idolas is a parallel world opposite Magnolia, where the people are no different from Magnolia's people, but all of them are very different in personality. Yes, Idolas is Magnolia's mirror world? And now, that world is ready to absorb Magnolia and turn everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild into magic crystals for them to use. Because the world of Idolas itself is not magical, all magic comes from various objects and does not occur spontaneously, so the people of that world intend to absorb the people of the Fairy Tale Guild and use their physical magic. And this price is the entire life of Fairy Tale, and everyone will be turned into magic crystals for the use of the Idolas. This is something that Yanagi will never allow. It's just that there is a hidden danger here. Lu Sheng doesn't know if it will happen to him, and he doesn't know whether what he thinks is good or bad if it really appears. On the other hand, looking at the fierce Lu Sheng, Mr. An was also shaken, because now, he didn't know whether he could prevent the worst from happening. Lu Sheng also noticed the other party's behavior, so he stepped forward and patted the other party's shoulder and said, "Don't think about it, this matter will definitely be solved, but the companions of Fairy Tale may have to wrong them first." While the two were talking, Natsu, who had just lifted the curse of Silent City, was also heading towards the Fairy Tale Guild. However, as they went back and forth, the road seemed to become less peaceful. I saw that the sky above the heads of Nazalusha and the others suddenly became particularly dim, and the originally clear weather suddenly cloudy. However, a huge black-colored hole suddenly appeared above the sky. Vision of heaven and earth? Everyone present also noticed that the sky was unusual. Jubian next to Gray looked at the unusual weather and said, "One Gray, what's wrong with this day? Why did it suddenly start raining? But I don't think it was because of Zubian. I know it's not you, but the weather is a little abnormal." Gray replied. Boom. Just as the two were talking, a huge thunder suddenly came out from the air deafeningly. Not only that, the black hole in the sky is getting bigger and bigger with the dark clouds, and lightning is constantly intertwined in it. Everyone who watched felt a tingling in their scalps. Boom. Rumble. Boom. The non-stop thunder continued to fall from the air. Not only that, but the unusual black hole in the sky suddenly erupted with an unusual suction force. With just the blink of an eye, Ilusa disappeared in an instant. Not only that, but together with Fairy Tale, the entire guild was uprooted, and the entire Magnolia disappeared, disappearing out of thin air. It's already started. Looking at the vision of heaven and earth overhead, Lu Sheng said, "Ah, what do you want to do?" Mr. An looked at the movement in the air, looked at Lu Sheng beside him, and asked, "What else can I do? Go to Idolas and take back Kaido." Lu Sheng said. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Lin's brows trembled. He didn't expect Lu Sheng to know some things so carefully, but he didn't say anything more. Mr. An nodded and replied, "Good." After that, he left with Lu Sheng. After these months of getting along, Yanagi couldn't let that Ido's man wantonly use his companion as a tool to absorb magical power. Not long after the time passed, Lu Sheng had followed Mr. An to this unknown and familiar land. Idolas? Is this the parallel world of Magnolia? Lu Sheng looked at the surrounding environment and said. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng naturally absorbed the energy of this place, and after half a ring, he was surprised to find that this world really had no magic power. All that exists in the air is ordinary oxygen and various dusts, and there is no magic at all. In this regard, Lu Sheng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. So he asked Mr. An next to him, it should be the plan of this world to turn Magnolia's fairy tale into a magic crystal to hit Ixtalia, and let the two different magical forces completely fuse to obtain that eternal magic. That's right, if you want to achieve this, you must rely on the power of the Dragon Lock Cannon, but I don't know where this weapon is. Mr. Lin replied. Not only that, in Mr. Lin's opinion, Lu Sheng's person really surprised him more and more, because he couldn't imagine these confidential things, how Lu Sheng knew, but the facts were in front of him, and it was really impossible for Mr. Lin to believe it or not. In that case, that's fine. Hearing Mr. Lin's words, Lu Sheng nodded and replied, ask for flowers. Immediately afterwards, his figure flashed, and Lu Sheng instantly disappeared in front of Mr. Lin's eyes, so fast that even Mr. Lin, an S-level demon master, did not find a trace. That's right, this time, Lu Sheng intends to act alone, although he knows that because of the particularity of the Dragon Slayer demon mentor himself, Nazgajiro and they have not been absorbed, and they can completely bring them over to act together, but Lu Sheng is not prepared to do this. This mission, Lu Sheng does not want anyone to interfere. So now Lu Sheng has relied on the memories in his mind and directly moved towards the king's palace of this world, because he knew that the reason why this happened was all because of the greedy king of this country. Faust, wait for me. Lu Sheng, who was flying in the air, said solemnly. That's right, after these months of leisure time exploration, Lu Sheng has learned flying magic with the help of Mirage. In this process, Lu Sheng took a lot of effort, and usually Lu Sheng rarely used this move, because it consumed some mana. But this time is different. Lu Sheng just wants to hurry up and meet those interesting guys. For example, the 4 demon forces of Idolas. I have to say that Lu Sheng is very interested in the strength of these people. And Lu Sheng didn't need to worry about the consumption of mana at all, because he didn't rely on mana to fight from the beginning. In other words, even if he lost his magic power, Lu Sheng's slash was still unpreventable. In this way, I saw a silver-white figure in the sky constantly advancing towards the palace in an extremely exaggerated posture. and this figure has finally attracted the attention of this World King force, and has already begun to act for this. On the other hand, in a large palace, the conversation between the two people came out faintly. A majestic and somewhat finally over. And did the guy catch it? Not yet, but it has detected his location, and it should have returned. Then what are you waiting for? Don't go soon. Mountain, _ at this moment, a silver-white figure had also landed in front of the huge grey castle in front of him. I didn't expect to really let me find it. Lu Shang did not expect that following the memories of the past would really let him find the palace of this world. Stop, what are you? Suddenly, at the moment when Lu Shang had just arrived here, a stiff and cold voice behind him suddenly sounded. Looking back, Lu Shang found that it was the king's escort, and there were about 30 people at a glance. Immediately afterwards, Yanagi replied, I am from Magnolia, and I came here to stop your plans. Lu Shang's words instantly alerted this group of king troops. Of course they knew who Magnolia Lu said was, and at the same time, they also determined Lu Shang's identity in this 540 instant, that is, the enemy? Enemies of the country? How did you get here? Why didn't you go with those guys? Said a man who seemed to be the leader of the king's army. Lu Shang sneered, turn into a magic crystal together. Hehe, what a laughing answer. Immediately afterwards, his expression immediately became cold, and these ordinary people in front of him, although they were fragile, seemed to Lu Shang at this moment to be just as worthy of killing. Even if they are ignorant, they should not be at the mercy of that king to achieve the ambitions of this world, and should they put people's lives at risk for the sake of eternal magic? For the sake of eternal magic, can you turn your companions into magic crystals and ask for them at will? Of course not, at least here in Yanagi, it won't work. What are you going to do? You guy, idolas is not left to you. Noticing that Lu Shang's eyes were wrong, this army captain immediately said with an unkind face. At the same time, the magic prop in his hand was also raised by him, which was a spear that could fire magic light cannons. Seeing this, Lu Shang sneered and said, since you pulled out your gun, you are ready to be killed. Ugh. With a sound, the knife rose and fell, and the moment Lu Shang finished the previous sentence, his body moved, and he didn't give anyone a chance to think at all. Like a wandering dragon, shuttling through these king's armies, if you don't pass through a single person, you will fall down, and their way of death is the same, that is, there is a slender scar on the neck. That's right, Lu Shang did not have the slightest spare hand, seeing that the domineering spirit quietly launched, constantly wandering through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, these 30-odd king army squads, all of them were spared. Not only that, but it can also be amazingly visible. The magic props in the hands of these people have been broken by a clear trace, and Lu Shang actually destroyed their weapons completely while destroying the enemy's defense line. Vulnerable. Lu Shang, who put down all the people in the group, said a mocking word, and looking at the corpses all over the ground, Lu Shang didn't feel anything at all. Lu Shang, who experienced the original Daoshan fire seascape, really had a hard time feeling anything about the current scene. However, just when Lu Shang had just finished solving, a sharp cold light was suddenly captured by Lu Shang. Surprised, and then without even turning his head, the hand knife directly slashed towards the back of his body. Boom. A crisp metallic crash came out at once. Feeling the increasing strength in his hand, Lu Shang turned around, only to find that it was no one else who came, it was Alessa. However, Lu Shang immediately reflected, the Alessa in front of him was not the Alessa he knew, but Alessa, the second captain of the Idola's demon battle force? It's really much better than those guys just now. This was Yanagi's first reaction after contact with Alessa. On the other hand, Alessa, who was stiff with her, laughed deeply. You actually killed more than 30 of my subordinates alone. Who are you? How did it end up here? I'm Yanagi, I'm from Magnolia, and you should be clear about why I'm here. Yanagi replied. Hearing the words Magnolia in Lu Shang's mouth, only seeing Alessa in this world, her face suddenly turned sideways, and she immediately said, shouldn't you be absorbed together and turned into a magic crystal? Lu Shang sneered, hehe, that kind of thing also wants to work on me? You underestimate the Magnorians, Alessa. Then, the power in his hand suddenly increased, and Alessa was repelled at once. And Alessa also noticed the difference in the demon knife in Lu Shang's hand at a glance, and the breath that constantly emanated from Lu Shang's body also made her dare not be careless, because all signs showed that Lu Shang's strength was not simple. It can be seen from the fact that the other party easily bounced himself off just now. I really didn't expect that there would be such a variable as you, but fortunately, since you appeared, don't think about going back. Does the strength of one person still want to compete with the power of the entire kingdom? Alessa said with contempt in her eyes. Indeed, no one would think that the power of a person can compete with that of a country. I really don't know if you are smart or righteous, it's not very good to live honestly here, you have to be brave. Alessa said. What exactly it is, you'll know in a moment. Yanagi replied. Suddenly, a playful voice also came from between the two. Oh, who is this? Alessa, how do you feel? A little difficult to deal with? Hugboy, why are you here? Looking at this figure who suddenly broke in, Alessa asked. Just finished the mission, in other words, what is going on with this man? The man named Hugboy asked. It's Magnolia's omission, you came just right, come with me to dispose of this 4.1 guy. Alessa replied. Huh? Magnolia and people? What's going on? Shugboy asked in amazement, not expecting that Lu Shang in front of him was actually a person from that world. And Lu Sheng also recognized the specially dressed man in front of him at a glance. This Zyug boy was one of the captains of the 4 demon troops. And for some reason, the other party's outfit even has a hint of funny in Lu Sheng's opinion. A large golden back, a pink armor, and the rose sword in his hand that resembles a women's sword. Just when Lu Sheng just recognized the identity of the other party, Elisha said again, "Don't ask so much nonsense. I feel that this guy has been solved, and the activation of the Dragon Lock Cannon still needs the strength of the 4 captains of our demon force." While speaking, the magic gun in Elisha's hand also began to change form. While speaking, the magic gun in Elisha's hand also began to change form. Yes. Looking at Elisha's posture, Hugboy nodded and said, and then, he also held the rose sword on his waist in his hand. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, who were one of the top strengths in this world, Lu Sheng also wanted to test what was so extraordinary about the magic props in the world. The magic spear can transform into more than 10 forms of a shape-shifting weapon, and the rose sword can make the object it touches extremely soft. With his memory, Lu Sheng suddenly showed the abilities of these 2 people. But, Elisha, you're so strong, is this man strong? Just leave it to me alone. At this moment, looking at Elisha with a serious expression, Hugboy asked in surprise. It's not simple, the strength should not be weaker than me. Hearing this, Elisha of this world nodded and replied. Hearing Elisha's words, Zyuj Boi was suddenly dumbfounded. He knew that Elisha was not joking with him. Lu Sheng really had the strength to rival the captain of the 23rd Demon Force. And Lu Sheng, who heard the conversation between the 2, also had a general understanding of Elisha in this world, that is, compared to the Elisha he was referring to, this Elisha was much more cold. At the same time, Shugboy and Elisha had already rushed towards Lu Sheng with their respective weapons, and it was obvious that the magic spear in Elisha's hand, which was originally in the form of a long sword, turned into a giant axe at some point, shining with an imposing luster. Seeing this, Lu Sheng was also vigilant, and the demon knife in his hand, Muramasa, was pulled out by Lu Sheng. Boom! With a sound, the long-lost murderous ghost sword Deo was once again swung out by Lu Sheng, and a blood-red void slash was born. The momentum swept towards Elisha and Hugboy, who rushed forward. Melt. Looking at the huge slash that swept in front of him, although Zyugboy was shocked, he was quickly restrained. At the same time, the rose sword in his hand was finally swung by him, and 2 completely different auras collided. The murderous ghost slash unleashed by Lu Sheng collided with the opponent's rose sword at once, but it did not sound as it should. I only saw that the rose sword in Zyugboy's hand was slashing at the sword chi, and the slash that Lu Sheng cut out seemed to melt. It has changed like a pool of dark red liquid, without any previous destructive power. That's right, it was the ability of the rose sword in Hugboy's hand, and the ability to soften objects that was applied to the sword chi. At this point, even Lu Sheng, who had been guarded for a long time, did not expect that the magic props of this world were so powerful, and they could directly ignore his momentum and directly soften the slash. But that's fine, otherwise, the battle is not talked about. At the same time, at the moment when Hugboy slashed and split, Elisha also shuttled out of the split crack, and a huge force was continuously concentrated by Elisha on her arm. At the same time, the magic spear axe in his hand flashed with an extremely dazzling luster, slashing towards Lu Sheng's head. Seeing this, Lu Sheng's eyes were bright, and the demon knife village in his hand was coming out directly. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 weapons of the demon knife village and the magic gun collided at once. In the end, it is 2 against 1. Just when Lu Sheng and Elisha were chopping, Zyug Boi no longer knew when, he appeared from behind Lu Sheng, and the rose sword in his hand stabbed fiercely towards Lu Sheng's waist. Got it, die, boy. Looking at Shugboy who didn't realize it, he couldn't help but hissed when the blade was about to stab Lu Sheng. It's just that, for some reason, Lu Sheng seems to have a pair of eyes behind him, and even his head does not turn back, and he shook Elisha away with a force, and then on the side of the figure, Zyug Boi's attack directly failed. What? Shugboy, who originally thought that the attack would be successful, couldn't help but say, because Lu Sheng's actions seemed to him to be completely beyond normal logic and the human category. How did you guy do it? Elisha, who also thought that she had succeeded, couldn't help but ask in surprise, because she had clearly seen that Lu Sheng's attention was on her, and she didn't distract other attention from observing the location of Zyugboy. The world in your eyes is too small. Lu Sheng looked at the 2 who were shocked by his behavior just now, shook his head and said. As for the ability that Lu Sheng had just used, it was the ability to see and smell domineering. Since coming to this magical world, Lu Sheng felt more and more the practicality of this ability. In the face of strength that is almost the same as your own and lower than yourself, it is really easy to use. Hearing the contempt in Lu Sheng's words, Elisha and Zyugboy, the 2 captains of the demon team, only felt that their faces were hot. The combined blow of the 2 people did not cause any damage to each other, and even teased like a puppy. It was simply a great shame. After all, they had never been so embarrassed as today. And Lu Sheng seemed to see through the minds of the 2 of them, and said, have you never met an opponent like me? That's right, these people 540 are still too small compared to Lu Sheng, and they think they have stood at the top, but they don't know. Yanagi had actually been looking down on them from above. It's really flattened, Elisha. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Hugboy said to Elisha next to him with a bad face. Shut him up right away, in that case, let's just deal with him head on. Elisha replied. Since the tactic of attacking from the side does not work, it is just right to directly head on, which is Alessa's thought. It's just that this is really useful for Lu Shang? Looking at the two who changed tactics, Lu Shang chuckled for some reason, and at the same time, his entire body suddenly attacked, intending to strike preemptively. And not only that, but the demon knife in Lu Shang's hand was even covered by a layer of pitch-black substance that he didn't know what means he used. Boom. With a sound, the whole person bounced out. In just a split second, Lu Shang was already like a ghost, suddenly appearing in front of Alessia and Hugboy. The dark black demon knife was even wrapped by Lu Shang's killing power, and a trace of light red and constantly lingering aura continued to float on Muramis's knife. The demon knife at this moment will be the strongest and most violent moment. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang's demon knife was directly swung down by him and slashed towards Alessia in front of him. This knife, if allowed to cut down, can definitely kill with one blow. I'm afraid you don't know my abilities. Just before Lu Shang ignored Zayugboy and directly attacked Alessia, the former's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Shang's ears. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the rose sword in Hugboy's hand came directly to Alessia, across the front. Yes, Hugboy was planning to use his rose sword to block the opponent's attack. Shugboy has this self-confidence, just because his weapon has the ability to soften all matter, so, in his opinion, Lu Shang is certainly no exception. Don't know? I saw through from the beginning. Brother Lu Shang couldn't help but answer while swinging his knife. At the same time, the demon knife that Lu Shang would swing was just like that, and all of his brain was slashed at the rose sword of Shugboy. And at the moment when the demon knife just touched the weapon in Zayugboy's hand, you can see that Zayugboy's face changed instantly. Because he suddenly found that the magic of his rose sword's props seemed to have disappeared, and the magic that should have been softened did not appear. The two weapons collided crisply. It didn't soften as Hugboy expected. How come? Why is my weapon useless, and what is going on with your knife? Hugboy asked in shock. Lu Shang did not answer the other party, all the proud smile. Immediately after, the power in his hand suddenly exerted, and then a broken ear sound was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone present. Click. Poof. With a shattering sound, the rose sword in Zayugboy's hand was directly cut off by the pitch-black demon knife in Lu Shang's hand. Not only that, but at the moment when Lu Shang had just broken the opponent's weapon, the blade body of the demon knife Muramasa, without mercy, continued to slash over. Immediately afterwards, the entire blade body unimpeded into Shugboy's body. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Neither Alessia nor Shugboy expected that all this happened in such a short time. In less than a minute, Lu Shang actually killed the third captain of the demon force, Hugboy. When this story spreads, a few people will believe it, but the truth is in front of them. Hugboy. Seeing this, Alessia couldn't help but roar. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang slowly withdrew the demon knife from Hugboy's body. Why is that? How exactly did you do it? Shugboy, who was about to break his breath, couldn't help but say. The weak, not qualified to know. Yanagi replied. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Zayugboy, who was about to die, was even more angry and directly killed. The always proud Hugboy simply could not bear the reality in front of him. And the reason why Lu Shang's demon knife was not affected by the opponent's magic props is also very simple. That is, because of the domineering color of the armed color. The power of armed color domineering directly isolates all the opponent's magic power. What softened magic power is impossible to work at all. Moreover, with the armed color domineering demon knife, its hardness is even different from the past. The sharp blade body has completely possessed the power to cut off the opponent's weapon. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang also touched the armed color domineering from the top of the demon knife village, and changed it to the original color of the knife body, and the demon knife Muramasa, who broke the opponent's weapon, did not have a trace of broken blade on his knife body. Unknowingly, Lu Shang already had his own black knife. I definitely can't let you go. Looking at Hugboy who slowly fell in front of him, Alessia said angrily. Although on weekdays, there is not much contact between these demon captains, but no matter what, Shugboy is also one of the cutting-edge forces of Idolas, and was killed by Lu Shang like this. How could she Alessia swallow this breath? Then you can try it. Looking at the other party's angry expression, Lu Shang didn't feel anything strange at all. Too pale, too weak, no strength, no matter how sharp the words, it is also in vain. Boom. A signal flare, I don't know when, has appeared in Alessia's hand, was launched. The fiery red flame of light suddenly exploded in the sky, and the positions of the two were immediately exposed. I know that a person may really not be your opponent, and your strength is far beyond my imagination, but I don't think you have the power to compete with a country. Alessia looked at Lu Shang with a wary expression and said. What Alessia just sent was the highest degree of signal, a signal that only appeared when the kingdom forces were facing a major disaster, but I didn't expect that Alessia attached so much importance to Lu Shang, and adjusted the crisis level to the highest level as soon as she came up. Indeed, in just a few encounters with Lu Shang, Alessia is more and more frightened by the war, and Lu Shang's strength has far exceeded her cognition, so anger is anger, but Alessia never dares to be careless. Shugboy is the best example. He relied too much on weapons. After losing his dew magic, he directly fell into a passive state and was killed by Yanagi with one blow. Alessia, don't want to follow in the footsteps of the former. Urgent? Urgent? The northwest of the palace sent the highest crisis signal. Immediately send reinforcements? Attention, attention, assemble immediately, all the Janissaries near the palace gather. Sir, what's going on? What happened at the palace? I don't know, but the only thing that can be determined is that Alessa, the second captain of the demon force, has encountered a big crisis. No, this signal is that the entire Idolas has fallen into a huge turmoil and threat, and act immediately. All the king's army was assembled at this moment. Not only that, but 2 other people also took action at this moment. The breath of these 2 people is comparable to that of Alessia. Who is it? The power of a nation. Back to Alessia Liu's Hung, I only listened to Lu Shang said with slight interest. He didn't expect that Alessa would put on such a big formation with him as soon as she came up. Wait, the king's forces will crush you immediately, no matter how much strength you have. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Alessia said with great momentum. As if the next battle would be terrifying, it would make Lu Shang's power unbearable. It's really surprising that people from Magnolia will appear with a guy like you, but that's the end of it. Alessia said in a deep voice. At the same time, a burst of breaking sound swept along with terrifying colors. I only saw groups of troops constantly coming from under the king's palace towards Lu Shang, and the unharmed crowd was accompanied by bursts of steel breath. Looking at the neat, tens of thousands of troops, Lu Shang couldn't help but say, what a big battle. Although Lu Shang said so, but somehow, looking at this roaring army, Lu Shang had only one word in his heart, that is, cool. Lu Shang knew that after this battle, his killing intent would be raised to a very terrifying level. Sasaki Kojiro Inheritance Edition has reached 70% 540. Please ask if you are ready for simulation exercises. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Lu Shang's mind. Is this thing so indiscriminate? Lu Shang said darkly. So he said to the system in his mind, first wait for me to deal with these people. Sasaki's practice will be left for later, and the rewards will be stacked. Okay, the task is being stored. After the system agreed, it disappeared into Lu Shang's mind. And at this moment, the army of the king's army has also gathered behind Alessa. I only saw a soldier similar to a small captain suddenly come to Alessia, and asked respectfully, Lord Alessa, what happened? This man, a remnant of Magnolia, is now planning to rescue the rest of his companions, and he is very strong. Alessia said to her. What do you say? Magnolia's remnants? How can it be? Haven't they all turned into magic crystals? The squad leader said in shock. Don't ask so much. In short, eradicate him. All hidden dangers will be solved. How long will they be there for Pansalali and Hughes? Alessia asked. Both captains are on their way, but I don't know why. Lord Hugboy has not responded to the signal, and he has not appeared until now. The squad leader replied. Alessia lowered her eyes and said, Hugboy is dead, on the way. Find a way to inform them faster. Without them, the situation may not be able to be controlled. As soon as these words came out, all the military departments present were in an uproar, and if these words did not come from Alessa's mouth, they would never have believed it. What? Captain Hugboy actually died? How is this one? This signal? Could it be that this did it? No, how could Lord Hugboy be killed by such a man in his early 20s? Everyone is speculating that the death of Hugboy caused confusion in the army, and the originally uniform formation became scattered because of the exposure of this news. Hiss. Look, it's Lord Hugboy. Suddenly, among these hundreds of thousands of troops, the sharp-eyed soldier who did not know it found Hugboy lying in a pool of blood at a glance. It was found that the latter died of a huge wound in the chest and excessive blood loss. How so? This. There is no solemnity that the army should have. Seeing this, I saw that the bruises on Alessia's face were exposed, and shouted loudly, give me a little calmer, don't mess up, it's too unpresentable. A special temperament suddenly emanated from Alessia, CDEB, and conveyed to the hearts of each and every one of these hundreds of thousands of people. In an instant, everyone's faces straightened, completely without the previous surprise, standing neatly in their respective phalanxes. Lu Shang suddenly found in an instant that Alessia in this world also had an aura similar to the Overlord color domineering. It actually suppressed the emotions of hundreds of thousands of people in an instant. The title of Goblin Hunter is indeed not an empty shelf. The momentum is not bad, but the strength is a little weaker. Lu Shang looked at Alessia's performance just now and said with admiration. However, Lu Shang's original praise sounded extremely harsh to Alessia. You guy, see? This is the power of the king's army. Can you still have the momentum just now? Alessia said in annoyance. Hearing this, Lu Shang shrugged his shoulders and said proudly, shrimp soldiers and crab generals, no matter how many ants there are, they are just ants. Lu Shang's face was not afraid, and the momentum of 400,000 people still could not suppress Lu Shang's courage alone. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Alessia trembled even more. She really didn't know where Lu Shangxi came from with such great confidence. Death is coming, don't you know it? Alessia couldn't help but ask. And not only that, Alessia in the world of idolas, somewhere in her heart, was touched, and an inexplicable emotion appeared in Alessia's heart, but now she has not noticed it. At this moment, 2 pitch-black figures suddenly broke into everyone's sight. Boom. With a sound, the 2 landed beside Alessia in unison. It was a humanoid panther and an ordinary-looking, but tall man. Lu Shang immediately recognized the identities of these 2 people. Pandalili and Hughes, the 3 generals of the demon army except for Hugboy actually got together. Lu Shang said. At the same time, the 2 who had arrived in time, only listening to one of them, asked Alessia next to him, what's going on? Alessia, is that the man? That's right, don't underestimate him, the strength is very strong, and Hugboy has already been killed. Elisha said with a serious expression. Hearing Elisha's words, this person's brows couldn't help but tremble, and the death of Hugboy obviously touched him a lot. The person who spoke was none other than Panda Lily. As a transcendent of this world, with the race that dominates the Idola's world, as well as Lily's own strength, he directly sat in the position of the first captain of this demon force. No one feels that Lily can't sit in this position. Putting aside the identity of the transcendent, he sat in this position with his own strong strength. Underscores for the transcendent, it is the true ruler of the world of Idolas? That's right, in this parallel world, all the transcendents are representatives of the highest race in this world. People such as Habi Shalyula and others are such beings, with wings, and can fly, they are the true rulers of this world. The transcendent is the existence that transcends this world, and its royal palace is higher ruler. Even a king obeys the orders of the transcendent. And the queen of this world, Charget, is Charlotte's real mother. In other words, the real mastermind behind the current situation is Chargert. But all this is just an illusion, and the reason why Chargot became the queen is because of layers of lies woven together. Any transcendent being, any god is just a fabrication made up by the Axites, in order not to be oppressed by the human beings of this world. Return to the place where the two sides are at war. Elisha had already confided in Lily and Hughes about Lu Sheng's various performances. That's really tricky, but this time you did a good job, Elisha. There is no one to carry it. Otherwise, it will be the worst situation. If you let such a man run into the palace, the scene will be really difficult to control. After listening to Elisha's Lily praise, if it were to change to Elisha on weekdays, it is estimated that she would have already confronted the enemy alone, and she would still have the mind to call for support. And the reason why Elisha did this time was not because of anything else, that is, the strength shown by Lu Sheng was too strong. Already strong enough to let Elisha know that she is completely invincible. Immediately afterwards, Hughes on the side said, "Oh, Magnolia is really blessed, the inexhaustible magic power has created such a him, and I really look forward to it, when all those magic crystals are used by us, hee." With an evil smile on his face, Lu Sheng knew with just a glance that this Hughes was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve strength. Ha 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 ha, magic. Not only that, but the wand in Hughes' hand actually laughed, it turned out to be a weapon with a certain self-awareness. In a way with Hugla's, the former's magic prop is the ability to soften its objects, while the latter has the ability to give souls to simple objects. In other words, the captains of the 4 demon troops, 2 of them rely purely on the power of magic props. On the other hand, Lily and Elisha are not, and their imposing momentum and lean physique are also the reasons why they can stand on a high point. Magic crystals for your use? Who promised? After hearing Hughes' words, Lu Sheng said fiercely. Yanagi knew their intentions and let the magic crystal that his fairy tale members turn into Hit-8's Tanya, and then fuse into eternal magic. This situation, as long as he is born, is absolutely impossible. The situation has been decided, and you can't decide these alone. Hughes snorted coldly. Looking at Hughes's invincible appearance, Lu Sheng did not have the slightest hesitation. He moved, as fast as a bolt of lightning, and in it, he could only see a cold light that was transformed by the demon Deo village. Poof! With a sound, the dragon-like body had already shuttled in front of Hughes. The blade in his hand had completely submerged into Hughes's body. What? Everyone present did not expect Lu Sheng to strike first, let alone that this terrifying speed was so smooth, a full 400,000 people, and no one reacted to what happened just now. Looking at Hughes, who had disappeared in front of him in an instant, the giant sword in Lily's hand suddenly gripped. The giant sword Mother of Destroyers was swung by Lily at once. The huge sword body that became extremely inflated directly slashed out towards Lu Sheng in front of him. And Lu Sheng saw and heard the domineering perception in an instant, his arm shook, and the demon knife inserted in Hughes's abdomen was directly drawn. Together with a touch of bright red blood, it swung directly backwards. Along with the blood of the enemy, a flying slash is like a fierce white tiger. Towards Lily's Mother of Destroyers, he tore at it fiercely. With a bang, a deafening loud bang sounded, and 2 attacks with the same attributes but with completely different momentum collided together. Immediately afterwards, Lily only felt that a huge force suddenly came from his hand, and this power also made him a little unbearable. What a furious attack. This is the first impression that Lily feels the moment he comes into contact with the other party. There was another bang, only to see Lily's body like a kite with a broken line, and the whole person flew out upside down. Ask for flowers. Bombarded in the boulder 100 meters away, I don't know what the injury was, and the giant sword Destroyer's mother that could change size in his hand was directly dragged out and smashed heavily on the ground. And Lu Sheng, just turned around and struck, unexpectedly caused such a terrifying power, and even flew Lily out in an instant. It was just one blow that knocked the first captain away. Is this Magnolia man already so powerful? I really can't imagine. It's good to turn those magic masters into magic crystals. If you release a few of these guys, Idolas may really be turned upside down. What can I do about this? The enemy's strength is so strong. With our strength, can we really compete with him? 0. Just when these royal troops were once again shocked by Lu Sheng's strength and talked about it, an unusually melodious voice suddenly sounded in the rear of the troops. No, The great idolas will not fail. Everyone, do not be interfered by the strength of the enemy. As an important part of idolas, you, the king's army, absolutely must shoulder this mission and responsibility. I only saw that the big-headed uncle who suddenly appeared in the rear of the army with a group of centaurs. It's the commander of the guards division, Lord Yagyu. When the soldiers looked back, they found that it was no one else, it was the regiment leader who commanded the elite troops and specialized in chasing and killing the fallen sky. Immediately afterwards, the legion commander, called Lord Yagyu, shouted loudly to all the soldiers, since the opponent's personal strength is extremely strong, then we will outperform his quality by quantity. No matter how strong a person is, there are times when he is tired, and it is difficult to fight with 2 fists and 4 hands, not to mention the hands of our 800,000 pairs of soldiers. The momentum of the army finally ushered in a state of high with this shout. As for this second knight, it was the reflection of Mr. One Knight in this parallel world, but Lu Sheng was surprised to find that the second knight of this world was exactly the same as the way Mr. One Knight he had seen, and there was no change at all. On the other hand, with the addition of 10,000 troops of the 2nd Night Guards Division, the 400,000 troops, the uniform scene, how spectacular, its military strength has climbed to the highest peak. Compared with it, Lu Sheng's body is indeed too small and too many mountains. However, for some reason, the momentum of these more than 400,000 people was stunned that there was no way to crush Lu Sheng. Win by numbers. Lu Sheng, who also heard in his ears, said dumbly after knowing the plan of the second knight. If it weren't for his usual arrogance, Lu Sheng couldn't even help laughing, because battles are never determined by numbers. And Lu Sheng also made a decision in his heart, that is, he wanted to teach these people a bloody lesson. Yagyu commanded, the whole army obeys my orders, attack. The first echelon attacks head-on, the second and third echelons, flanks surround, completely crush the enemy. He actually planned to use the same price as blood to build victory, and these soldiers, who only knew how to obey orders, did not hesitate at all, picked up the weapons in their hands, held the spears in 540, and trampled on Lu Sheng's body. A look that vows to kill Lu Sheng. And Lu Sheng, who had already understood, did not have the slightest hesitation. After all, the ignorance of these people was not Lu Sheng's fault, and there was no need for him to pay for it. Lu Sheng didn't even take out the demon knife, put it into the scabbard with his backhand, and then a person rushed out with his bare hands, like a fierce beast that lost his mind. In the horrified eyes of everyone, he instantly rushed into the enemy's military formation. The enemy rushed in, attack. I don't know who in the military formation roared like this. Weapons in all directions kept shuttling in front of Lu Sheng's body, but he was stunned that there was no way to rub a trace of Lu Sheng's body. Fist to flesh. Seeing Lu Sheng, who was domineering, his eyes were faintly covered with a touch of scarlet, and while constantly dodging the enemy's attacks, he kept attacking with heavy fists in his hands. Because of years of knife training, Lu Sheng's physique has long been developed by him to the extreme. After all, every slash that Lu Sheng's swing out needs to be supported by a strong physique, and ordinary people have long died because they can't withstand the violent load. And now, Lu Sheng is enjoying the pleasure of bombardment, like a knife-cutting tofu, constantly shuttling through the army. And another point is that the enemy is only Lu Sheng. No matter how many people in the army, the ones who can strike at Lu Sheng, that is, the few people around him, only when he dies, the people behind can rush up. And in less than a few minutes, Lu Sheng has already killed thousands of people, and everyone's death method is surprisingly consistent. That is, there is a huge penetrating wound on their bodies, a big hole. All of them were killed by Lu Sheng's punch. A big hole was opened in the chest and abdomen, and the functional organs of the body instantly collapsed and died. And now, these people have finally realized what they are facing. The enemy, not people at all. It's a monster. It is a monster that can tear them to death without mercy and easily. The soldiers who surrounded Lu Sheng were even more than a few steps, and I don't want to die in vain. After thousands of people died, they realized that they had just died some comrades, and the death was meaningless, and the other party was like a killing machine, and it never stopped. This is a monster. This is a monster. No, you can't fight. This is a fundamental person. We are just sending death. This person is not on the same level as us at all, and it is not possible to rely on quantity at all. He didn't even pull out his weapon. I haven't even touched the corner of my clothes. This person is a monster. There was a constant roar of fear among the troops. However, Lu Sheng, who had already opened his murderous aura and the momentum of the murderous ghost was completely turned on, simply ignored the words of these people. Immediately afterwards, he pounced into these flocks like a vicious wolf. And the originally imposing, looking like he wanted to kill Lu Sheng's second knight, his face at the moment was not very good. Or rather, it is already difficult to see the pole. At this moment, Elisha of the Istrian world had also flown to Yagyu's side and said to him, Yagyu, you are too presumptuous, this enemy cannot be stopped by relying on this method. Hearing this, Yagyu's face was gloomy, looking at his subordinates who were constantly being slaughtered and killed. If it weren't for being a military division commander for many years, he would have been impatient for Yagyu and panicked. But even so, now Yagyu can't think of any way. He didn't know what to do with this powerful enemy, because in his opinion, the strength of this enemy can no longer be solved by relying on simple ability. Then what do you say? When did Manuglia's people appear such a powerful enemy? What a mistake. Do these variables really lead Istria to destruction? Arya said with a gloomy face. Because at the same time as the two were talking, a large number of soldiers were constantly killed by Lu Shang. In just 10 minutes, Lu Shang had already killed more than 10,000 people, and looking at the other party's posture, there was no fatigue at all and the appearance of stopping. Even, the more you kill, the more courageous you are. Not yet, 2 nights, but if this guy is left alone, all our troops in Idolas will have to give him a burial, Elisha said with a serious face. Hearing Elisha's words, Arya did not respond, but changed his tone and asked, what about Lily? There should be nothing wrong, don't worry about that guy first, quickly think of how to deal with this guy is the key, Elisha replied. After that, the supreme rulers of the two Army 4.1 teams began their own strategies to deal with Lu Shang's strategy. On the other hand, Lu Shang is still carrying out his own killing feast. All the soldiers present were like pigs and dogs, constantly slaughtered by Lu Shang. Not enough. Lu Shang, who was constantly shuttling through the crowd, said more and more fiercely. With a loud bang, the flying chopping blow flew out. I don't know when, Lu Shang had already pulled out his demon knife village, and a slash that tore through the space was directly thrown out by Lu Shang. Brush pull a tearing sound sounded. Lu Shang's slash immediately rushed into the crowd unimpeded. Not only that, but a spiral-shaped tornado gushed out, tearing the heavens and the earth, tearing the king army of Idolas. The strong wind pressure surging in the sky suddenly involved the king army of tens of thousands of people. Bang bang bang. After half a ring, the power of the slash was exhausted, and the silver storm that originally blew into the sky gradually dissipated. And these bangs are none other than the army of kings who were swept into the sky. At this moment, tens of thousands of them have not survived, and all of them have smashed heavily on the ground, unconscious. In fact, with Lu Shang's ability, there is simply no need to do it with these rookies. Relying on the overlord color domineering, with Lu Shang's current mastery of domineering, he is fully capable of instantly shocking these people into losing consciousness in this instant. At least, these 400,000 people, with Lu Shang's ability, will definitely be able to destroy about 3/5 of them in an instant. However, Lu Shang did not want to do this, and now the feeling of fighting in person like this, Lu Shang enjoyed it very much. After all, it had been a long time since he had the opportunity to kill like today, so how could he easily let go of this opportunity? 23. What kind of monster is this? Run! The kingdom army that is still alive, looking at such a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in front of them, like a purgatory on earth, has completely lost its will to fight, and some of them only have the desire to survive. Retreat, retreat, this Magnolia guy, it's not something we can handle at all. No, I can't cope with it, it's just sending me to death. All the kings, after experiencing the scene just now, just wanted to retreat and keep a safe distance from the monster of Lu Shang. Bang! It was the figure of Lili, the first captain of the demon army, only to see him jump out of the previous rubble. And it can be clearly seen that there is a scar on his left arm that is neither deep nor shallow. It should have been scratched by the slashing aura released by Lu Shang in the process of colliding just now. Lily. Looking at Lily who suddenly shuttled out, Elisha, who was with the commander of the Second Night Army, shouted at him. Hearing Elisha's words, Lily did not pass immediately, but slowly walked towards his destroyer mother. He pulled out the giant sword that had been deeply plunged into it and held it tightly in his hand. Then a flying body suddenly came to Elisha and Iryi's side. Now except for the three of them, there are not many people in the overall situation, or people with strength. After all, the 4 demon generals had just been eliminated by Lu Shang as soon as they saw their faces. Lily, now there is a choice in front of us, this is the only way that Arya and I have thought of to solve this guy. Elisha looked at Lily, who had come to her side, and said, what way? This guy's often exaggerated, ordinary attacks, I'm afraid it's really difficult to work. Lily recalled the memory of the confrontation just now, and said with a serious face, I've seen that. Elisha replied. So, use the Dragon Lock Cannon, in addition to this weapon, to be honest, with our personal strength alone, I'm afraid it is really difficult to kill him, although it is very unwilling, but this man's strength is indeed not in the same dimension as us. Elisha said again, Dragon Lock Cannon? Are you going to use him on this enemy? Have you ever thought about such consequences? The whole of Istria will probably be destroyed in half. Lily said with a bad face. Is there any other way now? You look at the situation now, Elisha said with a gloomy face. Hearing Elisha's words, Lily finally discovered the current situation. That's right, Lu Shang is still hovering in the battle. Finally, it's time to do something real. Dragon Lock Cannon, use the magic cannonball used to destroy the island on my body, it really looks like me. Lu Shang, who had been fighting, also paid attention to the movements of those top levels. The sight and smell of full firepower immediately figured out the movements of Lily and several people. All soldiers obey the order and retreat with all their might. At this moment, Iryi, who had finally made up his mind, shouted at the king's army under him. However, these soldiers have long been scattered, and a situation of chasing and cutting has long been formed. How can I take care of the command of the second knight? Seeing this, the fat on Iryi's big face couldn't help but shake. However, surprisingly, Yanagi actually stopped attacking. At this moment, Lu Shang's whole person was already surrounded by a cloud of blood mist, and even Lu Shang's body was even a little unclear, and the whole person was like a blood shura, making people unable to see his true appearance. Everyone even thought that in that blood mist was Mo Zhong's bloodthirsty monster. For ordinary people, I am afraid that they have long been eroded by this terrifying abusive qi, but on Lu Shang, they can't see the slightest change. The entire pupil was still extremely clear, not affected by the violent qi in the slightest, but the smell of blood on the body 540 was somewhat strong. These are the blood that spewed out of the bodies of those soldiers. After all, Lu Shang had no need to show mercy to these enemies who tried to kill his companions, and besides, no matter who it was, as long as Lu Shang wanted to, there was no need to keep his hands. Looking at the scattered figures, Lu Shang just watched quietly, and no one could see what he was thinking. Then, Lu Shang slowly put the village in his hand back into the scabbard, and then an even more shocking scene appeared. Lu Shang actually sat directly on the ground. Sit in the middle of the battlefield, in the center surrounded by corpses. When the opportunity comes, I will convey the instructions to the king and the empress now. Without further ado, I will go first, and the situation here will be handed over to the two of you first. After Lily saw Lu Shang's move, he directly spread his wings behind him, flew into the air, and flew towards the depths of the king's palace. The remaining Elisha and Yi looked at Lu Shang with a guarded face, and constantly commanded the king's troops, staggering the retreat. Now this result, even if it wins in the end, it will be a great shame for their Idris. Now this result, even if it wins in the end, it will be a great shame for their Idris. If nothing else, Lu Shang, who is Magnolia, has already done too much, and completely suppressed a full 400,000 people with the strength of one person. What a feat. Theatris, who else can do this? The Dragon Lock Cannon, the power that can guide the world, was originally used to make the magic crystal impact the power of Ixtalia. Now since it is used on my body, then I will try it. Lu Shang said eagerly. Now although because Idolas has no magic power, he can't absorb the source of magic power in the air, but Yanagi's slashing intention, three-color domineering, one-way kendo, and murderous ghost kendo are all carried behind, and the endless hole cards make Yanagi have no worries. Moreover, if you want to improve the experience value of Sasaki Kojiro's template, you must challenge something powerful. Lu Shang's current experience point has broken through to 70%, and he also has a chance to try, so Lu Shang knows that when he and this Dragon Lock Cannon are matched, his experience point may increase again, at least to the level of 75%. At that time, the difficulty of the trial will be more difficult, and the final reward will be more abundant, which is what Lu Shang is looking forward to the most. The bottleneck of space slashing, Lu Shang has been wandering here for a long time, and according to Lu Shang's memory, after solving the bridge section of Idolas, after interspersing some small things in the middle, it should be the plot of Tianlong Island. By that time, the Black Dragon King will appear, and the dragon sleeping in the body of the dragon-slaying demon mentor will also wake up, so Lu Shang must thoroughly hone the space slash to the peak before these things happen. Reach the point of killing space. Therefore, Yanagi must seize this opportunity to thoroughly understand Sasaki Kojiro's Yan return technique in that trial. On the other hand, Lily had also arrived in the king's palace, and the person standing in front of him was none other than the Empress of Exteria, Chargert. At this moment, the Empress was sitting high on the throne, listening to Lily report this incident. After half a ring, Chargert's face sank into the water. She did not expect that she would kill such a Cheng Yanjin halfway, nor did she expect that the strength of this enemy would be as strong as Lily said. In this case, there is no other way. The matter will be handed over to you. Lily, you must eradicate this enemy. Xia Lulu, she has not moved. I don't know what went wrong, but this enemy in your mouth must be solved as soon as possible. No matter what, the matter of obtaining eternal magic must not fail. This is an important condition related to the prosperity and well-being of our entire Idolas. It is also the hope that our Hitlasi tribe can continue to survive, and if we don't succeed, we will become benevolent. Chargot said again. Hearing this, Lily nodded solemnly, the same, understanding the hope in Chargert's mouth. They have always been compiled on lies. Once this time things do not succeed, they will return to the era of being oppressed by human beings? It must live up to expectations, and the identity of the transcendent will always be maintained. Lily's eyes were extremely serious, and he replied iron-bonedly. After that, he flew away from the palace deep. Dragon Lock Cannon. It's about to start. Immediately afterwards, the moment he saw that the Empress's order had just been given, the castle of the king's palace began to move, and the entire Idolas was even shaking. What is even more exaggerated is that the center of the palace, originally a 1,000-meter-high tower, began to slowly change its shape at this moment. I only saw that the giant tower that could look at the entire Idolas suddenly bent. Not only that, but a cannon door with a faint dragon's head was erected. It turns out that this has been guarding the watchtower of Idolas, which is the Dragon Lock Cannon. This country-level weapon has always been like this, blatantly exposed to the outside world, and today, when he is ready to use it, he is revealed. With this violent shaking, the entire residents of Idolas were even more startled by the shaking of this natural disaster, and the residents who went door to door all ran out and looked towards the source of vibration, the center of the kingdom. They didn't know what they were facing at all, and at this moment they were looking towards the palace with a puzzled face. What happened? What's going on with this shaking? I don't know, but it feels like it came out of the kingdom's hair. What happened there? Strange. I don't know if you smell the air. It seems that something is wrong. How does it feel like a fishy smell? Indeed, it is a strong smell of blood. Broken. What is happening in the kingdom? All the inhabitants of Idolas looked in the direction of the palace with a confused expression, not understanding what was happening there. It's just that all of them know that Idolas, something terrible has definitely happened. For a while, rumors spread, and the whole country was in a turbulent phase. And Lu Shang, who was coiled in the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, finally felt the moment he was looking forward to. That weapon that was so powerful that it was powerful enough to destroy a small country was finally used by the people of Idolas. Finally appeared, Dragon Lock Cannon. Not only seeing and hearing, but the touch of this experience has clearly told Lu Shang that this Idolas is finally going to use this country's great killing move against him. It seems that it has been passed, but I didn't expect the Empress to be able to agree. In this case, in addition to the strength of me and Lily, I am afraid that the strength of the army is also needed to evacuate the crowd, and soon after, I am afraid that this area will be destroyed, even the royal palace, and the evacuation must definitely be fully prepared. Otherwise, it will be a bit of putting the cart before the horse. Elisha looked at the original watchtower, which had collapsed at this moment, and turned into a magic cannon that killed the human world, the Dragon Lock Cannon. Ah, to such an extent, we are really ugly, Arya said with a sad face. For them, or for anyone, they would never have imagined that Magnolia's strength alone had reached such a level, to the point that they could not sweep the power of the whole country, and they were forced to use the final killing weapon. After all, if you continue to fight against it with personal strength, the number of casualties will be too great. The Idolas can't afford it. So far, in addition to the 2 demon army captains, there are nearly 100,000 troops. All of them have died under Lu Shang's knife. They have been forced to the end, forced to the point of no return. Your Majesty Faust, now, please leave the palace quickly, the next palace will be very dangerous. A scout said to Faust beside him. It's really ugly, the group of guys in the second night is really waste, they were forced to this extent, there is no way, let's go. By the way, that guy, did you find it? King Faust of Idolas replied. Not yet, since Magnolia was absorbed, it has completely disappeared. Scout replied respectfully. Well, you must send someone to strictly guard the magic crystal brought by Magnolia, that kid is likely to do something there, and he must not be allowed to succeed. Faust said. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Scout responded. Then, the two quickly left the palace with the support of the soldiers. Without the appearance of a king, he gave up his residence, this Faust, no one knows how far he can go. At the same time, with the evacuation of the ordinary people around him, Lu Shang also moved, and his body that slowly stood up, for some reason, exuded an extremely terrifying aura. It is a pure fighting intent, a desire for strength, a desire to collide with powerful forces. Let me see how many pounds and 2 there are. After all, whether Sasaki's inheritance template can continue to grow 540 depends on your power, Lu Shang said with a feverish look. Lily. At the same time, looking at Lily, who was rushing towards her, Elisha first drank loudly, and then boom, with a sound, it exploded in the direction of the other party. Elisha, the Dragon Lock Cannon has been activated. We are no longer needed here. Retreat to Axtalia. Lily looked at Elisha, who ran towards him and said. Hearing Lily's words, Elisha wondered, what did you say? Without our power, how to activate the Dragon Lock Cannon? It's already possible. The Empress has approved the concession of the highest power. The Dragon Lock Cannon can be activated without our strength, and the magic accumulated by the entire Idolas will be instilled into the Dragon Lock Cannon, and we are no longer needed. Lily replied. While speaking, he rushed towards the distance of the palace with Elisha and Iryi, and Elisha couldn't help but ask, Supreme Privilege. What's going on? That is to say, if you don't succeed, you will become a benefactor. Aside from the magic crystal that Magnolia has become, all the mana we have accumulated before will be used to attack, and once this, Kteb, Magnolia last seed is destroyed, we can continue by the magic power of Magnolia's magic crystal and the fusion of Extalia. Lily explained. It turned out to be like this, so angry, and used all the magic power we had accumulated before, so that although this Lu Shang can indeed solve it, I am afraid that the scope of destruction will reach an extremely exaggerated level. Elisha said. Not only him, but even Lily Jia, they couldn't believe what terrifying power this Dragon Lock Cannon would erupt in the future. Moreover, this Dragon Lock Cannon had never been used again except for the riot that had just been built, and that time, the mana consumed could not even reach this one. But even so, Elisha still remembers the power of the Dragon Lock Cannon back then, and the scene like a natural disaster has been deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone who witnessed the Dragon Lock power back then, and it is precisely because of this that Elisha will be shocked by Queen Shargo for making this decision. That power can definitely reach the level of extinction, and even most of Sri Lanka could even be destroyed. And all this is prepared for Yanagi. A force that was constantly collapsing gushed out from Lu Shang's body. Boom. It was the Dragon Lock Cannon. I only saw its sharp gun door with a trace of metal aura, and it was removed from the shelves with a bang. Not only that, because of the special material of the Dragon Lock Cannon, no matter how huge the magic power he endures, he can balance that huge magic power and let the magic power be 100% and maximize his power. Moreover, not only that, but Lu Shang could always feel an extremely strong bloodthirsty aura on the cannon door of this Dragon Lock Cannon. So weird, there should be many revenants who died under this Dragon Lock Cannon. Lu Shang felt the breath of the Dragon Lock Cannon and said with a serious face. because he found that this dragon lock cannon seemed to have a trace of consciousness. It was the condensation of tens of thousands of undead souls, but it was only in its embryonic stage, and what was really tricky was the huge magic contained in the cannon itself. After all, what was stored in this lock cannon now was the magic power that idolas had recorded for more than 10 years, and the air near the palace had even become extremely heavy, suppressed by that huge magical power. But for some reason, this huge magic power was stunned and could not leak the slightest, and it was all completely locked in the door of the dragon lock cannon. And Lu Shang, who felt this situation, was even more surprised. He had never seen such a strange material substance. To be able to perfectly compress such a huge amount of magic power in such a small cannon chamber, Lu Shang thought that with his current magic control, he could not do it. Although it is not far from this step, it is still a little bit worse. Interesting. Lu Shang, who had already crossed his body and locked his gaze on the dragon lock cannon, said with great interest. While speaking, he couldn't help but rub the demon knife Muramasa in his hand, and the fighting intent that was born had already gushed out from Lu Shang's heart. After half a ring, the entire people of Idolas had basically retreated to Ixtalia, and the entire Idolas was now like an empty ancient city, with nothing left. And Alessa Lily and they also left and went to Ixtalia, but until now they did not understand why Lu Shang let them achieve their goal so easily. With the strength of the other party, he should know what kind of weapon this dragon lock cannon is, but even so, Lu Shang actually let them leave, ready to face the dragon lock cannon alone. If it weren't for the strength Lu Shang showed before, Alessa Lily would even think that this Lu Shang was simply a madman who didn't want to die. Because, in their opinion, even if Lu Shang has the strength of this guy, he feels that there is no way to use his personal ability to resist this world-level weapon. As everyone knows, when they saw through Lu Shang's strength, Lu Shang's dictionary has never had the word lose, no matter how terrifying the power. In Lu Shang's opinion, it is a grindstone that can make himself fuller and sharper. At this moment, the dragon lock cannon, which has complete autonomy, finally locked the target under the previously programmed program. Lock in Yanagi, the only enemy? The light of the gun door continued to become dazzling, and the entire gun port seemed to condense extremely huge power, and an extremely violent aura was also emitted at this moment. And Lu Shang was also at this moment, staring at the enemy who had no life in front of him. It's already about to begin. Next, half of Idolas will probably be annihilated. It's a long process, there is such an enemy, but for the eternal magic, this price is worth it. Faust, who had evacuated to Extalia, looked at time and said with a gloomy face. This greedy king finally burst out his ambition at this moment. This parallel world has always been like this. The king and the queen are intrigued, and both people are thinking about their own calculations. One is to ensure the continuation of the race, and the other is completely for its own ambitions. And now, the dragon lock cannon transformed from the tower crane is constantly shaking at this moment, and a large amount of magic power is constantly compressed. It is constantly compressed by the genus nature attached to the dragon lock cannon itself. And Lu Shang, at this moment, finally moved, because he could already clearly feel the magic contained in the dragon lock cannon. The terrifying magic contained in it is definitely the most powerful force that Lu Shang has ever faced. Drink. Lu Shang suddenly drank heavily, and a large amount of breath began to pour out from Lu Shang's body continuously, and merged with the demon knife. This demon knife has been following Lu Shang for too long, and now, this person has long had the ability to communicate with each other. In other words, since he first understood the meaning of cutting iron, Lu Shang can feel the emotions of the demon knife village itself. That's right, everything in the world has emotions, and Demon Deo Muramasa's is no exception. At this moment, Lu Shang has been able to easily feel the breath of Demon Deo Muramasa. Are you excited? Looking at the constantly trembling demon knife in his hand, Lu Shang asked him. Immediately afterwards, the trembling of the demon knife Muramasa's trembling became even stronger, as if he was responding to Yanagi. Seeing this, Lu Shang couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. And the weapon he faced resounded with a roar, constantly echoing in every corner of the thousands of miles. At the same time, a burst of white jade-like light suddenly appeared in Lu Shang's hand, which was stained on the body of the demon knife Muramasa. And at this moment, Lu Shang suddenly found that he had to be different from before, and after opening the straight death demon eye, he felt completely different. In the line of sight, all the objects are intertwined, and at each of their connections, there is a black chain. This is, Yanagi looked at the strange sight in his eyes, and even he didn't realize what was happening. Space is interconnected? Is it the embodiment of space? Shang exclaimed. According to his impression, I am afraid that only this ability is in line with his current situation. Even Lu Shang himself did not expect that he could inadvertently touch the threshold of spatial realization at such a moment. As the name suggests, this ability allows Lu Shang's slash, in the improvement of 1, to have the ability to change space. For the use of space, Lu Shang is already small and large scale. After all, since the last accident, Lu Shang has no intention of opening the straight death demon eye, at least until the future trial. Lu Shang has no such plan. He had to find a way to solve the load caused by the straight death demon eye before he could use that powerful causal weapon. I really can't imagine that I have touched something at this level at this moment. In that case, let me see how far you can go. Lu Shang, who had obtained the new power, was suddenly arrogant, and a curiosity about the new power drove Lu Shang. Ask for flowers. and the demon knife Muramasa, as if he felt the change in the power in Lu Sheng's body, trembled and hummed. On the other hand, even the dragon lock cannon, which had already crushed the sky to the point of collapse, had already gathered most of its magic power at some point. There is a constant roaring sound. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng knew that this shocking dragon lock cannon was about to be launched. And Lu Sheng also once again gradually separated the strange black connection line in his eyes, and in just a blink of an eye, Lu Sheng suddenly locked the dragon run. 0. The slash that can rewrite the power of space has also been condensed by Lu Sheng. Not only that, but the more than 100,000 people killed before, the murderous aura contained in Lu Sheng's body at this moment was also burst out by Lu Sheng. A burst of blood mist boom, Lu Sheng was covered in it at once. Not only that, but the inexplicable white jade between the palms spread to the demon knife village in his hand. Not only that, the armed color domineering was directly covered by Lu Sheng, and now the demon knife village has completely turned black, and the body of its knife has a trace of fluorescence diffusion. Not only that, but combined with the terrifying killing intent in Lu Sheng's body, at this moment, Lu Sheng truly mastered the power of spatial slashing. Convergence, all space boils down to one point, and by concentrating all the power on that one point, you can achieve the power to rewrite space. In this tense moment, Lu Sheng constantly felt this new force. Although the power of the inherent enchantment is even more difficult to control than this, at least, now I know where to work hard. Lu Sheng, who had already touched the ultimate form of spatial power, said. Immediately afterwards, those eyes that were different from before were directly placed on the dragon lock cannon, to be precise, the destruction beam mountain that bombarded him head-on. Facing the beam of destruction in front of him, Yagyu was finally ready to unleash his strongest blow ever. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon lock cannon was finally launched, and after a large amount of magic power was compressed to the extreme, it finally burst out of that terrifying energy at this moment. The entire sky was even smashed by this terrifying power. Above the sky, there was no cloud. All the objects that had nothing to do with the two sides were wiped out, and the only thing left was the destruction ray of the dragon lock cannon that could smash the island, and the Lu Sheng, who was still ready to attack and was entrenched like a fierce tiger. Here it comes. Looking at the mighty mana beam, magic cannon, which struck with a destructive force, Lu Sheng drank violently. Immediately afterwards, the points finally connected into a line, and in Lu Sheng's eyes, except for the control of his own slashing and the strong fighting intent, there was nothing else, and Lu Sheng, who had been surrounded by the amazing 540 chi, finally moved. At this moment, 100 schools of thought were released, and Lu Sheng actually fused all the slashing ability he had been learning all along. What was even more amazing was that Lu Sheng's entire momentum changed greatly at this moment, and a completely different temperament suddenly emanated from Lu Sheng's body. Immediately afterwards, the demon knife village has also completed the process of knife rising, knife falling, and sheathing, and the whole process is like a dragon shuttling through the galaxy, coherent and confusing the trajectory. With a scream, Lu Sheng's slash instantly cut through the sky, and a cyan flying slash came to life, sweeping directly forward with an arrogant and ferocious momentum. The entire sky above its slash was even more cut and shattered, revealing the void turbulence in the space, and not only that, such an explosive slash suddenly burst out of a more powerful force at the last moment it condensed. The power of the entire slash exploded several times. And at this moment, Lu Sheng is also looking at his masterpiece with a look of excitement. Hey, the slash that shreds the sky, have I finally come this far? The power of the slash continued to burst out in front of Lu Sheng. And in the next second, the power of the dragon lock cannon was not bad at all, and the magic beam with the aura of destruction finally met Lu Sheng's slash. The moment the two touched, boom. There was no imaginary loud noise. The moment the two forces touched, there was no sound, yes, only the empty and constantly reverberating nothingness. The whole idolas even fell silent, and the whole world seemed to be destroyed to nothingness, and everything was seen. There is nothing but dazzling golden light. Lu Sheng's slash that tore the space apart. The moment it touched the magic beam, it had actually torn it apart, and the complete mantis arm was used as a car. If it were changed to before, Lu Sheng would have a little difficulty cutting off this beam of destruction, but the current Lu Sheng and yesterday are simply one and the same. Today's Lu Sheng is not the Lu Sheng of the past, and Lu Sheng, who has mastered the embodiment of space, has completely stood at the top of the human race. In other words, Lu Sheng may be only one step away from surpassing the human limit step. The cyan flying slash suddenly split the magic beam that was hundreds of meters thick in two, without any stopping at all, like a knife cutting tofu, it annihilated all this. And this magic cannon, which could have destroyed half of idolas, had not yet burst out, and it had been completely cut off by Lu Sheng's slash, and it did not burst out at all. It sounded directly in the air, and then, disappeared into nothingness. However, Lu Sheng's slash was not over, and the terrifying power was like a wild horse out of control, shuttling uncontrollably towards the space. In just the blink of an eye, the space in a radius of thousands of miles was all torn and shattered, and there was void turbulence everywhere, and the sky was full of large and small space fragments. Not only that, in the land of idolas, there is a huge ravine thousands of meters deep, which extends to the end of idolas before it can end. Idolas, there is no difference from destruction, or in other words, I am afraid that this place is no longer suitable for living creatures. The space has been shattered by willow. Idolas is full of void turbulence. If you walk around at will, you will definitely be twisted into the turbulence and torn to pieces. And the entire king's palace disappeared into the original land early, returning to dust, or in other words, nearly 2/3 of Idolas have disappeared, and they have been smashed by the slash released by Lu Shang, the spatial turbulence caused by it. It's finally here. Lu Shang looked at his masterpiece, and a rare sense of excitement and pride was placed on his face. Since leaving the Hokage world and coming to the magical world of fairy tale, Yanagi has finally seen the results of his past few months today. Moreover, this is not counting the Sasaki trial he will do next. When the trial is over, Yanagi's power will definitely be able to cross the current barrier again. At least, the sequelae of mental image manifestation and straight death demon eye can be perfectly solved by him. As for Idoras's last weapon, the dragon lock cannon, it disappeared into this world early and was bombarded into nothingness by Yanagi's slash. Looking at the world around him, Lu Shang did not have any pain, let alone guilt. This world is so cruel. Even in Lu Shang's opinion, all this is worth it. Moreover, it was the people of Idolas who did things first, and Lu Shang had no need to keep his hand. Simply put, the current tragic scene of Idolas was all their own fault. Or in other words, they didn't expect that Lu Shang, a special factor, could change the direction of the situation so much. This time, it really didn't come in vain, and the initial plan was really correct. Lu Shang felt the change in his strength and said 4.1 lightly. What he was referring to was his intention to go to Idolas alone at the beginning, and if he took Naz and Wendy Geijiro with him, nothing would necessarily change in between. However, it was not alone in Idolas who acted in Idolas. There was also a well-known person to the Idolas, acting in the shadows, and now, the man was standing in front of a huge magic crystal. Looking at the crystal in front of him, he frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. And Yanagi, after destroying most of Idoras, also moved in the direction of Ixtalia with his own purpose. That was where the Transcendence lived, and not only that, but the residents of Idolas who had left before had also retreated there. Underscore they should be on the border between Idolas and Ixtalia. Yanagi looked into the distance, following the memory, remembering the place where the members of Fairy Tail turned into magic crystals. In this way, following his memory, Lu Shang flew away in that direction instantly. Yanagi decided to rescue the members of Fairy Tail who had turned into magic crystals first, and to deal with the people of Idolas and Ixtalia properly. In this way, in less than half a ring, Lu Shang had already clearly felt the energy containing huge magic power in the distance. Yanagi knew that it was the magic crystal that the members of Fairy Tail had turned into, and there he clearly felt the breath of everyone. Wait for me. After determining the direction, Lu Shang was even more a flying body, and instantly flashed towards the magic crystal of the Fairy Tail. And on Lu Shang's way to the magic crystal, he felt a 23 extremely familiar breaths. Immediately afterwards, the figure also clearly met Lu Shang's eyes. It was Mr. On. I only saw that the other party was constantly circling on the huge magic crystal, frowning and thinking about something. Mr. What are you doing here? Lu Shang looked at his always mysterious union member and asked puzzled. He didn't expect Mr. On to find the magic crystal first. However, Lu Shang knew through the other party's expression that the other party probably did not know about the destruction of Idolas. Yanagi didn't know how he would feel when he learned that Idolas had been destroyed. After all, Mr. On was the prince of Idolas. Yes, Mr. On is the prince in this parallel world, although he has the same appearance as Jelal, but has a completely different identity, but the two are so similar in fate. Although Mistlin was a prince, his father, Faust, the king of the Idolas world, did not inherit the position so honestly. After knowing his son's thoughts, which turned out to be to help the people of Magnoria, this Faust actually planned to send someone to kill his son. And Mr. On only prevented his Faust's ambition to regain control of the world, and this ambition was built on countless living beings. On the other hand, returning to the Fairy Tail magic crystal, Mr. On also found Yanagi who had arrived and asked him, Yanagi, how did you find here? You left before I finished speaking. These are everyone's magic crystals. Ah, I know, but this magic water, Lu Shang nodded and said hesitantly. Because he suddenly remembered that in order to free his companions, he still needed a key to the Supreme, and that key should be on King Faust. At the same time, that key is also the key to activating the dragon lock cannon and launching the more terrifying weapon. Ah, everyone has turned into a magic crystal, and to release them, it is necessary to find the king of the world of Idolas, because only the key in his hand can lift this magic crystal. Looking at Lu Shang's hesitant face, Mr. On explained. Well, that's right, since that's the case. Lu Shang nodded and replied, at the same time, thinking about the next plan. Mr. Lin, this is left to you. Absolutely don't let anyone get close to this magic crystal. I'll go and find a way now. After Lu Shang finished speaking, he disappeared from Mr. Lin's side again. There is simply no opportunity for the other person to speak. On the other hand, the King Faust just mentioned is also preparing a plan that he has been preparing for almost 10 years. What? Idolas turned out to be completely destroyed, even the dragon lock cannon? A voice full of majesty and evil suddenly burst into anger. True, the person who spoke was none other than Faust, who had just received the news. Everyone did not expect that unexpected things would happen one after another, and this instigator was all the same person, Lu Shang. My lord, the picture monitored by the clearance is like this, Idola's, now it has completely turned into a place where the void turbulence sweeps wantonly, and there is no way to live in it. Scout said. In this way, all we have left is Axtalaya, and that's fine. Just get rid of some of your ice spikes. Hearing the scout's words, Faust thought about it and said with a gloomy face. As for the thorn in Faust's mouth, it is none other than those Axtalians of the same race as Habishaliala, that is, the transcendence of this world. Faust has painstakingly managed the plan for many years in order to eradicate the species called the transcendent in this world, and he can no longer stand the domination of human beings by others, but to put it bluntly, it is only for his own ambition. You go out first. Immediately afterwards, Faust ordered his subordinates again. Then, watching his subordinates leave 540, Faust's face became more and more excited and more crazy. Ha 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 ha, since this is the case, there is no way, the magic power has already been stored enough, it's time to activate that thing. Faust said with a look of excitement. As for the weapon in his mouth, I am afraid it will be a more powerful and terrifying existence than the dragon lock cannon. And Lu Sheng is now on his way to Axtalaya, and now he is rushing towards his destination. It's really not going to end that simple, Lu Sheng said. By now, Lu Sheng had finally landed on this floating island, the territory of this transcendent. At the same time, the whole of Axtalaya, because of the crowd that burst from Idora's, also fell into a riotous situation. Is this it? Sure enough, it was funny, it really floated in the air, and it was very similar to the empty island I encountered before. Lu Sheng looked at the huge island suspended in the air in front of him and said with great interest. And he has clearly felt the emotions of everyone on this island. With a bang, Lu Sheng's body finally stepped on this land. At the moment when Lu Sheng arrived in Axtalaya, his figure was also perceived. The world of Axtalaya is always a constant guardian to monitor the movements of outsiders. Stop, what are you? A transcendent who suddenly appeared looked at Lu Sheng who had fallen from the sky with a wary face. Where did that Faust guy escape? Lu Sheng did not answer the other party, but asked rhetorically. Faust? That's what you call the king? This transcendent also thought that Lu Sheng was also a person from Idola's, and when he heard that the other party dared to call the king's name, he couldn't help but exclaim. Forget it, I guess you don't know. Lu Sheng looked at the other party's reaction, slowly shook his head, and then had no intention of making a move on it, and his figure disappeared from the sight of this transcendent with a burst of violence. After a long time, the transcendent guard found that Lu Sheng had actually walked away from under his nose, his face froze at first, and then immediately raised the alarm. An unknown person broke into Axtalaya without permission and asked for support. The Beyonder said with a serious look on the alarm. Immediately afterwards, the entire Axtalaya immediately raised the alarm. And on Lu Sheng's side, now he is tracking King Faust, intending to take back the key in the other party's hand. After all, the companions of fairy tale must rely on the power of the key to unlock the seal. Faust. What exactly should I do with you? Lu Sheng hurried as he thought about what he should do with this king of Idola's. How many years, absorbing the magic of Idola's for so many years, just through this riot, let those hateful transcendents see the horror of mankind. In the dark room, King Faust's voice sounded gloomy. Looking at the key containing strange magic power in his hand, Faust's face became more and more hideous, and said, finally completed, this weapon, which is several times more powerful than the dragon lock cannon, is finally done. Not only that, but in front of Faust stood a huge steel body that was 100 meters high, and you can clearly feel the magic in it. It is not difficult to imagine that the dragon lock cannon is completely incomparable to the huge steel armor in front of Faust's eyes. The magic contained in this thing, the dragon lock cannon, is not even qualified to compare. If Lu Sheng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize this huge metal armor at a glance. It is the forbidden weapon, Arnim? This weapon is not at all of the same nature as the dragon lock cannon, which is only activated by magic stolen from various places in Idora's. But Arnim is different. This giant armor is formed by Faust secretly leading and continuously absorbing the magic power of the entire Idola's. That's right, Idola's, like Magnoria, was originally a huge magical world, but it was inexplicably broken more than 10 years ago. The magic that Idola's had been filled with suddenly disappeared one day 10 years ago. The mastermind behind this is none other than Faust. For his own ambition, he secretly took all of Idora for himself, and now, Faust is admiring the masterpiece in front of him. Then he saw that he slowly picked up the key in his hand and inserted it into the body named Arnim, and a special concealment device was skillfully opened by him, and then inserted the key and slowly rotated. At the moment when Faust had just completed this process, a force that could match the world gushed out. Feeling the magical coercion that rushed towards him, Faust couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, with this power, who else can be my opponent? This is the magic that can destroy the world. With the entire Idola's, all the magic power of 10 years, the power of this forbidden weapon can be imagined, or in other words, the power of this weapon is simply beyond the reach of human beings, completely beyond the scope of human beings. Immediately afterwards, the forbidden weapon named Arnim actually opened a small passage from the chest in the middle, and the inside could be clearly seen. Everywhere is full of precision parts, and in between, there is a main control trunk. You can see at a glance that this forbidden weapon can be controlled. Then in the most central passage, a huge staircase suddenly appeared, connecting to the ground, and Faust raised his feet and stepped out step by step, and with each step out, the breath on Faust's body would increase by a point. Feel the fear, you detestable creatures and the remnants of Magnolia, I will solve you all today. Already sitting among the forbidden weapons, Faust said with a look of excitement. At the same time, Faust began to manipulate this powerful forbidden weapon, only to see Arnhem's huge body slowly move. This forbidden weapon, if you want to accurately describe his strength, can be described by nuclear power, huge magic to manipulate his body. In the modern world, this Arnhem is completely powered by nuclear power. After all, this is the full magic of the entire world of idolas for 10 years. And this huge magic power is all over Arnhem's body. Boom. With a sound, a large hole suddenly appeared on the stone wall in front of Arnhem, and Faust, who did not intend to lurk, directly urged Arnhem's greatest power out without scruples. This sound also immediately attracted the attention of the people around and noticed the change here. Ha ha ha, what an intoxicating power. Faust, who felt Arnhem's destructive power, laughed maniacally. And because of the loud noise just now, Lu Shang, who happened to be not far from here, Limos, also noticed the situation here. In that direction, you can make it easy for me, Faust. Lu Shang said. Not only that, but the residents who had fled here from Idolas and Illusili also heard the loud noise just now. What's going on? Could it be that something happened to Ixtalia too? Lily said with a bad face. He had an extremely bad premonition. Ilusha, who was next to her, replied with a serious face, just go and take a look, it's really eventful, just finished solving that Magnolia guy. Ixtalia actually appeared in this situation again, what a headache. After that, Lily and Ilusha also rushed towards the Arnhem manipulated by Faust. And they who did not receive the news, even now thought that Lu Shang had been solved by the power of the dragon lock cannon. I don't know what kind of expression Ilusha will have when they see the intact Unagi later. And now, King Faust has manipulated the huge forbidden weapon Arnhem to trample towards Ixtalia. Oh my god, what is that? How does it feel a little wrong? The loud noise just now is probably also made by him. What the hell is going on? It can't be made by those idolas, damn it, let them in and make so much trouble. But, look at how he looks. It seems to be coming for us? That's not right. I'm afraid this is some kind of magic weapon in the world of idolas, look at it. Just when this group of Ixtalia residents looked at the Arnhem manipulated by Faust without knowing the truth, they suddenly discovered the abnormality. Because they were horrified to find that this tall humanoid weapon was coming at these transcendents. Everywhere the huge body went, not a single place was complete, all the places were trampled and shattered by the huge body, and not only as before, but also in the first 540 parts of that huge body, a dazzling light began to emit. Above that, all the transcendents clearly discovered the terrifying magic contained in it, and this magical weapon of idolas was simply coming for the lives of these transcendents. Run. Run away, that thing is about to emit something terrible. All the transcendents discovered Arnhem's purpose, that is, to kill them, and seeing this, they had no chicken power, and they desperately fled in the opposite direction. But is it time? The destructive rays emitted by Arnhem simply left them with nowhere to escape, and they could evaporate into the atmosphere in an instant. Ha ha ha, die, you real inferior races. Faust, who was sitting in the Arnhem, looked at the transcendent outside with a fierce face, and at the same time, the joystick in front of him was also pushed out by him. Boom, of a sound. At the moment when Faust had just launched the rod, an extremely thick magic beam shot out of Arnhem's mouth. Buzz. The beam shot straight forward. Approaching, the attack was about to hit these fleeing transcendents. They even felt the constant heat behind them, and the fear of death continued to echo in the hearts of this group of terrifying transcendents. Sword of the Breaker. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and immediately after, a giant sword suddenly appeared behind the transcendents at the moment when the words fell, blocking in front of them. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. The entire area instantly rolled up a storm of energy, and the giant sword kept getting bigger, constantly counteracting the terrifying energy in front of him. However, after all, it was the mantis arm blocking the car, and a trace of cracks continued to appear on this giant sword, and the fine lines were constantly spreading. Block it for me. Another gulp just now. I only saw that the giant sword that was about to be shattered suddenly swept through a large circle, instantly cutting off the huge energy in front of it. However, the giant sword called the Mother of Destroyers also shattered and disappeared into the terrifying energy storm. The energy beam emitted by Arnhem was finally consumed by the last power of the giant sword. And the owner of that giant sword was gasping violently at the moment, and the consumption of him just now was obviously not small. That's right, it was Lily, the first captain of the demon force, who arrived in time and stopped Arnhem's attack. CDEB, at the cost of consuming all the magic power in his body and his own weapons, he was finally able to withstand an attack from Arnhem. What's going on here? The power turned out to be so terrifying. Deeply feeling the power contained in Arnhem, Lily said with an ugly face. He really couldn't understand why such a powerful magic weapon suddenly appeared in Ixtalia, let alone why this terrifying magic weapon attacked the residents here. Hiding inside and not showing your true face, who are you and why are you doing this? Knowing that there must be someone manipulating Lily in Arnhem, he asked with a serious face. and Faust, who was sitting in it, was even more sneering when he saw that his attack was blocked and appeared in front of him, and then a gloomy voice came out from the body of the forbidden weapon Arnim. Ah ha ha ha, Lily, your strength really surprised me, worthy of being the first captain of the demon army, and you were able to block this guy's blow, but just now this is just my casual attack, the second shot, can you catch it? Hearing the voice inside, Lily's pupils contracted for a while, and the voice spoken in Arnim's body, of course, he knew that it was the voice of Faust, the king of the world of Icarus. Faust? How could it be you? Are you doing this? Lily's head turned quickly, and as he spoke, he immediately understood Faust's purpose in doing this. Ha ha ha, you reacted quite quickly, that's right, I'm going to kill all of you transcendents, what gods, what god race, are all the bullshit legends made up by Chargurt, I have suffered the days when humans were crushed by you waste. Hearing Lily's words, Faust seemed to be detonated, and said with a look of resentment. Listening to Faust's words, Lily's face was gloomy, and Faust's words further confirmed Lily's thoughts in his heart, the other party actually planned to kill their entire race. And Faust seemed to have lost patience, and a burst of terrifying magic once again throbbed. Arnim's second attack was about to come, and he had lost all his means, and at this moment, there was no difference from the transcendents who had just fled. Seeing this, a trace of cold sweat continued to flow down Lily's cheeks, and at this time, Ilusha in the Idola's world did not know where to run. Damn, are you going to be killed? How did he quietly create such a terrifying magic weapon, or underestimated people's hearts? Lily looked sad. In his opinion, the situation is set. In his opinion, the situation is set. He still underestimated human ambitions, and did not expect that Faust already had such a powerful weapon. At this moment, in the attack range of Faust Denim, in addition to Lily, there were dozens of transcendents who did not have time to escape. Seeing that Lily, the strongest among their transcendents with just one blow, lost their ability to fight, deep fear continued to spread in their group of transcendents' hearts. Once again, Anam, who was surrounded by pitch-black metal, began to vibrate, and the roaring magic swarmed, all concentrated on Anam's huge body. Helpless. Lily did not expect that in just one day, he would fail twice in a row, and this time, Lily wanted to lose his life. Is it over? The future of Extalia is really worrying. Looking at the magic beam that had whistled towards him, Lily had even given up all resistance, closed his eyes, and accepted his fate. Boom. With a sound, Lily, who closed his eyes tightly, for some reason, he did not feel any strange feeling in his body, and his consciousness was also there. Immediately afterwards, Lily, who slowly opened his eyes, was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. I saw a figure that was not powerful, but was unusually tall, blocking in front of him like a strongest barrier. This is, Lily looked at the figure in front of him in disbelief. I only saw that the man held the knife in his hand, and an invincible cold and proud aura emanated directly from his body, reaching Lily's heart. Boom. With a sound, the beam of destruction that was hundreds of meters thick was directly split alive. That's right, the magic beam released by the forbidden weapon Arnim was directly split by this figure that suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a slash that swept towards the sky appeared in the entire sky of Extaria, and the exaggerated power even almost split the entire sky. Are you that Magnolian guy? Lily, who had just recognized Lu Sheng, shouted with a look of horror. You actually survived? The dragon lock cannon didn't even blow you up? Lily said with a shocked face. What he didn't expect was that he would be saved by this Lu Sheng, who was dead in his eyes. How? Am I not dead? Is that what you expect? After cutting off the slash that Arnim had unleashed, Lu Sheng turned around and said expressionlessly. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Lily was suddenly speechless. He didn't know how to answer the other party, but at least from the current results, he still hoped that Lu Sheng would live. If it weren't for Lu Sheng, he would have been blasted into slag by the powerful magic beam just now. However, the more Lily thought about it, the more shocked he became, and he fought all the attacks that could withstand a single attack, and he was casually split by Lu Sheng. At this moment, Lily finally truly realized the gap between himself and Lu Sheng, and he, the first captain of the demon battle force, was no longer in the same dimension as the other party. The situation just now was the best. The slash that Lu Sheng had just swung was taken by Lily. Except for the destruction of the gods, Lily could not think of his second result. At least, I want to know more about the truth, so leave this to me. Lu Sheng saw Lily, who was speechless, pointed to the forbidden weapon Anam in front of him, and said lightly, The magic contained in this thing is extremely powerful, you have to, said Lily worriedly. But before he could finish speaking, Lu Sheng interrupted the other party and said, Okay, hurry up and guide the residents of the Ixtalia tribe and Idolas to take refuge. After that, Lu Sheng put his head back on the huge magic weapon in front of him, and he couldn't look at Lily behind him. Seeing this, Lily still wanted to say something, but when he thought that his weapons and magic power had been lost, moreover, even if there was this level of battle, he couldn't intervene, but it was really better to do what he could and do what he should do like Lu Sheng said. Determined this idea, Lily did not do much procrastination, turned his figure, and immediately fled this terrifying area with a few transcendents behind him. Lily knew that the battle between these two men would cause even more damage, and the entire Extalia could even be completely destroyed. Therefore, Lily must think of the best place to evacuate before everything settles. And when he arrived at Lu Shang, the forbidden weapon in front of him, Arnim, suddenly let out a strange and eerie laugh. June, you are the remnant of Magnolia, the strength is indeed not weak, but in the face of this forbidden weapon, everything is in vain. Inside Arnim, King Faust's grim voice sounded inside. Ask for flowers. Relying on this false power, it is already rampant to this extent. How ugly, Faust. Lu Shang snorted coldly, not taking the other party's words into his eyes at all. I know that what you rely on is only the magic of the entire Idola's world for 10 years. To put it bluntly, without this Arnim, you are just a waste. Lu Shang said again. Where did you know about this? Faust asked with a grim look. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Faust, who was hiding in Arnim's body, immediately changed his face. He didn't understand how this guy from the alien world who suddenly appeared knew his secret. This secret about the forbidden weapon Arnim, was known only to his son and a few of his cronies, except for Faust. 0. Faust didn't understand that the magic of the Idola's world was something that he absorbed, and how the seemingly young man in front of him knew it. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and the killing intent in his heart became more and more prosperous, and he would definitely not allow this secret to be exposed, so that his next plan to rule the entire world would be directly ruined. After all, this world has been ravaged by no magic, and when they learn that the magic of the world was taken away by him, the king, he will never be accepted by the citizens of this world. Hehe, it's really garbage in garbage, it's really ugly, Idolas actually let someone like you become a king, it's really brain water. Although he couldn't see Faust's expression, Lu Shang had clearly felt the clarity of the other party. As soon as these words came out, Faust was instantly furious. He had been in a high position for so long. Faust had not met someone who dared to contradict him like this for a long time. There are more and more reasons to kill you. In that case, you will completely turn into ashes in front of Arnim's endless energy, Faust said. Then, he began to manipulate Arnim to stride towards Lu Shang, with a posture of being incomprehensible. Seeing this, Lu Shang didn't look at it, and with a wave of his hand, the dazzling light refracted by the demon knife instantly turned into an extremely solid slash and swept forward. The current Lu Shang has long reached the level of a bursting slash mountain with a wave of his hand. The powerful edge swept directly towards Arnim's steel body without mercy. Boom. With a loud bang, Lu Shang's slash was inaudible, and it was directly embedded in Arnim's body. However, what Lu Shang didn't expect was that this blow just now was able to cut off a small hole in the body of this forbidden weapon. Then, a trace of white smoke evaporated from Arnim's body. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. This Arnim is driven by a steady stream of mana, and because of this special material, no matter how amazing the attack and how terrible the injury, it can be repaired instantly with huge mana. In other words, as long as I am in 540, Arnim is absolutely an invincible existence in this world. Even if your strength is sky high, how can you compete with the 10 years of the heritage of a world? Faust's arrogant laughter echoed inside Arnim. Arnim, who possesses almost infinite magical power, this forbidden weapon is too aptly called. Not only is the shell extremely hard, but it can be instantly repaired with huge magic after being traumatized, and the attack method is even simpler and violent, and the beam cannon full of huge mana factors is simply an attack beyond the limits of human beings. I have to say that this weapon called Arnim is indeed a pervert. Seeing this, even Lu Shang couldn't help but shake his eyebrows. Arnim's weapon really surprised him. The heritage of the world, it is indeed a little surprising to me to encounter such a difficult enemy at this time. Looking at the Arnim who was already intact and could not see any broken Arnim, Lu Shang said lightly. While speaking, his right hand naturally gripped the scabbard at his waist. And against the power of 10 years, so, it's fun? After all, Lu Shang has been looking forward to something like Arnim for a long time. He wanted to completely destroy such a nearly invincible magic weapon with unlimited repairability. It's strange that you ran into an opponent you can't afford to mess with. For today I have waited too long. I will definitely eradicate the Exdalia clan, and when all these hateful transcendents are solved, I will let those companions of yours come to hit this Exdalia island, so as to obtain real, abundant, and eternal magic. At that time, Idolas will once again reach its peak, and it is I, the king who leads them to glory, who rules them. Faust said excitedly. The whole face has even begun to distort, and from his words, it is clear how far this Faust's mind has become extremely perverted. He is simply a person who does not choose poison for the sake of purpose. This kind of guy. There is no one who exists in this world at all, and Lu Shang, at this moment, has also moved. Another fast and inaudible knife draw, containing the power of space, was directly pulled out by Lu Shang. Yen returned style, fight back. Immediately afterwards, I saw a pure spatial power shuttling through the space like a silver thread, hidden in the space. Surprised? Seeing the sudden disappearance of the slash, Faust, who was sheltering in Arnim, was stunned for a while, and immediately laughed. Ha 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 ha, is this what you are capable of? You'll know later. Lu Shang listened to the other party's arrogant attitude and snorted coldly. Then, at the moment when Lu Shang's words fell, a boom exploded directly on Arnim's body. The blazing light and fire continued to tear on Arnim's steel body, and the sound of stinging continued to sound on Arnim's body. Boom. Suddenly, I only saw that the forbidden weapon Arnim could not withstand this sudden huge force, and its huge steel body actually flew out directly upside down, followed by Lu Shang's yin return attack, and the slender silver thread continued to wrap around it, shattering. and Anim's steel body constantly revealed a slight crack, to the point that it was on the verge of shattering at any time. However, the huge magic power is on the verge of each collapse, repairing it and constantly entangled in this reincarnation. After a long time, this huge impact could not be slowed down, and then he saw Anim's huge body directly smashed heavily on the ground. Not only that, but Faust in his body was even more uncomfortable, although the extremely hard metal in the outside world made him not suffer the slightest damage, but his body without the slightest strength could withstand the huge impact just now. The body was directly inside Arnim's console. After half a ring, Faust eased up, his tone began to become slightly urgent, and said angrily, "What kind of trick are you? Damn, it seems that it is impossible not to give you some color to see. How can the power of forbidden weapons be a chat that a character like you can compete with? Complete annihilation in the beam of destruction." Faust roared. Hearing this, Lu Sheng also found the same as Anim's body, only to see that the originally dark steel on his body slowly changed color by 4.1. From the original pitch black to a color between gray and white, and Lu Sheng didn't know if it was his own illusion. He only felt that the power of this forbidden weapon seemed to have been raised by more than one notch. Coming. Seeing the start, Lu Sheng saw a little bit of the future. Subsequently, the demon knife in his hand was also pulled out by him, shining with a dazzling luster. This knife has been with Lu Sheng for a long time, but to this day, the blade of the demon knife is still extremely sharp without the slightest damage. Lu Sheng first glanced down at the demon knife in his hand, then raised his head and looked at the enemy with almost infinite magic power in front of him with blazing eyes. And at this moment, the Arnim, who had turned gray and black, suddenly moved. Although the body is huge, but the speed is extremely sensitive. Not only that, while running, I only saw Faust suddenly press a red button on the right-hand side and press it fiercely. Boom. With a bang, bursts of white shocks quickly erupted from the exhaust vent behind Arnim, as if preparing to release some huge energy. You are completely bombarded to pieces under the magic of the forbidden weapon, and the next thing is your partners. Faust, as if he had won the victory, laughed maniacally in Arnim's console. And Lu Sheng, who had already made a move early, directly ignored the other party's words, and directly slashed at Anim in front of him with the demon knife Muramasa. 1 gang Luoli, 2 gang Luoli. With Lu Sheng's violent drink, I saw that the muscles of Lu Sheng's arm suddenly increased by more than 3 times, and the wide arm directly 23 tightly held the demon knife in his hand. Immediately, with a wild wolf-like temperament, he tore and bit towards Anim in front of him. And Arnim also burst out at this moment, and a huge grey-white beam of light suddenly shot out from the big hole in his chest. At the same time, layers of sand and stones were lifted up along with the ground that the beam crossed, and its violent and abundant power had already completely planned the clouds floating in the sky. Fanzi, Lu Sheng, compared to this beam of destruction that seemed to be able to devour him instantly, was too small. The magic power this time is 10 times that of the last time. I have long said that I, who has the magic power of idolas for 10 years, is an invincible existence in this world, and you, a remnant, also want to oppose me? Stop dreaming. Looking at Lu Sheng, who was about to be overwhelmed by his magic beam, Faust roared with an evil smile. And Lu Sheng, at this moment, had also lifted the demon knife Muramasa, and roared forward fiercely. Boom. A huge force and an obsession were all instilled by Lu Sheng onto the demon knife in his hand, and at this moment, the two had collided. A strong sense of counter-shock instantly passed through Lu Sheng's hand, but this feeling was quickly suppressed by Lu Sheng. That's right, because of the power of 1 gang and 2 gangs, Lu Sheng's strength has risen to a leap level. Luo Li's power can increase the strength of Lu Sheng's arms several times under intentional control, which is really the most suitable ability for those who use knives. The sudden increase in power can help Yanagi swing more powerful and violent slashes with ease. And now, the demon knife Muramasa, who had been covered in pitch-black metal, was fiercely involved in the grey-white wave in front of him under the control of Lu Sheng. The harsh friction sound instantly sounded, and the energy attack was even about to condense into an entity, and Lu Sheng only felt that what he cut was not energy, but the hardest substance he had ever had. It's not easy. Just at the moment of the other party's magic beam, Lu Sheng knew what he was facing, and couldn't help but frown and said. However, if this level of attack wants to make Lu Sheng admit defeat, it is really too inadequate. Drink. With a burst of drink, Lu Sheng's power was suddenly burst out by him infinitely, and the demon knife in his hand also seemed to feel Lu Sheng's consciousness, and the surging demon chi also gushed out instantly. Immediately afterwards, the demon knife of the demon knife Muramasa directly solidified a flowing liquid, which immediately covered the entire blade body. And Lu Sheng at this moment also did not stop. The power in his hand once again exerted force, borrowing a knife with a person, using a knife to benefit a person. Lu Sheng's slashing intent at this moment suddenly exploded to the peak realm. Break it for me. With this roar, Lu Sheng's slash suddenly split the metal giant wave in front of him in half. And this originally wrapped condensation magic, the moment it was broken and touched the outside world, it was instantly agitated, and a series of explosions bang bang. On both sides in front of Lu Sheng, there were endless explosions, but they were stunned and could not get close to Lu Sheng for half a millimeter. What? What the? Looking at the magic that exploded like brilliant fireworks in front of his eyes, Faust, who was in the midst of Arnim, said with a shocked expression. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was so powerful, and his level of attack could be split by the other party. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Faust, who had super confidence in Arnim, would probably not have believed the facts in front of him. What the hell is going on with you guy? No, it must be the weapon in your hand, and your strength must rely on that knife. Looking at the intact Lu Shang, Faust said with a shocked expression. As he spoke, he glanced at it as if he had noticed something, and pointed at the demon knife Muramasa, in Lu Shang's hand, with a shocked face. That's right, in Faust's opinion, the reason why Lu Shang has this power that can compete with him is not because of Lu Shang's own strength, but because of the weapon in his hand. Faust felt that the source of Willow's power also came from foreign objects, and like him, he relied on the power of magic props. But, is that really the case? The demon knife village in Lu Shang's hand is indeed extraordinary, but is this the reason why Lu Shang is strong? Or does Lu Shang's source of power really rely on these external forces? Of course, the answer is not like this. Even if it is a 540 weapon that is ordinary and old, in Lu Shang's hands, it can still swing a slash that ordinary people cannot achieve in a lifetime. Not for anything else, just because of Lu Shang's heritage in the past 20 years. Faust has 10 years of the magic of the world of idolas, while Lu Shang has more than 20 years of hard work by weapons. Hearing Faust's words, Lu Shang couldn't help but be surprised. He did not expect that a man with the identity of a king on the other side would come up with such a reason to deceive himself when he was unhappy. Don't be funny, do you think I rely on the power of magic props like you trash? Lu Shang said with a look of disdain. The other party's amount really made Lu Shang can't help but stare at the other party. It was too ugly. What do you say, waste? Hearing Lu Shang's words, Faust's entire old face couldn't help but tremble. As a king, he had never heard such powerless and disdainful words. Is there something wrong with that? It's really ugly that a lot of age can still do this kind of thing, and besides, the Ixtalia tribe will not be exterminated, and you can't rule this world. These 2 points I still have to make clear with you in advance. I'm afraid you're living in a dream. Lu Shang said with a mocking look. I can reach the current height. All of it is I have bought it little by relying on my own sweat, and you are just secretly stealing the magic of the people, like a mouse who does not dare to see people hiding in the secret, and a mouse who cannot see the light on his face. Lu Shang did not put Faust in his eyes in the slightest, and his words were full of mockery. The first time he met such a faceless person, Lu Shang did not plan to leave any morality. You little devil is really dead. Faust, who was already trembling with anger, said with a gloomy face in Arnim's hard armor. Immediately afterwards, another simple operation directly pushed the joystick in his hand. Destroy in the attack that will come down, along with this Ixtalia. Faust, who looked gloomy and even faintly had a hint of madness, said. The current Faust, even vaguely has a momentum of losing his mind, secretly suppressing the implementation of the plan for many years, and in the first time out of the water, he met Lu Shang again, and was constantly ridiculed by the other party, and the proud Arnim did not solve the other party smoothly. Faust couldn't stand it anymore. What he was thinking about now was nothing to do with future rule, only the churning destruction in his heart, and the determination to kill Lu Shang to death. At this moment, the wind was raging, and the terrifying aura wave was layer by layer, constantly emanating from the body of Arnim, the forbidden weapon. Immediately afterwards, a surprising scene appeared, only to see that Arnim's thick arm was directly grabbed towards the backbone behind him. Immediately drew a huge heavy sword. That's right, this Arnim, who is known as a forbidden weapon, even has his own weapon, and this giant sword is hidden in his spine. You are destroying under this giant sword. Originally I didn't want to use it. Firstly, because the mana he consumed was somewhat huge, and secondly, the attack range he caused was too far and terrifying, but now it's different. I know, as long as I don't solve you, the plan of eternal magic will never be able to go on. Faust said with a rampant look. It was as if this giant sword had given him great confidence. On the other hand, Lu Shang did clearly feel the magic power on the giant sword. The terrifying magic fluctuations even burned and shattered the dust that permeated the space. It's not easy, but is that the end of it? Lu Shang looked at the giant sword in Arnim's hand and asked rhetorically. Without saying much, I saw that Arnim immediately held the giant sword and gently slashed directly into the sky. Boom. A piercing sonic boom sounded instantly, and the moment the giant sword in Mu's hand swung it, a transparent, invisible fluctuation suddenly condensed on its blade body, and it flashed into the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds started, and the whole sky began to churn violently, and not only that, with a gentle wave of Arnim, the entire floating island Daxtali began to shake, and after half a ring, it slowly returned to calm. Looking back, the entire island has long been turned upside down. Now, do you dare to say simple? I'm here enough to have the great power of burning mountains and steaming the sea. Do you still think that you alone can stop it? Looking at the boast, Faust said. Seeing this, Lu Shang slowly shook his head. These actions against the opposite, in Lu Shang's opinion, was like a jumping beam clown, ignorant and interesting. Immediately, Lu Shang also grabbed the demon knife in his hand and rushed out directly, intending to fight a hand-to-hand battle with this huge human-type weapon in front of him. Boom. With a sound, Lu Shang's demon knife slashed solidly on Arnim's steel body. And at this moment, Faust had already reacted, moved the giant sword in his hand, and slashed at Lu Shang in front of him. If this blow hits, Lu Shang's body will definitely be pierced into meat mud in an instant. However, the moment Lu Sheng struck Arnim, his figure had already exploded and he came to a place where his body could parry. Boom! With a loud bang, two weapons that differed in size by dozens of times collided together in a terrifying momentum. Boom! The smoke and dust instantly set off waves at the place where the two clashed. Not only that, but under the feet of Lu Sheng and Arnim, the entire land began to crumble and extend continuously. In the blink of an eye, this crack that appeared on the ground had spread 100 miles away. At the same time, Lu Sheng and Arnim still did not stop at all. A tall body and a resolute body, both of which kept waving the weapons in their hands, and the sound of steel colliding constantly echoed in the air. And without the two clashing once, the whole of Ixtalia would even sink by a point. And Lu Sheng now has only one word in his heart, that is, cool. It had been a long time since he cut as hard as today, and after every confrontation between Lu Sheng and the other party, the shattering on the opponent's weapon would be instantly restored by the huge magic power. In this way, a stalemate was formed. But Faust is different. His thoughts are different from Lu Sheng. He is more and more frightened. He did not expect that Lu Sheng can compete with himself to this extent with his own flesh and blood. He never thought that his Arnim would have such a hard time as today. Not only that, at the same time as the two clashed, the space around them had long been overwhelmed, and the air next to the two began to crumble, break, and crush the altar continuously. At this time, Lu Sheng also found the surrounding scrutiny, and frowned. Can't delay any longer. If this continues, I'm afraid that the entire Ixtalia will be completely dispersed by the aftermath of our battle. Lu Sheng said. Indeed, Lu Sheng, who had originally fought very happily, could only stop, and if he dealt with this kind of enemy, can't take it off anymore. After all, if this place is destroyed, those companions who have turned into magic crystals are likely to be implicated. Moreover, this is equivalent to cutting off the unbroken practice stone, and Lu Sheng also plays almost. Finally, seeing the environment around him that was constantly being destroyed, Yanagi decided not to keep his hands behind. And Faust looked at Lu Sheng, who could compete with himself to such an extent by relying solely on his personal strength. He was also shocked in his heart. He did not expect that his first time out of the mountain would be unfavorable and meet such a tricky and difficult opponent. I don't care, no matter what, I will completely destroy you, even if I press the whole of Ixtalia, I will not give up, Faust said with a maniacal look. Originally, he had always wanted to launch a more powerful and deadly attack in order to protect Ixtalia, but at this moment, Faust suddenly woke up. That is, if he did not urge the power of Arnim, there was absolutely no possibility of defeating Lu Sheng. Push the whole of Ixtalia up? Whoever agrees, I don't allow that. Lu Sheng heard the other party's tone and couldn't help but say. After all, in addition to Magnoria, Lu Sheng plans to make good use of this parallel world to make the springboard for the next improvement. You don't allow it? My Arnim is really underestimated by you, little ghost. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Faust said grimly. 540 indeed, how could this forbidden weapon that absorbed the world of Idoras be able to reach this level? It was indeed not as exaggerated as originally described, and Yanagi now finally knew what the reason was. It turns out that Faust deliberately suppressed Anim's power in order to be able to reduce the damage to the surrounding environment. Now looking at it, Lu Sheng's doubts were solved. He had been thinking about how this Arnim's strength had reached the level just now. It turned out that it had always been the reason why Faust himself deliberately suppressed Arnim's power. As he spoke, Faust, who was lurking in Arnim's body, finally set his eyes on the gray button on the console in front of him. Then, he saw that Faust actually took out his key again, and then inserted it into the groove above the gray button, and slowly rotated. Moreover, with the rotation of the key, the entire interior space of Arnim also changed, from the originally mild white light to a guarded green light. The faint green light shone on Faust's face, which looked particularly gloomy. Subsequently, after turning the key, Faust, CDEB, pressed the gray button without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Arnim began to shake. Not only that, but what has changed is Arnim's entire appearance. At this moment, Lu Sheng also clearly noticed the changes outside Arnim, only to see that Arnim, who originally took the form of a steel human, began to erupt from behind him with a scene of dazzling white chi, surrounding Arnim's huge body layer by layer. This is finally ready to move? Lu Sheng looked at Arnim, who was constantly changing in the steam, and said with warm eyes. One by one, thick magic began to break out of Arnim's body, covering his steel body layer by layer. Then with a bang, a huge shattering sound suddenly sounded from behind Arnim again, and then, an amazing scene appeared. I only saw that two wide iron giant wings suddenly shook open behind Arnim. Then, the filled magic once again covered the giant wings and the giant's sword in his hand. At this moment, Arnim is like a huge mana source burning with massive mana all the time. In the entire body, there was no other breath, only the endless magic power circling back and forth, flowing above Arnim's body. And the coercion of this forbidden weapon climbed to the top in an instant, because of the too large amount of magic. The space around the entire body was even assimilated. The surrounding environment turned out to be the same aura as Arnim, and even Lu Sheng saw this scene for the first time. After all, an enemy with such huge magical power, even Lu Sheng met it for the first time. I can't imagine that after reaching a certain level of magic, it can reach the point of changing the surrounding environment. Lu Sheng said in surprise. After all, even Lu Sheng is indeed far inferior to Arnhem's heritage in terms of magic power, but Lu Sheng believes that it will not be long before Lu Sheng's magic power will also come to a qualitative improvement. Why, you frog at the bottom of the well finally knows what fear is by now. Looking at Lu Sheng, Faust laughed arrogantly. Then I'll let you see who is the frog at the bottom of the well. Lu Sheng, who seemed to be ignited by the magic of Arnhem, said with great interest. As he spoke, Lu Sheng's figure exploded. The forbidden weapon Arnhem controlled by Faust rushed forward with an attack without the slightest emotion. Boom. With a sound, with a burst of wings, Arnhem's huge body actually flashed directly into the air, and with a speed that was extremely inconsistent with his figure, he swooped towards Lu Sheng. And Lu Sheng, after seeing the other party's advancing body, did not retreat and advanced, but the small body seemed to be able to resist all the pressure, and there was no slightest intention in his eyes. At this moment, the demon knife also burst out an extremely strong aura, and together with the scabbard, it was unable to suppress this breath. And Lu Sheng also felt the change in the demon knife. Muramasa first glanced at the demon knife on his waist in surprise, and then a proud aura suddenly surged in Lu Sheng's heart. Do you want to dance too? Lu Sheng looked at the demon knife Muramasa, as if he was communicating with a living being. Immediately afterwards, the demon knife village on Lu Sheng's waist suddenly trembled. Arnhem's huge body had already crushed over, and the giant sword in his hand had already slashed towards the top of Lu Sheng's head with huge magic power and a piercing sound of breaking the sky. And at this moment, Lu Sheng also moved. A golden light suddenly flickered between Lu Sheng's eyes, and he waved his hand violently. The demon knife village was actually held by Lu Sheng. This way of lying the knife is rarely used by Lu Sheng, because in this way, the form of change will be much less than if it is held squarely. However, the advantage of reverse grip is incomparable to the right grip, and the extremely fast knife speed and better play of the advantage of strength are the characteristics of reverse grip. Boom, of a sound. The two soldiers intersected, and a huge explosion like a pump spring erupted, and the thousands of miles were swept up in an instant. All the buildings were uprooted, and all of them were completely crushed by the huge magic power and the extreme slashing storm. And the center point of this outbreak did not stop at all, constantly tearing the direction of the other party. Break it for me. Suddenly, a violent drink sounded in the energy storm. Immediately afterwards, he saw a sudden flash of purple demon chi instantly as if it had materialized, and the instantaneous incarnation energy was like a poisonous snake towards its body, as if it had materialized the magic power. With a pop, this moment instantly ignited the energy storm that was already on the verge of collapse. Another muffled loud bang. The two completely different energies rushed straight into the sky like deflated leather balls, reaching the sky in an instant, shattering 10,000 meters in the sky. The sound of continuous explosions continued to sound in the sky, because these two energies collided violently, and the explosion energy generated in an instant affected the entire surrounding environment. And the entire inhabitants of Ixtalia, including the residents of Idolas who had come to take refuge before, also noticed the strange state of this world. The sky. What's going on? What's going on? How I feel that the whole of Ixtalia is shaking. What the hell is going on? Something. How so? And have you noticed that the air around you has become a little different from before? Yes, I also noticed that it seems to be much hotter than before. What happened in that place, looking at the appearance of that storm, is definitely not caused by manpower. Is it a natural disaster? What happened to Ixtalia? All the situation has found the current situation, and the uneasy mood continues to echo in the hearts of everyone. And just when everyone was confused and didn't know what happened, a dark and sturdy figure suddenly flashed in front of everyone. Panda Lily? What are you doing here? Lily's obvious physical features were recognized by everyone at a glance. Everyone listen, now Ixtalia is no longer safe, and the whole world is in serious turmoil. I don't know where the world is going next, all I can tell you is prayer. Lily's majestic and weak voice echoed in everyone's ears. Yes, it was powerless, and the forbidden weapon controlled by Faust defeated him instantly with overwhelming force. At least, he, the #1 powerhouse in Ixtalia, has ended here, and the only thing left to see is Providence. Although Lily knew that the current movements were all made by Lu Sheng and Faust. But the only thing that made him unclear was Yanagi, Deo Yanagi's plan. But in any case, Lily hopes to win Yanagi, at least no matter what. The first purpose is to rescue his Magnonia's companions, and the rest are secondary tasks. But Faust is different. The evil man has quietly created such a powerful weapon in 10 years, and the reason for this is self-evident. With them, these Ixtalia are definitely huge. It is very likely that the weapon created by the other party was prepared to deal with them. And now, it's just that Lu Sheng blocked this calamity for their entire race. Through the great strength displayed by Yanagi, although Lily does not know that it is not enough to resist the infinite magic of the forbidden weapon Enum. But now there is only hope, and it is still Lu Sheng who stands in the end. After all, this is the result, and it is possible for them to get rid of the terrible consequences of being exterminated. What? Serious upheaval? What happened, Lily? Is it really all about what happened there? A transcendent asked with an uneasy look. Not only him, but everyone present became agitated. After all, Lily's words had completely confirmed the thoughts in their hearts. The world has indeed fallen into some kind of disaster. It's Faust, king of Idolas, he. In this way, Lily briefly told everyone present about Faust. As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. What do you say? Humans actually intend to exterminate us. After fusing the eternal magic, you are actually ready to do something to us. It's so abhorrent. All transcendents are still stuck in the original thought, that is, human beings are only their appendages, all human beings are beings inferior to themselves, and these transcendent beings are godlike beings. Indeed, compared to Magnolia, this form of rule of Idolas and Ixtalia and the thinking of its inhabitants are indeed somewhat deformed. In this world, whether the views of human beings and transcendents can be changed is unknown. Enough, this is the end of the matter, don't dwell in the thoughts of the past, whether we can survive now is still unknown, don't involve the anger on others, now everyone, with me in an orderly way away from the center of their battle. Lily looked at the crowd in front of him and shouted, 0. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked, and they didn't dare to say anything more, so the mighty people and horses followed Lily in the opposite direction to Lu Shang Faust. And back here in the battle between Lu Shang and the forbidden weapon, the entire battle circle has now been wrapped up by layers of energy storms surging all the time. However, a surprising scene appeared. The magic giant sword that was originally supported by the continuous flow of magic power had been destroyed beyond recognition, and then, with a crisp sound, the entire blade body suddenly shattered in front of Faust's eyes. As if he couldn't withstand that extreme consciousness, the endless stream of magic power had not had time to repair it before it had been completely cut off by Lu Shang's Demon Dao village. How can it be? Faust couldn't believe that what was happening in front of his eyes, the forbidden weapon that was said to be immortal and immortal, was shattered alive in front of Faust's eyes. Nothing is impossible, only relying on weapons, without delving into the waste of the will in it. Lu Shang first glanced at the intact demon knife in his hand, and then said coldly to Annam in front of him. Faust, who seemed to be face-soaked by the Buddha, was even more embarrassed and angry. You little ghost, don't get too carried away. What about destroying weapons? So far my mana consumption is minimal, and I'm afraid my physical strength has long been unable to keep up with the mountain. Hearing Faust's words, Lu Shang shrugged his shoulders irrefutably and replied, it does consume a lot of physical strength, but you don't really think that this level is my limit, right? Looking at Faust with contempt, even now, Lu Shang has not used his real whole card. These include the magic origin hidden in the body, the intention of cutting steel, the three-color domineering, and the straight death demon eye that has been temporarily sealed by Lu Shang. So he didn't know what Faust thought, he would think that he had nothing left. As everyone knows, Lu Shang just wants to make his saber, Demon Dao village more enjoyable, that's all. To put it bluntly, Lu Shang has just been playing a family game with the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to be so serious about 5 or 4-0. Sharp teeth, I see how long you can still be arrogant. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Faust snorted coldly. However, at the moment when Faust's voice had just come out of Arnhem's body, Lu Shang had already moved. The game of the house. It's time to end too. I only heard this sentence quietly from somewhere, and then a white after-image flashed into the air. Even with this phantom, there was a sharp aura that inexplicably evaporated from the air. It is an ultimate power. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shang's figure appeared, and at this moment, Lu Shang had already jumped above Arnhem's head at the moment when Faust did not react. It's over. Only to hear Lu Shang's fluctuating voice suddenly echoed in Faust's ears. Then he saw that when Lu Shang's body leaped into the air, he directly pulled out the demon knife in his hand, and even the person with the knife rotated in the sky. Use the calves to drive the waist, then the waist to drive the chest, in the transmission to the arms, and finally in the transmission of power to the hands, with the force, constantly turning. With each rotation of Lu Shang's body, the momentum will increase by 1 point. Later, it grew geometrically, and Lu Shang's entire body, together with the demon knife village, churned in the air like a pitch-black storm that kept spinning. In less than half a minute, Lu Shang had already become a flying storm with his unique aura that was more than 100 feet tall. And Faust, who was sitting in Arnhem's body, was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. To be precise, he had fallen into a state of sluggishness. At this point, Faust had never felt the great will of the eyes. And at this moment, he finally realized the strength of Lu Shang. However, by this time, it was too late for Faust to turn back. No matter how powerful the other party was, Faust must defeat him, because only in this way can he rule the future kingdom of eternal magic. For his own ambition, Faust is also an eye, and the great self-confidence that Arnhem brings him, as well as its own thirst for power, makes Faust make this broken jar decision at this moment. No matter what, I must rule that world. For this plan, I have been planning for a whole decade, and it is definitely not something that you suddenly appeared little ghost can stop. Faust roared intensively from inside the console. And what responded to Faust was a flying slash that ran through the entire land. Penetrate, Juhekup. Like a whirlpool-like slashing storm, Lu Shang's voice sounded dull there, and at this moment, the attack that had been churning and accumulating for a long time finally swept out with a raging and furious momentum. Only listening to the sound of metal clashing in the sky, Lu Shang's slash shot out like a dragon and pointed straight towards Arnhem's body. Don't underestimate the power I've been plotting for 10 years. Faust, who realized how terrifying the next attack would be, finally went crazy at this moment. Unexpectedly, all of Arnhem's power was urged at once, as if the terrifying magic that could instantly evaporate the entire island was suddenly condensed by Arnhem's special metal body. The roar of the buzzing machine continued to come out in Anim's body. Not only that, because of this huge magical power, Anim's entire body began to flicker a trace of electricity. And now, Arnhem's entire body has begun to expand continuously, constantly condensing, and in a short period of time, Arnhem's entire body has become more than 30 jong. This point, Lu Sheng on the string has also noticed, but in the face of Lu Sheng's slash, all this is in vain after all. No one can stop it. Only Faust's roar was heard vibrating through Arnhem's body. With a bang, an explosive magic force instantly roared out in Arnhem's chest, spreading outward like a rolling Yangtze River. And this rushing magic power contains a variety of magic attributes, and all the magic powers of completely different properties in the atmosphere have been completely fused together by Arnhem. Without the slightest repulsion, it merged perfectly and sprayed outward. An extremely thick and even eclipsed the entire sky of magic light formed a pillar of magic light. Even to this extent, this beam 4.1 still did not stop at all. It was like there was no end, rushing towards Lu Sheng's body. I have to say that compared with this extremely huge magical power, Lu Sheng's body is indeed too small in terms of volume, as if it can easily destroy Lu Sheng and swallow it in an instant. However, the competition strength does not depend solely on the parameter of volume. Lu Sheng's tough and unrestrained slash had already been swung out by him, like a silver scimitar, and it also swept towards the pillar of magic light above the sky. At this time, you will find that the entire sky has been completely occupied by two different breaths and colors, respectively. There is no concession, but this scale, I am afraid that it will be broken soon. Lu Sheng's Juhi slash was already like a thunderstorm, like an arrow string, and burst out violently. The sharp and extreme slash had collided violently with the magic beam released by Arnhem at this moment. Boom. The moment the two forces came into contact, the entire Exdalia instantly fell silent. The whole country was silent, and no other sound could be heard, only the hum that echoed in everyone's ears. And Lu Sheng, who was in this huge whirlpool, burst out again and shouted, "Slash the storm, 2 stacks." Boom. With a sound, I saw that Lu Sheng unexpectedly swung out a flying slash that was no less powerful than before, and then this slash hit the first slash that Lu Sheng swung earlier. Rear-ended. However, the unexpected happened. Lu Sheng's 2 slashes that were swung at different times were actually fused together one after another, and the Shura-like demon 23 Chi suddenly surged out in the space. Then an even more terrifying scene appeared, and the magic beam that could have been able to compete with Lu Sheng's attack suddenly did not work. Faust, who immediately noticed this, did not dare to pause at all, and continued to increase the proportion of mana filling, and the power of the entire mana beam became more terrifying. Infinite magic. I really don't know how Lu Sheng should face such a terrifying force. Die, 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 stop struggling? Faust waved his long white hair and said with his eyes cracking. However, would Lu Sheng really obediently obey easily? I only saw the moment when those 2 slashes fused together. The huge Azura demon chi was like thousands of troops, unstoppable. The monstrous purple-red slashing demon chi instantly churned, instantly wrapping Arnhem's almost infinite magic beam and swallowing it into his own breath. Boom. A dull explosion sounded in an instant just now. Blast me. I only heard that under Lu Sheng's intentional control, the slash that flashed with a strange light actually began to compress directly after completely devouring the huge magic power. Constantly squeezing, constantly shrinking, only to see that the magic wrapped in it is getting smaller and smaller. Boom. With a sound, with the continuous squeezing of this slashing storm, I only saw that the terrifying magic power before was actually squeezed alive in that tight range. That's right, exploded. The so-called infinite magic power was actually slashed by the fusion of these 2 forces of Lu Sheng, giving Sheng an explosion, directly returning to nothingness. The sky began to heat up again from the original silence, and the enchanting slashing light completely dyed the entire sky purple-red in an instant. Void. It has been completely cut off? The magic beam that was called infinite was even uprooted by Lu Sheng. What? What the? Faust in Arnhem's body, who was still peaceful, was completely shocked by the sight in front of him. By now, Faust even figured out what had just happened. How is it possible? How can you dissolve that level of magic attack? Are you a human or a ghost? How can humans use such terrifying power? How did you do it? Scheid asked incredulously. The current situation has completely exceeded his expectations. Originally at the beginning, Faust thought that he only needed to turn his hand to solve the small role of Yanagi. Later, Lu Sheng's strength finally made Faust pay attention, and he began to use all the power of this forbidden weapon. However, unexpected things began to appear in front of him one after another. He didn't understand how Lu Sheng's strength had reached such a terrifying height. With a boom, at the same time that Faust was shocked, Lu Sheng's body had already arrived in front of Arnhem. Faust, who was in the midst of Arnhem, looked at Lu Sheng in front of him through the screen, and all his hair stood up in an instant. Yanagi's eyes were like looking at a dead thing, looking straight at Arnhem, to be precise, Faust hiding inside. Seeing this, he couldn't help but swallow his throat. It's over, Faust. Lu Sheng first slowly put the demon knife back into its scabbard, and then said lightly to Arnhem in front of him. While speaking, there were no emotional fluctuations, so that Faust had no way to see what Lu Sheng was thinking in his heart at this moment. What are you going to do? It's useless, even if you can resist Arnhem's attack. His body is absolutely impossible for you to break. This is made of the most precious metal of idolas. Every corner contains a huge source of mana. Any place is broken, can be quickly repaired by the surrounding materials. Want my life? There are no doors. Faust looked into Yanagi's emotionless eyes and shouted nervously. Now he is already the end of the real strong crossbow, and the energy just now has almost used up almost 9/10 of the magic power in Arnhem's body. In other words, Arnhem has no way to launch a decent attack. And Lu Shang also deeply understands this. How many points the other party still has now, Lu Shang is too clear. 9 years of magic is just that. It was still cut off by me with one knife. No, 540 is 2 knives. Lu Shang said lightly. Listening to Lu Shang's words, Faust couldn't help but shake his eyebrows, and anyone could hear Lu Shang's mockery. It was another boom, only to see that Lu Shang's whole person jumped directly onto Arnhem's body without fear. Then, slowly draw the knife. Holding his backhand, he poked straight at Arnhem, who was sitting behind him. The pitch-black hard substance directly covered the blade body of the demon knife Muramasa, which was the ability to arm the color domineering. The demon knife covered in armed color rose more than 1 notch in hardness, and then something more surprising happened. The forbidden weapon, which was said to have infinite magic power, never felt tired, and could fight continuously, was directly stabbed through by Lu Shang. Poof, poof. Silky electric sparks continued to erupt in the penetrating place. However, although this blow pierced Arnhem's body, I don't know if Lu Shang deliberately avoided Faust hiding inside. The blade fit Faust's body tightly and penetrated the past. This moment, but Faust was instantly scared. On weekdays, he only thinks about his evil plan, and when did he feel like this today? The feeling of death. The feeling of death. For the first time in history, Faust felt that death was so close to him. Anum, a taboo weapon with almost unlimited magical power, was easily broken by Lu Shang. Faust did not understand why the other party's power was terrifying to such an extent. Anum's defense, how exactly did you break it? Faust asked maniacally. And Lu Shang, after stabbing Arnhem deeply, his expression also returned to his original indifference. Immediately afterwards, the body rotated and sat directly on Arnhem's shoulders, as if he was not afraid that Arnhem would dare to attack him at all. Or rather, full confidence. Even if Arnhem really dared to attack his body, Lu Shang had the confidence to react in advance and launch another thunderous attack. How did it break? Is there anything surprising about this kind of thing? But, far from using your full strength, Lu Shang said slowly. Between words, it was as if he had eaten the prey of Faust. What did you say? Hearing Lu Shang's words, Faust's eyes almost went out. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Faust simply could not imagine that the person who surpassed the power of Arnhem had not yet exerted his full strength. To what extent that would be, Faust did not know. However, just when Faust was speechless in shock, Lu Shang moved again, not giving the other party any chance at all. The figure flashed, and it floated directly on Arnhem's chest. To be precise, Arnhem was facing Faust's position in his body. No matter what, let's talk about anything in person, Lu Shang said slowly. So, just before Faust could react to what was going on, Lu Shang had already moved, proofreading the red knife, as if it had compressed layers of slashes and was fused together by Lu Shang in an instant. Chopping steel realm, storm slash. Lu Shang roared. In an instant, the terrifying power erupted without reservation. Dot bang, and the wind cut in an instant. I only saw that the grey-white slash directly attacked Faust's chest with the power that could cut off steel. A burst of zi la metal friction sound erupted. However, this balance impasse was soon broken. Lu Shang's slash seemed to have been given, and it directly crushed the steel armor that could not be cut in. The destructive progress, the superimposed power of layers of storms, completely crushed every source of mana in Arnhem's body. Immediately afterwards, an even more exaggerated scene appeared. After Lu Shang's slashing storm completely broke the defenses above Arnhem's body, when he came to Faust, he was stunned that he was not advancing half a step. Directly stopped in front of Faust's eyes, disappearing into space. And Faust, from beginning to end, did not even react. He did not know when Lu Shang made the knife. He didn't even see the slashing storm behind, and when he reacted, Lu Shang had completely exposed him to the air. Faust couldn't help but swallow his throat, because by the time he reacted, he was completely exposed to Yanagi. Watching the slash that could kill him in an instant slowly dissipate in the air, fine cold sweat flowed uncontrollably from Faust's body. What ambition, what rule? Faust found that what he had been pursuing would become so ethereal. It turned out that his life was the most important. Immediately afterwards, when Faust looked at Lu Shang who appeared in front of him with a look of horror, he only saw that Lu Shang didn't say a word, and floated directly towards Arnhem's body. Boom. With a sound, Lu Shang did not be polite to the other party at all, and directly pulled, and suddenly pulled Faust out of Arnhem's body. Then, I only saw Faust being pulled by Lu Shang like this, and instantly lost his balance, and his big butt fell heavily on the ground all of a sudden. What vicious eyes did not appear in Faust's eyes. Faust, after losing the power of Arnhem, when facing Lu Shang, only fear remained in his heart. Apart from this emotion, Faust had no other thoughts in his heart, not because of anything else, but Yanagi's strength was too terrifying, and he didn't dare. By now, Faust did not even dare to have the slightest idea of resistance. The terrifying power displayed by Lu Shang not only completely defeated his Faust's forbidden weapon Arnhem, but also accompanied by Faust's ambition and fighting intent. What are you going to do? Until now, Faust still has the courage he had before, and now he is just a trembling old man at best. What kind of kingly spirit? What are you going to do? I haven't thought about this yet, but no matter what, your future outcome will not be good. Hearing this, Lu Sheng heard Faust's words and said after thinking about it carefully. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Faust fell silent. Now that he is exhausted, Faust does not know what the other party intends to do with him. Strength determines power. Faust understands that there is no difference between his current self and the fat on the board, and there is no other way out except to be slaughtered. Just as the battle here came to an end, the ground began to shake again. Lu Sheng looked at the stones that were constantly bouncing on the ground and frowned slightly. Then, I only saw Lu Sheng move his gaze back and look over. It's just that I don't know why. The direction Lu Sheng was looking in was not unusual, empty, and there was no difference from the scene just now. However, this situation was broken in an instant by a heroic female voice. The whole army obeys the order, marches directly ahead. The enemy is ahead, the king is in danger. The handsome girl yelled. Immediately afterwards, an amazing scene appeared, only to see a column of troops suddenly driving into the field of vision of Lu Shenbao, Limos, including Faust. These people were the same as the king's army when they were in Idola's before, but now they are slightly different from before. I only saw that the armament on all of them had become different, and all of the original unified combat armor had been transformed into various armors. And not only that, but I saw that the weapons in the hands of each of them had become different from before. That's right, it was Elisha who had just shouted to lead the army, who had disappeared for a long time, and the army she commanded could clearly see that it was different from before. Everyone's equipment seemed to have been upgraded, and even the armor on her body had become armor that matched her magical attributes. The combat effectiveness of the entire army has more than doubled. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, looking at these more than 300,000 people with interest. There is no panic in the eyes, and some are just a cynical attitude. Still not much growth. These shrimp soldiers and crabs will toss no matter how they toss. Here in Lu Sheng, they really can't turn over much waves. However, Faust is different. Looking at these royal troops, the originally desperate hearts actually rekindle their longing together. It even broke through his fear of Unagi. Lu Sheng, who clearly saw Faust's demeanor in his eyes, was very puzzled, and thought, to this extent, does Faust still think that he can rely on these little lambs to turn over? At this time, Faust, who was originally squatting on the ground, slowly got up and looked towards his army with an excited face. Boom! With a sound, at the moment when Faust had just got up, Willow came alive. An invisible aura instantly emanated from his body and reached Faust's body. With a buzz, Faust only felt that his consciousness suddenly shook, and then he fell to the ground with a pop. Fainted, fell to the ground unconscious. That's right, it is Lu Sheng's overlord color. Lu Sheng, who has no patience for this ignorant and ugly Faust for 540, finally does not plan to talk to each other more. A tyrant-colored domineering spirit was thrown directly and accurately towards Faust's body, and the latter did not even react, did not even have time to think about the definition of fear, and directly lost consciousness. And at this moment, looking at Faust who had fallen behind him, Lu Sheng turned his head indifferently and looked at the garbage in front of him who was preparing to enter the mouth of the tiger. At this point, Lu Sheng did not understand why this group of people still maintained this king, and why they could not understand the gap in strength between the two sides. And Lu Sheng finally made up his mind at this moment. The game of passing the family is over. Since they can't see the reality clearly, then Lu Sheng decided to use his own method to let this group of people deeply understand what is called no resistance, what is called real fear. This also includes Alessa in this Idola's world. In fact, Lu Sheng has let her go many times, but the other party still does not accept Lu Sheng's love. No way, Lu Sheng had to add her to his list by the way. Magnolia Willow, this time, we have a power beyond the previous one, said Alessa with an excited expression. However, Lu Sheng did not listen to the following words at all, scratched his ears, and did not say a word of nonsense to the other party. I only saw that Lu Sheng's eyes that had been closed early suddenly slammed open. Then, an invisible aura swept towards everyone in front of him again. And, I don't know why, at the moment of my eyes, the whole earth shook even more than before. Bang bang bang. The sound of poof sounded continuously, and everyone was frightened by the scene in front of them. What's even more terrifying is that this phenomenon continues. There are fast and slow, but everyone can't escape, and those who are slightly stronger in endurance can't hold out for long before they fall. None of them knew what was wrong, and the pervasive breath was like a fog that could not be driven away, surrounding them. And they could not do anything, they were powerless to parry. One by one they lost consciousness and fell to the ground unconscious. That's right, when dealing with a huge number of enemies, Overlord Domineering is definitely one of the best skills to use. The current Lu Sheng has long cultivated the Overlord color to the point where it can be materialized. These have not undergone any training, they are completely half-hang psychological endurance. How can Kdeb withstand the large-scale overlord-colored domineering released by Lu Sheng's full strength? Only a short moment later, there were not a few people left in Lu Sheng's entire field of vision, and the momentum of destruction and decay directly swept away these shrimp soldiers and crabs. Looking at the more than 300,000 people who fell in front of him, Lu Sheng couldn't help but pout. If not for Lu Sheng, he would have played enough. These people are not as simple as losing consciousness at all. There is one exception among them, however. That figure was still struggling at this moment. It was Alessa. Today, Ilessa has truly seen what real strength is and what is called real means. Being constantly hit by this inexplicable force, Ilessa's heart. But even so, Ilessa has come to the brink of collapse. If not for the overly strong psychological endurance, I am afraid that Ilessa would have fainted on the ground with the others. Relying on the body of the magic gun, Ilessa who struggled not to let herself fall, and Lu Sheng in the distance with an ugly face. She knew that all this was related to that man, and she also realized the strength of this man at this moment. It turned out that the other party's strength is not only strength, this terrifying deterrent that can reach people's hearts is the key to his peak. At this point, Ilessa walked step by step, dragging heavy steps towards Lu Sheng with difficulty. Ilessa didn't know why she hadn't fallen yet, but she still hadn't given up. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. Of course he knew what Ilessa had in mind. After all, that kind of thirst for power, Lu Sheng had also experienced it at the beginning. Boom, of a sound. That substantial aura suddenly increased, directly turning into a shock wave, which was instantly reflected on Ilessa's chest. Boom. Fell to the ground, and finally, Ilessa could not withstand this huge force and fell heavily to the ground. Now Lu Sheng is completely confident, and his overlord-colored domineering can definitely directly make most people in this world instantly lose consciousness. Even if some strong people can withstand this mental attack, their physical actions will definitely be affected. Super existences such as the Black Dragon King, Malov, and so on. Except for these few strong people, no one is Lu Sheng's general anymore. And this is only what Lu Sheng overlord color domineering can do. Lu Sheng's strongest slash has not been added yet. Lu Sheng's strongest slash has not yet been added. However, just when Lu Sheng had just solved this entire army of more than 300,000, several scattered figures suddenly descended in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw that it was no one else who came, it was none other than the Thunder God who had been expelled from the guild by Malov, including Laxus, Felid, Ibaklin and Bigusro. However, the four people who suddenly appeared were obviously surprised by what was happening in front of them. It turned out that after the Magnolia absorbed by the Idola's world, the Thor who were expelled from the guild had been wandering around Magnolia, and Laxus and the others at that time were on a bounty mission. However, in this process, they discovered the change on Magnolia's side, and Laxus, who felt that something was strange, did not hesitate at all. Directly contacted Felid and the others, and just after meeting, these four people rushed towards Magnolia's direction non-stop. But by the time they got there, everything was gone, and the original city of Magnolia had long since disappeared and turned into a clearing. So just when they didn't understand what was going on in Laxus, a white light suddenly poured out above their heads. This white light has a huge attraction, and without giving Laxus a chance to react, it was directly pulled into the air, and the sky swirled for a while, and I don't know how long it took. Several people descended on Axdalia in such a daze, landing in front of Lu Sheng. You guys are. How did you get here? Lu Sheng and the others who fell heavily on the ground in front of him asked puzzled. He didn't expect that these people escaped the fate of turning into magic crystals. If Laxus alone can understand that because of the particularity in the body of the dragon-slaying demon mentor, it cannot be absorbed, but how should Felid explain it? Yanagi. Laxus, who had just gotten up, looked at the man in front of him and exclaimed. He didn't expect that after he came to this inexplicable world, the first voice he heard was Lu Sheng, who was familiar to him and had a battle with him. I don't know what's going on. I felt that something was wrong above Magnolia, so I rushed over immediately, but I don't know what's going on. I just came to the place of the Fairy Tale Guild, and I was sucked into the sky by an inexplicable gravity. As for how I got here, I don't know very well. I just feel that the sky spinning inexplicably came here. By the way, where is this? Laxus, who seemed to have thought of something, suddenly asked as he spoke. This is Axdalia. I can't tell you about this for a while, since you have already come. There is just a matter to be handed over to you. Lu Sheng ordered. What's going on? Hearing this, Laxus and the others asked. Felid, you use your words to magic a trap to make these people temporarily incapacitated when they wake up, at least, not to move until I return. Yanagi replied. As soon as these words came out, everyone found that behind them was a whole large person. Laxus looked at the group of centaurs like Wang Yanghai who fell behind him, and he was already shocked by the preamble. He really couldn't imagine what these people had gone through to become like this. No, to be precise, what Lu Sheng did, hundreds of thousands of people have all lost the ability to resist. Of course, it was not only Laxus who was shocked, but Felid and they looked at the earth behind them that seemed to be composed of human bodies, and they were even more frightened and sat on the ground. After a long pause, Laxus asked in shock, this. What the hell is going on here? Lu Sheng replied, it's all the army of this world, a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, what's the fuss? However, Lu Sheng immediately understood why they reacted this way when they came to Laxus. After all, ordinary people do not have the same experience as Lu Sheng. There is no Lu Sheng's ability, so think about it. Lu Sheng also understood Laxus and their reaction. Is that so? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Laxus and the others' eyelids couldn't help but tremble. It's over to you. I still have things to solve next. As for the partners of Fairy Tale, you don't have to worry. With me, no one can move them. Lu Sheng replied lightly. Ask for flowers. By the way, that is Ilessa in this world, and it is also an enemy, trapping him too. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered. After speaking, without waiting for Laxus and them to speak, Lu Sheng went straight to the body of Arnim, who had lost his power on the side. Then the energy key placed on the energy engine was pulled out, and then flew directly into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared out of the field of vision of Laxus and others. And Laxus, they also listened to the clouds, but soon they saw that among these people, there was really a person who looked exactly like Ilusa. Thinking of Lu Sheng's words, Laxus had no choice but to half believe and set a text trap next to Ilusa in the Idola's world. 0. After all, Laxus and the others who had just arrived here did not know that this place was a parallel world that echoed Magnolia. On the other hand, Lu Sheng had already rushed back to the location of the magic crystal with the mana key taken from Arnim. At least, before completely solving the hidden dangers of this world, Lu Sheng must first rescue all those companions who have turned into magic crystals. Other things will be said later. It wasn't long before Lu Sheng arrived at the huge magic crystal that he had come to before. Immediately afterwards, an anxious figure soon appeared in front of Lu Sheng. It was Mr. Lin. "You're finally back, how's it going?" At the same time, Mr. On also found Lu Sheng, who rushed back quickly. Already in hand, what to do next? Flying up, Lu Sheng, who instantly flashed to Mr. Lin's side, asked him. Already got it. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Mr. Lin's body couldn't help but shake. Of course he knew what that meant. However, Mr. Lin's reaction Lu Sheng also saw clearly in his eyes, casually patted the other party's shoulder, and soothed, "Don't worry, I didn't kill Faust, I don't want to take his life, let the people of this world decide." As soon as these words came out, Mr. Lin's originally tight brows instantly stretched. At least, his father is not dead now. However, Mr. On suddenly reacted to something. That is, how did Yanagi know that he had a relationship with Faust? Thinking of this, Mr. Lin glanced deeply at Lu Sheng, and he knew that he had underestimated this man from beginning to end. Unfathomable strength, coupled with this terrifying intelligence ability, Mr. On did not know whether Lu Sheng was evil to the Fairy Tail Guild. However, from the current results, Fairy Tail is already inseparable from Lu Sheng, and Lu Sheng's powerful strength has long been unknowingly becoming the strongest, thickest shield of the Fairy Tail Guild, a barrier that no matter what enemy it is impossible to break. Is that so? Thanks, Yanagi. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Mr. On replied with 540. After all, Lu Sheng obviously has enough ability and strength to kill Faust. Moreover, among all the people, only Mr. On knew Anim's strength best. Deeply understanding how terrifying the forbidden weapon was, the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became, and he really couldn't imagine what level of strength Lu Sheng had reached to be able to achieve this step. You only need to insert the key into this magic crystal, and the special energy contained in the key can directly break the crystal seal. Mr. On said again. Hearing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but play with the key in his hand. He really couldn't imagine that this little thing in his hand would have such a big effect. For a while, he was also curious about the material of this key, but at this time, Lu Sheng still suppressed his curiosity temporarily, and everything was premised on rescuing the companion of Fairy Tail first. In this way, Lu Sheng followed Mr. Lin's words, and the key in his hand suddenly slammed into the magic crystal like a giant mountain in front of him. The sound of buzzing began to sound continuously from inside the magic crystal. Then, at the moment when Lu Sheng put the key inside the crystal, the magic crystal began to shake violently. Then, Lu Sheng also stepped back. Quietly watching the changes in front of him, Lu Sheng knew that the seal was about to be unsealed, and he could already feel several familiar auras gradually emanating from him. Then with a bang, I saw that this huge magic crystal suddenly shattered in front of Lu Sheng's eyes, turning into a trace of crystal light. At the same time, familiar figures also came in front of Lu Sheng one after another. Ilusa, Lucy, Mirage, Love, Grey, Jubian and so on. The members of Fairy Tail appeared in front of Lu Sheng and Mr. Lin one after another. However, these Fairy Tail members who broke the seal from the magic crystal all had one thing in common, that is, he had no idea what happened before, after they were sucked away by idolas. One by one, the 6 gods and masters looked at the strange environment around them. Strange? What's going on? How I feel that I am a little different from just now. Grey, who had broken the seal, moved his body and said, "Yes, it seems that something did happen just now. I remember that we were obviously still in the Union just now. Why did we all run here all of a sudden?" Ilusha also said with a puzzled look, not knowing the current situation. "Cluck, leave these things alone. Finally solved the matter of the 6 demon generals. Come and come, drink and drink." Kana said with a drunken look. Unexpectedly, the memories of these people are still stuck in the period before they were sucked away, and they have no impression of what happened later. But soon, they noticed Yanagi and Mr. Because they both noticed that these 2 people were a little different from them. That is, their eyes seemed to be more determined than theirs, as if they knew something they didn't know. "Yanagi? Mistland? What's going on? How do I feel like you two know something we don't?" Ilusha, who noticed this, asked Lu Sheng and Mr. On in front of her. "See the crystal shards on the ground." Hearing Ilusa's words, Lu Sheng pointed to the remaining magic fragments under everyone's feet. Hearing this, everyone discovered that there were really a lot of fragments containing magic power under their feet. "Really, what the hell is going on, Yanagi?" Even Malov couldn't help but ask. "Not long ago, the entire Magnolia was absorbed by this world, idolas, and you turned into magic crystals. Just now, I just broke the crystal seal. Lu Sheng replied slowly. What did you say? What? We all turned into magic crystals? Idolas? What the hell is going on here? Are we actually sealed? So that's the case. Is it any wonder I feel that my body seems to be a little wrong, the magic power seems to be a little less, and it is actually sealed into the magic crystal. I said how I can't remember what just happened. Damn it, what the hell is going on with this Idolas? Why do such a thing? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, the members of the fairy tale who had already broken the seal couldn't help but say. They were really puzzled by what Lu Sheng said. That's right, this Idolas is actually a parallel world corresponding to Mag 4.1 Nolia, and Idolas is also the world of Mistlan, and he came from that world. Yanagi explained. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed, unexpectedly that the always mysterious partner was the person from the Idolas world in Lu Sheng's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng explained to everyone, but, over the years, Mr. On has been buying time for the people of Magnolia, and without him, today's events would have happened a long time ago. However, I would like to remind you that the world we are in now is not Magnolia, but the world of Ixtalia, Lu Sheng said again. As soon as these words came out, everyone who had just understood a little clue once again fell into a confused situation. Lu Sheng's words suddenly confused these companions who did not know the truth. What is Ixtalia again? Aren't we in Idolas now? So what the hell is going on with Idolas? Where is that parallel world? Elisha asked with a puzzled look. Yes, what is this? And besides, have we really just turned into a magic crystal? Why is this happening? Elfman also said from the sidelines. Let me say it, it's like this, the reason why you were absorbed into the world of Idolas and become a magic crystal is actually the plan of this king of the world of Idolas, who intend to use the magic in your body to collide with Ixtalia to obtain eternal magic. Mistland explained. Eternal magic? By the way, what's going on in the world? Why can't I feel the magic anymore? At this moment, Jubian exclaimed. Always attracted to other things, at this moment everyone realized the fact that the surrounding environment did not have the slightest magic. That's it, this place 23 will not have magic for the time being. For more than 10 years, this situation has been going on for more than 10 years, and the reason why things that happen now is also because there is no magic power. Yanagi replied. All this is actually caused by the contradiction between the transcendent and the human, because the king of mankind, Faust, is not willing to be trampled on the head by the transcendent, so he will find a way to steal the magic of the world and obtain powerful power to rule the world again. Let humanity regain control, but this has also led to the lack of magic power in Idolas for more than 10 years, and it can be said that cause and effect led to the current situation. Lu Sheng said, these things are not clear to you in words, they can only be said to be caused by the contradiction between transcendents and humans. Looking at everyone who still didn't understand, Lu Sheng suddenly thought of something, and said, oh, by the way, the transcendent is the Axdalia clan, and Harpy and Charlulu are people of this race. What? Everyone exclaimed, unexpectedly that Harpy, who had never known his origin, turned out to be a person from this world. However, speaking of the hobby, everyone found that something was missing from them. Strange, how do I feel as if there is something wrong with the number of people, isn't it? Ah, yes, that's true, what about Natsu's guy? No, it doesn't seem to be just Natsu, Gaijura, and Wendy don't seem to be there. What is the situation? The 3 dragon-slaying demon mentors actually disappeared at the same time. Lu Sheng, do you know what is going on? Because of the particularity of the energy in the body of the Dragon Slayer demon mentor, Natsu, and they have not been absorbed by the Idolas world, and they should all still be in Magnolias now. I'm afraid they don't know what happened here until now, and they don't know what these 3 people will do. Oh, can the magic of the Dragon Slayer mentor still have this effect? Listening to it, Lucy couldn't help but say, not enough. Just as several people spoke, Lu Sheng seemed to suddenly think of something. His eyes changed, and he immediately said to several people in front of him, okay, back to business, you all understand almost everything, and I have a more critical thing to go to now. Mr. On, since the seal has been lifted, you should take it to Laxus first. Lu Sheng said again. Laxus? Did the Thor people come here too? The members of the Goblin Companions did not expect that Laxus and they would also come to this world of Axdalia. Seeing Magnolia's situation, Laxus immediately rushed over with the 3 members of the Thor crowd, but because he didn't catch up in the end, he was also absorbed into this world by that inexplicable magical power. Yanagi explained. Now they are helping me control the army of this world. By the way, I just said that this world is a parallel world corresponding to us, so don't be too surprised to see the exact same face as you, Ilusa, especially you. Your identity in this world is the commander-in-chief of the king's army. You will be able to see her in a moment. Lu Sheng said. After speaking, before a few people could recall what he had just said, Lu Sheng had already turned around and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. In this process, Lu Sheng did not forget to pull out the magic key that had just been inserted into the magic crystal and take it away. At the same time that Yanagi had just left, the voice of the system sounded in Yanagi's mind again. The current Sasaki Kojiro inheritance template has been opened to 90%. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes could clearly see a hint of joy flashing. Because even he didn't expect that his experience point had reached as much as 90%, this progress was inevitably too fast. Moreover, his strength has indeed increased a lot during this period, and his use of space slashing and magic power has become more and more profound, reaching the point of handiness. Not only that, Lu Sheng's vision has been placed in the near future, and thinking of the Dragon King who will appear in the future, Akunoria, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Because the strength of the other party is indeed powerful and terrifying, so strong that Lu Sheng has to face it 540 seriously. Therefore, everything depends on how far Yanagi can comprehend the Sasaki Kojiro skill inheritance board after this incident, and how to withstand the burden of the demon eye of death. At the same time that Lu Sheng had just obtained the system body, the body had already unknowingly arrived in the center of Exteria, in front of a towering silver tower. This is it, the distorted concept of this world. Let me correct it, those misunderstandings should be solved in a while, Lu Sheng said slowly. At the same time, Lu Sheng had already taken a step and walked in unimpeded towards the silver tower in front of him. Snap. Syllable. Lu Sheng's footsteps echoed continuously above the entire tower. The empty castle did not even see a single figure. Really, there was no one. All rushed to evacuate the refugees? The battle is over. Looking at Lu Sheng, who couldn't even see a cat shadow, he couldn't help but sigh. That's right, most of the Ixtalian army had already rushed to evacuate the refugees who were fleeing in a hurry, and the scene of the sky shattering caused by Lu Sheng and Faust made them think that the end of the world had come, and everyone was evacuated to a corner of the world. While walking, Lu Sheng did not know when. He had already arrived at the highest part of the tower, and then a graceful and slightly noble figure came into Lu Sheng's eyes. Moreover, it can be clearly seen that this figure is somewhat similar to Wendy's partner Xia Lulu. That's right, this is the person Lu Sheng is looking for. The highest existence among the Exterian transcendents, Chargot, Empress of Ixtalia? Here it comes, the strong man of Magnolia. I only heard that the figure didn't even turn his head, as if he had already known that Lu Sheng was coming. You knew I was coming. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Sheng asked rhetorically. Of course. After the figure replied to Lu Sheng like this, he finally retracted his gaze looking at the sky outside, slowly turned around, and faced Lu Sheng squarely. The result of this happening is not only Faust, but also you, but also has a great responsibility, Lu Sheng said lightly. As soon as these words came out, it was obvious that Chargert's eyes darkened significantly. Indeed, causing Faust to steal the magic of the world, create forbidden weapons, and obtain eternal magic to overthrow the rule of the transcendent. In addition to Faust's ambitions, Chargert's behavior also accounts for a lot of factors. If those rumors about the gods had not been transmitted, the transcendent would not have looked down on humans so brazenly, and the relationship between humans and the Axtalia tribe would definitely not have developed into the relationship between superiors and subordinates as it is now. Between the two races, if they are handled well between their respective rulers, they can definitely find a balanced position, instead of being deformed and solidified like before. I know, but in that situation, I could only make up that kind of lie. Otherwise, the Exteria tribe would definitely not be able to live safely and happily to this day. Without those lies, human beings would absolutely dominate again and dominate us who have no ability to resist. Chargot said with a gloomy expression. Indeed, compared to humans, these petite and powerless Axtalia really have no way to find balance. After all, Lily is only a minority, and most of the Axtalia are ordinary creatures like Harpy who have no means of attack. Hearing Chargert's words, Lu Sheng also fell into deep thought. What the other party said was indeed not wrong. The current situation is indeed not something that can be clearly explained in 2 words. You are right, it is indeed a fact that you cannot change as it is now, but this situation should change now. Then, Lu Sheng said again. Change? How to change? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Chargert couldn't help but ask. First of all, it is necessary to solve the misunderstanding between the 2 races. After all, the trouble between humans and the Ixtalian race has reached such a point today, and there is a great connection with the Faust guy. At least this situation can be improved. Lu Sheng said. Faust was really solved by you. I didn't expect that Maya really had a strong person like you. Chargot sighed. There is nothing worth saying about this kind of thing. What is needed now is your identity, Chargert. All the king army of the Adola's world has been temporarily controlled by me. Now you also immediately mobilize your Ixtalia clan to rush back. The contradiction between this world, it's time to unravel. The words turned and replied. What? The king's army has been brought under control. Don't. Gert heard Lu Sheng's words and covered his mouth and exclaimed. For the king army, she knows too well, it is not a small amount, but the other party actually said that it was completely controlled. This kind of thing is not something you should pay attention to now. You should have a way. Bring those clansmen of yours back. Lu Sheng said. Hearing what Lu Sheng said, Chargot hesitated. She couldn't believe Lu Sheng, because the other party was also human, and after all, he and the other party have only met in a hurry, and for Lu Sheng, Chargert does not know. However, what Lu Sheng said, is it really something that the Empress of Chargert can disobey? I asked you to bring all your people back, and in this situation, do you think it's what you said? Looking at Chargert's hesitant appearance, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly changed. Not only that, the overlord color domineering on his body was quietly released, and the terrifying coercion continued to erode Chargot's heart. Less than half a second, Chargert's mental defense, the persistence in his heart was instantly destroyed by Lu Sheng. All of a sudden, all the spirit disappeared, and seeing this, Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Is there no other way? Chargot shook her head with a wry smile, unable to believe that she really felt despair at this moment. Immediately afterwards, she saw Charger take out a communication device from the dark cabinet behind her and command to the other end. Hearing Charger's words, Lu Sheng also knew that the next moment was to solve the misunderstanding. With the Empress's order, all the Extarians once again returned to and fro, heading towards the palace of Empress Chargot. You wait, Charlulu. What are you doing so fast? At the moment when Chargot had just finished giving the order, two voices that surprised Lu Sheng came out. Boom. With a bang, the door to Charger's room was pushed open in an instant. Lu Sheng looked at it, and sure enough, as expected, it was Chargot's daughter, Wendy's partner Xia Lulu. It was followed by Harpy. Lu Sheng didn't expect that these two people rushed to the altar first. Yanagi, how did you end up here? Xia Lulu and Harpy, who pushed the door in, did not expect that the first person they saw was Lu Sheng. I'm here to settle things here, of course. Yanagi replied. Bang bang. Another series of hurried footsteps. I only saw Natsu and Gajuro Wendy, and they all rushed over. Why are you all here? Lu Sheng looked at the three people who suddenly squeezed in and couldn't help but ask. Yanagi? It was Xia Lulu who brought us here. It was really strange. Everyone disappeared all at once. Natsu replied in surprise. Everyone has been turned into a magic crystal, but fortunately, there is no danger. They are still safe, and Xia Lulu should tell you all about the things here. Yanagi asked. I probably got to know. To be honest, I was surprised when I knew these things. Natsu nodded and replied. While speaking, he only saw Xia Lulu's eyes on the side suddenly darkened. As a transcendent, Charlotte is actually a treacherous agent sent to Magnolia by her mother Chargot, in order to bring Magnolia's Dragon Slayer demon mentor here. It's all over. Lu Sheng replied solemnly. Subsequently, Xia Lulu also came to the front of Chargot. The two hugged each other tightly, and did not speak. At this moment, they did not know what fate they would face next. Leave the matter here to me. Everyone in Magnolia has been rescued by me, so you will go together and join them first. Lu Sheng turned his head and said to the three dragon exterminator demon mentors behind him. Can you be alone? Lu Sheng, I heard Xia Lulu say that the contradiction between these two countries seems to have reached a rather deep point. Natsu said hesitantly. However, Lu Sheng's next answer was beyond the expectations of all 540 people. There is no need to take care of the spear and not contradict, just bring all the Axtalians to our world. Lu Sheng said endlessly. What? You mean bringing people like Harpy into our world? Wendy covered her mouth and said. They didn't expect Lu Sheng to think of this, but they have to say that this is indeed a solution. After all, the people of Magnolia are different from Idolas, and most of them are very kind. Moreover, Magnolia has enough magic power, and there is no need to worry about the intensification of contradictions. Moreover, the regime of the Idola's world, no, the ruler has been overthrown by me, and the next ruler I believe will be able to redirect Idolas to prosperity. Lu Sheng said again. The next ruler? What does that mean? Hearing Yanagi's words, Gajuro asked with a slightly puzzled look. It's Mr. On, the prince of this country, the new era, it's time for him to come to power. Yanagi replied. Chargert, who listened to all of Lu Sheng's words, first slowly pushed Xia Lulu away, and then walked step by step, in front of Lu Sheng. He asked gently, are you serious about what you just said? Is there any other way? If I suppress it by force, I can do it when I say it, but in that case, is there still a soul between these two countries? Lu Sheng replied lightly. The undoubted weapon made Chargert's eyes also slowly condense, thinking about the past few years of fearful days. Maybe that's a good idea, Chargot said. Immediately, Lu Sheng also came to the side of Natsu again, patted his shoulder and said slowly, don't worry, just leave everything to me here. We'll definitely be handled properly. Then we'll go round with everyone first. Natsu nodded after a firm glance at Yanagi, and then left with Wendy and Geijirohabi. Therefore, now there are only 3 people left, including Xia Lulu Xiagasheng. Don't worry, I will definitely keep you safe and sound, and Charlulu should also know that the people of Magnolia are different from the humans of your world, and besides, with our fairy tale there, what are you hesitating about? Looking at the 2 people with confused eyes and not knowing where to go in the future, Lu Sheng explained helplessly to them. At the same time, a group of mighty people and horses also slowly emerged, constantly coming to the high tower of the Queen's palace. The unharmed transcendents were all looking anxiously towards the towers above at this moment, all waiting for their empress, waiting for God's instructions. Tapdada. Seeing the crowd below, Chargot knew that it was time to come, and the lies he had been making up over the years were also time to announce the world. In fact, they are not descendants of gods at all, they are just a bunch of defenseless kittens. Chargot has to let her citizens know about this? At this moment, Iarya didn't know when he appeared at the forefront of these transcendents, and said to him, Lord Empress, everyone has been brought back by me, is it really safe here? Immediately afterwards, Chargot also walked step by step on the roof above the tower, looking down at the people below him. It's safe, 2 nights, guys, don't worry, at least the crisis in this country has been lifted. Chargert said. So, now there's a truth, and I have to tell you, actually, The wording of God is a lie that I have made up, and we have always referred to ourselves as transcendents, but they are all illusory. In order to save us from human domination, these lies are actually just to confuse the death direction of mankind. Shargo said again. Hearing the Empress's words, everyone present was silent, and then, Xiaolulu didn't know when she had already come behind Shargo and held each other's hands tightly. I'll do it anyway. At this moment, Lu Sheng no longer knew when he appeared next to Chargurt, and said with a slight frown, "Beep." Everyone was completely disturbed by the sudden appearance of Lu Sheng, and the human race actually stood by the side of their Empress. "Hey, what are you?" I don't know who in the crowd shouted like that. "I am Yanagi, the one who led you to the new world," Lu Sheng replied without lifting his eyes. Buzz. Then there was no nonsense, and he directly released the overlord-colored domineering, along with it, as well as the terrifying abuse that Lu Sheng's body inadvertently revealed, and a terrifying deterrent instantly shocked everyone. The oily kingly aura directly made the originally noisy crowd instantly quiet. Looking at Lu Sheng quietly, he did not dare to make a sound. Now there is a fact before you, the world of idolas has been completely destroyed in the previous battle, in other words, it is no longer suitable for living creatures, so you Ixtalia and the natives of idolas are crowded into the current country. And I'm from Magnolia, which has enough territory to accept either of your two races, so now I have to choose between your two races, and there is also the fact that the people of the world of idolas and our world are two parallel worlds. So there is only one choice before you, Lu Sheng said without the slightest emotion between words. Hearing this, hearing the words of the Empress, all the Ixtalia clans did not hesitate in the slightest. Among them, Arya rushed out first. The Great Migration has officially begun? Looking at the Ixtalia clan that kept pouring into the portal, Lu Sheng nodded. Immediately, he said to Shargo next to him, "Finally settled your affairs. You guys go to, over there, President Makarov will settle everything down," Lu Sheng said again. Shagji nodded, and accompanied Xiaolulu beside him, and walked into the magic portal together, and followed her people into the new world. Looking at the crowd that was gradually moving away, Lu Sheng knew that it was time for the natives of the Idola's world next, and those restless king's army must be disbanded for them? That kind of thing, only 540 must have Mr. Lin, there is no need. Moreover, for Mr. Lin's character, Lu Sheng is also very clear. In the coming days, this country will definitely go to the top under the leadership of Mr. Erland. Although Faust has drained the magic of the Idola's world over the years, and even caused Ixtalia to lose its magic, but now that it is different, Faust has fallen, and the next thing that awaits him will be the judgment of everyone, although the Idola's world is destroyed, but Yanagi believes that it will not be long before Ixtalia will be full of magic again. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng turned his head, glanced back at Mr. Lin beside him, and slowly said, "Let's go, the next thing is the business of your countrymen." "Well, the one who should come is still coming." Mistland nodded in response. In this way, Yanagi and Mr. On rushed to the Idolas who had been trapped by the trap set by Felid of the Thunder God before. Time has passed a long time, and the overlord-colored domineering aura released by Lu Sheng before may have expired. In other words, those king troops should have regained consciousness. Then, before half a ring, the two who were rushing forward had already returned to the place where Faust, Elusha, and the king's army had trapped before. Seeing that everyone was trapped by the solid enchantment, Lu Sheng nodded in admiration. At this time, Felid's special ability did have a lot of effect. "It's up to you, these people will be under your control in the future, so it's up to you." Suddenly, Lu Sheng said to Mr. On beside him. "Moreover, about your father, Faust, you always have to make an explanation," Lu Sheng said again. Then, under the gaze of Lu Sheng, Mr. On began to inform the residents of Idolas in front of her in detail about her future plans and the current situation. Among them, there are also Elusha and Faust key characters. After explaining all this, Lu Sheng went straight to Tellin's side and whispered a few words in the other party's ear. After that, Exteria handed over, hoping that this world will not go astray before you. As for Faust, the matter has come to this, there is no other way, from the moment he did that kind of thing, there is no turning back, and this end is already doomed. Lu Sheng said again. "Ah, I know, don't worry, I will." Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Mr. Lin said without the slightest hesitation. Now he is no longer the underground identity he used to be, and his every move must be seen by the residents of Idolas, otherwise, these residents who have lost their faith once, no one knows what will happen. Hearing Mr. N's answer, Lu Sheng nodded reassuringly and prepared to leave. And in this process, Faust was escorted out in a roar, and what awaits him will be a short prison life. As for Elusa, who already knew the truth, she was also taken away with guilt, although she was also kept in the dark, but after all, she is also a key figure in this incident, and she must always mean to show it to the people of Idolas. As for the remaining inhabitants of Idolas, when they had learned that Idolas had been destroyed into the void turbulence in the battle between the Dragon Lock Cannon and Yanagi, they could not have imagined that those transcendents in the world of Axtalia had left their homeland and left Axtalia to them. For a moment, everyone's mood was mixed. In this way, this new era of parallel world is finally about to begin. In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng had also pushed off Mr. Lin and came to the huge magic portal in front of him alone. "It's finally over, and I can't imagine that it is quite complete." After saying these words, Lu Sheng stepped into this huge magic portal with one foot first. With a swoosh, Lu Sheng just stepped in with one foot, and the door immediately felt a huge pulling force, and then directly absorbed Lu Sheng's body into it. Immediately afterwards, he saw Lu Sheng's body disappear above Xteria in an instant. The sky is spinning. Lu Sheng only felt as if his body had been baptized by space, and this process was only a few seconds. With a bang, I only saw that a small space-time tunnel suddenly appeared above the sky, and then a figure ejected from it. It was Lu Sheng, only to see him instantly wake up from the space-time tunnel, turn over and jump, and land directly to the ground. Finally back? Looking at the familiar environment around him, Lu Sheng couldn't help but say, once again, Magnolia is back. Moreover, not only that, but I only saw a group of people waiting for a long time at the place where Lu Sheng landed. Are everyone waiting for me here? Lu Sheng looked at the familiar crowd in front of him and smiled heartily. After a few brief conversations with everyone, Lu Sheng left alone. After 4.1 verification, the value has been unlocked to 90%. It can no longer be delayed. It is time to start that trial, Lu Sheng said. While speaking, Lu Sheng also tried his best to move towards the edge of Magnolia. This time, Lu Sheng did not want anyone to disturb him. Lu Sheng just wanted to finish this trial in a hidden place first. After all, time is urgent, and Lu Sheng can't afford to delay half a little longer, otherwise when the Black Dragon King comes, all of them will have to die. Even the best result is to sleep for 10 years. Lu Sheng can't take that long, so he must raise his strength to a certain height again before that disaster occurs. At the very least, it is necessary to achieve the embodiment of the heart. Lu Sheng thought to himself, on the other side, controlling the flying magic to constantly advance towards the edge of the world. After about half a day, Lu Sheng finally came to an isolated canyon. In this process, Lu Sheng has been using flying magic, and it is impossible for ordinary people to persist for so long, but Lu Sheng is different. With the unique ability of the source of mana, Lu Sheng's mana consumption is really minimal, completely reaching a negligible level. That's it. Lu Sheng looked at the surrounding dangerous Grand Canyon and said heavily. At the same time, Lu Sheng directly summoned the system in his mind and said, the system can begin. Sasaki's inheritance trial can begin? Preparations are underway, please wait. The system's tone replied. After hearing this response from the system, Lu Sheng immediately set his eyes on these huge canyons in front of him. 23 from among these, Lu Sheng chose his favorite place of cultivation. Right here. Only to see that Lu Sheng randomly picked a hole, and then directly flew over. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng, who came to the mouth of the cave, received a message from the system. The trial is ready, whether it is ready or not. The system asked in Yanagi's mind. Ready, let's go. Lu Sheng replied slowly. Ugh. With a sound, at the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell, the scene in front of him disappeared instantly, and the original cliffs disappeared, replaced by a vast universe with colorful colors. Looking at the 10,000 stars shining overhead, Lu Sheng was stunned by the scene in front of him. This is, said Lu Sheng in shock as he looked at his surroundings. Immediately afterwards, a figure suddenly flickered in front of Lu Sheng, and after shaking for a while, it disappeared again. Lu Sheng wanted to chase, but he didn't know where to run. What the hell is going on here? Lu Sheng looked at the surrounding scene and said inexplicably. What happened now has completely exceeded Lu Sheng's expectations. Boom, of a sound. An extremely explosive force suddenly appeared behind Lu Sheng. Boom. Lu Sheng only felt that a huge force suddenly pushed him out behind him. The scene changed again, the original galaxy had long disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, everything changed. It is a bamboo forest, and in this bamboo forest is a bamboo house made of bamboo. What the hell is going on here? I didn't expect that the system would be like this. Moreover, this time is different from the previous feeling. Before, Lu Sheng could feel that he had come to a certain spiritual world in his brain, but this time was different. Lu Sheng could clearly perceive it. What happened in front of his eyes this time is very real. He is not some kind of spirit body, but his Lu Sheng's true body? He came here in person. However, just when Lu Sheng realized this, a young and tough voice came from the bamboo house. The sword, the ancestor of all weapons, reached a certain level of swordsman. Every time I want to refine a step, it is more difficult than ascending to the sky. Back then I was very talented. I practiced swordsmanship hard since childhood, and when I was 20 years old, I was even more slashed all over the world with swordsman, thinking that I had reached the peak of Jianhao, but unfortunately it backfired. In the year when my swordsmanship reached its peak, I met the opponent of my life. Miyamoto Musashi, that man, older than me. In terms of swordsmanship talent, I definitely do not succumb to anyone, but unfortunately I still lost in experience. Compared to Miyamoto, who has more experience than me, although I can crush him everywhere in moves, I can't break the defense. In the end, I lost to him, and I lost my life because of it. Lu Sheng can hear how unwilling this person is in his heart. He lost, not in the move, but in the tempering of the years. I am afraid that as long as this person is given another 3 years, at that time, Miyamoto will definitely not be his opponent. And Lu Sheng also realized who the owner of the speech was. Kojiro Sasaki? Yanagi did not expect that this trial turned out to be Sasaki Kojiro himself. However, 3,000 avenues, in the end, is a way, and now, I finally have the opportunity to pass on my supreme learning, but my stunts must not fall into the hands of waste. The voice suddenly became disheveled as he spoke. Boom. With a loud bang, just as the person finished speaking, the bamboo house exploded instantly. The figure in the bamboo house soared into the sky and jumped directly into the air. Ugh. I don't know when, a terrifying slash that was fast and shocking instantly appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, this moon-like slash pointed straight at Lu Sheng, who was located in the sky below. Coming? It's really merciless. Looking at Sasaki, who had attacked him as soon as he came up, Yanagi's body also instantly boiled. The Demon Dao village Zhang 540 was also instantly drawn out by Lu Sheng, and a slash that was not weaker than the other party was shot out of the Demon Dao Muramis's scabbard at once. One vertical and one horizontal, two completely different slashes collided together in the sky. Boom. Flying sand and stones, a large number of bamboo were uprooted, and the original bamboo forest was also razed to the ground within a radius of 10 miles, leaving only two figures who did not give in. There are indeed two strokes, but it is not so easy to get my inheritance. Looking at Yanagi who easily took his slash, Sasaki was very surprised. Obviously he did not expect that Yanagi's strength could reach this level. And Yanagi finally saw Sasaki's slash. Unlike Yanagi, Sasaki's slash is less domineering than Yanagi's, but it is more overbearing, and the slash contains the ultimate power. Ability to carry out large area destruction at one point. Not only that, Yanagi finally saw this Sasaki, who competed with Miyamoto for the first sword throne. I only saw each other, my eyebrows were clear, I looked like a scholar, I didn't look like a swordsman at all. Not only that, but I was similar to Lu Sheng in age. They are all in their early 20s? They are all in their early 20s? It is impossible to imagine that this man is the man who fought with Miyamoto back then. The legend is indeed true, and Sasaki's age is really not very old. Yanagi looked at Sasaki and said. However, at the same time as Yanagi spoke, Sasaki, who had just landed on the opposite side, once again dispatched. The body was like a shuttling dragon, and it began to flicker in front of Lu Sheng's body, making people unable to figure out the direction of his attack. And Lu Sheng also found that his naked eyes alone could not observe the other party's intention to act. Seeing that the domineering spirit was launched instantly, Lu Sheng knew that this time, he came here with his real body, and he could not allow him to be careless. Once he made a mistake, only death would greet him. Just for a moment, Sasaki's figure instantly appeared in front of Yanagi, and Yanagi, who sensed a little bit of the future, suddenly captured the attack aura on Sasaki's body at that moment. Left rib. Only listening to Lu Sheng's eyes flickered, the demon knife village in his hand was directly in front of him. Sonorous. A crisp sound, oil sounded. It was the sound of two weapons colliding together. I only saw that Sasaki's tricky attack rhythm was directly captured by Yanagi and blocked it perfectly. Seeing this, Sasaki Kojiro did not show the slightest expression of surprise, but instead raised the corners of his mouth and snorted softly. Immediately afterwards, Sasaki's eyes became fierce at one time, and the power in his hand increased again, and his palm crossed, directly past Yanagi's demon knife Muramasa, and the long knife in his hand directly forced to the center of Yanagi's eyebrows. During the process, Lu Sheng could even feel the slightest fierceness transmitted from the other party's weapon, and the strong aura even pierced Lu Sheng's eyebrows ached. And Lu Sheng also realized that this blow, he had to resist it no matter what. Buzz. A wave of chi instantly came out from the body of the demon knife Muramasa. Immediately afterwards, the original dark purple completely darkened in an instant. Not only that, but there was a trace of killing aura above the knife edge. The armed color domineering was skillfully covered by Lu Sheng on top of the demon knife village in an instant. An even more astonishing scene appeared, at the moment when the blade that Sasaki swung was about to sweep towards Yanagi's eyebrows. I only saw that the demon knife village in Lu Sheng's hand was being held by him with a backhand and swept out directly. A flying slash that soared into the sky burst out directly in front of Yanagi and Sasaki, heading straight for the sky. And Sasaki's offensive was directly blocked by the terrifying one. I have to say that Lu Sheng's anti-defense is. It's beautiful. Between life and death, any choice determines the final outcome, and at this moment, Yanagi also showed Sasaki his particularly excellent fighting nerves for the first time. Seeing this, Sasaki's eyes finally showed a strangeness, and the man who made him wait for a long time finally showed some ability. Subsequently, Sasaki also looked at each other. Since this descendant showed such a high achievement, then Sasaki must try what level Yanagi can achieve. How many years, since the duel with Miyamoto that year and the defeat, Sasaki has waited too long and too long. However, Sasaki, who turned into a sword soul Ronin after his death, did not have the slightest slack, and for hundreds of years, Sasaki has never stagnated for a day. With the obsession of Ronin, Sasaki's attainment has deepened, and his mastery of the knife has reached the pinnacle. In other words, this Sasaki who is facing Yanagi now is hundreds of times stronger than when he was actually alive. After hundreds of years of baptism, now Sasaki Kojiro can no longer be described by the word swordsman alone. You are very good, to reach such a height at such an age. Even me, I have to admit that you are even more talented than I was back then. Sasaki Kojiro looked straight at Yanagi and said slowly. And Lu Sheng, although he was very uncomfortable when he was looked at by the other party like this, but he did not move in terms of momentum. There was no leakage, not suppressed by the other party in the slightest. Seeing this, Sasaki's interest became stronger, and his eyes became sharper. It's like having to see through Willow's bottom. Although the age of the appearance is not much different from Lu Shang, under those smart eyes, Lu Shang can clearly feel the old traitor in it. So I am looking forward to your future, and, according to the current situation, my inheritance may not be a good thing for you. With your level, I am fully capable of opening up a path of your own. Sasaki Kojiro said again. Your own path. Lu Shang was surprised. He never thought that this man who was above the top would recognize himself so much. That's right, when I fought the Miyamoto guy in the decisive battle, the Yanhui style was not completely developed, it was only in the embryonic stage, and after so many years of study, Shandian, now it has reached the highest peak. Originally, I felt that when the descendants reached the point of my recognition, I passed it on to him, but now it's different. Your appearance is too surprising to me. If this move is passed on to you, I am afraid that it will affect your own path. After all, every Ronin's choice and path is different. Sasaki said again. Ronin? In this era, there is no such title, but from the perspective of an outsider, you really don't plan to pass this move on to me? Lu Shang replied to the altar. If I use my selfish heart, of course, I want to pass on Yanhui to you in order to carry it forward and avoid the moves I have painstakingly studied and completely extinction. But my heart tells me that I can't do this. Please, if I do that, I am afraid that it will affect your original path. Sasaki replied with a sincere look in his eyes. Sure enough? Hearing Sasaki's words, Yanagi sighed secretly. Yanagi guessed well, Sasaki really wanted to pass on his slashing moves to him, but the talent shown by Yanagi was too devilish, and Sasaki was afraid that after Yanagi mastered his yen return, he would hinder Yanagi's original direction and backfire. Thinking of this, Lu Shang's eyes also have a little more respect. How many years have he waited, just to pass on his mastery to future generations, and now, he is afraid of hindering the development of future generations, and he does not hesitate to cut off his own thoughts and let his stunts sing about it. What a great consciousness this is, how much heart it is, even Lu Shang has to surrender to the sense of justice in the other party's heart. However, Yanagi also wanted to tell Sasaki that he was worried. Superfluous, Lu Shang, who had already gathered 100 families, really didn't have the ability to digest Yanhui. The intention of chopping steel is activated instantly, the aura of murderous ghosts is activated instantly, the overlord color is domineering, the source of magic power, and the space is realized. The unique abilities were unleashed by Lu Shang one by one, and these moves, even any of them, could make them jump to the top. However, at this moment, all these things converged on Lu Shang's body, and were arbitrarily grasped by Lu Shang. Feeling the Deo aura emanating from Yanagi's body, Sasaki's eyes became brighter. I still underestimated you, it's scary in the afterlife. Sasaki looked at the breath on Yanagi's body and shook his head in admiration. Straight Death Demon Eye, open. Lu Shang actually opened his Straight Death Demon Eye, and the long-lost ice blue lines were once again constantly revealed from Lu Shang's pupils. This time, Lu Shang did not plan to have the slightest reserve. He wanted to let Sasaki see if he could incorporate Yanhui into his ability with his own level. The terrifying causal weapon was completely destroyed by Lu Shang, and Lu Shang didn't care about it, not caring about the sequelae of the Demon Eye of Death 540, just to deliver his strongest blow. I have a big appetite, senior. Yanagi's eyes flashing with ice blue lines continued to tremble, and he looked at Sasaki and said solemnly. Immediately afterwards, Lu came alive, his front foot slowly stepped forward, and the momentum continued to climb, and the substantial chi wave emerged from behind Lu Shang. The body moved, and then the mountains and rivers moved, and then he saw Yanagi first take a deep breath, and then caress the demon knife Muramasa, and in his eyes, Sasaki could see a trace of emotion in Yanagi's eyes. Suddenly, Lu Shang's eyes changed. Not only that, but also the demon knife Muramasa's in his hand, and the overwhelming chi wave was all melted into the demon knife body of the demon knife Muramasa. All sentient beings appear, the blade is there, and the knife breaks through the mountains and rivers. A whistling aura instantly burst out. Drink. He drank heavily, and then Lu Shang swung the demon knife in his hand directly, and the whole action flowed without any hesitation or obstacles. An extremely sharp slash that condensed the meaning of extreme space was instantly swung out by Lu Shang. Not only that, because of the existence of the Demon Eye of Death, this blow has the ability to cut off cause and effect. Boom. The blow that rushed into the sky, this time, the slash unleashed by Lu Shang did not have a clear goal, just to show its terrifying power. Apparently, Yanagi did. After the huge flying slash jumped into the air, it directly burst out with a more powerful aura. Boom. With a sound, the slash was directly under Sasaki's gaze, sturdy, and completely chopped above the sky. Then, an even more amazing scene appeared, just to see that the slash was not over after hitting the sky. Boom. With another deafening sound, the entire sky seemed to explode, and the flying slashes released by Lu Shang condensed in the air, constantly gathering a little explosive energy in it. Click. Click. A burst of shattering sounds began to sound continuously, and at the same time, it also pried Sasaki's heart. After Sasaki saw all this in his eyes, he was even more amazed. Miracle, I, Sasaki Kojiro, have really never seen such a domineering slash. Among the people who have fought with me in the past, his sword skills are definitely the most domineering and brutal existence. From the moment Sasaki saw Yanagi's slash strike touch the sky, he understood it all. With a shattering sound, finally, as Sasaki Kojiro expected, happened. Kteb. The sky was directly chopped to pieces, and the entire sky revealed a huge hole, originally just a small black dot, and in the blink of an eye, this range continued to expand. That's right, Lu Shang, who has the demon eye of direct death. This unique ability directly gives Lu Shang's slashing the ability to cut off cause and effect. The sky was directly shattered, and the cause and effect were cut off by Lu Shang, and naturally he could not live alone. Moreover, the unique killing weapon that suddenly erupted in Lu Shang's body more than doubled this result. Then the whole sky continued to shake, and the side of the two also swayed, and this situation lasted for more than 10 minutes before it gradually eased. The sky destroyed by the power of space and causal weapons took more than 10 minutes to repair the broken surface, and then the shaking gradually stopped. And Lu Shang, who saw all this, slowly put the demon knife village into its sheath as if nothing had happened. You are very good. I really didn't find that you have so many abilities in the short confrontation just now. If I guessed correctly, every one of them here contains the ultimate to the peak of power. Sasaki said in amazement. I don't know what circumstances you have, but you can sum up so many stunts on yourself. I have to say that your talent in combination with these skills can definitely give you the ability to be surprised in all walks of life. Sasaki Kojiro said again. And, as you can see, you really have a big appetite, hee. Sasaki looked at Yanagi and laughed softly, and then said. Seeing this, Lu Shang's expression became guarded again, because he knew that the other party might make another move next. Come on, I know that in order to gain your inheritance, it is not enough to gain your approval, Lu Shang said. At the same time, the body became hotter and hotter. Hearing this, Sasaki's eyes changed, and his expression immediately became serious, and he slowly replied, yes, originally it was enough just recognition, but for you, I'm afraid I will have to change a rule. My body and bones have not been active with living people for a long time. Then in that case, what are you waiting for? Lu Shang also responded with a look of excitement. As soon as the words fell, the two tacit understandings did not have the slightest hesitation, holding their respective sword handles in unison, ready to pull out the knife at any time. Defeat me, my Yanhui style 5 style stunt. You can naturally comprehend it in this process. If not, you will become my revenant under the sword. Sasaki looked at Yanagi and said. It seems that it is impossible not to show some real skills. Lu Shang looked at the extreme Ronin in front of him who had survived for hundreds of years, and said with an extremely serious expression. Thus, the duel between the two officially began. It seems that it is impossible not to show some real skills. Lu Shang looked at the extreme Ronin in front of him who had survived for hundreds of years, and said with an extremely serious expression. Thus, the duel between the two officially began. Moved? It's too late, it's too soon. Yanagi and Sasaki's bodies moved almost at the same time, and both of their figures were bombarding each other's bodies in an extremely strong posture over. Not only that, but the long knives in the hands of Yanagi and Sasaki were held tightly in their hands, and they never pulled out. Yanhui, swinging sword style. Then, he only listened to Sasaki's throat squeeze out a muffled snort, and in an instant, his body also moved, and the handle of the knife that he had been holding tightly in his right hand was finally withdrawn by him. Boom! Sasaki suddenly soared into the air, spinning for a while, and the long knife in his hand also danced with it. Boom! With a sound, I only saw Sasaki directly slamming his long knife back crisply on the ground. A huge slash that swept across the sky and separated the entire space suddenly churned out from the ground. Not only that, Yanagi also noticed the expression on Sasaki's face. He is. Are you laughing? Lu Shang mused. Then, Lu Shang also moved, and before this great slash was about to come, Lu Shang finally struck. With his innate talent and the terrifying intensity of the battle in the later stage, Lu Shang himself had already comprehended a little bit of Yanhui's know-how earlier. Not only that, the slash that Yanagi will release next is different from Sasaki, that is, the other party is a pure and extreme power, and Yanagi is different. Yanagi's slash is containing the essence of the 100 families, as well as his own unique accompanying breath. Let's take a look at the afterlife. Lu Shang said this, and at the same time, his body gradually squatted up. When he reached a certain place, Lu Shang stopped, and the charging power had been completed, and Lu Shang could better exert his strength with this gesture. 1 gang, Luoli, 2 gang, Luoli. At the moment when Lu Shang's words fell, he only saw that thick and strong arm appear again. This skill, which can greatly improve the user's strength, was once again used by Yanagi without reservation. Immediately, pull out the knife. The whole process is not procrastinating, and it is coherent to the extreme. With the energy of a huge force that soared into the sky, it was instantly compressed to the extreme by Lu Shang, and all of it was concentrated on the body of the demon knife Muramis's knife in his hand. Slash. Among them, of course, the covering is not only the power, but also the powerful spatial power and the powerful murderous aura. In addition, the demon chi that demon Deo Muramasato itself carries. Lu Shang's blow is by no means just an ordinary knife pulling and slashing 3 words can describe. The power attached to this has completely exceeded the limit that ordinary people can bear. At the same time, the demon light also appeared directly, and the magical aura came directly from the scabbard of the demon knife. Ugh, of a sound. Lu Shang's sword slash was also released. I only saw that the flying slash that was exactly the same as the sword slash released by Sasaki poured out violently from in front of Yanagi. This guy, the ability is really not small. If he can be born in my time, he can definitely become a big sword master that resounded all over the world. Looking at the momentum created by Yanagi, Sasaki said with a shocked face. Boom, at the moment when Sasaki's words fell, the slashes released by the two also collided together. A bursting sound instantly sounded above the sky. The energy that erupted from the two completely different slashes in an instant was absolutely terrifying. At the very center of its confrontation, the entire sky was torn to pieces. And Sasaki's yen swinging sword style finally erupted into an extremely large sharp aura. It was a breath that only a pure Ronin, a pure swordsman, could release, and this breath was uncontrolled by him, and naturally attached to that slash. I only saw that the huge crescent slash was suddenly different compared to before. The blade of the huge slash burst out mercilessly at once, and in an instant, it all tilted on Lu Sheng's slash. And Lu Sheng's side, of course, does not show weakness. The murderous aura attached to the slash immediately weakened the opponent's slashing power by half. Not only that, but the mysterious and powerful power of space also burst out in an instant. Ask for flowers. The terrifying power of space, a touch of purple-black demon light, like a giant mouth of the abyss, instantly swallowed Sasaki's swinging sword and slashed in. The two completely different huge forces collided in the sky for a long time, and there was no meaning of dissipation at all, and it was probably difficult to distinguish between high and low in a short time. However, the two of them also have a tacit understanding. Vaguely aware of a trace of spatial power, you are really surprised. It seems that there is no way to tell the winner or defeat in a short time. In that case, said Sasaki with fixed eyes on Yanagi. At this moment, the strength displayed by Lu Sheng did not have the appearance of a junior at all. 0. And Sasaki finally completely agreed with Yanagi. At least, in Sasaki's opinion, the other party is definitely not an ordinary young man, and he himself is no longer qualified to sell his capital with the other party. Indeed, in a short period of time, the above will not dissipate. In that case, let me personally understand the spirit of the senior. Lu Sheng said with a warlike look. At this moment, the so-called trial is no longer important, and being able to fight against such a legendary figure is probably something that every swordsman dreams of. And Lu Sheng was blessed with a unique encounter. What to say, he can't let go easily. Lu Sheng, who does not admit defeat, today will have to share a high and low with the other party no matter what. I'm also very interested in you, so let me see what else you can do. Sasaki replied. While speaking, the two slowly stepped up their feet and moved slowly towards each other's position. Every step touched the nerves of the whole body, and at this moment, the nerves of the two were tensed to the highest state at the same time. Hand-to-hand combat is different from the previous slashing confrontation. Once the two of them engage in close combat, every small mistake will put themselves in a situation where everything is irreparable. It can also be said that the absolute between swordsmen is the most testing of those who use swords. In this tense moment, if anyone's courage is relaxed first, it means that the battle is over. And this final result will also end with one side losing and dying. Both Yanagi and Sasaki knew this very well. Clouds from dragons and winds from tigers. This battle between dragons and tigers will surely be a showdown that resounds throughout the world. Moved? The two shot at almost the same time, and even the rhythm of breathing reached a balanced and tacit rhythm. The two of them were like two shuttling dragons, instantly shuttling through their respective figures. Boom. The two who were so shocked disappeared in place the moment they moved again, and when they appeared in the next moment, the two had already clashed together. Two long knives of very different sizes clashed together, causing a sound of metal jerking. Buzz. With a sound, he only saw the moment Sasaki clashed again, and immediately turned his hand and shook it, and directly swept the long 540 knife horizontally, along the blade of the demon knife Muramasa, towards Yanagi's hand. Boom, Lu Sheng blocked it. In the end, it was an existence that had reached the pinnacle of humanity, and Lu Sheng showed the ability that his name should have at this moment. I just saw that he directly released his right hand holding the demon knife Muramasa, and the entire knife body suddenly lost its balance and tilted to one side because it lost the control of its strength. In this way, Sasaki's offensive is self-defeating? Seeing this, Sasaki frowned even more, not expecting that Lu Sheng's comprehension of weapons could reach this realm. At the same time, Lu Sheng had already swept his figure and directly received the demon knife Muramasa, who had landed towards the ground, into his hand. The process of the two of them colliding in technique took only 3 seconds. Whew. With a push of the figure, the two once again opened the distance, only to see that both of them were gasping slightly. You are very strong. Of all the people I have dealt with so far, I can say that you have the deepest understanding of skills. Yanagi squinted his eyes and said slowly to Sasaki, who was not far away. You are not weak. I really want to know the outside world, what has become, to be able to appear a demon-level existence like you. Really looking forward to ahaha, I can't imagine that I, a lone soul who has been dead for so many years, actually began to look forward to the world of living people. Sasaki said as if he had touched something, and laughed. Hehe, there are many places I've been, but one thing you said is true, that is, so far, I haven't seen a more evil existence than me. Lu Sheng chuckled. Every move exudes the temperament of looking at all things. Hearing this, Sasaki laughed loudly and said with a smile, ha ha ha, you junior, you are not modest at all, very good, compared with those who are always full of empty words, it is indeed much stronger. Boom. Just as the two were talking, a loud noise in the sky interrupted the two at once. Suddenly, the two people who raised their heads almost at the same time, after making a loud noise, the sky was even opened up a huge opening. The pitch-black hole constantly devoured the surrounding cuts. In that case, I don't know how far you have mastered my yen return style. Sasaki first glanced up at the sky, and then, his eyes slightly drooped, facing Yanagi. Hearing this, Lu Sheng replied with a look of arrogance, "Try you? Good." When Sasaki heard Yanagi's words, he drank heavily. Then, the body swooped out again. And Yanagi did not give in, and his body also exploded in the direction where Sasaki was. Boom. The two started at almost the same time. The furious slash that was fast and shocking was immediately swept out by Lu Sheng. That's right. It is the yen return sword style that Sasaki has just released. Not only that, the action in this is not much different from Sasaki's action just now, and Yanagi actually mastered it well. Boom. A reverberating and rotating storm slash swept out from the ground in front of Lu Sheng at once. The power of this blow is exactly the same as before. And Sasaki, who saw all this in his eyes, couldn't help but exclaim. Sasaki really couldn't imagine that there would be a genius like Yanagi in this world, and one of the stunts he had studied so hard was actually learned by Yanagi after only watching it once. Not only that, the swinging sword style released by Lu Sheng is definitely not a scoop drawn according to the gourd, but a 100% perfect comprehension, released. The so-called swing is that the swordsman uses his own strength, combines the power of the weapon in his hand, complements each other, and strengthens the slash sent by the high-speed rotation of the body geometrically. If you want to comprehend the essence of this, it is impossible to complete it without a period of heavy weight, but Lu Sheng did it. With just one glance, he directly comprehended one of Sasaki's peerless masters. It's a demon? However, Sasaki will not sit still. Because of this, Sasaki wants to show all of his yenhui. The afterlife is fearful. My name's Sasaki. I can't think of borrowing your hand and becoming famous all over the world. Ahahaha, sad, lamentable. Sasaki said secretly in his heart. Yenhui, rotary style. I only saw that Sasaki also moved a moment after Yanagi swung his slash. Similarly, the slash, which was several times more violent than before, was swung out by Sasaki in an instant. Unlike the swinging sword type, the rotary type has a more terrifying instantaneous explosive ability than the former. Not only that, because of the rotation, this blow, 4.1, is like a continuous autumn rain, endless. Boom. In the instant that the two of them swung out, the two storm slashes had already collided together. Boom. A sound, like thunder, resounded in the sky. And this encounter has just begun, and it is far from over. Continuous force, both of them are constantly exerting force, constantly making their respective slashes stronger. A blue wave surged up in the entire sky, constantly spreading above the sky. Break it for me. Looking at the unbearable situation in the sky, Lu Sheng preemptively struck. Without Lu Sheng at all, the power of space was quietly released. It is directly attached to the swinging sword style. It is directly attached to the swinging sword style. The swinging sword style that condensed extreme power became extremely sharp at this moment. The destructive posture instantly invaded the slash unleashed by Sasaki. It has already touched the power of space, and sure enough, this kid can definitely temper my yenhui to the extreme. Looking at Yanagi who suddenly exerted his strength, Sasaki said with a look of excitement. As we all know, Yanhui's move can never be separated from a fast word, and behind this fast, it requires a strong spatial power as a foundation. Even Sasaki, who had been honed for hundreds of years, had only touched the point of tearing space, but in front of him, this teenager who was only in his early 20s already had the ability to manifest space, which was really surprising to Sasaki Kojiro. For Yenhui, the biggest thing that can improve it is the power to cut off space. Because, Yenhui's knife-pulling technique, once attached to the ability to cut off space, the power is different from before, that is a quality improvement. Pure lift? Seeing this, Sagi 23 also showed no weakness, and the rotary power burst out at once. I only saw that the dark purple sword chi in the sky that was about to devour it was suddenly dispersed, and it was Sasaki who exerted his power. Sasaki, who also used the power of space, also raised the power of the slash by more than one notch, and the original disadvantage was instantly leveled. Use whatever means you want, boy, Sasaki said. At the same time, he increased the strength in his hand again, and at the same time, his body burst forward, and a flash instantly came to Lu Sheng's face. However, at the moment before Sasaki's action, he only saw Yanagi's eyes flashing red, and the sight and hearing that he launched at all times directly captured the other party's breath. Then don't blame me for being unkind. Yanagi said this as early as the moment before Sasaki's action. At the same time, the demon knife in his hand was directly turned over and grasped, and it was directly held into his hand. Boom. At the moment when the two of them left at the same time, I don't know when, there was a loud noise above the sky. I only saw that Yanagi and Sasaki had jumped into the air. Two completely different weapons were continuously pumped out by the two of them again and again, causing a series of bursts. Click. Click constantly sounded the sound of jagged rubbing. The strength of the two almost reached a bottleneck, and in this way, they constantly consumed each other's strength. Boom. On one occasion, Lu Sheng made the first move, and unexpectedly instilled the magic source in his body directly into the demon knife village in his hand while fighting. Then I saw that the original demon knife actually directly appeared a trace of blue light, which is the kind of magical halo that can only be possessed by purity. The strength of the demon knife itself with magic power instantly became a grade, and at the same time, it became sharper, because the source of magic power covered the edge of the blade. The constantly churning, burning magic power was like the best catalyst, constantly forcing out the most terrifying power of the demon knife village itself. The ability that the magic origin brings to the demon knife Muramasa is to continuously stimulate the most primitive and deepest power of the knife body itself. The origin of magic power, transform the demon into the martial arts, the word is extinct, / Then I only heard this breathtaking word suddenly gushing out of Lu Sheng's throat. Immediately, he even waved the demon knife in his hand and slashed directly towards the long knife in Sasaki's hand. There is a posture of breaking mountains and rivers with one force. And Sasaki, who saw all this in his eyes, flickered uncontrollably in his eyes with a trace of stunned. That's right, it's stunned. Sasaki was shocked to realize that if he hadn't broken through to the fifth form of Yanhui just a while ago, he wouldn't be the opponent's opponent who was only in his 20s. Immediately, his eyes were crossed, and an extremely powerful will also burst out in his heart, a rock-like iron will, which was also reflected on the long knife in Sasaki's hand, along with his wandering essence that was implemented in his heart. An extremely sharp energy instantly covered the blade in Sasaki's hand, and then he only saw that the extremely ordinary long knife in Sasaki's hand, which originally had no characteristics, changed again. Everything is illusory, like 3,000 phantoms, constantly flashing back and forth in Sasaki's hands, making people unable to distinguish between reality and reality. And Yagyu, who had already charged out and saw all this in his eyes, was even more touched by Sasaki's actions. However, the arrow is on the string and has to be sent. Everything was illusory, and the huge power that erupted at the same time did not cause any sound at this moment. The world seemed to be completely silent, and without the slightest sound, the confrontation between the two even affected the entire world. The sky also seemed to be silent and frozen. Dumb, the whole air also solidified and glued, turning into an extremely viscous existence. And this Yanagi and Sasaki, who are at the center of all this, have no intention of stopping at all. The two forces are completely different, but both are extreme to the top, and they are already fighting inextricably, and no one will let anyone break the sky. Intend to God, return to the sword path, 10 stacks of waves. Break him for me? With a loud drink, Lu Sheng couldn't bear this unbearable situation, and directly released the last way of Guiyi Sword Deo. Okay, feeling the sudden burst of energy, Sasaki couldn't help but say. The whole painting style has changed, and the current Lu Sheng, compared to when he had just mastered the 10 stacked waves, has completely transformed into 540. The current Guiyi Kendo has a powerful move to cut off heaven and earth and compete with the gods. This infinite power is like a spring of tides, there is no end, there is no end. The shadow like a tidal wave constantly flickered out above the demon knife village in Lu Sheng's hand. Finally no longer staying, Yanagi's strength has made Sasaki unable to calm down, and it has reached a point that cannot be underestimated. He knew that if he didn't use the things at the bottom of the box, the boat would capsize in the gutter, and he might really turn over on his body. Yen return style, Wu style stacked 1, any decision. Without hesitation, Yen Hui's 5 forms had already been comprehended by Sasaki, not only that, but also directly in front of Lu Sheng. A burst of dancing, every light dance, is a lift, the long knife in Sasaki's hand, more and more solid, more illusory, unreal, people completely unable to understand, let alone see where his blade is. In other words, Sasaki's Yanhui has no way to let the enemy know when he launched and where he attacked from. Keep the enemy in a passive state forever. Lu Sheng's Guiyi Kendo is the opposite, and there is a heavy reflection between the big opening and closing. The direction of the attack, the momentum of the attack are all exposed to the other party. It's such an arrogant way of playing. How about letting you see through? I just want you to be powerless and break it easily. This is Yanagi's way. In this way, the two finally moved at this moment. This is destined to be a huge storm that has swept the whole world. The moment the two forces collide, it is like an endless wave. There is no end, there is no way back. Boom, of a sound. The entire sky was eclipsed. Layers of storms like tides slashed, and on the other end, there was an unpretentious, but slightest sense of sullenness. At this moment, they finally collided in this no man's land. It exploded instantly, and a mushroom cloud rose in the sky. Not only that, the aftermath spread out by the two slashes at the moment of contact, like a green snake, constantly dancing outward, tearing the sky. The sky is about to be killed by the aftermath of these two slashes. The entire sky has collapsed, and it has sunk tens of thousands of feet compared to before. Looking at the sullen sky, Yanagi and Sasaki both fell on deaf ears. Now they have nothing else in their eyes except this opponent in front of them, as if everything in the foreign object has nothing to do with him. All attention, 100% attention, is focused on the opponent in front of you. Moreover, the slash that the two had just unleashed was far from over. At this moment, the huge power was completely detonated like a flood beast. Boom boom. The continuous explosion continued to explode in the sky, and the storm suddenly swelled several points at this moment, sweeping the entire bamboo forest where the two were located. Bang bang. All the bamboo was uprooted, and not only that, but the whole earth also trembled, and the huge cracks continued to spread like a virus. This pair of collisions is simply suitable to describe as heaven and earth split, and the two of them are even more implicated in the energy. Just seeing that both of them were torn apart by the vigorous energy storm. Not only that, even Lu Shang only saw that the sturdy upper body was torn open by the energy. Both were involved in the terrifying and violent energy. As you can imagine, this storm is terrifying. But fortunately, there are no other living creatures in this place, and this will be a disaster for all living things. But it's not over yet, my oneness. There is a big difference from other slashes. He can launch an additional time at the last moment, this effect, but a little tricky. Just when the two crescent moon slashes were still colliding, only Lu Shang's voice was heard quietly sounding out in the midst of that energy storm. What? After Sasaki heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim, because at the moment when Yanagi's words just fell, he instantly felt a huge force burst out. Boom, of a sound. The energy that suddenly burst out of the 10 stacks of waves instantly submerged Sasaki's entire body in just the blink of an eye. After a long time, the heaven and earth have lost their original color, the whole world has fallen into a state of depression and ruins, and the great battle between these two people has already destroyed this illusory world. Not only that, in the space where all this had just been annihilated, only one figure was seen quietly falling. It's Sasaki? I only saw Sasaki's body descending uncontrollably towards the ground like a kite with a broken line, exhausting all its strength. Boom. With a bang, it smashed heavily on the ground. Sasaki slammed heavily on the already dilapidated ground. And at this moment, Lu Shang even waved the demon knife Muramasa in his hand. Boom. With a sound, the sticky air, as well as the energy storm that was about to dissipate, was instantly crushed by Lu Shang. Immediately, he slowly swooped down. After half a ring, he came to Sasaki, who had fallen to the ground. Looking at each other, Lu Shang did not speak, just stared straight at each other. On the other hand, Sasaki finally slowed down at this moment, and his already broken body stood up with his own strong will. There was not the slightest sense of decadence brought about by defeat in his eyes, but instead of the extremely excited excitement, he immediately said to Lu Shang in front of him, Zhongshan generation has come out, my era is a long chapter that will never return. I really can't imagine how wonderful the current world is, so that people like you can appear. It's just a dragon who has stepped into the era, but you, Sasaki-senpai, with the body of a mortal and the body of a sword soul, it is already extremely difficult to reach this level. Hearing Sasaki's words, Yanagi replied humbly. In this battle, Lu Shang really benefited a lot. Although there is still a gap between Sasaki's strength and Yanagi, at the last moment of the duel, Yanagi clearly felt the essence hidden behind Sasaki's move. In other words, Yanhui's Wu-style unity, Lu Shang has already touched the door. Oh, it's a shame. Hearing Yanagi's answer, Sasaki slowly shook his head and preached with shame. Hearing this, Lu Shang did not speak, but slowly turned his head and looked at this sky altar. He still did not expect that the Sasaki, Limo's, wood trial in the mouth of the system was actually a direct bring the remnant soul of Sasaki's body to him for trial. Just as Lu Shang thought of this, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Lu Shang's mind again. Congratulations, the trial is over. Over completing the trial task, defeating Sasaki, rewarding 9% of experience points, and now the experience point is 99%. When Lu Shang heard this, he almost couldn't help but scold, do you have to jam him to be comfortable? But at this moment, Lu Shang also figured out the original, maybe only after defeating the Black Dragon, this inheritance version can be completely over. It's just that I also overfulfilled it ahead of schedule. Then, in Lu Shang's mind, when the system had just finished speaking, the scene in front of Lu Shang also began to become increasingly illusory. The scene in front of Lu Shang also began to become increasingly illusory. I only felt a tingling pain in my eardrums, and the pressure around Lu Shang was constantly strengthening, constantly squeezing the air around him. At the same time, Sasaki's slightly lonely body also began to become illusory, constantly blurring in front of Yanagi's eyes. The trial is over, and it looks like I'm going back. Lu Shang looked at the surrounding scene and immediately understood what was going on. The power of the system is going to take him out of this world. The light wave flowed, the pressure around Lu Shang continued to increase, and with a buzz, Lu Shang's body that was only looking at actually disappeared directly in place, disappearing into this already broken world. As soon as the picture turned, Lu Shang only felt that the sky was spinning, and the whole person was constantly rolling in the turbulence of the space that suddenly sucked him in, and was constantly stirred by the powerful spatial force. Boom. With a sound, I only saw that a huge spacetime tunnel suddenly appeared above Magnolia, which had been calm. Immediately afterwards, a figure fell from it. 540 is exactly Yanagi? I only saw that he himself landed directly in the pitch-black cave where he was before. Before the trial, Lu Shang deliberately found a border area farthest from the crowd, and at this time, it did work. If someone discovers the scene that Lu Shang has just appeared, it will be a little unclear. After all, the system matter. Lu Shang did not intend to let anyone know. Otherwise, it's really hard to explain. Are you back? Looking at the familiar scene around him, Lu Shang, who slowly landed, said, I didn't expect that this trial would directly let me go to another space myself. Lu Shang said with a sigh. After all, every previous trial was generally a system that brought a part of Lu Shang's consciousness nerves to a specific spiritual world, but this time, there was a sudden deviation. However, in this way, there is also an advantage, that is, the proficiency of skills, as well as the strength of mastery. The degree of improvement is completely incomparable. It's already at this point, Yan Hui's words, I also understand almost the same. Looking at the demon knife Muramasa, Lu Sheng said with a little excitement. Kteb, said at the same time, Lu Sheng actually jumped directly over, disappeared in place, and then appeared in another canyon. Lu Sheng, who instantly flashed on the top of the mountain, first exhaled a heavy breath, and then, his eyes instantly flickered, looking at the demon knife Muramasa. Looking at the demon knife in front of him that had been with Lu Sheng for a while, Lu Sheng stroked the sword body slightly. Demon Deo Muramasa, if you have to divide by the quality of the knife, you have already reached the level of the big fast knife. As we all know, the 12 knives in the supreme fast knife, one is made of the big fast knife. To put it bluntly, the material of the knife alone, the limit that can be reached is among the big fast knives. If you want to improve above, you must use your own ability and courage to constantly practice the sword. It is possible to turn the original big fast knife into a black knife, the existence of the supreme fast knife. And this one in Lu Sheng's hand is about to arrive. Of course, it is not an exception, it is also a fast knife level existence. In fact, it was honed into a black knife-like existence by Lu Sheng early. At the same time, this knife has long been honed by Lu Sheng to surpass the strongest existence above the black knife darkness. In this way, Lu Sheng looked at the demon knife in his hand that blended with his own water and milk, and his eyes became resolute. When the mind is here, it should be cut off. Can't smell the slightest, sharp sheath. Hidden like a shadow, a sure storm. Lu Sheng said silently, and then, I don't know when, the demon knife in Lu Sheng's hand had been drawn out by him. Buzz. A series of humming sounds, constantly sounding. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out his knife and slashed it, and he was swung out by Lu Sheng in an instant. Boom. Only a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the valley echoed for a long time. Not only that, but a silver line also gushed directly out of the scabbard of the demon sword Muramasa. And it's not finished. This tiny silver thread is like an autumn rain, endless, one after another, constantly converging. Gather small thousands, become tens of thousands, and all the lines finally converge into one face. It was a huge slash that spanned the entire canyon. Boom. For a moment, the sand and stones walked, only to see that Lu Sheng's knife slash was directly slashed out towards the Grand Canyon in front of Lu Sheng under his serious gaze. Boom. With a sound, the entire canyon mountain range was directly raised by Lu Sheng. This blow actually directly rewrote the surrounding map. The original Grand Canyon is long gone, replaced by an endless flat land hidden by a large amount of rubble. With one shot and moving the whole body, Lu Sheng's such a simple blow now has such great power. It's still not skilled, it seems that it will take a while to thoroughly master the Yanhui Wu style. Lu Sheng said lightly after looking at the self-inflicted situation in front of him. Moreover, for some reason, there is still no way to combine the Yanhui style with my magic origin, so the power of drawing the sword will be greatly reduced. Lu Sheng said solemnly. I really can't imagine how terrifying it will be when Lu Sheng completes these masters and integrates them into one. In that case, this is the case for this time to seize the time to fuse these forces together, and be fully prepared for the next fierce enemy. Lu Sheng said. If you have time, you will definitely be able to catch up. If I remember correctly, everyone in Fairy Tale, it seems that you still have to conduct the assessment of the S-level demon mentor. Hehe. The name of this S-level demon mentor. I have to experience anything I say. Lu Sheng thought of this and said with a smile. After speaking, the figure flickered directly, and once again, disappeared into this Jedi. The days of grinding began again. Lu Sheng couldn't remember the last time he practiced so attentively, but now, it has a special flavor. At the same time, not long after Lu Sheng disappeared in place, a dark figure quietly appeared. It's a man? A person, directly wandering in this Jedi. Looking at his appearance, I am afraid that this state has lasted for a long time. And not only that, but it was obvious that there was a hint of tenderness hidden in the depths of the man's eyes. If Lu Sheng is still here, he will definitely be able to recognize this man, because he is the Jelf who is known as the ancestor of the Black Demon Guide and the strongest and most evil demon mentor in the world. It's just that I don't know why he appeared at such a moment, let alone what purpose he appeared here for. Moreover, judging by his posture, his goal seems to have nothing to do with Lu Sheng, and his appearance here seems to be just some kind of coincidence. In this way, I only saw Jelf's even slightly thin body disappear into this Jedi like this, and walked towards the endless no man's land. On the other hand, Lu Sheng was completely unaware of this, and was still delving into the essence of his yen return style. The days, just like that, passed day by day. Then, I only saw that in a forest hundreds of miles away from Lu Sheng's previous departure, an extremely illusory cube appeared directly out of thin air above the sky. Buzz. With a sound, I only saw that the space framed by the cube disappeared directly out of thin air. Finally done. Is this the product of the combination of the origin of magic and the yen return style? Lu Sheng looked at the products left behind in the sky and said with a little excitement. In order to find the trick of this, Lu Sheng has really not easy these days. Every day, I struggled to find a way to combine this kind of schooling, and the hard work paid off, and finally, Lu Sheng succeeded. Moreover, in this coincidental situation, the know-how of space realization was even found out by Lu Sheng. The cube just now is like this, and now Lu Sheng, with a wave of the knife casually, has a space of its own, and this space also has the ability to absorb the original space. In other words, all objects covered by this cube will be completely absorbed and assimilated, which is the spatial embodiment of Lu Sheng. The space you create has the ability to space. Finally succeeded, now my mastery of space has reached the peak, and the only space to rise is that step. Lu Sheng said with a sigh. And the step he refers to, nothing else, is the proof of the perfect grasp of space and pincer, kill space. Now Lu Sheng is only one step away, but I don't know how long Lu Sheng still needs to walk to reach that step before he can touch it. Yan Hui style, my guess is really not wrong, behind this technique, it really has a great relationship with the power of space. Lu Sheng said immediately. That's right, after a few days of exploration, Lu Sheng found that the yen return style was indeed the same as he thought, and the reason why this move could be so strong and hidden was because it included the skill of searching space. That's right, searching space, as the name suggests, has already understood the Yan Hui style Lu Sheng, and can find its most special point with a unique aura attached to the space. And relying on which point, Lu Sheng has finally found the trick contained in it, which can be said to have cause and effect. In this way, Lu Sheng, who had finally completed his cultivation, did not intend to delay any more time here, and immediately prepared to rush towards the guild headquarters of Fairy Tail. It's also time to go back, the of time, it seems that there is no more, no less, catch up. Lu Sheng looked up and counted the time, and found that the day before the day he went to Sirius Island for the assessment, the sky began. In this way, Lu Sheng, who thought of this, did not stop much, raised his feet and prepared to leave this cultivation place, but just when Lu Sheng was just about to get up and leave, the bits and pieces left by a unique aura were instantly noticed by Lu Sheng. I only saw that Lu Sheng's original steps were about to take suddenly stopped, frowned, and felt the special aura left around him. Is this the breath that guy left behind? Has he been here already? Feeling the special and extremely large magical aura in the air, Lu Sheng said in shock. He didn't expect that he would deliberately run to such a hidden place and meet the Black Demon Mentor who was known as the strongest and most evil in the world, the Demon Mentor. The breath left in this air pointed directly at that man. Lu Sheng will definitely not admit mistakes, because, in this world, Lu Sheng couldn't imagine anyone else who could have such huge magical power. But wasn't it discovered? Or rather, did this guy just happen to pass by here? Lu Sheng said. Ask for flowers. After all, the various auras he exposed before, if the other party's target was really Lu Sheng, then during Lu Sheng's retreat, I am afraid that it would have been interrupted long ago. Is it related to the events that follow? Yanagi guessed. However, what is the truth of the fact? Lu Sheng cannot know. After all, the Jeff who appeared at this time has completely exceeded the situation that Lu Sheng imagined. At least, according to Yanagi's memory, Jelf didn't appear at this time. However, the soldiers will block the water and cover the soil, no matter what it is, Lu Sheng is not afraid. Moreover, the true character of this Jelf knows better than anyone, and the world's evaluation of him is completely relative to him. 0. What evil, what killing, those are just things that people follow and do not exist. Lu Sheng knew that Jelf was actually a very gentle man, and not only that, he had a great relationship with Natsu and many dragon kings. So Lu Sheng had to guess that Jelf's appearance was related to the next incident on Sirius Island. Just like that, Yanagi left. At this point, no matter what, Yanagi still has to return to Fairy Tail first. In this way, Lu Sheng, who thought of this, immediately launched his flying magic power and headed towards the Fairy Tail Guild. Not long time passed, only to see Lu Sheng's figure rushing across the sky like a shuttling silver dragon. A phantom flickered, and in less than half a day, Lu Sheng had returned to Magnolia's Fairy Tail. Lu Sheng, who pushed the door in, immediately found the familiar figures, and Lu Sheng glanced at it and found that most of the members of Fairy Tail were there. Everyone was in the guild at the same time. Moreover, they also found Lu Sheng, who had just come in. It was Natsu who only listened first, shouting, Yanagi, you guy is finally back. At the same time, the true face of the Yen God's banquet gradually revealed in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. Clusters of pitch-black flames continued to merge, and began to converge around Lu Sheng, and then this roaring rushing flame completely surrounded Lu Sheng's body. Under the burning of this flame of extinction, completely turned into ashes. Draining all the magic power in his body and mobilizing the Yen God evening banquet, Zankro said with excitement to Lu Sheng, who was already surrounded by its flames. And Lu Sheng at this moment, he was indeed under this layer of flames, wrapped in layers and layers, constantly burning Lu Sheng's body surface. The flame of extinguishing gods, the joke is extreme. If this level of flame can really burn the gods out, then the ceiling of the world is inevitably too low. Ignoring the high-temperature flames around him, Lu Sheng 540 responded lightly to Zankro, and between words, he did not take his situation seriously at all, and drove into the witness to ignore these black flames. Ha ha ha, sharp teeth, sharp mouth, all died to the end, and dare to make such a big statement. Next, you will be under this baptism of pain, in hell to mourn. Zankro looked determined by Willow and said to him. Lu Sheng was no longer speaking, and the red pupils corresponded to the black flame glow he faced, reflecting a different scene. At the same time, Willow was vivid, like thunder, so fast that people couldn't tell whether it was a human or a ghost. Lu Sheng, who disappeared in place. At the moment of his departure, the scabbard of the demon knife Muramasa was directly withdrawn by Lu Sheng, and the luster that constantly flashed on his demon knife was even more annoying. Lu Sheng, who disappeared into the void, only heard his voice coming from all directions in the west. To deal with your kind of move, one move is enough. One kendo, two stacked waves. The terrifying momentum came out of nowhere. Yes, it was just a two-permise wave, and against this move performed by Zankro Liu's Hung, even 2/10 of its own strength was not used. However, this is not the other moment. Yanagi, who fought against Sasaki not long ago and has a deeper understanding of kendo, is no longer comparable to yesterday's strength. In other words, the Guiyi Kendo that Lu Sheng is now casting, the 2 stacked waves are enough to compare with the 10 stacked waves of the Guiyi Kendo that he cast before. That's right, it's so exaggerated, mastering the improvement brought by the embodiment of space to embodiment, it is so terrifying, it is completely like opening a hanging. The power of this move gushed out, which made Gray, who was originally worried, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zankro's Yunshin banquet, Gray was also worried about whether Lu Sheng could resist it, but now it seems that Gray knows that he is worried. Superfluous. Gray, who had just fought with Lu Sheng, knew that Lu Sheng was still waterproof against him, but what Gray didn't know was that all this time, Lu Sheng had not used his true strength, and he didn't know how Gray would feel if he knew the truth. Lu Sheng, this guy, how much has his strength improved in the past few days? Looking at the slashing storm condensed in front of Lu Sheng, Gray knew with a bitter face. At the same time, Lu Sheng, who controls the Guiyi Kendo, constantly condenses his true glory under the traction of this, his ability. And at this moment, Zamkro also clearly realized who he had provoked, but was it too late to turn back? Will Yanagi give him this opportunity? Buzzing, the substantial chi waves continued to condense in the air, breaking and becoming more and more condensed under the circle of flame-melting pillars. Faintly, from the circle pillar of this flame, you can hear the whistling sound of spatial flow. Seeing the moves released by Lu Sheng, constantly feeling the swelling suppressive power at that moment and the increasingly powerful sense of threat, Zankro knew that he could no longer delay, and the victory and defeat must be known at this moment. Otherwise, it must be yourself who dies in the end. The potential of the fear of death is limitless. Zankro, who was frightened by the aura displayed by Lu Sheng's 2 waves, once again began to improve its power in the face of the threat of death. I only saw that the pitch-black flame that wrapped Lu Sheng was encroached and burned again at this moment, and the flames burned the flames, and the flames killed the flames. Its temperature is getting higher and higher, devouring other flames, and finally these black and white high-temperature flames that survive, their power is even higher to a detestinating degree. The space around its flames is constantly distorted, and it may collapse at any time. Seeing this, Zankro's circle of red pupils was even more brilliant, and immediately after, this extreme magic power was instantly detonated by him. Boom. The chain reaction between flames and flames colliding is definitely not a simple concept that 1 + 1 = 2. I only saw that this pitch-black flame was instantly detonated under the command of Zankro, and this explosive pitch-black extinguishing flame completely covered Lu Sheng's body in an instant, shrouding it in. Die. Zankro, who watched his god-destroying flame wrap Lu Sheng tightly in it, roared with a maniacal face. Subsequently, this flame was even more under the control of Zankro. Boom. Burst. Lu Sheng, who was shrouded in it, could not let him see his true face. No one knew what happened to Lu Sheng behind this high-temperature fire, and he did not know whether Lu Sheng's move could withstand this trick of Zankro. The light of confusion, dare to fight with the demon heart to this extent. Looking at Lu Sheng, who was wrapped in flames without making a sound, Zankro said. In his view, the situation is set. However, just as Zankro finished his previous sentence, the voice said. The voice that seemed to come from hell echoed in Zamkro's ears like an indelible hyptic song 4.1. So, is this the strength of the demon heart? Hehe, since that's the case, let's see the spirit of fairy tale. Lu Sheng's voice slowly sounded in the muffled and explosive pitch-black flames. Then I only saw the inside of this pitch-black flame, and there was a burst of light flashing with white spots. Boom. With a sound, its sword intent swept across, slashing at the storm, all invincible. Its continuous rise, bursting power, at this moment, finally burst out. One mountain after one mountain, 2 mountains, 3 stacks of water. Lu Sheng's Permian wave has the ability to shatter the void after attaching its spatial power. This flame of destroying gods is also not a word. Everything under the world, the demon knife is slashed. This is Lu Sheng's current realm. Boom. With a sound, this chain exploded, and the constantly muffled fire actually disappeared in an instant. That's right, it disappeared directly in a corner of the space, and there was even a residual feeling of heat in the air. However, at the moment when the 2 lights flashed just now, its god-destroying flame disappeared, as if it had never appeared. And the moment Lu Sheng, who was originally wrapped in flames, disappeared, he suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, and his vast figure looked at this heaven and earth. Ignoring the sweeping chi of all things, Lu Sheng at this moment reached the peak state. Along with it, there is also the demon eye of straight death covered with ice blue lines. That's right, this causal weapon reappeared on Lu Sheng's pupils, and after the last trial, Lu Sheng found a way to alleviate the side effects of the straight death demon eye after comprehending Yanhui and the realization of his heart. In other words, the current Lu Shang can make 23 use the powerful weapon of the Straight Death Demon Eye as he once did, and the Straight Death Demon Eye that has lost its drawbacks can definitely become one of Lu Shang's most effective killing moves. Moreover, just now, this domineering ability was unknowingly displayed in Lu Shang. Then, Lu Shang, who came out of this fiery hell and shattered it, at this moment, like a demon god descending on the crowd, slowly landed, and walked towards Zamcro's body step by step. Snap. Syllable. Snap. Lu Shang's footsteps, at this moment, in Zamcro sounded like the song of the 9 ghosts of reaping life, towards his throat. Are you a human or a ghost? How could my ancient evening banquet be dispersed silently like this? What did you do? Zamcro said with a shocked look at Lu Shang, who kept walking towards him. At this moment, this proud and invincible man finally recognized the gap between him and Lu Shang, but what he found was too late. The Yenshen feast just now had exhausted all the magic power in his body, and it was not much different from the lamb to be slaughtered. Is it a man or a ghost? Oh, you think of it as a ghost who took your life. It's time for you guys who don't know the height of the sky to know what is called the fear of original sin. Strike at Fairy Tail, strike at me, strike at my companion, no matter which one is violated, I will make him experience what is called trembling fear. You, Zamcro, of course, are no exception. So, die. Yanagi Nayan was like a cold machine, and said without a trace of color to Zamcro who had already come to him. And at the moment when Lu Shang's words just fell, there was no chance for Zanhe to react at all, and Lu Shang's blade had already swung the knife straight down. A bright red blood mark quietly appeared on Zamcro's neck. Lu Shang's blow fast did not give the other party a chance to react. Zamcro did not even have the opportunity to say his last words. He has become Lu Shang's revenant under the knife. Of course, even the machine who spoke to Zamcro knew that nothing good fart would come out of the other party's mouth, so why waste time? The 7 dependents of purgatory. By now, Lu Shang has just solved only one, and there are 6 more behind, and this is not counting the 2 chief and vice presidents of the Demon Heart. Demon Deo Muramasa, the right blade is asking for life, and the reverse blade is the soul. Decide. You are in that peerless world, sinking forever. Lu Shang's voice sounded quietly, looking at Zamcro, who was slowly lying on the ground and had lost his vitality. Subsequently, he left directly without looking back, and Zamcro, the strong man who controlled one of the lost magic of the ancients, became a new nutrient for the demon knife Muramasa's hands in Lu Shang's hand. At the same time, Lu Shang had also walked to Gray's side. And Gray, who witnessed all this just now, once again had a new view of Lu Shang's strength. This man who constantly touched his nerves, Gray felt sincere admiration for the second time. In addition to his master Ulu, Lu Shang may be the person that Gray admires the most, this terrifying strength, as well as the decisive character of killing. Gray knows that the quality that Lu Shang has is what he has been pursuing. Just a moment ago, Gray was even more determined to target Lu Shang and chase the peak of his demon Deo. It's really hidden. This assessment is probably for you guy alone. However, seeing Lu Shang, who had come to him, Gray couldn't help but say, "Hehe, it's just fair competition, but this time the S-level demon mentor, I really have to get it." Yanagi replied with a smile. Well, but this Zamcro, no, what's going on with the demon heart this time? Gray suddenly reacted and asked as if remembering something. Ah, that's right, the target of the demon heart this time, in fact, should be related to that Jelf in addition to us. Hearing Gray's words, Lu Shang replied lightly, Jelf? It's really getting more and more wrong. 540, what the hell is going on here? Willow, if I'm not mistaken, Jelf should be the most evil dark demon mentor who created dark magic 700 years ago. Is there any connection between the demon heart and that guy? Moreover, as the holy land of fairy tale, how did their demon heart people know? There are too many doubts in this. Hearing Jelf's name, Gray couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect that this time, in addition to the demon heart of the Balam Alliance, he was also involved with that big black demon guide, Jelf. At the same moment, the nervous Gray also realized the seriousness of the incident. In other words, everything involved with Jelf is an event that is enough to turn the world upside down. Ah, that's right, it's that guy, but evil words, in fact, are just rumors, this kind of empty thing, it's better not to talk nonsense. However, Lu Shang, who knew the truth, couldn't help but say 2 more words for the Jelf who had collapsed for hundreds of years. There is also the demon heart this time. The reason why they can come to Sirius Island is actually because the leader of this guild is the 2nd generation leader of Fairy Tail. Yanagi responded. Lu Shang's overlord-colored domineering is so terrifying, and this more and more skilled skill allows Lu Shang to directly target the enemy with incomparable accuracy and do not interfere with others in the slightest. Just like now, Yagyu didn't even have the strength to stand, but the members of the Fairy Tail beside Lu Shang didn't feel the slightest. Looking at Yawushan, who collapsed on the ground and gasped heavily, Lu Shang looked at each other with a blank face and did not speak. The oppressive air has even solidified, making people wonder what will happen next. Hehe, brother, Lu Shang's ability is really special. This is similar to the ability of mental shock. I am really unheard of. I'm afraid it is a unique ability. I have such courage at a young age. I really don't know how much it will grow in the future. If it weren't for the fact that you have joined Fairy Tail, I would like to invite you to our House of Representatives. Ha ha ha. Yawushan said after a moment's pause. There was no cruel look on his face, and he still had a smile. In this regard, Lu Sheng was really disgusted to the extreme. If it weren't for the big incident that would happen soon, Lu Sheng really wanted to slash this smiling tiger with a smiling skin. Hehe, Senior Yewushin really loves to laugh. Even if I didn't join Fairy Tail, I would definitely not join that kind of intriguing organization. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Sheng said unceremoniously. He didn't put Yewushin in his eyes at all. No, he didn't put the entire House of Representatives in his eyes at all. Between Lu Sheng's words, in Yewushin's opinion, only the attitude of no one in his eyes and arrogance to the extreme was revealed. This made Yewushin's resentment in his heart reach the extreme. His hands were tightly clenched together, and his fingernails were pressed into his palms. Because at the previous moment, he had also confirmed the conjecture in his heart that his nephew was killed by Lu Sheng. Hehe, since that's the case, of course, I don't have much to do to keep it. Since I have figured it out, if these things are a misunderstanding, then there is no need to delay time here. I will take the people back first. Yewushin did not pierce Lu Sheng, but pushed out all kinds of things before with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Sheng didn't bother to say a word to the other party, and directly beckoned the Fairy Tail members around him to return to the Union. Without taking care of Ye silently, he directly ignored the other party and returned to the guild, leaving him there alone. Seeing this, Yewushin's brows trembled even more. He was a manager of the House of Representatives, and he was actually hung outside the door by the other party like a dog. What a humiliation this is. There are two people next to him who are still awake. Seeing this, Yewushin is even more angry, towards the two who fainted in the end, kicked a few fiercely. The two who were kicked awake only needed their loose skin at this time, and one of them slowly got up and asked weakly, "Head, what's the matter?" Apparently there is no clarity about the current issue. What's wrong? Go back. After Ye silently felt this, he waved his sleeve and walked first. Seeing this, these two attendants did not dare to slack off in the slightest, and quickly dragged their hands and feet that were not yet unfavorable, and trotted over. In this way, Yewushin these people went back with a belly of pouch. No one knows, this account, whether they will find the Fairy Tail to calculate back. No, it is to find Lu Sheng to calculate back, but it is no longer important. Now Lu Sheng, there is no time to deal with these few garbage goods. I hope you stop here, Yewushin, otherwise I don't mind having a big fight with the people of your House of Representatives. I have never been afraid of fighting. Through the perception of seeing and smelling, Lu Sheng noticed that Yewushin had left, and said lightly. And Natsu and the others, who had been beside him, couldn't help but pat Lu Sheng's shoulder and said, forget it, Lu Sheng, don't worry about that kind of person. The S-level assessment is about to begin. There is no need to bother with that kind of person. Natsu said to Yanagi. Ah, that's right, but this guy named Yewushin always gives me a particularly bad feeling. Always feels that something is wrong, but I can't say it. Lu Sheng said with a frown. Lu Sheng always felt that there was something wrong with this Yewushin, but he didn't know what went wrong, and for the identity of this person, Lu Sheng searched his memory, and did not find that there was this character called Yewushin in the world of Fairy Tail. People in the House of Representatives have rarely appeared, and there are few exposed forces, probably because of this. Lu Sheng shook his head, and he didn't think much about it, and said coldly, the opportunity has already been given to them. If you don't open up, then don't blame me for being unkind. Suddenly, just as Lu Sheng's words fell, the president of Fairy Tail, Malov, finally announced a major event at this moment. That is about the Fairy Tail S-level assessment, which has officially started the altar. Everyone, you should also know what day tomorrow is. That is the day of the S-level Demon Mentor assessment. But before that, I also have a very cruel thing to tell you. This time there is only one place. So, if you want to stand out among them, then everyone has to add one more, Lee's, effort. After all, in Fairy Tail, there is no weakling. Ha 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 ha. Malov dragged his big white beard and laughed. Oh. After hearing Malov's words, unexpectedly, there was not a trace of discomfort on the faces of everyone in Fairy Tail, and they were all full of energy. This appearance of not admitting defeat and taking things seriously is also infecting Lu Sheng, and unconsciously, Lu Sheng and these partners around him are more compatible and more cherished. For Lu Sheng, these people have long been not ordinary companions, but indispensable important companions. The way everyone laughed, and tomorrow's battle, presented a strong contrast. After all, on Sirius Island, in addition to the Dragon King, the Black Dragon King, there is also a Devil's Heart waiting for them in front. Underscore A is one of the dark guilds of Balam, others do not know, but Yanagi does not know much about this guild. In the next Sirius Island, the presidents of the previous generations of Fairy Tail will gather here. Among them are the current president Malov, the first president Mibis, and the second president Hades. And Hades, the original second-generation president of Fairy Tail, is now the president of Demon Heart. Hades, who personally passed the position of leader to Malov, did not know what had happened over the years, and he would become the leader of the Dark Guild. As for the original president of Fairy Tail, Mibis, after his death that year, he was buried in this sacred place of Fairy Tail, Tenryu Island. Although Mibis has died out physically, her strong will has long been merged with her grave and blended with the entire Sirius Island. And not only that, in the end, Jelf will also appear in this prosperous battle. In short, this time, the people of Fairy Tail will face many. It's just that only Lu Sheng knows this for the time being. At the same time as he finished speaking, everyone began to march towards the holy place of Fairy Tail, Sirius Island. As the assessment of the S-level demon master, the tradition of fairy tale is 540, and they will go to that holy land to wait for them. And this time, Malof finally revealed the secret about Mabis. Before that, there is another thing to tell everyone. In fact, Sirius Island as the sacred place of fairy tale, this inheritance has always been like this, and the first president of our fairy tale is also buried here. Malov said. As soon as these words came out, they exploded instantly, and no one present expected that the legendary First Guild leader was actually sleeping on Sirius Island. First Guild Master. I really can't imagine that Sirius Island still hides such an incident. Yes, the tombstone of the first generation. To be honest, if we juniors, is it necessary to pay respects? After listening to Malov's words, everyone talked. Hearing this, after hearing everyone's discussion, Malov first sank his throat, and immediately said, there is no need to worship. If there is nothing to do, don't disturb the tranquility of the first adult. You better go to the honest assessment, and besides, the guy from Kildas will also come. Oh, don't let your guard down. When everyone heard Malov's words, they had to stop worshipping, but they did not expect that Malov's next words became interesting, and their Kildas, who had been on a mission for 100 years, had returned, which was indeed a thing that everyone was excited about. That guy from Kildas is coming back? Ha ha ha, this time, I have to share the victory with him. Natsu clenched his fists and said with a look of excitement. Hearing the news that Kildas was about to return, he was obviously the most excited. After all, Natsu, who came to Fairy Tail when he was young, accompanied him by Kildas, probably calculated, they did not see each other for a while. Moreover, among these people, Yanagi also noticed an abnormal person, that is, Kana. As we all know, Kana is the daughter of Kildas, but under the aura of her father's S-class magic mentor, it always overwhelms Kana, and, unconsciously, Kana feels as if she lacks some kind of fatherly love. Indeed, Kildas, who has been out on missions for many years, does not seem to pay much attention to his daughter, but this is also a common disease as a father, but this has made Kana very uncomfortable over the years, so Kana also wants to prove herself even more. For example, this time the S-level magic mentor assessment is a good opportunity. In this way, when everyone did not notice, Lu Sheng did not know when he came to Kana's side. Looking at this Kana who had no feminine smell and even a little bit of alcohol, Lu Sheng quietly said, this time, maybe it is your best chance to prove yourself. Kteb, Kana, Yanagi. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Kana exclaimed, because he heard what Lu Sheng meant, and he couldn't help but wonder about his own thoughts, how Lu Sheng knew. But just when she was about to ask Lu Sheng clearly, she didn't know when Lu Sheng had already flashed to the side. In this way, Fairy Tail moved towards Sirius Island in this way. However, this action that everyone watched was finally exposed to someone's gaze. The faint figure was like a ghost, hidden from everyone's sight, making people not know his eyes or his identity. At the same time, everyone in Fairy Tail, including Lu Sheng, had unknowingly arrived in front of Sirius Island. Looking at this huge sea island in front of him, even Lu Sheng couldn't help but be intoxicated by this paradise. Wow, is this Sirius Island, Lu Sheng, Elusha, look at it. Seeing the huge island floating on the sea in front of him, Natsu said with a look of excitement. While speaking, he did not forget to tug the sleeves of the two. Looking at this posture, he completely forgot to assess the stubble of the S-level demon mentor. Of course, not only these people were excited, including Charlulu, Wendy Lucy, and their eyes, all of them were frozen on this beautiful and deep uninhabited island on the sea in front of them. No one expected that this holy place, known as Fairy Tail, Sirius Island, was such a charming place. Wow, this is Fairy Tail's holy place. Sirius Island really has a bit of our guild spirit, ahaha. Elfman looked at the huge island in front of him and couldn't help but say excitedly. Hearing Elfman's words, Mirage, who was her sister, couldn't help but be speechless for a while, and said with a helpless and solemn face, don't talk nonsense there, Elfman, don't joke in this kind of place, the first adult is still sleeping here. Hearing his sister Mirage's words, Elfman suddenly became honest and did not dare to say anything discordant. On the other side, after seeing the scene in front of him, Zubian directly pounced on Grey's body, and then, only saw Grey dodge, directly let the former pounce and lie on the ground. It was such a happy scene, and everyone had no tense atmosphere before the assessment, so they walked towards the island of Sirius Island. At the same time, the guy who had been hiding in the shadows, watching the mysterious organization of Fairy Tail's group, took action the moment the former left. I saw that among the group of people shrouded in shadows, the one sitting at the back suddenly said in a deep voice, Goblin hunting, begin. It is the human hand of the demon heart. At this moment, this group of fierce groups finally pointed the spearhead at Fairy Tail and the group. And the reason why they knew about Sirius Island and waited here early was simple, because the current president of their demon heart, Hades, was originally the president of Fairy Tail. This holy place as Fairy Tail, how can he Hades not know? Finally appeared, is that little ghost of Malov also inside? Hehe, since that's the case, the leprechaun hunt has officially begun? I only heard an old man with a sharp face and a long beard among the people shrouded in the shadows. However, to say that he is an old man, there are still some deviations. That look of spirit, there is no feeling of old at all. Long Zhong is old or something, but it is not used on this person at all. Moreover, this old man has another very special point, that is, he only has one eye. The other is sealed with an eye patch. And there is another point, that is, those people behind him, looking at the eyes of this old man, are all respectful? That's right, this old man who gave the order was the guild leader of the Demon Heart. Finally, the other members of the Demon Heart, 11 including Hades, finally revealed their true faces. Moreover, what is even more shocking is far more than that. The purpose of the Demon Heart has been from the beginning, and hunting Fairy Tail is only the second task. The most important thing is that they are ready to make Delph the king of the world and complete the great magic world here, on Sirius Island, the holy land of Fairy Tail. And this result will directly lead to all the people in the world who have no magic power being wiped out in an instant. President, do you want to do it now? I only saw a man with blonde hair and a slight hint of arrogance, and said to the President Hades. No hurry, the final ending of these guys will not change. The most important thing now is to find out the original generation and attract Jelf over. Don't forget, the big wizarding world is our first priority. Hades said lightly. Hades, who knows that Mabes, the original president of Fairy Tail, has an unusual relationship with Jelf, and is ready to use this to complete his plan. Ahahaha, the teacher is indeed the teacher. If this plan can really succeed, then the world can really change blood, and those muggles that should not exist in this world can finally disappear. The man called Hades the teacher and replied. That's right, this man with blonde hair is one of the members of the Devil's Heart, Zenigro, and he is also one of Hades' students. Hades, who holds a lot of lost magic, also gave away most of his lost magic. Yes, because of Hades' existence, all members of the Demon Heart have the ability to master lost magic. All of them have powerful losses in their hands, and each of them is a strong man in the wizarding world. And this man called Zankro has a demon master opposite Naz, and the god-killing flame under his control is even more powerful to a terrifying level. Not only Zankro, but also the members of the Demon Heart, including Uchiha, Bruno, Caprico, and Melty. Among these people, 7 of them were powerful and evenly matched to form an organization called the 7 Volumes of Purgatory. Its powerful organizational power is definitely an existence that can crush the current Fairy Tail. Because the strength of each of them is much stronger than the elite members of Fairy Tail, but this is only temporary, and the Purgatory 7 volumes who do not understand the power of the mind will definitely be defeated by the members of Fairy Tail in the end. Moreover, in this case, there is also a strong barrier such as Lu Sheng. Just by these people's words, it is really not enough to see. After all, in the entire Demon Heart, only Hades could barely get into Lu Sheng's eyes, and the rest. In Lu Sheng's opinion, it is just a bunch of indiscriminate waste. Buzz. With a sound, while the members of the Demon Heart were talking, they who were sitting in the magic spaceship directly drove towards the island of Tianlong Island and glided over. Quietly, hiddenly, without everyone paying attention to Fairy Tail, he took the first step and sailed into the island and ambushed early. On the other hand, the people of Fairy Tail, at this time, finally came to the center of Sirius Island under the leadership of Malov. First of all, what caught everyone's eyes was the huge ancient tree that towered like a sky. Ask for flowers. Is this the Sirius tree? Sure enough, looking at this, I am afraid that it has been rooted here for thousands of years. Lu Sheng looked at the 1,000-year-old tree in front of him and couldn't help but admire. Not only that, Lu Sheng also felt the magic power that constantly came from this ancient tree, and the heavenly wolf tree, which has been absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, has long been integrated with the natural environment of the entire celestial wolf island, and this tree already has magical power. At this moment, Malov on the side finally spoke, looked at the huge Kangtian ancient tree in front of him, and explained to everyone, that's right, Lu Sheng is right, this is the Celestial Wolf Island ancient tree that has been living on Sirius Island, and has been absorbing the essence magic of the entire Sirius Island all along. 0. In other words, this ancient tree is the lifeblood of the entire Sirius Island today, and the magic power of the entire Celestial Wolf Island is controlled by this ancient tree. Malov said again. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They didn't expect that the origin of this ancient tree was so big, it could affect the magic of the entire Sirius Island. Hey, I said President, is all this true that what you said, this ancient tree really has such a powerful power? I can't see it. Natsu said in disbelief. Natsu, you haven't spied the energy contained in this ancient tree, the huge magic power is all hidden inside, how can you see it? In other words, people without special abilities have no way to spy on the mystery. Malov said lightly. Hearing Malov's words, Natsu pouted, not feeling anything remarkable. At this point, Malov did not bother to pay attention to Natsu, but turned his head and announced to the group of Fairy Tail members behind him, Children, next, it's time for the Fairy Tail S-Level Demon Mentor Assessment. I hope all of you are ready. The format is very simple, it is a one-on-one random distribution of decisive battles, from which the final winner is determined. Malov said in a deep voice, and the majestic face rarely appeared on the old man's body, changing the appearance of the past. Indeed, this time is the S-Level Demon Master Assessment, which is different from the past. As the guild leader, Malov must take the mountain seriously. Just like that, Fairy Tail's S-Level Demon Mentor Assessment officially began. Everyone was full of excitement, because they all knew that when this assessment was over, their guild would fill in one more S-Rank Demon Master. Hearing Malov's words, Lu Sheng's eyes swept towards everyone even more hotly. This time the title of S-Class Demon Master, he is bound to win. Of course, there are not a few who have the same idea as Lu Sheng, including Natsu and Gray, two uneconomical masters. And Laxus, Elfman, and Kana, who wants to prove herself. These people are ready to fight for the long-awaited title in their hearts. Fight for it? In this way, everyone began to 540 under the command of Elisha, randomly drawing lots, and the order of everyone was disrupted, and the entire Sirius Island had planned in the morning to face each other. And the reason for all this to be handed over to Elisha is also very simple. The title of S-Class Demon Mentor, as the Goblin Queen, Elisha has it early, and this time, she naturally no longer needs to be assessed. Otherwise, the members of Fairy Tail, including Natsu, the pressure would be even greater. After all, among these people, there are almost no who can honestly win over Elisha. In this way, everyone began a random draw of lots, looking for their respective opponents. When he waited for the Will of Willow, he only saw that after he opened the note in his hand, the name written on it turned out to be Gray. Yo, it seems that I really smoked an interesting person. Gray, who also drew Lu Sheng's name, said with a look of eagerness. Drawing Lu Sheng, a strong opponent, Gray's face did not have a worried expression at all, but a look of fighting intent. Not just Gray alone, but everyone at Fairy Tail, who rose to the occasion and cherished friendship had always been a motto engraved in all of their hearts, just as they carried out their beliefs as much as their respective guild coats of arms. Gray, I really don't know what to say about you. Looking at Gray, who looked wary, Lu Sheng shook his head with a smile and said. The other party's reaction really made Lu Sheng laugh. Of course, it was not only the two of them who were assigned, but also Natsu and Lucy, Wendy, Geijiru, etc., all of whom found their opponents. Among them, the most interesting are in addition to Lu Sheng and Gray, there are Natsu and Laxus, as well as the highlight of the showdown between Geijiru and Biguthro. At the same time, the Fairy Tails, who had already found their respective opponents, had also dispersed towards their respective battle venues with their respective opponents. In this way, the demon heart of everyone who had been observing the Fairy Tail crowd in the dark place early seemed to have begun to act at this moment. It's time, these guys will be famous immediately, and they even have to assess what S-Demon Mentor. Haha, it's really ironic. Zank, who was watching Fairy Tail as everyone dispersed, said. Ah, yes, none of them can escape. The matter that leads to Jelf will be handed over to the others to handle, and the words of this group of guys, the two of us are enough to deal with. Asma replied in a deep voice. These two people looked at the departing Fairy Tail everyone, just like a hunter looking at his prey. The victory was in hand, but I didn't know if this fire-extinguishing magic and the arc magic of the big tree were enough to kill the group of Fairy Tail. The allusion to the capsized boat in the gutter is in the minds of Asma and Zankro, and I don't know if it exists or not. On the other hand, the other members of the Demon Heart were not idle at this moment. Now they are following the guild leader Hades in a hidden place on Sirius Island, quietly moving. What about Zamkro and Asma? At this moment, I only heard the President Hades suddenly ask in a deep voice. Those two guys are probably acting on their own again. Hearing Hades' words, Huayuan Sikar on the side stumbled. Those two ignorant imps can't tell what to prioritize. Hearing Sikar's answer, Hades snorted coldly and said, as if he had guessed the actions of the two earlier. Just let those two guys toss it. It's not a big deal. Those guys in Fairy Tail are simply not enough. Besides, we don't have much impact without the two of them here. Hearing Hades' words, Uchiha, who was the head of the 7 dependents of Purgatory, said lightly. This is also true. In that case, hurry up. After hearing Uchiha's words, Hades nodded and replied. After that, he continued to lead the people behind him and rushed towards the deeper part of Sirius Island. As for this Uchiha, as the head of the 7 dependents of Purgatory, she was the one who seduced Jalil in the Tower of Paradise before. Moreover, in this woman's body, there are several amazing pieces of information. As we all know, Gray's ice-shaped magic was once taught by a powerful magic mentor called Gray's master, and at the same time Gray's nobleman in his life. And this Uchiha can also use ice magic, because Uchiha is your own daughter. When you were deceived by Brian, the leader of the dead 6 devil generals, she died, and her daughter Uchiha fell into darkness after that. It can be said that Brian is the 4.1 who caused all this tragedy. However, fortunately, Lu Sheng got rid of this man not long ago. Moreover, Uchiha, who fell into darkness, in addition to using her mother's ice-shaped magic, also has the ability of the Arc of Time, a lost magic. With the deepening of the 2 great skills, she also naturally sat at the head of the 7 dependents of Purgatory. Moreover, it is not only Uchiha who falls into the darkness, but everyone in the heart of the demon is a person who is accepted by the darkness. Among them, Hades has the longest history. Since he passed the position of Fairy Tail president to Malov, he has been traveling the continent in search of the most powerful magic. And during this journey, he even met the legendary great dark demon mentor, Jelf. Since then, Hades, who thinks he understands magic and believes that the origin is darkness, has since fallen into darkness, and even destroyed his former guild, Fairy Tail. And the purpose of rushing to Sirius Island this time is precisely for this. Hades, who learned that Jelf appeared on Sirius Island, immediately drove his spaceship over, and in the process of coming, Hades also learned that his former guild, Fairy Tail, was about to take the S-level Magic Master exam on this island. Hades, who has long wanted to do something to the demon heart, is also ready to take this opportunity to strike at Fairy Tail. It is no wonder that Hades has such great confidence, holding many lost magics, and over the years, Hades is even more profound in the field of dark magic, and it is indeed difficult for him to pose any threat to him with the existing power of Fairy Tail alone. If you want to ask why, he is the second-generation president of Fairy Tail? Even Malov's position was taken from him, how could Hades not be strong at 23? Moreover, Hades' heritage, that is, when Hades was young, its magic foundation was taught by Mabes, the first leader of Fairy Tail. How could this strength not be strong? Wait for me, Marlef, wait for me, Fairy Tail, and when the incident is over, I will make sure that you destroy it in my hands with your own hands. Looking deeply at the rear, in the direction of the Fairy Tail member, Hades said coldly. In fact, there is a reason why Hades hates Fairy Tail so much, and even does not hesitate to destroy his former guild with his own hands, and for the current development of Fairy Tail, this man who is keen on darkness is really chilled by this. For the current atmosphere of Fairy Tail, as well as the future development direction, Hades, who has different opinions on this, really does not agree with the wind direction of this guild. As the second-generation leader of Fairy Tail, Hades believes that he must personally destroy this guild that makes his heart chill. By the way, guild leader, why are you so obsessed with your former guild? Hearing Hades' words, next to him, silver-haired, black-framed glasses, and Sven-looking Rasteros couldn't help but ask. You don't understand, Rasteros, you don't understand the past of that guild. In short, I will never allow Fairy Tail to move in the direction it is today. Only darkness is the real source of magic in this world. Only this power is the most powerful and primitive power, just like Lord Jelf. Hades squinted his eyes and said lightly, between words, there is no room for disobedience. Yes, Hades is almost iron-hearted to eradicate the guild of Fairy Tail, and no one can take it down. Of course, all this still has to be ranked behind the achievement of the great magic world, that is, to solve the matter of Fairy Tail, and the task that can only be solved after finding Jelf first and making him the king of the world. Is that so? Rasteros said, and then stopped talking. In this way, the Demon Heart Centaurs fell silent again, heading towards their destination. At the same time, the Fairy Tail everyone tried and had already started, and all of them had already started their own battles in their respective venues, deciding to participate in the next group of competitions. When Lu Sheng and Gray arrived, the two had already begun to take a vigilant posture, fighting. It will be started at any time. I didn't expect that this time I would run into you, and the opponent I touched. I don't know if it was lucky or unlucky, but no matter what, I won't throw in the towel easily. I only listened to Lu Sheng, who was standing far away from him, and said. Above the look, it was even more relaxed. Of course, otherwise, this battle will inevitably be too boring, but as a member of the strongest squad, there is one thing I want to say in front. This battle, I will not stay, you have to be careful. Hearing this, hearing Gray's words, Lu Sheng replied slowly. There was not the slightest sense of tension between the words. Ah, I can't ask for it. Gray's eyes suddenly flashed with a fine light, and he said with a little excitement. Boom. With a sound, at the moment when Gray's words fell, Lu Sheng's figure disappeared in place like a ghost, instantly withdrawing thousands of miles away, and the pitch-black demon knife village was pulling out at an unknown time. The waves of substantial chi condensed by the sword body had even fallen on Gray's cheeks. Seeing this, Gray did not dare to slacken in the slightest, his figure exploded, and at the same time, his hands danced, and a large amount of ice magic began to converge and blend on Gray's hands. Just for a moment, the Ice Make Rampart Ice Wall was released by Gray without hesitation. This ability, which is the advanced magic of the Ice Shield, has a stronger defense ability than the Ice Shield, and at the same time, the scope of defense is also greatly enhanced. However, the consumption of this magic for Gray is also huge, and the magic power in Gray's body has directly shrunk by nearly 1/5 because of this move. You know, with Gray's strength, he is definitely able to rank among all the members of Fairy Tail, which is relatively high. It can be imagined to what extent the defensive power of this ice wall has reached. And the moment Lu Sheng flashed away, the demon knife Muramasa, who he struck out, had already turned into a huge slashing storm, and fiercely invaded in the direction of Gray. The fierce slashing storm was like a violent locust, eroding all the materials along the way, and even the 540 space could not escape the huge gravitational force of this slash, all of which were absorbed and crushed. Boom. An explosion, an attack, and a defense, a storm and a cold ice, these two completely different forces were only in an instant, in front of the two of them. Bang bang. A series of explosions, only to see Lu Sheng's slashing storm devastated and decayed, instantly crushed the shaped ice wall condensed by Gray's hands to ice chips. Gray's defense, just in the blink of an eye, was easily broken by Lu Sheng. However, this slashing storm did not bombard Gray's body after shattering the ice wall created by Gray. It turned out that Gray sensed something was wrong in the moment after Lu Sheng just issued that slash, and Gray, who had a good fighting instinct, judged the most correct decision at this moment. After condensing the ice wall, Gray's figure exploded, and he was suddenly 100 feet away from the ice wall he had just created, and at the same time, he was out of the range of Lu Sheng's attack. However, Gray, who personally fought with Lu Sheng once, also turned over waves in his heart. It's too strong, it actually destroyed my strongest defense means in an instant. Lu Sheng, this guy, hee. I'm really curious about what he made of. This flesh mortal fetus, can actually reach this level. Looking at the ice wall that was shattered in an instant, Gray couldn't help but secretly say in his heart. Indeed, Lu Sheng's slash is too powerful. How powerful Gray's ice shape magic is known, and the shape condensed by his hands has full stability, but he did not expect that even so, it was still unable to resist Lu Sheng's attack. Did you hide? It's quite responsive. Lu Sheng looked at Gray, who had dodged his own slash earlier, and quipped. Between the words, it was full of ease. Indeed, although Gray's strength did have a high strength in this world, he was facing Lu Sheng's opponent. Lu Sheng's strength is not something that can be measured by the public's vision, among which, there is an essential gap. Sensitive and insensitive, you are careless, Lu Sheng. Capsizing in the gutter often happens. At the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell, Gray's figure had already flashed behind Lu Sheng for an unknown time. Icebringer, Ice Cross. I only saw Gray, who suddenly flashed behind Lu Sheng, shouted, and at the same time, the ice shape condensed by his hands turned into two ice giant blades with incomparable blades in an instant, and at the moment when the rapid condensation was completed, he swung out fiercely towards Lu Sheng's back. Oh? Capsized? Lu Sheng responded inaudibly, but at this moment, Gray's attack was already close to Lu Sheng. Boom. With a sound, the crisp sound of weapons colliding had already sounded in space. What? This sound was followed by Gray's exclamation. And now, when I saw that Lu Sheng didn't turn his head, the demon knife village in Lu Sheng's hand was already behind him, completely blocking Gray's double sword attack. Gray couldn't understand that his actions just now had been perfectly concealed by him, and it was precisely because of this that Gray was puzzled by the current situation. Why can the other party directly block their own attacks without looking back? This kind of thing won't happen to me, Gray. Lu Sheng, who blocked Gray's attack, slowly turned his head and said slowly to Gray behind him. Boom. With a sound, I only saw Gray's body, and it was directly blasted out under the transmission of Lu Sheng's power. That's right, Lu Sheng relied on the ability to see and smell domineering, and Lu Sheng, who used this ability perfectly, directly foreshadowed what would happen in the future. Gray's actions were seen by Lu Sheng from the very beginning. In other words, Lu Sheng, who has a domineering appearance, is inextricably clever, in the face of any enemy, on any battlefield. At the same time, this blow, Lu Sheng did not use strength, just relied on the demon knife village to instill power into the ice sword in Gray's hand. But even so, this powerful made Gray unable to withstand it, so that his body flew out directly upside down. Boom. With a sound, he fell far away to the ground in the distance. There was another sound of landing. It was Lu Sheng. Instantly came to the fallen Gray. Immediately afterwards, he saw Gray first lift his slightly dizzy head with difficulty, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Lu Sheng, who had come to him. I lost, then, only to hear Gray laugh bitterly and then said, Hey, you guy, how can you be so strong? I didn't expect to be brushed down in the first round. Gray said again after a wry smile. Lu Sheng did not speak, but slowly stretched out his arm to slowly pull up Gray, who fell to the ground, and then said to Gray, It's not easy for you to reach this level. The void just now is very exciting. If you change to an ordinary person, you will get your hand, but, hee. Cut, but I'm still on you. Gray said helplessly after hearing Lu Sheng's words. Gray, who fought with Lu Sheng for the first time, finally realized the strength of the other party. By the way, how did you do it? Why was I obviously in the blind corner of your sight, but you were still able to block my attack? Gray, who suddenly remembered something, suddenly couldn't help but ask. This is a special ability of mine. To tell you the truth, I can see the short-term future, your every move, hee. Those careful thoughts of yours were actually seen through by me at the beginning. Yanagi replied. For Gray, Lu Sheng felt that there was nothing to hide. After all, the ability to see and smell was really an ordinary ability in Lu Sheng's eyes now. See the future? Do you still have this ability? How is it possible? This is too inhumane. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Gray said with a painful face. Is there a way? Hearing Gray's words, Lu Sheng deliberately spread his hands and said to him. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Gray almost couldn't help but kick his legs and fainted directly. Hey, I said Lu Sheng, it's not as angry as you. Gray said with a dissatisfied look at Lu Sheng. However, just as Gray finished saying this, he only looked at Lu Sheng in front of him, his face suddenly changed, and even his eyes became cold. Then, Gray felt that the temperature around him had changed in an instant, becoming extremely hot. Boom. With a sound, I only saw Lu Sheng's left foot step ahead of him, first pushing Gray in front of him aside, and then his figure exploded and ejected directly, facing the roaring fire that suddenly appeared. Boom. With a sound, the fire exploded, and I only saw that Lu Sheng's demon knife village was being pulled out by Lu Sheng, and directly smashed this huge fireball that suddenly appeared. Come out, don't hide in the corner and be sneaky. Only to see Lu Sheng's deep eyes appear on his face again, coldly facing a hidden forest in the distance, and said coldly, _ha, there is indeed some ability, the rumor is really not wrong, Lu Sheng of fairy tale. At the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell, an arrogant and contemptuous voice slowly sounded in the grass not far away. Then, the owner of this voice slowly revealed from the side of Lu Sheng and Gray. This man with blonde hair and red eyes stood in front of Lu Sheng and Gray with a blank face. Sneaky sneak attack, is this the spirit of your demon heart? It's too ugly. Lu Sheng looked at the figure slowly walking out of the grass and said lightly, And this man named Zamcro was obviously surprised that Lu Sheng could see through his identity at a glance. He didn't understand why this man named Lu Sheng could recognize his identity and be prepared to say his name. How could I not know about the famous demon heart? You say yes. Hearing this, Lu Sheng responded lightly. However, when it came to Gray, it was different. He didn't understand why Lu Sheng was able to recognize the identity of the other party, and, looking at this 540 Zancro, it seemed that the person who came was not good. However, the moment Lu Sheng's mouth said the demon heart, Gray knew that his guess was not wrong. This man was indeed an enemy? Because, Demon Heart is one of the Balam Alliance, and it is also the most powerful Dark Union in 784 and before, and the guild with such a great reputation. How could Gray not know? Is it the enemy? That makes sense. Gray looked warily at Zancro on the other side. At this moment, Lu Sheng, who only heard Gray next to him, suddenly said, "Don't be careless, Gray. This guy's strength is not weak. He is a god-destroying demon mentor who controls the lost magic. God Exterminator Demon Mentor. What's going on? In addition to the dragon slayer of that guy from Naz, is there a god destroyer?" Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Gray couldn't help but exclaim. "Ah, that's right, and to be honest, this guy's strength is now a little stronger than Naz. None of the 7 purgatory dependents of the demon heart are general, so leave it to me for the time being, Gray." Yanagi replied. "Kteb, you kid really knows a lot of things, since you know that I am a god-destroying demon mentor who can burn even gods. Aren't you afraid?" Also hearing Lu Sheng's words, Zancro exclaimed, but what was revealed between the words was full of confidence and the contempt of the arrogant enemy, and he did not put Lu Sheng and Gray in front of him in the slightest. Who is afraid of whom? Wait a minute. Lu Sheng smiled lightly. Similarly, Zancro's so-called god-destroying magic was also not put too seriously. At this time, Gray was also quiet. And just when the battle situation was just handed over to Lu Sheng, he saw Zancoro's eyes once again look at Lu Sheng's body. "I heard that not long ago, that Joseph, who had the Holy 10 Devils, was defeated at your hands, and if you look at it now, it is not remarkable." Looking around at Lu Sheng's Zancro, he said, "Why do you all like to mention that kind of rubbish? Is fame the same as strength? Oh, yes, you guys are just rookie chickens pecking at each other, since, in this case, I will let you recognize the reality." Hearing this, hearing Zancro's words, Lu Sheng was not angry, did not feel any irritation because of the other party's words, but responded with the same playfulness. "You guy, say what?" But Zancro was different. Hearing Lu Sheng say this, Zancro's face changed suddenly, and immediately responded with annoyance. At the same time as speaking, pitch-black flames continued to emerge from Zancro's body, constantly boiling and burning. This burning black flame even distorted the air around Zancro. "My lost magic is magic that overrides dragon-killing magic, and it is a god-destroying flame that even gods can burn, so you will be burned by this god-destroying flame today and turn into ashes." Zancro said with a maniacal face. It can even be said that this man's madness has completely lost the appearance of a person, and the whole thought is like the most extreme fanatic, only knowing that Lu Sheng and Gray in front of him. "Kill completely? Buzz." The voice slowly sounded, and at the moment when Zancoro's words fell, the flames gushing out of his body were directly spread out in his hands. Immediately afterwards, this roaring flame was slowly compressed together in the hands of Zancro, condensed together, gathered together, and at the same time, the fiery aura in the space was constantly intensifying, and in just a few moments, the condensed flame had been completely condensed in Zancro's hands. Flame God's Kagu soil. A loud drink came out of Zancro's mouth. "This is the god-destroying flame that is above the dragon slaughter, and you will burn out under this move." Zancro's gloomy voice slowly came out, and at the same time, it did not enter Lu Sheng's ears. The ancient flame ball, whose temperature had been distorted to a certain extent, flew out under the control of Zancro, and directly smashed towards Lu Sheng, who was not far from him. The horror of its momentum has reached a level of outrageousness. Even Gray couldn't help but swallow his throat when he saw this, and at this moment Gray also realized that the strength of this Zancro was indeed very strong, very strong. At the same time, at the moment when the Yen god Giguto, controlled by Zancro, broke away from Zancro's hands, Lu Sheng also moved. As soon as he was shocked, he just left a void in place, and instantly pulled out the demon knife Muramasa. Draw the sword and chop, Yen return style, swing the sword. Faced with this extremely hot and domineering magic, Lu Sheng also chose the Yen return style, which is known for its speed. Only to see Lu Sheng in the moment of drawing the knife out of the sheath, a straight line of sword blade chi wave has already flown out, heaven and earth instantly lost color. Lu Sheng's Yen return, in just a split second has already crossed the sky, and by the next second, its swinging sword power has swept out. In the next second, Yuren collided with the other party's Yunshin fire. Boom. With an explosion, the fireball condensed by the god of Gigu Earth Yan exploded instantly, and it directly exploded in the air. This continuous flame completely submerged the entire air in an instant. However, Yan Hui, who caused this result, was far from being able to exert his power in drawing the sword. The power of the swinging sword just now completely dispersed the Galuroyan that Zancro was proud of in just an instant. The sweeping monstrous sword wave, like a raging blue wave, instantly crushed and then dissipated. At this moment, Lu Sheng's sword power still had spare strength, and its condensed power was far from disappearing. straight, like a pillar of Optimus, bombarded directly towards Zamcro's body. What? Unexpectedly, my Caroline Yan was broken in an instant? Seeing that his attack was easily defeated by the other party, Zamcro said with a shocked face, he couldn't understand, and he didn't expect that the god-destroying fire that he had always been proud of was so easily dumb in the hands of the other party. At the same time, it was at this moment that Zamcro clearly realized that the strength of this opponent in front of him was indeed not to be underestimated, and it had already reached an extremely terrifying strength. You guy, I really underestimate you, Zamcro said with a serious look at the oncoming terrifying slash towards him. At the next moment, a large number of god-destroying demon Yan were once again mobilized by Zamcro, and the terrifying momentum was much stronger than it. That's right, the strength used by Zamcro just now is actually only 7 out of 10, and at this time, after seeing Lu Sheng's true strength, this crazy man finally does not plan to keep his hand. The flame factor that the air species constantly condensed was all instilled into the body by Zamcro at this moment. As it expands, the air around it continues to become thicker and hotter. The roar of the Yin God. Just when the Yanhui sword that Lu Sheng unleashed, all the power was about to be poured out on Zamcro, Zamcro also moved. I only saw that his bulging chest was shriveled in an instant, and at the same time, the flames exploded, only to see a large amount of black flames instantly spewed out from Zamcro's mouth. The moment this terrifying god-destroying flame left Zamcro's throat, it directly turned into a straight long line, and directly collided with the sword chi storm above the Yin returning sword style released by Lu Sheng. This move of Zamcro definitely has the great power of burning mountains and seas, and this power that can destroy everything is just like that. Under the gaze of the three people, they fiercely blend and collide together. The piercing sonic boom sounded continuously, and a huge mushroom cloud instantly churned out in the air, directly engulfing all three people present. The sound of roaring all the time, in the majestic smoke, in the midst of this, there is a continuous sound of crackling. I don't know how long it took for this pitch-black smoke to slowly dissipate. In the middle, the faces of the three of them were slowly revealed. First of all, Gray, at this moment, only saw that Lu Sheng's body had completely blocked in front of Gray, and the chain explosion caused by the two attacks just now, if Gray alone, there was no way to stop it. That's why Lu Sheng will block Gray's body first, in case something bad happens. And at this moment, the gap can be clearly seen, only to see Lu Sheng in front of Gray, breathing calmly, standing tall, without revealing the embarrassment of having experienced a big war. But with Zamcro, it's different. The chain explosions caused by the roar of the Yin God and the collision of the swinging sword were simply not something that ordinary people could resist. But to be honest, Zamcro did not fall directly in that chain explosion. In fact, it was already not easy. But even so, the power of its explosion completely affected Zamcro's body, and the power of its instant explosion made Zamcro feel powerless. I really underestimate you. In a garbage guild like Fairy Tail, there can still be a character like you. Hehe, it's really a mistake. Zamcro, who slowly stood up, first shook his slightly swollen head, and immediately said to Lu Sheng, who was not far from him on the other side, "Ask for flowers. One thing you have to figure out is that you are not the only one who made a mistake." Hearing Zamcro's words, Lu Sheng slowly shook his head and said to him. As for what these words represented, Lu Sheng did not say explicitly. Hehe, it's really all the might. We have a demon heart, but none of them are weak. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Zamcro's expression instantly became fierce. The look of madness, even a little scary. Yen God's Banquet, this is my last attack. You definitely have no possibility of bearing it. Just in this fire, completely annihilated. Zamcro said quickly. 0. At the same time, looking at Lu Sheng, who was standing opposite him, the essence of his magic almost dissipated, shook his head even more, and responded faintly, "The number of chi is exhausted. Since this is the case, as you wish, let you completely annihilate in the next confrontation. I Lu Sheng, I have never been a soft-hearted person, and it is even more so against enemies like you." On the other hand, Zamcro has already taken action. At this time, he had already begun to destroy every drop of magic in his body, and little by little it converged. In the end, it was the lost magic that had dissipated the world for too long. Its terrifying background is indeed remarkable. However, this is the only evaluation that Lu Sheng can give. The so-called god-destroying magic is actually just 2 levels higher than ordinary flame magic. Compared with Natsu's dragon-killing magic, the magic mastered by this Zamcro is much worse than its stamina. In other words, the current Zamcro has touched the magic ceiling he controls. That is, the current Zamcro is his final form. No matter how much it precipitates, growth is just that. But Natsu is different. The power of dragon-killing magic, Natsu is far from practicing fire. Lu Sheng deeply understands this. At the same time, the true face of the Yin God's Banquet gradually revealed in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. At the same time, the true face of the Yin God's Banquet gradually revealed in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. Clusters of pitch-black flames continued to merge, and began to converge around Lu Sheng, and then this roaring rushing flame completely surrounded Lu Sheng's body. Under the burning of this flame of extinction, completely turn into ashes. Draining all the magic power in his body and mobilizing the Yin God Evening Banquet, Zamcro said with excitement to Lu Sheng, who was already surrounded by its flames. And Lu Sheng at this moment, he was indeed under this layer of flames, wrapped in layers and layers, constantly burning Lu Sheng's body surface. The flame of extinguishing gods, the joke is extreme. If this level of flame can really burn the gods out, then the ceiling of the world is inevitably too low. Ignoring the high-temperature flames around him, Lu Shang 540 responded lightly to Zankro, and between words, he did not take his situation seriously at all, and drove into the witness to ignore these black flames. Ha ha ha, sharp teeth, sharp mouth, all died to the end, and dare to make such a big statement. Next, you will be under this baptism of pain, in hell to mourn. Zankro looked determined by Willow and said to him. Lu Shang was no longer speaking, and the red pupils corresponded to the black flame glow he faced, reflecting a different scene. At the same time, Willow was vivid, like thunder, so fast that people couldn't tell whether it was a human or a ghost. Lu Shang, who disappeared in place, at the moment of his departure, the scabbard of the demon knife Muramasa, was directly withdrawn by Lu Shang, and the luster that constantly flashed on his demon knife was even more annoying. Lu Shang, who disappeared into the void, only heard his voice coming from all directions in the west. To deal with your kind of move, one move is enough. 1 kendo, 2 stacked waves. The terrifying momentum came out of nowhere. Yes, it was just a 2-permise wave, and against this move performed by Zankro Liu's Hung, even 2/10 of its own strength was not used. However, this is not the other moment. Yanagi, who fought against Sasaki not long ago and has a deeper understanding of kendo, is no longer comparable to yesterday's strength. In other words, the Guiyi Kendo that Lu Shang is now casting, the 2 stacked waves are enough to compare with the 10 stacked waves of the Guiyi Kendo that he cast before. That's right, it's so exaggerated, mastering the improvement brought by the embodiment of space to embodiment, it is so terrifying, it is completely like opening a hanging. The power of this move gushed out, which made Gray, who was originally worried, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Zankro's Yunshin banquet. Gray was also worried about whether Lu Shang could resist it, but now it seems that Gray knows that he is worried. Superfluous. Gray, who had just fought with Lu Shang, knew that Lu Shang was still waterproof against him, but what Gray didn't know was that all this time, Lu Shang had not used his true strength, and he didn't know how Gray would feel if he knew the truth. Lu Shang, this guy, how much has his strength improved in the past few days? Looking at the slashing storm condensed in front of Lu Shang, Gray knew with a bitter face. At the same time, Lu Shang, who controls the Guiyi Kendo, constantly condenses his true glory under the traction of this, his ability. And at this moment, Zankro also clearly realized who he had provoked, but was it too late to turn back? Will Yanagi give him this opportunity? Buzzing, the substantial chi waves continued to condense in the air, breaking and becoming more and more condensed under the circle of flame-melting pillars. Faintly, from the circle pillar of this flame, you can hear the whistling sound of spatial flow. Seeing the moves released by Lu Shang, constantly feeling the swelling suppressive power at that moment and the increasingly powerful sense of threat, Zankro knew that he could no longer delay, and the victory and defeat must be known at this moment. Otherwise, it must be yourself who dies in the end. The potential of the fear of death is limitless. Zankro, who was frightened by the aura displayed by Lu Shang's 2 waves, once again began to improve its power in the face of the threat of death. I only saw that the pitch-black flame that wrapped Lu Shang was encroached and burned again at this moment, and the flames burned the flames, and the flames killed the flames. Its temperature is getting higher and higher, devouring other flames, and finally these black and white high-temperature flames that survive, their power is even higher to a detestinating degree. The space around its flames is constantly distorted, and it may collapse at any time. Seeing this, Zankro's circle of red pupils was even more brilliant, and immediately after, this extreme magic power was instantly detonated by him. Boom. The chain reaction between flames and flames colliding is definitely not a simple concept that 1 + 1 = 2. I only saw that this pitch-black flame was instantly detonated under the command of Zankro, and this explosive pitch-black extinguishing flame completely covered Lu Shang's body in an instant, shrouding it in. Die. Zankro, who watched his god-destroying flame wrap Lu Shang tightly in it, roared with a maniacal face. Subsequently, this flame was even more under the control of Zankro. Boom. Burst. Lu Shang, who was shrouded in it, could not let him see his true face. No one knew what happened to Lu Shang behind this high-temperature fire, and he did not know whether Lu Shang's move could withstand this trick of Zankro. The light of confusion, dare to fight with the demon heart to this extent. Looking at Lu Shang, who was wrapped in flames without making a sound, Zankro said. In his view, the situation is set. However, just as Zankro finished his previous sentence, the voice said. The voice that seemed to come from hell echoed in Zankro's ears like an indelible hyptic song 4.1. So, is this the strength of the demon heart? Hehe, since that's the case, let's see the spirit of fairy tale. Lu Shang's voice slowly sounded in the muffled and explosive pitch-black flames. Then I only saw the inside of this pitch-black flame, and there was a burst of light flashing with white spots. Boom. With a sound, its sword intent swept across, slashing at the storm, all invincible. Its continuous rise, bursting power, at this moment, finally burst out. One mountain after one mountain, 2 mountains, 3 stacks of water. Lu Shang's Permian wave has the ability to shatter the void after attaching its spatial power. This flame of destroying gods is also not a word. Everything under the world, the demon knife is slashed. This is Lu Shang's current realm. Boom. With a sound, this chain exploded, and the constantly muffled fire actually disappeared in an instant. That's right, it disappeared directly in a corner of the space, and there was even a residual feeling of heat in the air. However, at the moment when the two lights flashed just now, its god-destroying flame disappeared, as if it had never appeared. And the moment Lu Shang, who was originally wrapped in flames, disappeared, he suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, and his vast figure looked at this heaven and earth. Ignoring the sweeping chi of all things, Lu Shang at this moment reached the peak state. Along with it, there is also the demon eye of straight death covered with ice blue lines. That's right, this causal weapon reappeared on Lu Shang's pupils, and after the last trial, Lu Shang found a way to alleviate the side effects of the straight death demon eye after comprehending Yan Hui and the realization of his heart. In other words, the current Lu Shang can make 23 use the powerful weapon of the straight death demon eye as he once did, and the straight death demon eye that has lost its drawbacks can definitely become one of Lu Shang's most effective killing moves. Moreover, just now, this domineering ability was unknowingly displayed in Lu Shang. Then, Lu Shang, who came out of this fiery hell and shattered it, at this moment, like a demon god descending on the crowd, slowly landed, and walked towards Zamcro's body step by step. Snap. Syllable. Snap. Lu Shang's footsteps, at this moment, in Zancro sounded like the song of the 9 ghosts of reaping life, towards his throat. Are you a human or a ghost? How could my ancient evening banquet be dispersed silently like this? What did you do? Zancro said with a shocked look at Lu Shang, who kept walking towards him. At this moment, this proud and invincible man finally recognized the gap between him and Lu Shang, but what he found was too late. The Yenshen feast just now had exhausted all the magic power in his body, and it was not much different from the lamb to be slaughtered. Is it a man or a ghost? Oh, you think of it as a ghost who took your life. It's time for you guys who don't know the height of the sky to know what is called the fear of original sin. Strike at fairy tale, strike at me, strike at my companion, no matter which one is violated, I will make him experience what is called trembling fear. You, Zancro, of course, are no exception. So, die. Yanagi Nayan was like a cold machine, and said without a trace of color to Zancro who had already come to him. And at the moment when Lu Shang's words just fell, there was no chance for Zanhe to react at all, and Lu Shang's blade had already swung the knife straight down. A bright red blood mark quietly appeared on Zancro's neck. Lu Shang's blow, fast, did not give the other party a chance to react. Zancro did not even have the opportunity to say his last words. He has become Lu Shang's revenant under the knife. Of course, even the machine who spoke to Zancro knew that nothing good fart would come out of the other party's mouth, so why waste time? The 7 dependents of purgatory, by now, Lu Shang has just solved only one, and there are 6 more behind, and this is not counting the 2 chief and vice presidents of the demon heart. Demon Deo Muramasa, the right blade is asking for life, and the reverse blade is the soul. Decide. You are in that peerless world, sinking forever. Lu Shang's voice sounded quietly, looking at Zancro, who was slowly lying on the ground and had lost his vitality. Subsequently, he left directly without looking back, and Zancro, the strong man who controlled one of the lost magic of the ancients, became a new nutrient for the demon knife Muramasa's hands in Lu Shang's hand. At the same time, Lu Shang had also walked to Gray's side. And Gray, who witnessed all this just now, once again had a new view of Lu Shang's strength. This man who constantly touched his nerves, Gray felt sincere admiration for the second time. In addition to his master Ulu, Lu Shang may be the person that Gray admires the most, this terrifying strength, as well as the decisive character of killing. Gray knows that the quality that Lu Shang has is what he has been pursuing. Just a moment ago, Gray was even more determined to target Lu Shang and chase the peak of his demon Deo. It's really hidden. This assessment is probably for you guy alone. However, seeing Lu Shang, who had come to him, Gray couldn't help but say, "Hehe, it's just fair competition, but this time the S-level demon mentor, I really have to get it." Yanagi replied with a smile. Well, but this Zamcro, no, what's going on with the demon heart this time? Gray suddenly reacted and asked as if remembering something. Ah, that's right, the target of the demon heart this time, in fact, should be related to that Jelf in addition to us. Hearing Gray's words, Lu Shang replied lightly, Jelf? It's really getting more and more wrong. 540, what the hell is going on here? Willow, if I'm not mistaken, Jelf should be the most evil dark demon mentor who created dark magic 700 years ago. Is there any connection between the demon heart and that guy? Moreover, as the holy land of fairy tale, how did their demon heart people know? There are too many doubts in this. Hearing Jelf's name, Gray couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect that this time, in addition to the demon heart of the Balam Alliance, he was also involved with that big black demon guide, Jelf. At the same moment, the nervous Gray also realized the seriousness of the incident. In other words, everything involved with Jelf is an event that is enough to turn the world upside down. Ah, that's right, it's that guy, but evil words, in fact, are just rumors, this kind of empty thing, it's better not to talk nonsense. However, Lu Shang, who knew the truth, couldn't help but say 2 more words for the Jelf who had collapsed for hundreds of years. There is also the demon heart this time. The reason why they can come to Sirius Island is actually because the leader of this guild is the 2nd generation leader of Fairy Tale. Yanagi responded, there is also the demon heart this time. The reason why they can come to Sirius Island is actually because the leader of this guild is the 2nd generation leader of Fairy Tale. Yanagi responded. When he heard the news from Lu Shang's mouth, Gray's eyes almost widened. He would never have thought that the previous leader of their guild, the 2nd generation leader, was now the leader of the Dark Guild Demon Heart. What do you say? Where did this news come from, and how could the former president of Fairy Tail be that kind of person? Gray asked with a look of disbelief. This news is too explosive. Needless to say, Gray, I am afraid that even President Malov will be shocked when he knows this news. Because in Malov's impression, his previous president has always been a particularly kind and extremely respectful person for life. It's true, my news can never be wrong, and the man I just killed, Zankro, he is one of the members of the 7 dependents of Purgatory in the Demon Heart. There are 6 enemies of his strength, and this does not include the powerful Hades and the vice president of the Demon Heart. These powerful combat forces are enough to influence the heavenly flaws of victory. So Gray, this matter is careless. Once we lose, then this world will really be over. Honor Jelf as the king of the world. If this thing really happens, then the great magical world will also come. Lu Sheng said solemnly. Great wizarding world? What's going on, Yanagi? What will happen if this big magical world comes? Gray looked at Lu Sheng's gloomy look, and a bad premonition suddenly welled up in his heart, so he couldn't help but ask. That will be the end of the entire world. Those who do not have magic in their bodies will be instantly wiped out by the laws of the magic world, and the only people who can survive are those of us who have magic power. Yanagi replied. His hearing Lu Sheng's answer, even though Gray had already had a trace of guardedness, he still couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect that the plan of the Demon Heart would be so terrifying. If this thing really happened, it would be hell for everyone. Are you going to do such a thing? That group of guys, I will definitely not let them succeed. What a shit dark guild. This time, I will definitely not let them go. Gray said as he clenched his fists fiercely. Of course, people with these ideas, if they don't repent at the last moment, of course I won't keep them. Hearing Gray's words, Lu Sheng also nodded and said. At the same time that these two people had just spoken, other battlefields were also fighting in full swing before. However, their battle was terminated in the process of just now. For no other reason, the scope of the battle between Lu Sheng and Zankro was too large, especially the terrifying sword chi released by Lu Sheng at the end, and it spread directly within the entire scope of Sirius Island. That terrifying momentum will be deeply transmitted to the hearts of everyone on the island. What happened? What's going on? Such a terrifying breath. Could it be Yanagi? That's right, in that direction, it should be Lu Sheng. It should be the place where Lu Sheng and Gray fought, but if you look at the breath, how can there be an extremely breath? What's going on here? Go, just take a look. In this way, all the members of the fairy tale who felt the breath of Yanagi and Zamkro immediately terminated the battle at this moment, rushed in the direction of the battlefield of Yanagi and Gray that had been previously divided. Going back to the current time period, Yanagi has juiced this timeline after solving the Zankro. So what to do now? The members of the Demon Heart have all dispatched and come to this Sirius Island. Gray couldn't make up his mind and said to Lu Sheng on the side. They have all dispatched, and now, they should all be lurking on this Sirius Island. Lu Sheng replied slowly. At the same time as the two were talking, a whistling sound of breaking wind had already come out, and one by one figures continued to appear in Lu Sheng and Gray's field of vision. That's right, the people who came were the members of Fairy Tail, and they had already arrived in front of Gray and Lu Sheng. It's really the two of you here. What's going on? Lu Sheng, the picture just now was created by you. How come I still feel an extremely hot breath? Natsu, who had already come to Lu Sheng, couldn't help but ask immediately after seeing Lu Sheng himself. It was indeed made by me. Just now there was indeed a man who was very good at using flames, but he was an enemy, and now, he has been solved by me. Seeing Natsu coming, Yanagi replied. Everyone, pay attention, Lu Sheng just said an amazing news. On the Sirius Island where we are now, in addition to the members of our Fairy Tail Guild, there are also a group of members of the Demon Heart lurking on this island. Looking at the people who had rushed over, Gray said to him, Devil's Heart? What the hell is going on here? If I'm not mistaken, that guild is supposed to be the Dark Guild of one of the Balam alliances. How could they have appeared on this island? Hearing Gray's words, Ilessa, who was calm on the side, asked with a puzzled look. It's like this. In this way, Gray once again explained what Lu Sheng had just told him, and again to the partners who arrived in time. How come? The current president of Demon Heart turned out to be the second-generation president of Fairy Tail? Really fake. Lu Sheng, where did you get this news? Alter. Purgatory. 7 dependents. If you look at it like this, these guys seem to be very tricky existences. Lu Sheng. Wait, are you saying that Lu Sheng just got rid of one of the members? No wonder, what I said. It turns out that the fiery breath is transmitted from the person called Zankro. After hearing Gray's words, everyone commented. The intelligence is all accurate, but this restless guy may not be able to hold back, so he will act first. Hearing everyone's words, Lu Sheng slowly turned his head and replied after glancing at the half-cold Zankro behind him. Is that the guy? One of the 7 dependents of Purgatory? Following Yanagi's line of sight, he looked at Natsu and the others, and also saw that Happy had fallen to the ground and lost his life. That's right, but although this guy is the first to act, this actually means that the other members of the Demon Heart have already moved. Nodding, Yanagi replied. That's right, the demons have already been dispatched. So what now? If what you say is true, no one else, the second-generation president of the original Fairy Tail is probably enough for us to drink a pot. Elfman couldn't help but say after thinking about it. Indeed, the leader of the Demon Heart, Hades is indeed the most tricky and difficult existence in this group, but it does not mean that the other party is invincible. Lu Sheng sank his head and replied, "What do you mean? Are you saying that the other party has any weaknesses?" Lucy on the side immediately heard the hidden meaning of Lu Sheng's words. Hearing Lucy's words, Lu Sheng first glanced at the other party in surprise, then nodded and replied, "That's right, this Hades has a fatal weakness, that is, all the magic power in his body is actually stored in a heart." Heart? What's going on? Magic stored in the heart? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Wendy couldn't help but ask, not understanding the deep meaning of this. Well, the demon heart, as the name suggests, the source of its power, in fact, all exist in a huge heart. As long as it is destroyed, Hades is basically 540 is abolished, but although it has this drawback, but if you can't destroy this heart, then the magic power in Hades is almost infinite. Yanagi replied. So that's the case, then where should we find that heart? Gray asked. On an airship, all the members of the Demon Heart were lurking in Sirius Island on that airship, and what we have to do is to find the airship, because the power heart is on that airship. Lu Sheng explained to everyone. Airship, that's how it is. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, everyone nodded and said thoughtfully, "In that case, what should we do now?" Everyone who had always regarded Lu Sheng as the backbone couldn't help but ask. "No matter what happens, all of us will work together, and there will be no past difficulties," Lu Sheng said with a generous and powerful face. As soon as these words came out of Lu Sheng's mouth, everyone's faces changed in an instant, and they were immediately mobilized, and at this moment, the hearts of everyone in Fairy Tail were connected by Lu Sheng. At the same time, while everyone in Fairy Tail was discussing the plan, on the other hand, the centaurs of the Demon Heart also began to act. "Do you want to do it now, President?" Only to hear that among the sneaking figures, a figure suddenly couldn't help but ask. "Well, it's not time, Zankro guy, if my induction isn't wrong, I should have been killed, that idiot who is asking for trouble." Walking in the crowd, Dis replied with an angry face. Indeed, their purpose has not yet reached the first step, they are already alone, although this Zaniero is caused by his own unauthorized actions, but even if Hades can't help but be annoyed, because the appearance of Zankro, in disguise, is equivalent to ringing a big bell for the people of Fairy Tail in advance. This will have a big impact on their plans. Once Zankro is exposed in the process, it will interfere with their plans. Moreover, Hades knew that with Zankro's personality, he would probably say something. "Rastros, Kane Hakarake Puriko, leave this matter to the three of you, completely solve those fools, at least, I will find Gdeb Hole first, everything, with the great wizarding world as the primary purpose." Hades ordered to the three behind him. "Yes." Only to hear the three of them respond in unison. "Well, go ahead, that guy Isma, he should have acted in advance with Zamkro before, but with that guy's personality, he will definitely not make a rash move, so you should first find a way to meet that guy, and then deal with the group of people from Fairy Tail," Hades said again to the three who were about to leave. Swoosh, at the moment when the words just landed, only a sound of breaking the void was seen, and the three people ordered by Hades disappeared into this picture in an instant. That's right, the three people that Hades commanded out just now are three members of the 7 dependents of Purgatory. These three are mastering human subordination, the Arc of Manifestation, and the arrival of Ugly Times, all of which are lost magic with powerful abilities. And now in Hades' team, only the other 2 members of the 7 dependents and the vice president of the Demon Heart, Brun Autistiga, remain. Ready, soon to enter the deepest part of Sirius Island. Be careful of the effect of death hunting. If it is contaminated, even I can't save you. Lord Jelf should be there. At this time, Hades turned his head and said to several people behind him. The few people behind him nodded solemnly. It was obvious that there was a great jealousy of the death hunt that Hades said. Then, he disappeared into this dark tunnel with Hades. As for what Hades just said about death hunting, it is not wrong, it is the magic fluctuations released by Jelf at all times. This paradoxical magic will take away all the life in all living beings, and the more Jalil respects life, the greater the scope of his seizure. In this way, Jelf has been constantly reincarnated in the infinite abyss of suffering. Because of some kind of curse in the body, this pain of immortality and immortality will always torment Jelf. And there is another point, in addition to Jelf, who fell under the immortal curse, there is another, that is, the original president of Fairy Tail, Mibis. While these two people have an unusual relationship, they also have the same curse in their bodies. In other words, now Jelf and Mibis are on this sacred place of Fairy Tail, Sirius Island. Their real bodies are all on Sirius Island. Mibis is not dead. Instead, he has always attached himself to Sirius Island with a soul body, and Jelf's appearance this time is actually to meet with the other party and Mibis, the original president of Fairy Tail. At the same time, of course, not only the 3 people sent out by Hades, but also Fairy Tail. At this moment, all the members are marching in the depths of Sirius Island. Lu Sheng did not scatter their manpower, in order to prevent being broken by the enemy one by one. After all, in terms of personal strength alone, Lu Sheng knew very well that the powerful Purgatory 7 dependents were stronger than one. For this reason, their personnel must not be dispersed, otherwise, before the Black Dragon King comes, the members of Fairy Tail may suffer casualties. However, Lu Sheng will soon realize that this incident, except him, no one can solve it, and all the members of Fairy Tail must also withdraw from the Holy Land of Sirius Island. because, just as Lu Shang and his companions behind him were advancing towards the depths of Sirius Island together, he suddenly sensed an unusual breath in the air. Could it be the effect of death hunting? Lu Shang said speculatively after sensing the aura surrounding him at this moment. However, a detail immediately confirmed Lu Shang's guess. It was these flowers and plants they passed along the way. Lu Shang could clearly see that these originally lush plants and trees were withered at the moment, and some even showed a trace of dead black color. Definitely Jelf's death hunt without a doubt. At the same time, the attentive Lucy also noticed Lu Shang's face at once, as if she noticed something. Lucy couldn't help but ask, "Is there something wrong, Yanagi?" Hearing this, Lu Shang nodded solemnly, then turned his head and said deeply to everyone, "Everyone, there is bad news. This battle, you can't participate." Hearing this, Natsu was the first to jump out and asked puzzled, "What do you mean, Lu Shang? What does it mean that you can't participate? What happened?" "It's Jelf's magic. No, to be precise, it should be Jelf's curse," Yanagi replied. "Jelf's curse? What's going on here? Could it be the aforementioned death hunt that will take all life?" Wendy, as if she had thought of something, suddenly turned pale and said loudly. When everyone heard Wendy's words, their faces changed drastically. The terrifying curse that claimed to be able to take all living beings. They had deeply understood the horror of being unable to resist from Lu Shang's mouth. "That's right, it is Jelf's death hunt that has clearly felt the fluctuation of that magical power. If you continue to go deeper, if any of you are contaminated, I am afraid that I will be helpless." Yanagi nodded and replied, "I thought that Jelf had not yet come to this island. It seems that the other party has been here for a long time, and, surprisingly, the scope of this death hunt is so huge." As he continued to go deeper, Lu Shang looked at the increasingly heavy black magic and said slowly, "So what to do? If we don't stop it, we can do it, but then again, how did those members of the Demon Heart do it? Jelfa's death hunt, won't they be affected?" As she spoke, Elessa suddenly said as if she had suddenly remembered something. To be honest, I don't know, but the only variable in their group is the guild leader Hades. Maybe this time he came prepared. What method was used to isolate the curse effect of death hunting?" Lu Shang replied slowly. "Well, what then? What if none of us can move on?" Geijiro, who had been silent on the side, suddenly couldn't help but say, "It's very easy to do. This time, I have the full power to deal with it alone. If the death hunting effect, I have a way to block it, but if you say it, I can't help it." Yanagi replied, "Leave it to you alone. You're not mistaken, Willow, it's the Demon Heart plus that dark archmage Jelf, two strong enemies." "Yes, Elfman is right. No matter what, if this kind of thing is only you, it is still too dangerous. This kind of thing should not be done by you alone. Ask for flowers." "Well, Lu Shang, this battle, I have a hunch, it will be particularly dangerous. If you are alone, if something happens, if we are not by your side, then there is not even a single person around you to take care of / Hearing what everyone in front of him said, Lu Shang put all of them into his ears, and immediately, he raised his head sharply, and said with an unusually firm look in his eyes, "Trust me." A short sentence, but so powerful? Judging from the strength that Lu Shang has shown so far, he does have the power to say this, and no one else can do it except him. After all, none of the people present thought that their strength could be stronger than Lu Shang. 0. But, Lu Shang, are you sure it's really okay to leave this matter to you alone? This time I have a hunch that the battle will definitely not end easily, and I'm still afraid, Elusha said with a slight hesitation, still a little uneasy. Hearing Elusha's words, everyone still looked at Lu Shang worriedly and did not speak. "It's okay, now this situation, no one can solve it except me. The matter has come to this, there is no other way. You should evacuate Sirius Island first, otherwise, I am afraid that you will still be affected." Lu Shang slowly shook his head, and then said to everyone in front of him. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Gray was speechless, and he couldn't say anything. Okay, I'll leave it to Lu Shang. He never let us down, has he?" At this moment, Lucy suddenly came forward and patted Gray's shoulder and said comfortingly, "That's right, with our strength, if we insist on following Lu Shang deep into Sirius Island, maybe it will become Lu Shang's burden. In that case, why should we?" At this moment, the broad elfman suddenly stood up and said to everyone, "Well, don't worry, everyone, no matter what it is for, I remember what I carried, the name of the demon tail, and I will not live up to it." Feeling everyone's concern, Lu Shang said to everyone with an unusually firm look in his eyes. The weight contained in his words was clearly felt by everyone present. In this way, Lu Shang and the other partners parted ways, and the other members of Fairy Tail, all led by Elessa, withdrew towards the periphery of Sirius Island. And Lu Shang, who is already alone, has embarked on the journey. Alone in this dense forest, keep walking, constantly chasing, hiding enemies in the darkness ahead. "Wait for me, Hades, I won't give your life to Jelf easily, let me take you before meeting the Black Dragon King." One person kept chasing Lu Shang in front of him, and said with extremely bright eyes, "Boom." With a sound, in the process of Lu Shang moving forward, a huge branch suddenly gushed out and stabbed towards Lu Shang's body. Its power is so great and the speed of 540 is definitely to kill Lu Shang in an instant. Boom. Subsequently, this attack was quickly blocked by Lu Shang's eyes. The Demon Dao village was flying out, instantly tearing the thick tree trunk that had approached Lu Shang's front to pieces in an instant. "Asma, Come out, I recognize this ability, don't hide in the forest and sneak. Lu Sheng, who easily blocked the opponent's attack, suddenly turned his head away and looked into a tree trunk on the other side of his body. Immediately afterwards, an amazing scene appeared, only to see that in the direction where Lu Sheng was looking, a human face slowly appeared on one of the extremely thick branches. Then, with the sound of trees breaking, a figure slowly emerged from the trunk. A tall man with dark skin, shirtless upper body, and white earrings pinned to each ear appeared in front of Lu Sheng and the other party. Hide in the thick forest trunks? Yo, you guy, are you good, fairy tale man? Will the surprise attack, instantly defeated, and recognize my existence, recognize my identity? You guy, I'm afraid the identity is not simple, right? The man who walked out of it said to Lu Sheng, who was not far away. In the words, although there is surprise and vigilance, there is not the slightest element of fear. In other words, this man, at this moment, did not know Lu Sheng's true strength, and if he understood how terrifying Lu Sheng was now, his demeanor would definitely not be so relaxed. You know you well, but do you know where you are? Looking at Asma, who had revealed his true body and stood in front of him, Lu Sheng shrugged his shoulders undeniably and asked rhetorically, "My situation? Ahaha." Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Asma did not laugh angrily and said with a laugh, "Since you know that I am a demon heart, you should know that the lost magic I have mastered is the existence with the highest ceiling among everyone." Asma's smile eased, and then said with a smile at Willow Rawhide, "The arc of the big tree, through the magic power in the ground, combined with the lost magic, to form a unique explosive fruit, the energy can be said to be endless. All the energy of the underground can become your power. To be honest, the ability you master, there are indeed some unique features, but that's all." Lu Sheng didn't even raise his eyelids, and easily said all the details of the other party's ability. At the same time, Asmana's original absence also changed from the moment Lu Sheng spoke, and he did not expect that the arc of his big tree would be known by the other party. Invisibly, Asma, who is known by the other party, will be passive everywhere. After all, from now, Lu Sheng has not mastered too many abilities in front of him, and Asma does not know much about the opponent's ability, but he can see from the opponent's skills that he is a swordsman who uses swords as weapons. Everything else is unknown. Asma, who is rigorous by nature, did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Said coldly, "These things. Where did you hear about it? But all the enemies who have seen my ability should be dead. How do you know? The heavenly machine must not be leaked. It can only be said that your guild's secrecy work is still not enough." "Okay," Lu Sheng replied slowly. "But one more thing to remind you is that these abilities of yours are not worth mentioning in front of me, and with your strength, if you want to shake me, it is still a little worse." Lu Sheng said again, between words, there was no intention of being polite with the other party. "You guy, you really dare to talk big." Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Asma's face became more and more gloomy, and Lu Sheng's mocking tone had completely angered Asma. Yazhejian. Subsequently, this enraged man finally couldn't help but preemptively attack Lu Sheng. The leaves around the two were all constantly destroyed by Asma, and in all directions, the leaves continued to break off the trunk, turning into blades like sharp swords, and struck in the direction of Lu Sheng. Bang bang. A series of sounds of breaking the void continued to ring in Lu Sheng's ears, and these leaves seemed to be endowed with souls, all of which were pointed towards Lu Sheng's body. This blow, if Lu Sheng can't dodge, he will definitely end up with 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. Insect tricks. Looking at the moves performed by the other party, Lu Sheng couldn't help but snort coldly. At the same time, Lu Sheng also knew that the other party did not rashly start a close battle with him, just to see Lu Sheng's ability. Asma's heart, in Lu Sheng's eyes, has been reflected in Lu Sheng's eyes like a mirror. At the same time, numerous leaves had already rushed to Lu Sheng's face. A series of swish sounds sounded endlessly in Lu Sheng's ears. Bang bang. Magic compression slash. The offensive that destroyed the decay only saw that above the blade of Lu Sheng's demon knife Muramasa, a grey-white aura continued to gush out. Then, under Lu Sheng's swing, he slashed straight down towards his figure. I only saw that the blade autumn leaves were like a kite with a broken line, constantly being slashed by that terrifying space, and turning it into tiny fragments in an instant. Completely losing the ability to attack, the leaves controlled by the magic power of the sword of the leaf disappeared without a trace in an instant, and were crushed into the void by Lu Sheng's compression magic. "Hey, it's really a bit tricky. I'm afraid your ability is all based on swordsmanship to attack." In that case, Asma saw Lu Sheng, who easily defused his attack, and his sharp eyes looked directly at the weapon in Lu Sheng's hand. That demon knife Muramasa, who has been with Yanagi for a long time, and Lu Sheng obviously noticed the other party's gaze, and felt particularly surprised, because this was the first person he had met so far who noticed his shortcomings. That's right, as a sword how, all of Lu Sheng's attack methods are basically launched by relying on the weapons in his hand. In other words, Lu Sheng, who has lost his weapon, his attack methods and attack power will drop by more than one notch. However, this weakness, how can Lu Sheng himself not pay attention to 23? As a sword how, if Lu Sheng even loses the weapon in his hand, then where will Lu Sheng's dignity as a great sword how go? The root of the swordsman is the weapon in his hand. How could Lu Sheng not understand this? So far, how could the demon knife Muramasa, who was in Lu Sheng's hand, fall into the hands of others? You observe very carefully, but even if you find out, what is the use? Do you think I will voluntarily lay down my arms and let others slaughter? Lu Sheng replied lightly. Moreover, not only that, if you think that Yanagi loses his weapon, it is equivalent to losing his combat effectiveness. If Azuma thinks so, then he is very wrong. Even if he loses the demon knife Muramasa, with Yanagi's current ability, it is enough to be proud. After all, Lu Sheng, who has the blessing of the three-color domineering power, has long made him invincible. The battle must be won, the attack must be won, it is for Lu Sheng? Hehe, this is not up to you. Moreover, the arc of my big tree, its power, but far more than that. Hearing this, Azuma said slowly. The moment the words just fell, I only saw that Azuma launched an attack on Lu Sheng at the moment when the words just fell. Chain blast. Bang bang. The branches around his body, a series of branches, turned into layers of attack methods, towards Lu Sheng's body, restraining the past. At the same time, because of the arc of the tree, while controlling the plant, Azuma began to connect with the magic of the earth under his feet, and began to condense continuously, turning into a magic fruit that could be controlled by Azuma. These fruits can be detonated through Azuma's control. The power of uninterrupted fixed-point continuous blasting is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. This is the tricky thing about the lost magic that Azuma mastered. With the power of the earth that is almost infinitely extracted, Azuma's ability can be said to be endless. Moreover, these vines controlled by Azuma continue to entangle towards Lu Sheng's body. Once entangled in these things, it takes a lot of time to break free. At that time, the magic fruit controlled by Azuma will be directly detonated in front of Lu Sheng continuously, instantly annihilated in the fire. This move, you have never missed a hand. With your ability, there will never be an accident. You are in this continuous explosion. The body of the explosion is shattered. Azuma said with a look of excitement. That's right, he has used almost all his strength, and in his heart, he has basically put Lu Sheng on the list of death. Does the firefly want to engulf me? Lu Sheng looked at the many vines that rushed towards him in all directions, and said without the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. Yan Hui style. Then, I only saw a large number of vines controlled by Azuma, and when they were about to touch Lu Sheng's body, Lu Sheng was vivid. The lightning-fast hands, I don't know when, were already on the side of the body, holding on the scabbard of the demon knife Muramasa's sword above the waist. Immediately, it opened and closed fiercely. The whole action, moving clouds, and flowing water, without the slightest drag of mud and water. The demon knife village was already in the blink of an eye, completing the two actions of sword and sheathing. And at this moment, that demon knife Muramasa, who was already under Lu Sheng's intentional control, directly turned into a long curved river, endless slashing breath, just like that, rushed straight out. This slashing breath, like a hunter searching for prey, poured all his brain on the resin vine that had attacked Lu Sheng. Bang bang. Like the autumn breeze sweeping away the leaves, the yen return style cast by Lu Sheng has long reached the point of returning to the basics, and the uninterrupted breath of extinction instantly completely shattered these vines. Moreover, this is not the end. The energy of the Yan Hui type is not consumed so quickly, and its real power has not yet burst out. What? Azuma, who watched the other party easily defuse his attack, at this moment, his face also suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, just a moment ago, the position of the two was also reversed by Lu Sheng's move, and Azuma, who was originally the attacking side, instantly became the defensive side at this moment. Because, the yen return strike released by Lu Sheng has arrived and come to Azuma's face. Then, when I saw this 540 slash like a bending river, and was about to sweep at Azuma, the opponent's figure suddenly retreated. Moreover, in this process, Azuma did not have the slightest hesitation, and directly cast the magic fruit that he had just condensed from the earth. A series of golden fruits, just like that, under the control of Azuma, bombarded the past straight towards Lu Shengjian's return attack. Drink. Boom. Only seeing these series of fruits, about to touch the moment of the invisible slash, Azuma immediately began to move. The moment Azuma gave an order, the magic fruit immediately began to shine. There are traces of cracking at any time, and what is contained in that golden light is the endless magic that Azuma condensed from the earth. Boom. The sky instantly turned into a Deo magic explosion, and the magic fruits burst out one after another, and a large amount of magic power began to pour out continuously. At the moment of contact with the air, it is no longer the truth that 1 + 1 = 2. The number of these fruits has long reached an exaggerated level, and the power of fixed-point continuous explosion ignites all the surrounding air in just a moment. In just the blink of an eye, the Yan Hui-style meteor sword chi had been completely blended with the magic explosion next to it. At this moment, the air was instantly dismembered and shattered. Soon, Lu Sheng, the brutal and domineering Yan Hui, digested these explosive bombs. The power of continuous fixed-point blasting is indeed powerful, but your amount is too small, and its true power has not been exerted by you at all. Otherwise, the power of this move will indeed be very tricky. Looking at the chain explosion that instantly destroyed it, Lu Sheng said to Azuma with an indifferent face. And Azuma certainly noticed the scene in the air while Lu Sheng spoke. He didn't expect that the move he had been proud of all this time would be easily broken by the other party's blow. A strong sense of frustration constantly attacked Azuma's heart. Especially after hearing Lu Sheng's words, only to see the corners of Azuma's mouth couldn't help twitching. The other party's meaning was obvious. That is to say, Azuma has not yet practiced the fire, and he has not yet comprehended the other party's profound understanding of his moves. It's actually underestimated. My Azuma's power is far more than that. I only saw Izma, who was thinking of this moment, and his face became more and more gloomy. Coming. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Sheng sighed secretly in his heart. For the other party's ability, Lu Sheng is really clear. In the original work, Lu Sheng clearly remembers the man's ability. The arc of a large tree has the ability to manipulate plants and change their biological form. As we all know, the island of Sirius Island has the existence of magic power, and these huge magic powers are all placed on the core of this island, the Sirius tree. That's right, Izma has the ability to rewrite this magic. At the moment when Izma's words just fell, his figure exploded and rushed up in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at this core, Sirius Island, under the gaze of Lu Sheng. Then, an amazing scene appeared, only to see the face of Izmaki, who came to the root of the Sirius tree Shunjian, became torn. He roared loudly, "Aaaaaaaaa." The stout celestial wolf tree was directly under Lu Sheng's gaze and was surrounded by Izma. Boom. A burst of roar had already sounded, and the entire Sirius Island began to shake under this shake. Did you really pull it up and take over the magic of Sirius Island? Looking at Izma, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, and he said thoughtfully, "That's right." Izma pulled out the entire Sirius tree. "Wait, with the lost demon me, you will never lose. Besides, if you lose the magic power, I don't think you have the capital to compete with me." With a roar, Izma had uprooted the entire towering celestial wolf tree, completely pulled it out. Boom! With a loud noise, I only saw that after the Izma tree was completely pulled out, the magic power in the body quickly gushed out. The thriving and whistling lost magic was suddenly mobilized by Izma. Boom! Immediately afterwards, he only saw that the earth in a radius of 100 miles began to tremble violently, and Lu Sheng could clearly feel from under his feet that a wave of violent magic fluctuations was constantly converging in the direction where Izma was. Poof! I only saw that in the hollow where the wolf tree was originally uprooted that day, a thick huge plant body began to grow savagely. Then, I saw that when this savage plant grew to a height for a while, it suddenly stopped and froze at that height. And under the surface, the constantly surging magic also came to an abrupt end. Now, I am the master of the island. I saw Izma, who had finished all this, looked at Lu Sheng with a proud look and said. At the same time, Lu Sheng clearly felt that the moment the huge plant in front of him had just formed, the magic power that existed in the air around it disappeared without warning. That's right, it disappeared, and the ordinary magic that Lu Sheng could feel all the time really disappeared the moment Izma's words fell. However, it is just ordinary magic, and Lu Sheng, who has the ability to feel the origin of magic power, has long been in a unique position ahead of others. Now the magic of this Sirius Island has been completely taken over by me, and all the magic power on the island is subject to me. Feeling the wonderful scene around him, Izma couldn't help but open his arms and said with a pleasant face. Between words, he didn't think that Lu Sheng could pose the slightest threat to him. Taking over the magic means that I lose the means to fight. I have to say, your idea is indeed very naive. Lu Sheng replied indifferently, again, without the slightest sense of panic. Boom! A substantial wave of qi, like an air hole, instantly began to emanate continuously from Lu Sheng's body. This picture instantly shocked the originally proud Izma. He didn't know why he had obviously controlled the magic power of the entire island, and Lu Sheng was still able to cast such terrifying magic fluctuations. What was even more terrifying was that Izma could clearly feel the quality of that magic power from the aura emanating from Lu Sheng. It was a huge magic power that even his teacher Hades was far from reaching, and what was even more striking was the peculiarity of Unagi's magic. Izma knew that what Lu Sheng's body contained was definitely not ordinary magic, because the aura that erupted from the other party's magic power was beyond the scope of ordinary magic power. Who are you? How can Fairy Tail have such a powerful person as you? Who are you divine? And, looking at the current appearance, the reason why you still have such a large magic power in your body should be because my magic power is contained and cannot affect you at all. Izma's fine cold sweat had dripped down, and he looked at Lu Sheng with an ugly face and said, That's right, if you change to an ordinary person, I am afraid that you will lose under Izma's trick. But Lu Sheng is different, he is blessed with a magical attribute that is different from others, the origin of mana. This magic, which is beyond all the power of the world, is impossible for Izma to isolate. The magic power that Izma took over was just ordinary magic on Sirius Island, but the profound and rare magic attribute of the magic origin was completely excluded. In other words, although Izma took over the magic power of Sirius Island into his own hands, he could not balance Lu Sheng. I'm not anyone, just an ordinary member of Fairy Tail, but none of this matters, the important thing is that you will die today. While Lu Sheng dispersed the ordinary magic condensed around him, he immediately spoke to Izma without any fluctuations in his eyes. As soon as these words came out, I only saw that Izma's body obviously took half a step back, feeling the magic above Lu Sheng's body, and this man was a little timid. He didn't know what kind of power Lu Sheng had in his body. Obviously he had isolated the magic power, but the other party was still able to exude such a large and deep magic power. Izma had no bottom in his heart, he didn't know how many secrets were hidden in Lu Sheng's body. Cautious by nature, unlike the Zankro who had fought against Lu Sheng before, Izma would never act rashly until he understood the details and strength of the enemy. Hehe, sharp teeth, although I don't know what power is hidden in your body, but if, to such a degree, I want my Asma's life, I'm afraid it's not enough, and, Asma's eyes suddenly became subtle. I don't know what the reason is, so I suddenly gave this man such great confidence. Then, at the moment when Asma's words fell, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly flickered, and he also understood, through the domineering perception of seeing and smelling, he had seen the short future. That's right, the members of the Demon Heart have arrived at this moment. Among them are Fat Huayuan Sigil, Glasses Man Ruzilis, and Constellation Sheepman Caprico. With a sound of breaking the sky, 3 virtual shadows instantly appeared in front of Lu Shengshen and came to Asma's side. Yo, Asma, you guy, what is a person, Deb, doing here? Has that Zankro guy really been solved? Caprico asked, already in time. Looking at the 3 dependents who had arrived, Lu Sheng was fine. After all, each of them had a lost magic that had long been lost, and Lu Sheng recalled his memory. Think about the abilities of this group of people that they are good at. On the other hand, only Asma, to a few companions who arrived in time, replied in a deep voice, how do I know if that guy is dead or alive, but let's pay attention to this enemy. Oh, who is this? Could it be the fairy tale people? If Crow is not with you, then I am afraid that the guild leader is really right, and Zankro is likely to have been killed by the enemy. Hearing this, hearing Asma's words, among the 3 people who arrived in time, the handsome man with a bookish appearance, Ruzilis said, ah, that guy who claimed to be the god exterminator mentor was indeed killed by me. To be honest, the lost magic that guy mastered, except for a little blazing, is really nothing remarkable, too weak. Also hearing Ruzilis' words, Lu Sheng said lightly to the 4 people in front of him, hey, what do you guys say? Was Zamkro killed by you? Hearing Lu Sheng's words, it was obvious that the faces of these 4 people suddenly changed, and one of them, Huayuan Sikor, looked at Lu Sheng with a gloomy face and said, the words were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Don't mess with yourself, I haven't figured out the strength of this guy so far, I can't be careless, of course, now that 4 of our Purgatory 7 dependents are gathered here, no matter what ability he has, there is absolutely no way to compete with the power of 4 lost magic at the same time. At this time, Asma couldn't help but say to the 3 people next to him, in other words, the magic of this Sirius island is probably controlled by you, how can I feel that the magic in the atmosphere is so thin? At this moment, Caprico, a sheep-headed suit man who had never spoken, suddenly said to Asma next to him, ah, under the action of the arc of the big tree, I have taken over all the magic power of this island, but it is strange to say that this man can maintain a strong mana reserve under my magic power to control the entire island, which really makes me unable to figure it out. Moreover, there is another point that this man's ability to use a sword is really not weak, so you must be careful. Asma nodded and replied, hehe, in this way, it will be interesting. After being taken away of the magic power, there is still a special way to maintain its combat effectiveness. Sigil replied, I'm afraid it's the origin of mana. As far as I know, among the moves used, only our lost magic and the legendary origin of magic are not needed. At this moment, Caprico said in a groundbreaking manner, magic origin? No, that's really underestimating this guy, but judging from the current results, I'm afraid there is only this one explanation. Hearing Caprico's words, Asma couldn't help but exclaim. However, the latter thought about it carefully, and also remembered that the fluctuations emanating from Lu Sheng's body before were indeed a little more powerful than ordinary magic power. What is he? Zankro was actually killed. Our members of the Demon Heart are not who want to do it. Since they are killed, they have to pay the price. At the same time as these 2 people spoke, Sigil, who looked rough and crazy on the side, was tall and obese, and suddenly interjected. That's right, Lord Hades sent a few of us out of the horse, just afraid that Ismayu will break out of some basket, and now, since Zankro has been killed, then I have to take him first. Hearing this, Ruzilis on the side said so. Immediately afterwards, he saw these 4 strong enemies like wolves, and looked at Lu Sheng with unkind eyes. That's right, except for this guy, none of the members of Fairy Tail can escape. After all, in addition to reviving the great magic world, we also have the important task of hunting fairies. Only to hear Asma on the other side answer in a deep voice. At the same time, just when these 4 people pointed the spearhead at Lu Sheng, on the other hand, the Fairy Tail middleman who had left early under Lu Sheng's persuasion had now evacuated from Sirius Island far away. However, what they didn't expect was that just as they walked out of the range of Sirius Island, the Sirius Island behind everyone in Fairy Tail began to shake violently. What's going on? What happened on the island? Why did we just leave? Something happened there. Could it be that Lu Sheng had already encountered the enemy? Look. The epicenter seems to be the center of Sirius Island. If I'm not mistaken, it seems to be the location of the Sirius tree. Eileen, I won't be blinded. It seems that the Sirius tree has fallen. No, you read that right. The Sirius tree really fell. Damn, what's going on up there? Nothing will happen to Yanagi, right? What to do? Do we just do it, don't care? Believe Lu Sheng. His words will definitely be able to overcome this crisis. Otherwise, if we rush in, we will only be contaminated with Jelf's death hunt, and in the end, we won't even be able to help at all, but will get into trouble. Everyone in Fairy Tail said in a mouthful, looking at the island that had collapsed and shook violently. Everyone's hearts were very uncomfortable, and at the same time, they felt helpless that they couldn't help anything. At this moment, everyone in Fairy Tail felt the insignificance of their own strength for the first time, and at the same time, their desire for power became more profound. Because of this dispatch of the demon heart and Lu Sheng's resistance to all the burdens, a heart that wants to become stronger has begun to bloom in everyone's hearts. As soon as the picture turned, the battle between Lu Sheng and the four dependents was about to begin. It's time, Lord Hades's side should also start, let's rush back immediately after solving him. After all, the characters involved this time, but legendary characters, the guild president needs our strength. At this moment, only saw the sheep-headed man with sunglasses Caprico said. If I'm not mistaken, your true body is actually a Capricorn clan, one of the star spirit keys of the zodiac. How, has it been devoured by the power of the previous master? It turned out to be this ugly. At this moment, Lu Sheng, who noticed Caprico, suddenly said to him, "What do you kid want to say? Capricorn. It seems that you really know a lot, but I didn't expect that people still remember the events of 17 years ago." After hearing Lu Sheng's words, he only saw the change in Caprico's face, and said to Lu Sheng with a grim face, "Sure enough, has it been devoured by the dark power of the previous master?" After listening to the other party's answer, Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart. That's right, this Caprico according to Yanagi. It is the zodiac, the sign of Capricorn among the 12 zodiac signs, and this key, because the previous owner was corrupted by darkness, its master's body and the two life forms of Capricorn are fused together. In other words, the current Caprico is cloaked in Capricorn skin, but its soul has been occupied by the previous evil master, and Capricorn's original soul is imprisoned in a corner of his heart. If that's the case, it's even more you. Then, Caprico's face deepened. Hehe, I didn't plan to let you go. Looking at Caprico, who was strongly hostile to himself, Lu Sheng said with a light smile. At the same time, only these four people were seen, and at this moment, Chi moved. The lost magic of four completely different abilities was suddenly cast by these four dependents. Human subordination, the door of loss. Only to see Caprico launch an offensive first, he directly summoned a huge teleportation gate. Immediately afterwards, a surprising scene appeared. Originally, this summoner should be used to summon star spirits, but under the summoning of Caprico, it was not star spirits, but humans? That's right, it's humans. Possessing lost magic, Caprico, a subordinate to humanity, has the ability to enslave humans, and can summon humans who are good at all kinds of magic from that portal for his use. Ask for flowers. And just after this so-called ruler magic summoned it out of the puppet humans, the other three also launched their own offensives. Tower of the Gods. Dazzling Flash Push. Bee Singing. This series of four fierce attacks directly rushed towards Lu Sheng's face. Seeing this, Lu Sheng did not advance and retreated, his figure jumped, and he had already soared in the air, and at the same time, the demon knife village in his hand was already held by Lu Sheng. It's just that for some reason, the sword is not unsheathed, and the village in Lu Sheng's hand is still in the stage of sheathing. Bang bang. A series of attacks were about to pour all over Lu Sheng's body at this moment. 0. However, at this tense moment of saber rattling, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly fell, and at the same time, the ice blue straight death demon eye was also cast by Lu Sheng. The muffled and wild aura instantly emanated from Lu Sheng's body. Just listen to buzz. With a sound, a sword that was as fast as a shock, I don't know when, had been swung out by Lu Sheng. This slash is a slash with one of the causal weapons attached to the demon eye of direct death, and it is a slash that has the power to slash all causes. Subsequently, the moves stretched out by these four dependents together were like snow meeting flames, and instantly melted. It disappeared directly from everyone's sight, as if it had never appeared. How is that possible? How did this guy do it? It actually broke the combined attack of the four of us in an instant? What the hell is going on here? Aizma, who had seen all this just now, couldn't help but be shocked. Not only him, but the faces of the four people present were already full of shock, and Lu Sheng's strength was a little beyond their imagination. That thunderous slash, fleeting, has now disappeared. Aizma knew that if the slash that Lu Sheng had just unleashed was unleashed against them, then they would definitely not have any chance of survival. It is definitely the fate of being killed in an instant. Now, you finally know how big the gap in strength between us is, right? At this moment, only a faint voice came out of Lu Sheng's mouth. This was like a voice from Juyu, slowly sounding in everyone's ears. At this moment, Lu Sheng, who instantly broke the attack of the four people, slowly fell down, his figure stood motionless in place, and his eyes looked straight at the four people in front of him. Impossible, the foundation of this magic power is simply several times stronger than President Hades. How can you reach such a terrifying level with your age? Besides, I have never heard of such a powerful member of Fairy Tail appearing as you. Sigil said with a look of horror. Controlling the lost magic Ugly Hour, he not only has his own physical strength is extremely terrifying, but when combined with the effect of Ugly Hour, his destructive power has reached an extremely terrifying level. Insert your own hair into the puppet to change the material of the puppet to achieve the effect of strengthening yourself. And there is another tricky point in 540, that is, if Sigil inserts his hair into the enemy, he can instantly control the enemy's body, which is a very tricky existence. And just now, Sikor used Thunderlight Enhancement to enhance his fixed point explosive power, and the palm method pushed out by the dazzling light source body can definitely kill most of the existence in seconds. However, what Sikor did not expect was that his attack would be annihilated in an instant, and this was a reasonable attack by the four of them. Based on this alone, Sikor knew that there was definitely a huge gap between these dependents and this enemy Lu Sheng. And Ruzilis, the situation is no better. He who controls the arc of manifestation, he can make everything through his imagination, but there are some limitations in this, but even so, it is a very terrifying ability. For example, the Tower of the Gods that has just been released, this move has always been invincible, but Ruzilis did not expect that this giant Tower of Gods imagined by him was easily defeated by the enemy without even touching the corners of the enemy's clothes, which made Ruzilis a little unbearable. At this moment, Sigil said to the three people next to him with a hesitant expression, "What to do? I always have a bad premonition. This guy, I'm afraid it's really not something we can solve. Yanagi, I remember you, and when we finish the plan for the great wizarding world, the demon heart will come back to you again." Aizma, on the other side, said after taking a deep look at Lu Sheng. And Ruzilis still looked at Lu Sheng's ice blue eyes with a jealous face, did not speak. A trace of fine cold sweat, quietly, has covered Ruzilis's cheeks. "Come back to me? I'm sorry, none of you can run away now. Since you shot, you have to pay the price. This is not a game of the family." Hearing Aizma's words, Lu Sheng first chuckled, and then said lightly to the four people in front of him. It can be clearly seen that at the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell, the faces of these four people froze, and they looked at Lu Sheng with an ugly face. At the same time, Lu Sheng had no intention of saying any more nonsense. His figure exploded, and he directly carried the demon knife village around his waist and rushed forward. Only a phantom shadow was seen floating back and forth in space. One sword Deo, 1,000 layers of waves. In this void, only Lu Sheng's voice was heard coming from all directions. Bang bang. A series of slashes containing a powerful magical origin, each of the dead corners in between, swung forward. One heavy is one heavy. This time, Lu Sheng swung out several slashes in a row, one after another, and connected in the process, and in the blink of an eye, the points had converged into a line. This Guiyi sword Deo, which had the power to sweep thousands of troops, was formed in the shocked eyes of the four people. The huge wave slash that covered the sky and the sun had already fused together and swept fiercely towards the bodies of the four dependents. There is no escape. Looking at the huge slash that came towards him, Aizma said, "Ah, then fight with this guy to break the net. My Sigil's life is not so easy to take." Hearing Aizma's words, Sigil's eyes were also crossed, and the jar was broken. "Cut, who will take their lives here? Since this guy is not going to stop, then we don't need to be afraid." Ruzilis watched the sword chi slash coming at them while preaching to the people beside him. On. At this moment, only to see Caprico take the lead. After leaving this sentence, a person has already rushed out first. "We're on to my demon heart, but I've never been afraid to fight." Looking at Caprico, who had already made a move, Sigil did not have any hesitation, and directly began to mobilize all the magic in his body. At this moment, he only saw that the surrounding bodies of these four dependents were already surrounded by thick magical power, brewing their own lost magic. Hero three-pointed star. A star spirit gate had been summoned by Caprico in an instant, and a human hero who looked like Guan Yu appeared in everyone's field of vision. The undead of Brythia. One after another, huge grievances like ghosts appeared from behind Ruzilis, emerging from the shadows of the void. That's right, these terrifying creatures with sharp teeth and sharp mouths were summoned by Ruzilis with his own imagination, and he has the ability to manifest himself, and this ability is indeed something. Devour his soul. I only heard that Ruzilis manipulated this 100-strong undead and tore at Lu Sheng's body. As for Sikor and Aizma, they each launched their strongest blows at the same time. The roar of the earth, the surge of wild bees. Four completely different magical powers in a series directly converged together and released them towards the 1,000 layers of waves that Lu Sheng struck. Boom 4.1 boom. A series of explosions were instantly detonated. At this moment, the confrontation between the two sides directly collided together and exploded instantly. The muffled and wild sword chi raged above the sky, and the lost magic released by the four dependents of the demon heart with all their strength was not to be outdone, and directly shattered the earth in a radius of 100 miles. Sirius Island was destroyed in an instant by the energy generated between the two. The 5 people present were all affected, buried in sand and dust, huge waves raging, and the entire Sirius Island was completely shrouded in grey-black smoke at this moment. And in the smoke, it constantly flashes bang. Not only that, but with a slight flash, there was a muffled snort in the sky. It is clear that someone has been attacked. It's just that I don't know who was injured and who shot. Bang bang. A series of sounds sounded again, and then I only saw 4 figures from the dark fog, descending straight towards the ground. To be precise, it was a fall. Boom boom sounded 4 times in a row. I only heard that these 4 figures without exception, all fell from the air, and not only that, but in the process, I could clearly see the bodies of these 4 people, and there were large and small wounds everywhere on their bodies. It's like being scratched by a sharp object. But it wasn't enough to be fatal, but it was enough for 4 people to drink a pot. At the same time, another figure slowly floated from the billowing dust and fog caused by the battle. At a glance, it was Lu Sheng. And the 4 people who had just been shot down to the ground were also the 4 purgatory dependents of the demon heart. Then, he only saw Lu Sheng, who slowly appeared, and came to the person who had fallen to the ground. Without saying a word, his eyes looked at these 4 people without fluctuations, making it impossible to see what Lu Sheng was thinking in his heart at this moment. 23. It's really a good means. The combined strength of the 4 of us can't shake you in the slightest. This battle, we lost. The defeat is very complete. If you want to kill or scrape, listen to the respect. Looking at Lu Sheng, who slowly came to him, he only heard Asma speak first, although there was no fighting intent in his eyes, but there was no fear, obviously a death-like attitude. Caprico on the other end, at this moment, is looking at Lu Sheng with grim eyes, without saying a word, the eyes like a poisonous snake, as if observing Lu Sheng at any time. Once the other party reveals any flaws, I am afraid that this guy will seal his throat with a sword, waiting for the best opportunity. It's just that the 3-pointed star he summoned has been completely shattered in the confrontation just now, and it has been directly chopped into a member of the dust. As for the other 2, there is not much difference in attitude with Asma. They are all a world that looks like death, and dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. Ha 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 ha, whatever, when Lord Hades completes that great magical world, our sacrifice will not be in vain. A guy like you, when the adult he finishes dealing with things, he will definitely not let you go. I only heard Seeker look at Lu Sheng with a mocking look and said, that's right, although your strength is indeed very strong, if you have mastered dark magic perfectly and are proficient in all kinds of lost magic, Lord Hades is still much worse, and when our Demon Heart's plan is completed, it will be the day of the destruction of your fairy tale. Ruzilis on the other side also echoed Seeker and said to Lu Sheng, between words, it was as if no matter what their end, Yanagi would die under the magic of Addis. Oh, like fish on a chopping board, do you still make a big fuss? After hearing the words of several people, Lu Sheng said with a smile without anger, it is indeed a little funny. It is clear that these people on the ground, but they still have a fearless face. I have to say that this look is still a little too ugly. Like a dog who lost his family, he was beaten by me without any ability to fight back, and he dared to threaten me viciously. Immediately, Lu Shengzhou said to the 4 people in front of him. The birds were silent, and by Lu Sheng's words, the arrogance of these people suddenly weakened a little. Indeed, it is indeed a fact that they were easily crushed by the other party, and this can also be said to be the most intensive battle among their purgatory dependents. The beaten had no power to fight back, and the whole body was covered with large and small wounds, and this amount of blood loss alone did not need Lu Sheng to do it, it was enough to kill them. At the same time, the 4 people, who felt that their bodies were constantly weakening, only heard a strange sound, and Asma suddenly changed at this moment. I only saw that his already seriously injured body continued to stiffen at a moment. Not only that, but with the hardness of this body, it was accompanied by a poof sound. Is the magic overused? At this moment, Asma, who seemed to have sensed something, muttered, Hehe, in that case, there is no way. This was Asma's last remaining voice. Immediately afterwards, I saw that Asma's body began to change dramatically at this moment. Growing like crazy, I saw that while Asma's body became hard, the surface of his skin began to change. It becomes lignified. In the blink of an eye, it has turned into a huge plant body, incarnated as a tree trunk, supporting under the surface of the earth. Its height was no different from the previous serious tree. That's right, because of the excessive use of magic power, affected by the arc of the tree, Asma's body directly became the tree itself. And Lu Sheng seemed to have expected it early, without the slightest surprise. It's just that the other 3 people present in 540 did not expect that, even they did not know why Asma became like this. It turned directly into a tree? What's going on? What happened? How did this Asma guy become a tree? Seeker couldn't help but say. He released too much magic that shouldn't have belonged to him, and now he is seriously injured, and he can't suppress that backlash, so he became like this. At this moment, Lu Sheng said to him. At the same time, at the moment when Asma turned into a branch, the magic power that had originally dissipated on the entire Sirius Island was once again restored. Without Asma's control, the ordinary magic contained in the air became abundant again. At the same time, the changes that were constantly coming out from this side had already affected the deepest part of Sirius Island. The impact of the collision between these 5 people just now almost caused the entire Sirius Island to fall apart. Of course, most of the power in this was actually generated by Lu Sheng, and the other 4 people were just instantaneous, and they were completely wiped out by the 1,000 layers of waves released by Lu Sheng in an instant. And in this process, Hades, who had come to the depths, clearly felt the unusual changes. The scale is not small. It seems that there are some ruthless characters hidden in fairy tale, and this fluctuation has even surpassed the little ghost of Malov. I only heard Hades turn his head, feel the fluctuations emanating from the distant land, and said with an indifferent face, "Do you want me to make a move, Hades?" At this time, I only saw Hades, who was dressed strangely and beautifully, and asked him, as the head of the 7 dependents of purgatory, this woman has great self-confidence. Hehe, even if you make a move, I'm afraid it may not be this person's opponent. I have already felt it. The guy who caused this fluctuation, his strength is no longer below me. It is not an ordinary character that can be solved casually, or finish the matter in front of you first. Only to hear Hades' answer to Uchiha. On the other hand, at the moment when Hades' words fell, there was another booming noise. Another huge magic tree that towered into the clouds appeared in the very center of Sirius Island. Is Isma's imp overused his magic? It was really ugly to be eaten back by magic and turned into trees. Looking at the huge branches growing in the other sky, Hades immediately reacted, which was exactly what his subordinate Asma had become. What's going on? Asma was also killed? Are you saying that tree is Asma? Hearing Hades' words, Uchiha on the side couldn't help but lean aside after hearing it, and asked like this. The power of lost magic is powerful, but in the same way, its drawback is also particularly obvious, that is, when the user's own physical strength and magic power are not enough to suppress this special magic, it will be swallowed by that terrifying magical power. Hades nodded and said slowly, so that's the case. I can't imagine that the consequences of lost magic are so terrible. It seems that I can't tolerate carelessness in the future. Hearing Hades' words, Uchiha replied thoughtfully. But although the price of this anti-devouring power is somewhat huge, but in the same way, at such a risk, all of you are one of the few strong people in this world, so there is nothing careless. Hades replied. However, speaking of this, I am more and more curious, what kind of guy can force Asma to exhaust his magic, and the death of Zankro, is it the same person as the person who killed Asma? Hehe. This is interesting, so that there is a value that I destroyed with my own hands. Fairy tale. As he spoke, he only saw Hades' face become more and more gloomy, looking towards the source of the tremor. However, it is also worth noting that after Hades revealed that Asma was dead, in addition to himself, the other members of his follower did not have any sad expressions on their faces. If Lu Shang saw this twilight, he would definitely sigh how big the gap between the guild and the guild was. And back to Lu Shang, in addition to having been eaten back, there are only 3 other dependents in front of Lu Shang, 3 dependents who are on the verge of serious injury. At this point, there is nothing to say with you guys, so go and report to Hades. The plan of the demon heart will eventually be shattered under my knife. Lu Shang's eyes stared directly at the 3 people in front of him and preached. Then, before Seeker could speak, the demon knife in Lu Shang's hand, Muramasa, had already cut them directly down the necks of the 2 without leaving any leeway. 2 huge heads rolled to the ground following Caprico's line of sight. That's right, Yanagi, who just shot, did not bring Caprico into it. That is, Caprico is still alive, and this star spirit controlled by an evil personality is still alive. Looking at the 2 companions who were killed in an instant beside him, Rao is Caprico's soul. No matter how evil it is, no matter how cruel it is, he can't help but feel fear. Looking at Lu Shang, who dragged mud and water without dragging mud and water, and directly cut off the head of the person on top of him when the knife fell, Caprico knew that this man was not a good class. There is a difference between people in a normal guild. Caprico knew that once he made any suspicious moves, I was afraid that the man in front of him would not hesitate to cut off his head. Then, I saw Caprico hesitate slightly, and then asked Lu Shang with a faint look in his eyes, Why didn't you kill me together? Of course, I have my reasons for doing this. Lu Shang said to Caprico without even raising his eyelids, and did not answer the other party's question directly. From beginning to end, Lu Shang never looked at the 2 dependents he had just killed, as the 7 dependents of purgatory, but in Lu Shang's eyes, it was like a fragile life like an ant, and it was not enough to hang up at all, let alone pay attention to it. Caprico clearly noticed this, so the fear in his eyes deepened, and a piece of cold sweat flowed uncontrollably from Caprico's neck. That's right, Lu Shang's indifferent attitude has made Caprico completely unable to get to the end, and Caprico at this time even hopes that Lu Shang has just been cut off with him, and it is too difficult to endure the torment of death fear at this moment. Using promotion magic, fusing with the Capricorn of the Zodiac. I don't know how much suffering the guy who was controlled by you has endured in the past 17 years, but this situation is time for me to break. The power of the Zodiac, you disgusting villain, is not worthy of it. Then, I saw Lu Shang slowly walking in front of Caprico and preaching to him. What are you going to do? Only to see that after Caprico heard Lu Shang finish this sentence, Pulico was silent for a while, urgently, as if he suddenly realized something, and looked at Lu Shang with a look of horror and said, that huge sheep's head, at this moment, no longer had the calmness it had when it first appeared, because what Lu Shang just said was a real death threat for him. Caprico, who has been manipulating the power of the Zodiac in his personality form, deeply understands the meaning of Lu Shang's words. That's right, Yanagi is planning to find out his dark personality who lives in Caprico's soul. What for? Of course, it is time to prepare for the resurrection of the true glory of the Zodiac sign Capricorn. Lu Shang said bluntly, without any hesitation, and directly told the other party his purpose. Boom, of a sound. With Lu Shang's words, Caprico's brain was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, and with a bang, the sky collapsed. Suddenly, Lu Shang's eyes changed at the same time as the words fell. The originally strange red eyes are gone, replaced by the eyes of death, the eye of ending, which is densely packed with ice blue lines. That's right, it is one of Lu Shang's strongest hole cards, the causal weapon, the demon eye of straight death. And Caprico, after seeing the change in Lu Shang's eyes, the trembling from his soul made his body instantly stiffen. Extremely frightened, Caprico's body is no longer under his control. And Lu Shang, the moment he opened these eyes, under his deliberate control, he only saw countless lines appear on Caprico's body, and the thick dark blue origin spread out in Lu Shang's line of sight. Then, only Lu Shang was heard roaring, "Give me out." An extremely hidden origin instantly appeared slowly in Caprico's chest, reflected on Lu Shang's pupils. Finally appeared. Seeing this endpoint 540, Lu Shang couldn't help but say, That's right, this endpoint is different from other origin points in Caprico's body. This is the endpoint of the evil personality that Lu Sheng deliberately found? That's right, with the passage of time and the last metamorphosis, Lu Sheng's control over the demon eye of death has become deeper and deeper. Now, through this unique pair of eyes, he can directly probe the deepest endpoint of the enemy's soul. And Caprico, after the place Lu Sheng found, the tremor from the soul instantly stimulated Caprico's adrenaline. The originally stiff and immobile body also recovered instantly, even better than before. The potential is always unlimited, especially under the threat of death. Only seeing Caprico's body, he directly ignored the severely injured body that was on the verge of shattering, and his figure exploded, directly out of Lu Sheng's range. Subsequently, one by one, the Star Spirit Gate continued to open behind Caprico, and then this human subordinate force controlled these people who crossed out from the Star Spirit Gate one by one. I'm not going to be killed. Go and die? Finish him off for me? I only saw Caprico, who controlled these humans, and his eyes were cracked and he roared loudly at Willow. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, seemed to have expected this result for a long time, and there was not the slightest surprise in his eyes. Without saying a word, after hearing the other party's words, Lu Sheng did not say a word. However, the body moved. I only saw Lu Sheng raise his right arm, slowly raise the sheath in the middle, and then wave it gently, only to see that from in front of Lu Sheng, an invisible fluctuation was suddenly released, attacking the human controlled by Caprico. Bang bang. A series of shattering, without any hesitation, still no unsheathed slash, just a slight wave, Lu Sheng directly turned all these humans in front of him to the ground. These people didn't even have a chance to strike, and they were directly killed under Lu Sheng's knife. And when Lu Sheng turned his gaze, he found the Caprico with a back exposed. That's right, Caprico wants to buy some time with these human shields. Hehe, it's really ugly, a bereaved dog thing. Looking at Caprico's embarrassed figure, Lu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. Then, as soon as the figure stepped over, he directly soared out, and in less than half a ring, he had already caught up with Caprico who rushed to escape. Deb. Is it so ugly? Looking at Caprico, who only knew how to escape, Lu Sheng said to the other party in a playful tone. Caprico, who was caught up, directly stopped fleeing. Looking at Lu Sheng in horror, he immediately said, "How on earth are you willing to let me go? At this point, do you think there is still room for negotiation? Your dark-stained heart has been mutilating this body for too long, and the Star Spirit should have been an extremely kind creature, but what about you? Occupy other people's bodies, and join this dark union, and you are different from those who have gone astray, you are sexually evil and unfillable." Then Lu Sheng, who slowly stopped his figure, said this to Caprico. Hearing this, Caprico's face turned pale, and he directly condensed all the magic power in his body, ready to release the strongest blow and fight with Lu Sheng to break the net. However, Lu Sheng did not give the other party such a chance at all. Buzz. A shock. I don't know when, the demon knife village in Lu Sheng's hand has been swung out by it. The unpretentious sword, without any fancy packaging, is just the most ordinary slash. However, for this fluctuation, Capria is like a melting snowflake. Boom. With a sound, I only saw Lu Sheng's slash, like tissue paper, and directly penetrated Capria's body in an instant, like a silent sword, quietly, but unable to dodge. The endpoint that Lu Sheng had condensed before was instantly shattered by him. Under Lu Sheng's control, this slash was like having life, and it was shattered in an instant. Heart-rending screams came out of Caprico's throat. This sound is a trembling sound from the throbbing of the soul. I'm going to kill you. I only heard Caprico constantly looking at Lu Sheng and roaring, and this voice became weaker and weaker, more and more silent, and it didn't take long for it to turn into nothingness. That's right, the power of the demon eye of direct death gave Lu Sheng the ability to directly cut off the enemy's personality, and just now, the personality of the former owner of Capricorn, who had been eroded by darkness, had been directly cut off by Lu Sheng and disappeared forever in all levels of this world. Then, I only saw Lu Sheng walking forward step by step, and came to Caprico, who had collapsed to the ground without any consciousness. Lost consciousness? After the strength was really not controlled, it seemed that this guy needed to rest for a while to regain consciousness. Looking at Caprico, who was breathing steadily but unconscious, Yanagi said. The slash that Lu Sheng just unleashed was to directly cut off the most obscure dark personality in Caprico's mind, and it had extremely strict requirements for the control of power. I have to say that for Lu Sheng, who cast this kind of slash for the first time, it is really not easy, because the slash just now, Lu Sheng's hand, as long as there is a slight deviation, the damage to Caprico is absolutely devastating. Time passed minute by minute, and for Lu Sheng, this time was still too late. Lu Sheng knew that Hades' plan would definitely not succeed. Therefore, the priority now is to first deal with the problem of Capricorn, the zodiac sign Capricorn. Shush, only a sound of friction was heard, which sounded on the ground. It was the rubbing of the corner of the clothes against the ground. Yanagi fixed his eyes and found that it was Caprico, who had a warning of awakening, and seemed to be convulsing in ignorance. Are you going to wake up? Looking at Caprico, who fell to the ground and had a clear meaning, Lu Sheng said lightly. Well, what's wrong with me? Then I saw Caprica slowly getting up from the ground, not forgetting what was muttering in her mouth. Obviously, Caprico still needs some time to sink into what happened in the past 17 years, and there is not much left for the experience of being controlled. Don't you remember? After being controlled by that dark personality for so long, does he no longer even have the ability to think about this? Listening to Caprico, who was struggling to get up from the ground, muttering there, Lu Sheng said lightly, "Ah, my head hurts. It seems that there are indeed some messy memories, but who are you?" I only listened to Caprico, who had just got up, said to Lu Sheng. For this man who appeared in front of him, Caprico had too many questions. Your previous master was dominated by the power of darkness, and later, he used the power of forbidden magic to forcibly fuse his body with you, the star spirit, and calculate it. By now, it should have been 17 years ago. Lu Sheng explained to Caprico, who had just woken up. Moreover, while speaking, Lu Sheng has also been observing this Caprico who has regained control of his body. Looking at the other party's eyes and behavior, Lu Sheng knows that he will definitely not be wrong. The real zodiac, Capricorn, is back. A person's eyes will not lie, and Lu Sheng can clearly see the expression of the other party. Compared with the previous gloomy appearance, it is definitely reborn, since the two breaths are different. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, he only saw Caprico's eyebrows raised upwards, and said in shock, "What did you say?" Briefly losing that manipulated memory, Caprico obviously had too many questions about the memory of the king. Hearing this, Lu Sheng did not say anything more. Only to see that the time was silent for a while, Caprico's expression also began to change constantly. Obviously, over the years of being manipulated by that dark personality, about these dusty things, are constantly appearing from Caprico's mind. Yes, he remembered. By searching for that unknown memory, Caprico has understood what he has experienced over the years, and who Yanagi is in front of him. Great grace without thanks, Caprico owes you. Then, after remembering these things, Caprico only saw him suddenly kneel on one knee, look at Lu Sheng, and solemnly bow his hands. It's just because of interest, saving you is a matter of waving at me, it's not worth mentioning. Hearing this, looking at the appearance of the other party, Lu Sheng waved his hand casually and said to him. Obviously, this shot was completely the idea that Lu Sheng thought of temporarily, so there was nothing worth talking about at all. Then, during the period when Lu Sheng waved his hand, he only saw that Caprico's body suddenly changed. I only saw that the glittering golden light had covered Caprico's body sometime. Immediately afterwards, this flowing golden light was more like being given life, and it was connected to Lu Sheng's body little by little along the life path above the surface. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng immediately understood what the other party was going to do. That's right, this Scorpio, one of the zodiac signs rescued by Lu Sheng, actually intends to give his fate to Lu Sheng? Give this zodiac key that controls the zodiac sign Capricorn to Yanagi? Are you preparing to confess the Lord? Yanagi looked at Caprico's action and couldn't help but ask. Yes, through my previous memory, I already have a deep understanding of you. Let me, the Capricorn of the zodiac, become one of your powers. Your words will not insult this power, the door of the star spirit. I believe you will be able to open it for it. Caprico replied with a serious look. The appearance of the white-bearded sheep's head, when it became serious, really had the appearance of a serious bodyguard. Seeking freshness. Through previous memories, Caprico knew that the man in front of him was a man with grandeur, magnificent experiences, and hardships, and was a person worthy of his zodiac star spirit. That's it. I'm not interested in the power of the star spirit. What I pursue is only this ultimate sword path. Hearing Caprico's words, Lu Sheng quickly waved his hand, and immediately put his hand on the demon knife Muramasa, who was on his waist, and said to him, I know, but the real power of the zodiac is far beyond your imagination, and in the future, you will definitely have the opportunity to use it. Just listen to Caprico answer like this. Remembering his previous memory, Caprico knew Yanagi's strength too well, and that miraculous slash was definitely the most terrifying power he had ever seen. While speaking, the golden river with Lu Sheng shone even more. 0. With my soul, build its power, the zodiac, dedicate it with all its strength, invade its body. Definitely. I only saw one password after another, constantly coming out of Caprico's mouth. Lu Sheng, who saw all this in his eyes, shook his head helplessly and gave up. Feeling the special power slowly gathered in his body, Lu Sheng said, It's okay, in this case, at least this guy has a home for the time being, and when this incident is resolved, he will give the power of this zodiac to Lucy. But, then again, is this the power of the star spirit? It was indeed a little special. Feeling a strange aura that appeared out of thin air in his body, Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, at the moment when Lu Sheng's words fell, he only saw a key suspended in the air suddenly appear in front of him. It is a key that is golden all over, extremely simple, but exudes true fluctuations. It is one of the star spirit keys of the zodiac, and Caprico has long disappeared, and this key is the former. Seeing this, Lu Sheng picked it up and observed it carefully. Seeing this lifelike star spirit key that was golden and carved into each carving, Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It's really interesting. I shot at will. I actually gained such a power. It's okay, just give it to Lucy after I go back. After that, Lu Sheng put the key away in his arms, and then looked deeper into the celestial wolf island. What's next? How many people are left? Looking in the direction of the distance, the corners of Lu Sheng's mouth muttered. Mountain, immediately, Lu Shang, who only listened to the whoosh sound, and dealt with the affairs of Capric, instantly disappeared in place and rushed towards the far-reaching no man's land. At the same time, several key figures of the Demon Heart, including Uchiha and others, members of the Demon Heart, at this moment, their deep position is very surprising. Because, in front of them, it is the tombstone surrounded by flowers, and the portrait on it is none other than the tombstone of Mibis, the original president of Fairy Tail. Unexpectedly, Hades actually found here. How so? According to the trace, it should indeed be right here. 540 has searched all corners of Sirius Island. What is going on? Which link went wrong? Only to hear Hades frown. Is that the grave of the original Fairy Tail Guild leader? At this moment, I only heard Brunotstiga, the vice president of the Demon Heart who had been following Hades silently, say slowly. And at this time, the vice president of this dark guild finally revealed his true face, a man with a long beard, lifeless eyes, and a burly figure. That's right, this is where the original Mibis Viviamilio is buried, but what are you going to do with this? Brunotstiga? Elegant, Hades nodded and replied, then looked at the former in bewilderment and asked. Hearing Hades' words, he only heard Brunotstiga say in a cold tone, of course, I am ready to destroy him. Suddenly, at the moment when the words fell, a huge gravity that suddenly emanated from Brunotstiga's body. Immediately afterwards, this can crush everything in an instant, squeezing it to a crushing gravity, and just like that, under the shocked expressions of Uchiha and Melty, it invaded the past. If this blow hits, there is no surprise, and the grave of the original leader of Fairy Tail will definitely be crushed into smashes in an instant and cease to exist. Then, at this tense moment when gravity was about to fly out, I saw Hades make a move, and his right hand directly reached out to the other party's shoulder, and slowly said to him, "It's not the time yet, besides, it's not your turn to do this kind of thing, Brunotstiga." Between words, there is no room for the slightest rebellion. Then, only to see Brunotstiga first glanced at Hades, tightly, the gravity magic, quietly dissipated, directly returned to nothingness, and said, "Hey, whatever." Seeing this, Hades did not speak again, and set his eyes on the tombstone of the original guild leader Mibis. I looked deeply, and my eyes were full of mixed looks. In fact, as the second-generation president, the relationship between Hades and Mibis is really not shallow. Mibis is actually Hades' teacher. And the position of president of Hades was also entrusted to him after Mibis prepared to travel the world. There is also an unknown thing, that is, the magic learned by the original Mibis was actually taught by the well-known Jelf. And between the pair of teachers and students of Jelf and Mibis, there is an indescribable thing, and another point is that Mibis and didn't die. Like Jelf, he was cursed by that ancient curse magic and fell into the infinite reincarnation of immortality, and Mibis himself has actually been lurking on this Sirius island. It's just that Mibis, who has always lived here, has never revealed his identity. Then the words now, then, seeing Hades, who had not left for a long time, Uchiha on the side couldn't help but ask softly. However, before Uchiha could finish speaking, a voice that spread thousands of miles away sounded directly in everyone's ears. Boom! A sound of breaking the air. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sheng's arrogant posture instantly appeared in everyone's sight, and then his eyes pointed directly at Hades, and said to him, "Since you have done it, you have to bear the corresponding price, which has always been the code I believe in, Hades, today, I am sure of you." Seeing this, Hades did not smile angrily and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I am really old. I was actually taught a lesson by a hairy boy like you, and my tone is arrogant. I'm afraid Asma and Zamkro, the two guys, were killed by you." Hearing this, I saw Lu Sheng replied with a relaxed expression, "Whether it is arrogance or the confidence brought by strength, you will know in a while, but before that, I still have to remind you that not only Zankro and Asma, but also Sigil, Lizalos, and Caprico of your guild did not run away. All of them were killed by me." 4.1. As soon as these words came out, it was obviously something that Hades did not expect. He did not expect that the 7 dependents of his guild of purgatory were so vulnerable, and they were all killed by this little devil in front of him, so he couldn't help but be angry. What do you say? Although from Lu Sheng's body, Hades can feel an unusual level of danger from it with his sophisticated experience, but no matter what, Hades does not believe that Lu Sheng can kill all of his capable generals alone. You know, those people are magicians with the terrifying ability of lost magic. How can they be so vulnerable as Lu Sheng said? Hearing this, he only listened to Hades look at Lu Sheng with disdain and said, "One person killed so many members of my guild? To be honest, I can feel a special fluctuation from your body. You are very strong, but I don't think that you alone have the ability to face so many people at the same time. Not to mention anything else, even the reserve of magic power may not be enough. Those few people, ordinary moves, it is impossible to defeat, especially Ruzilis, with the power of the Arc of Appearance, but it is very tricky. It is easy to make mistakes." Obviously, in his eyes, Lu Sheng had not yet reached that terrifying point. However, there is another point that Hades cared about from the beginning. That's Jelf's death fluctuation. Now it is clear that Jelf is indeed alive now, and deep in this Sirius island, the death hunt emitted at this moment is the best explanation. As the second-generation president of Fairy Tail, Hades can be said to have countless experiences. He is hundreds of years old, and he has mastered countless magic, large and small. Among them, one is a magic that specializes in blocking cursed abilities. It is precisely because of this that Hades and others of the demon heart were not affected by the terrifying death curse. But 23 Willow is different. Such a look. Hades knows that the other party's age is not much. There are not many magic in this world that can break the power of the curse, and it is precisely because of this that Hades is very surprised how this Lu Sheng came to him unharmed. The Arc of Manifestation? Oh, that kind of crude manifestation power. Is it also worthy? Hearing Hades' words, Lu Sheng couldn't help but laugh, too, with disdain. Then I saw Hades' words turn. His eyes suddenly became cold, and he said to Lu Sheng, "As you like, don't care if those people are dead or alive, since they have released wild words to send them to death, then I will solve you first." Boom! At the moment when Hades' words fell, he only saw Brunautistiga, the vice president of the demon heart beside him, actually shot directly. The terrifying gravity directly suppressed the past towards Lu Sheng's head. However, a scene that shocked Hades, Brunautistiga, and others appeared, and they did not expect that Brunautistiga's unexpected blow was actually lost. The other party didn't even move his eyebrows, and at the moment when gravity was about to fall, he directly dodged the gravity magic exerted by Brunautistiga on the side of his figure. This guy? What's going on? Seeing this scene, not only Brunautistiga, but even Hades could not calm down. Brunautistiga's strength, Hades, as the guild president, is really clear. Once, that was the great demon mentor who single-handedly destroyed the Blue Dragon Company led by Guura Zongwei in the Gabria War. Its strength, but obvious to all, definitely has the power beyond the 7 dependents of purgatory. However, it was such a huge and invisible powerful magic attack that was directly noticed by Lu Sheng and avoided it lightly. Something is wrong. This guy, it seems that there is something that can be predicted, more like predicting your attack movement in advance and dodging in advance than a temporary reaction. At this time, Hades, who had already gathered next to Brunautistiga, speculated about it. However, as soon as these words came out, it caused Lu Sheng to raise his eyebrows. It has been a while, and he has not met an enemy with such keen perception. I actually saw it at a glance. I have to say, as the fairy acting president, I do have some eyes, but even so, what can you do? I only listened to Lu Sheng say to the two people in front of him. Boom. With a sound, at the moment when the words fell, a huge blade made of ice crystals directly stabbed towards Lu Sheng's body. Seeing this, Lu Sheng did not retreat. His steps were staggered, and he immediately stepped forward, and the Demon Deo village was suddenly pulled out by him. Buzz, a slash containing strange fluctuations had already been launched by Lu Sheng, and it directly collided with the huge ice crystal sword that had roared in front of him. Boom. The two collided with each other, causing a huge tremor, and the entire space was even more shaky. Then, just listening to the swoosh, the huge ice blade was directly slashed by Lu Sheng, directly pulling closer to the distant alien space. Hidden behind the slash is a huge time and space crack. The opponent's ice-shape magic move, directly pulled in an instant, a burst of shattering sound, the frozen ice, just a breath of effort, was directly crushed into smashes by the terrifying destructive power of the other space. Immediately, Lu Sheng, who easily cracked this move, also slowly pinned his head, looking at a figure not far from him. Yes, it was Uchiha, the head of the 7 dependents of purgatory, who had just made a move against Lu Sheng. Uchiha, who has multiple identities, is not only the man who guides Jelal to darkness, but also has an identity that she is actually the real mother of Master Grey Ulu. It is precisely because of this that she uses the exact same magic as Grey, ice-shape magic. It's quite urgent. For this woman who rashly made a move on herself, Lu Sheng did not smile angrily and said to him. Then, I saw that 540 was still waiting for Uchiha to say something, and Lu Sheng also treated his body with his human ways, and without making a sound, he directly sent a slash at the other party. Fast. The speed of Willow's hand was too fast. This sword did not give the other party any chance to react at all, and by the time Uchiha found that the other party wanted to do it herself, the slash had already come to her face. Boom, just look at this slash fluctuation, without any sound, directly submerged into Uchiha's body, causes strange fluctuations. The space around it began to tremble continuously. Buzz. A series of sounds triggered a series of throbbing. A shocking scene appeared, only to see that at the junction between the center of Lu Sheng's slash and Uchiha, a huge pitch black hole directly appeared. Subsequently, a strong gravitational force came out directly, forcibly absorbing Uchiha's body. That's right, absorbed into it. The slash that Yanagi had just unleashed did not cause any damage to Uchiha. Calm down in that alien space right now, Uchiha. Immediately, Lu Sheng, who had only heard that he had done all this, slowly said to the position where Uchiha, who had disappeared, was located. That's right, Lu Sheng just now used his ability to master the manifestation of space, and directly opened up a space of his own through the power of slashing. After the last battle with Kojiro Sasaki, Yanagi's comprehension of the power of space can be said to have reached a level that cannot be underestimated. Now, it has even been able to control the power of space, and the result of this blow just now is the best proof. Uchiha has been completely trapped in that pitch-black alien space at this moment, and it can be said that in this world, except for Lu Sheng, no one can open the door of that space again. And this process, from the moment Lu Sheng made a move, was less than 10 seconds. It's hard to imagine how far Lu Sheng has grown now. This point, even Lu Sheng himself does not know, so these guys in front of him are very good trial opponents. On the other hand, look at the faces of Hades and Stega, which are already full of haze. It seems that you can't be treated as an ordinary young man. I believe what you said before. I only listened to Hades facing Lu Sheng and said in a deep voice. Lu Sheng's action just now, to be honest, even Hades did not react, and Hades, who knew this well, knew that if he still underestimated the young man in front of him, it was not impossible for the boat to capsize in the gutter. Hey, Hades, you're a little too jealous of this guy, a swordsman who wields a knife and a gun, but oral. At this moment, only Stega, who was next to Hades, was heard said with a look of disdain. Obviously, the relatively young and arrogant Stega still did not pay too much attention to it after witnessing Lu Sheng's actions. However, while the two were talking, Melty, who had been following Urushia's side, had a gloomy face. This little girl with pink hair and a well-behaved appearance also has a lot of connection with Urushia, because she was saved by Urushia when she was young, and later, she was taken care of, so for Urushia, Melty is extremely respected. The lost magic mastered is the Book of Genesis. The ability to have is very complicated, among which the most powerful killer is to be able to connect the feelings between people, and behind this is a lot of moves. If any of the other people in this connection dies, then those who are connected will also be killed. That's it. This Melty, who has no shallow feelings for Urushia, looks at Lu Sheng's eyes again, and is full of killing intent. The expression that was extremely inconsistent with her appearance, anyone who saw it, couldn't help but snort. That's right, Ulu, who regarded himself as a relative, took him to that unknown place, and now Melty is preparing to attack, and will hit Yanagi at any time. However, just as Melty was just getting his hand, he only listened to Hades next to him turn his head and say to him in a deep voice, "Do you have the ability to hit him? Melty, don't do reactive things." Hades, who noticed Melty's intentions, treated him unceremoniously. However, obviously, Hades' words did not have much effect on Melty, and the reason why she joined the Demon Heart was all to be able to continue to accompany Urushia, nothing more. In other words, this president is not worth mentioning in Melty's opinion, and besides, now that Urushia has been captured by Lu Sheng, Melty has no other mood to pay attention to Hades. I saw that Melty still had no intention of stopping after hearing Hades' words. The gushing Genesis magic had begun to flicker. Margaret Reese, give Urutaya back. I only heard that Melty couldn't help but say angrily at Lu Sheng while launching his move. At the same time, the magic sword created by Na Laser was spliced together, like a huge laser light, towards Lu Sheng, whistling away. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile softly and shook his head. In Lu Sheng's eyes, this Melty is just a child. Who would be vindictive with a child? Although this child's strength is indeed a little remarkable, compared with Lu Sheng, it is more than one-dimensional realm difference. Immediately, I only saw the demon knife Muramasa, who was on Lu Sheng's waist, slowly pulled out by it, and pointed straight ahead. Since you are so excited, you should also follow that Urutiya to come down and come down. As soon as the words fell, Lu Sheng's body turned, and a huge crescent moon slash was once again swung out by Lu Sheng. Subsequently, the laser light strike created by Melty did not make the slightest sound, and it was directly melted by Lu Sheng's slash. Just looking at this undiminished sword chi with the slightest power, it was exactly the same as the scene just now, and it didn't give Melty the slightest chance to struggle, and it was directly deeply embedded in the other party's body. Immediately afterwards, the pitch-black alien space once again appeared out of thin air in the very center where the two met. The huge suction force was launched again, sucking Melty's body into it as well. Melty's body, too, evaporated directly in the sight of this crowd, and was locked up by Lu Sheng into the space that he had created and became a realm of its own. Next, Demon Heart, but only the two of you are left, Hades, Stega. After taking Melty's body into that space, he only saw Lu Sheng return his gaze to the two people in front of him. For these two men, Lu Sheng has no intention of keeping his hand, of course, he has no intention of letting go, and the person who hunted the goblin plan was proposed by this Hades. For this reason, this one-eyed old man, Lu Sheng absolutely could not let go. However, obviously, not only Lu Sheng, who had the same idea, had already been unable to hold back before, and Stega, who expressed disdain for Lu Sheng, made a move. Repeated attacks, double the strength. The sudden increase in gravity was like a boulder that was enough to cover the heavens and the earth, and it directly fell on the top of Lu Sheng's head. With a boom, the huge pressure appeared the moment, and instantly crushed the entire ground where Lu Sheng was located to collapse. One can imagine the extent to which the gravity that is enough to crush the earth has been contracted. The name of this vice president of Stega is vividly displayed at this moment. This blow is definitely too much more than those purgatory dependents before, and it definitely has the level of attack magic with the highest power in the S-class. I'm really anxious. Looking at Stega, who suddenly acted and did not give people a chance to speak at all, Lu Sheng said with a light smile. For the huge gravity that was about to pour out above his head, he turned a deaf ear, and his performance was as if he did not pay attention to this such a terrifying attack. Are you already panicking? Just under my gravity, it was completely crushed into powder. Looking at the motionless willow, Stega snorted coldly. However, in the next second, Lu Sheng's move, just in one time, broke the prediction of Bruno's 540 Tiga and Hades. Just looking at Lu Shang's figure swayed, just for a moment, it turned into a body like a phantom, and then, in the process, he pointed the demon knife in his hand straight to the sky above his head. Boom! With a sound, a huge beam of light actually burst out directly from the very front of the demon knife village. The wild and incomparable penetrating power was immediately endowed above, like a golden light dragon, directly swept towards the sky above its body, Yanhui, longitudinal sword style. Then, just when the light blade that Lu Shang swung out had not advanced much, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible huge spatial section. It was formed by the gravitational magic unleashed by Brunottistiga. I only saw Lu Shang slash, without delay, and directly hit the top of this huge cross-section. Click, click. Only a cracking sound was heard, and the moment the two forces just touched the Dao, it instantly echoed from the entire sky. That's right, Brunottistigashi's attack, just for a moment, was broken by the Yanhui longitudinal sword style released by Lu Shang. Broken and broken, vulnerable. Complete crushing. Just in an instant, the gravity magic that Brunottistiga was proud of was instantly broken by Lu Shang. Not only that, but the power of Lu Shang's blow still has a lot of spare power. I only saw that slash. After breaking the cross-section of gravity space, the powerful slash rushed straight into the sky and swept directly into the sky. Boom! With a sound, the cloud tower above 10,000 meters in the sky was even dispersed by Lu Shang, and the rest of the strength slowly dissipated. Preemptive strike is indeed a good means of attack, but if you use the wrong person, there is a gap between me and you, which cannot be made up by casually playing a little clever. Suddenly, at the same time that the entire sky was shaking, Lu Shang slowly looked away, looked at Brunottistiga, and looked at the other party with contempt and said, Brunottistiga is not a fool, and of course he heard Lu Shang's ridicule. At this moment, although all the scenes where Lu Shang had just broken his gravity magic were in his eyes, Brunottistiga had completely ignored it. For many years, Brunottistiga has not been insulted as much as today. He has always beaten the enemy to the point where he is unable to fight back, but today, this Lu Shang in front of him has successfully stopped his attacks 3 and 5 times. He was already annoyed, and after hearing what Lu Shang just said, he was even more angry and ready to attack. That's right, this man with one person destroying a mess understands anger and plans to move the real thing. But, is an opponent like Lu Shang an opponent that can be solved with momentum? Extinguish a mess? Lu Shang is a man who can destroy a world with his own strength. There is no need to elaborate on the distance between the two. At this time, I only saw that in the air, an extremely oppressive and heavy breath suddenly permeated. At the same time, Hades, who observed this movement, slowly said to Brunottistiga next to him, "Why, can't you stand it? Brunottistiga, if you do this, the scope of destruction is not a little bit. So what? With this guy, I can't let it go." Hearing Hades' words, Brunottistiga replied as a matter of course. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Hearing Bruno's words, Hades didn't say much, but reminded, "Hey, whatever, but there is one thing I want to remind you, this kid's strength is probably far more than that, you have to be careful, Brunottistiga." After speaking, it was a flash, returning to the unknown dark space. However, what is noteworthy is the gloomy and indifferent expression of Hades at the moment before disappearing. Coincidentally, Lu Shang also happened to notice Hades' expression and couldn't help but smile gently. There was no sense of defense, and then, he put his gaze back on Brunottistiga. And the latter, at the moment Hades disappeared, also began to act. I saw that the huge oppressive aura that had just formed had now intensified, forming a huge dark gray spatial level. It's hard to imagine how far gravity has been reached. You will accompany the entire celestial wolf island and bury yourself in the sea together. This magic, I haven't used it for too long. Today, you are honored to be able to face my highest level of gravity magic, with gravity comparable to 30,000 meters of the deep sea. There is absolutely no way to resist this power. This is the power of God, so fall into this deep sea, you little devil. Constantly manipulating the gravity enchantment that has covered the entire Sirius Island, Brunottistiga said with a look of disbelief, with this three-legged cat's magic, do you want my fairy tale holy land to sink? It's a little too whimsical. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Shang was unmoved, and his expression was not touched. Ha 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 ha, death is coming, and you even dare to make a big statement. It's just a weak person who commands the courage of words. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Brunottistiga said with an arrogant smile. But at the same time, Lu Shang turned a blind eye to the huge pressure in the sky, or in other words, did not reach the level of making Lu Shang pay attention. That's right, the enemy of this kind of character has really made Lu Shang unable to raise the slightest interest. Looking at the grey and hazy gravity enchantment in the sky that had begun to fall downward, Lu Shang raised his eyebrows, and the demon knife Muramasa, who had been unsheathed in his hand, was once again slowly put into its sheath by him. That's right, the enemy's magic is close at hand, but Lu Shang has retracted his sheath. Do you already know the gap in strength? However, unfortunately, it is already night, and you are smashed into the deep sea under this relentless gravity. Now I know why that Hades guy didn't send me out in the first place, because once I strike, the scope of involvement is too huge, but for your behavior, no matter what, I can't let it go. Looking at Brunottistiga, who slowly submerged the blade into the scabbard, he said with a sneer. Hearing the other party's words, Lu Shang did not say anything, just said lightly, well, frog at the bottom. It is to slowly move his gaze upwards and resend it to the heavy force enchantment that pressed in the sky at that moment. Demon heart, but oral, just this level, I think that I am invincible in the world. Today I will let you have a good look at what is called the sky outside the sky. Lu Shang muttered at the corner of his mouth. That's right, this time, Lu Shang rarely intends to fight the enemy. He intends to use absolute strength to completely destroy Brunotstiga's arrogance and disdainful attitude. At the same time, Lu Shang's hands were all held on the scabbard of the demon knife Muramasa, and the weapon was not unsheathed, but it was already full of breath. This blow of Lu Shang will cross the mountains and rivers and instantly defeat the gravity magic released by Brunotstiga. Straight Death Demon Eye, open. The ice blue eye of termination, the causal weapon, was handily released by Yanagi. In the eyes that are full of ice blue lines, hidden under their pupils are made up of countless nerves, large and small. And now, it is with this will that Lu Shang directly mobilized these nerves, all concentrated on his eyes. Immediately afterwards, I only saw that the line of sight of Lu Shang's eyes was instantly covered with lines, and the blue silk threads interspersed one after another filled Lu Shang's line of sight. Sure enough, it's vulnerable, just the line. There are already dozens of them. Brunotstiga, you said that your magic is already weak to me. Lu Shang looked at the gravity enchantment that was entangled by the lines of death in the line of sight, and couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, on top of this death after death, several large and small blue dots were interspersed, the end point. Every point and thread of this was enough to make this gravity enchantment completely shattered, but now, Lu Shang found such a large number. You can imagine how easy Brunotstiga's blow was for Lu Shang. So, break it. Lu Shang, who had all these in his eyes, muttered. Those ice blue eyes flashed with an unusual luster at this moment. Buzz. The slashing light surged, and Lu Shang's hands, at this moment, surged out several phantoms, and then, burst out. The strong aura that burst out from several phantom shadows was all condensed on the bursting slash. Immediately afterwards, just like that, before it was unsheathed, the slash that Lu Shang swung had already snaked thousands of meters wide. The huge spatial enchantment did not have any advantages. The huge slash that was the same size and not bad at all had already broken through the air, directly under Lu Shang's control, and flew out, hitting at that 10,000 meter height, seeking freshness. Just listen to boom. With a sound, the slash that Lu Shang unleashed without a sheath actually reached a terrifying point. Boom. There was a loud bang directly from the sky. Those two completely different forces, the slash containing the power of termination, had already attached the enchantment of huge gravity, and they clashed directly under the gaze of Yanagi and Brunotstiga. Click. Click. However, this pair of collisions did not last long, and then the sudden sound of cracking and cracking fell silent. The loud noise in the sky also stopped abruptly. Not only that, but at the same time that the voice fell silent, the expression of Brunotstiga changed, only to see his face, from the previous to the current horror. 0. It's kind of ironic. The reason for this was nothing else, precisely because at the moment when the two forces came into contact, an unusual premonition directly came out of his body. Because he discovered that the magic he had unleashed, the moment it came into contact with Yanagi's huge slash, the magic had already escaped his control and lost contact with it. Immediately after, there was this scene in front of his eyes. I only saw that the huge enchantment that was composed of dark gray and exuded a heavy aura at all times actually collapsed directly, and after that slash, it shattered. That's right, it was the credit of Lu Shang's straight death demon eye, whose slash was directly cut into the origin of one of the endpoints under Lu Shang's precise control. And as a result, not surprisingly, it collapsed directly. At the moment of its contact, the gravity enchantment didn't have time to burst out his true power, and it was directly wiped out by the terrifying effect of the power of cause and effect, directly disappeared into the long river of space. Then, at the moment when the enchantment disappeared, the voice that was enough to make Brunotstiga's soul tremble slowly sounded from his ears. The game is over. Next, it's time for you, Brunotstiga Mountain. _
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.